This young man opened his eyes in shock, clutching his head that felt like it was being hammered. Jihan. He sat up and discovered he was lying on the sofa, not yet understanding what was happening, but after observing his surroundings, Jihan seemed to have realized that he had returned to South Korea in 2020, a country that had not yet been destroyed. Below the apartment building where Jihan lived, people were bustling about, and children were happily playing. Jihan's emotions at this moment were truly indescribable, as he had really been reborn 3 years ago. Jihan brushed his hand against the window, testing the state. He was only level 2 at that moment. A satisfied smile appeared on Jihan's face. It was hard to contain himself. This was truly his opportunity if he used the information from his past life. He could completely change the future in this life. Thinking about this, Jihan felt filled with determination. He didn't know why he had the chance to start over, but if that was the case, this time he would definitely protect everyone. Jihan still clearly remembered that in 2020, South Korea was still very stable. They had once had one of the strongest players in the world, who ranked 11th globally and was evaluated as the 3rd strongest in the world. That man was famous for the title Sword King, named Jun Se-jin. Jun Se-jin was once a pride and a national treasure of South Korea thanks to his achievements, with the title of the strongest warrior. South Korea had always maintained a high ranking in the continental tournaments in Asia. In fact, they had been able to reach even higher rankings. However, in July 2020, Jun Se-jin announced that he had changed his name to Jun Se-jin and immigrated as a Japanese citizen, joining the Japanese Defense Forces. That was an event that shocked the entire nation. The year Jihan returned to this fateful day, the news was broadcasting. A live press conference of Jun Se-jin. He sat in front of the TV screen. Although a long time had passed, he still felt uncomfortable every time he saw that damn face. After Jun Se-jin left the country, everything plunged into chaos, with many people worrying about South Korea's ranking in the tournament. This worry was indeed not unfounded, as Jihan knew that afterwards South Korea, which had always been in the top ranks in East Asia, lost consecutively, and the country plummeted in ranking at a dizzying pace. However, the South Koreans at this time, of course, could not know the future like him. Even, some experts were still optimistic that the rankings wouldn't change too much, because besides Jun Se-jin, they still had many other talents and rising stars. Jihan watched up to this point before turning off the TV, because he knew very well that his country would soon be destroyed, while the experts were busy indulging in a sense of false satisfaction. The truth was that there had not been an AI as talented as Jun Se-jin that appeared afterward. Perhaps everything would be different if South Korea had time to prepare. However, the 8net was extremely ruthless. At first, it was just a game, nothing more, but 2 years after Kwak Ingan Ha started, it became a survival war. In fact, if you die in the game, you'll die in real life too. Monsters began to appear in low-level countries, and they started to massacre one side. After Sword King left Korea, just as expected, the country fell severely. Everything gradually faded away. At that time, the survivors all said that if Sword King had stayed in Korea, things might have been different. But Jun Se-jin was just that type of player, and there's a heartbreaking truth, that he is actually Jihan's brother-in-law. He looked at the family photo hanging on the wall, unable to hide his anger. Jihan's fist clenched, then he punched Jun Se-jin's face in that photo, causing the frame to shatter instantly. I'm still really curious. How could you love this damned bastard? He thought to himself, would everything be different if she were still alive? The only woman in the photo is Jihan's sister. Unfortunately, she has passed away. Apart from the issue of Jun Se-jin betraying the country, Jihan still had another worry, which is that returning to this moment is truly amazing. But his stats are absolutely terrible. To be honest, this isn't really surprising, because Jihan had spent most of his past time drinking and gambling. Now, having been reincarnated, he feels like he was foolish in the past because he didn't know that. The talent he possesses is incredibly amazing. Everyone becomes players when they turn 18. But only a few of these players receive the gift called talent. In other words, it's a natural gift. At that time, Jihan only received a low-level talent rank F and used that ability to dive into gambling, predicting the winners in each match. But back then, Jihan had no idea that the true value of this skill would only be revealed after it awakened. Thankfully, now he has come to his senses. However, these stats are really terrible. Those attributes should belong to a level 1 person. Jihan also doesn't understand why he managed to crawl up to level 2. Right after questioning himself, Jihan seemed to have found the answer when he saw the experience potion scattered on the table. It seems he drank this in a drunken state and accidentally leveled up. What a lucky fool. Then, Jihan quickly realized another strange thing. He had 100,000 achievement points. Although this was quite useless and not worth anything, he couldn't think of a reason why he had so many achievement points. During that time, he hadn't completed any achievements before entering the competition. Jihan wondered about this. Could it be because he traveled back in time, causing something to change? And could it be that only this has changed? Jihan thought so and immediately opened the item storage. You were amazed to realize that there was something in the storage called an achievement redemption ticket. It was introduced as a benefit for the last survivor when chosen to challenge again. This means that this item is exclusively for you. This thing is also a title. Jihan immediately decided to use it. Afterwards, a system called the Achievement Shop was opened. Jihan felt that this was so incredible it was hard to believe. He couldn't believe that something so wonderful appeared in his life, and the achievement points he thought were useless now had many benefits. For example, upgrading the shop needed 20,000 points, increasing the status window needed 10,000 points, or adding a level 1 job slot also cost 10,000 points, but that made Jihan start to hesitate. Although he didn't have many options right now, he didn't know what he should choose. After a while, Jihan decided to try upgrading the achievement shop. Let's see, so his achievement shop leveled up to level 2, and the storage was also expanded. But that wasn't the effect Jihan was hoping for, so he tried to upgrade one more time, and now the achievement shop leveled up to level 3. He could add a nickname for himself. Jihan sighed as he realized that this seemed to be quite useless now. He only had 50,000 achievement points left, and if he continued to upgrade the shop to level 4, he would only have 10,000 points left. It seemed that the higher the upgrade, the more expensive the costs got. Jihan only had two choices. One was to buy the available items in the current shop, or to leave it to fate and upgrade it to level 4. However, Jihan was a reckless young man, so he still decided to choose the second option. After firmly deciding to spend an extra 40,000 points, his achievement shop was upgraded to level 4. This time, Lady Luck was truly on his side when a feature called Emergency Recovery was added. It had the effect of restoring a defective item to its perfect state. After reading the notification, Jihan's mouth twitched, unable to hide his smug smile. Who is this? Not good. This is why I can't stop gambling. It should feel bad if I hit the jackpot again, he mumbled. Then, Jihan confirmed his fingerprint and entered Junsei-jin's gaming room. He was quite surprised that the system still recognized him as a family member and granted access to this room, even though its owner, the Sword King, was no longer here. Jihan sat down on the gaming chair inside and started connecting to battle.net. He was eager to test that emergency recovery feature. The first thing Jihan restored was his first key, Dongfang Suo's paintbrush, an A-grade item that had broken. After using the feature, the brush truly returned to its original state. It became an SS-grade item. It was the pen of the famous scholar Dongfang Suo and also linked to the martial god. Next, Jihan received a new notification. In the tutorial, the bronze reward will start soon, with only 10 seconds left on the countdown. And this made Jihan even more anxious. He hurriedly opened the status window and used Dongfang Sok's paintbrush. The reason Jihan could climb to the top 7 inches the world in his past life and was called the Martial Saint was due to the combination of 3 stats, strength, agility, and health, which created a rare, unique stat. That stat is martial power, the thing that gave him the strength of a martial artist. This paintbrush was abandoned in his past life because it was broken, but thanks to the 2 words written from it, now, Jihan had a starting point for a completely different awakening. The countdown clock reached 0. CEO Jihan has officially logged into the BattleNet tournament as a player from the Korean server. His mission this time is to survive. The mission content is just like his name, to survive against the monsters in the arena, along with 100 other players. Once the number of players is reduced to half, this game will end immediately. Jihan appeared in the arena with the paintbrush in hand, dressed only in a sleeveless shirt. So he looked much more casual compared to the other players, but in reality, this wasn't very important. He just wanted to know what would happen with his martial power, so Jihan opened the status window while looking at the notification. The stats of strength, agility, and health were combined into martial power. He was so happy he felt like flying. He actually did it, as completing the achievement of obtaining a unique stat meant Jihan also received an additional 10,000 achievement points. At this point, he finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief, having encountered his old abilities again. Currently, Jihan's martial power stat is only 5 points. Of course, this is just the beginning for him to reach SSS level skills. Asterisk, asterisk, nameless holy art, asterisk, asterisk, but even this much is enough for him to easily surpass the bronze cup. Afterwards, Jihan received another notification from the BattleNet system. You have logged in without connecting to the Battle Link set. If you do not use the connection set, you will suffer 100% pain in the game. Jihan sighed. He remembered this, a world where pain could be reduced with money. At that moment, one could minimize the pain received in the game. By using the link set that Junsei-jin once owned, optimized to the point, it could reduce up to 99% of the pain received. Now that precious brother-in-law has changed nationality, so Jihan will make good use of this. Just as he thought about this, a new notification was sent to the system, reporting that the achievement window had been opened and Jihan received a limited-time mission. The mission's content is to achieve first place in the tutorial, and the reward is 1,000 achievement points, because in the past, he had never seen a mission like this. But that doesn't matter anymore, because for Jihan right now, this is as easy as pie, since he possesses martial power. The match just started, and Jihan was ambushed by another player. He targeted him. Because I thought you were just a clueless newbie who would fall easily, AI thought that when the sword was in the opponent's hand, when it slashed down, Jihan could easily block it with just 2 fingers. When he turned around, a sly smile appeared on Jihan's face. Thanks for coming here, to offer your head first. That's right. The most refined pleasure in this game isn't hunting monsters, but rather taking out other players. And the guild is an organization that manages and supports players, as everyone is chasing the craze of BattleNet. Countries have also begun to invest in training players. Thanks to the competition among famous companies, many big and small guilds have appeared in Korea. At one point, they trained strong players throughout the early season. The tournament where Jihan is standing now is called the Gangnam Bronze Cup, which is the stage for guilds to showcase themselves. Back to the current situation. After the game officially started, the guy who just ambushed Jihan has been carefully observing the opponents. He felt a bit shaken when he saw that the players at the Gangnam Cup were on a whole different level. This young man is named Do-gu-hyuk, and he is a member of the sub-guild under the management of the Division Group. It's a famous guild that boasts many rising stars, and although Do-gu-hyuk is just an ordinary young man, he managed to get lucky and join the Division Guild thanks to an A-grade gift that was quite timely. While looking for an opponent, Do-gu-hyuk set his sights on Jihan. Most other players were fired up and well-equipped to the teeth, while he, in his plain white BA shirt, stood out significantly. This appearance even made Do-gu-hyuk think that Jihan was a newbie who was mistakenly summoned. This made Do-gu-hyuk confident that he was going to take out his first easy target. However, everything happened just as everyone saw. The person who Do-gu-hyuk thought was an easy kill could easily block one of his strikes. With just 2 of his fingers, Do-gu-hyuk couldn't believe that a newbie like him could keep up with the speed of his A-grade agility, not to mention Jihan's strength as well. The proof is that he is tightly gripping his sword. While Kyuhyun is using all his strength to pull his sword out, then Jihan suddenly let go, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. Just that little bit of confidence. You came to participate in the Gangnam Bronze Cup with that kind of gift? Jihan asked with a tone full of disdain. Hyuk was seriously affected by Jihan's words. Something as valuable as A-grade agility was being referred to by Jihan. As that kind of gift, it was no different from promotional items. Being looked down on by an amateur like him drove Do-gu-hyuk insane. He wouldn't allow Jihan to mock him just because he blocked one of his attacks, and so he stood up, intending to use his fastest speed to take him down. Jihan also realized this guy was planning to unleash all his strength for an attack. In fact, he couldn't underestimate the speed of this guy. He just knew he could win. The two of them dove into a one-on-one battle. Hyuk was frantically attacking, while Jihan was agilely dodging and weaving. He immediately felt everything reverse back to the past. It would be really weird to suddenly drop back to level 2, making it feel extremely difficult for him. Because even though he had extensive combat experience from his previous life, with his current stats, Jihan was really too slow compared to his opponent. However, it was precisely because of the experiences from countless battles. Jihan could see the trajectory of Do-gu-hyuk's attacks as too simple and predictable, thanks to his observation of all his movements. So after dodging for a while, Jihan found the right moment to counterattack when the sword in his hand was knocked away. Gu-hyuk couldn't even believe what had just happened. And while he was still dazed and stunned, Jihan sprung up to catch the falling sword. Then, he used Gu-hyuk's own sword to pierce his throat. It was unbelievable. Yu-hyuk screamed but couldn't stop his body from gradually collapsing. He had game over and was starting to get kicked out. Before disappearing from the arena, Yu-hyuk didn't forget to leave a challenge. That next time they faced off, he would definitely be the winner, but Jihan knew that scenario would never happen. After getting his first kill, he received 100 achievement points. The sword in Jihan's hand also disappeared. This made sense because when a player is taken down, their weapons will vanish as well. Although a bit regretful, Jihan still had to take another step forward. He should aim to take down more than 5 kills to ensure ranking. At the same time, he also realized one thing. There were no AIs fighting those monsters, neither in this arena specifically nor in the 8-hour zone net in general. Besides players, there were also monsters. However, taking down a monster only counted as 0.1 of a player kill. Therefore, you needed to kill 10 monsters to count as 1 kill. Only counted as 0.1 of a player kill, so you need to kill 10 monsters to count as 1 kill. That's why most other players would avoid them and target other players instead, especially monsters that travel in packs like these idiots. Yet this hot potato that no AI wanted to hold ended up in Jihan's hands, because the system had given him a new mission to eliminate a horde of 30 zombies, with a reward of 500 achievement points. Although hunting monsters wasn't Jihan's goal, with this reward, there was no reason for him to refuse. Monsters were still just monsters. They couldn't compare to a zombie. There was no reason for him to refuse. Monsters were still just monsters. They couldn't compare to a zombie. If that's really the case, then what are we waiting for? Jihan immediately accelerated at top speed toward them. The zombies, seeing a human with no gear rushing towards them, thought he must be crazy. They raised their weapons simultaneously, ready to work together to take him down in an instant. However, on his face, Jihan wore a confident smile, and his confidence was well-founded because just after that, Jihan utilized his agility to snatch 2 weapons from his opponents. Then, he threw the 2 axes in his hands and simultaneously took down 2 monsters before they even realized what was happening. Jihan continued to use his superior speed to sweep through them in one go, still employing his old tactics. Disarming them and then striking back. This way, Jihan caught these monsters off guard. It wasn't that his speed was too fast, but rather that theirs was too slow. The real terror of these monsters was just that they concentrated in large numbers and attacked relentlessly, but that formation was completely shattered by Jihan. Relying solely on his speed, this horde of monsters basically had no ability to retaliate against him. The remaining monsters, seeing their comrades fall one by one at Jihan's hands, were incredibly furious. This anger made them surround him, wanting to use their numbers to overwhelm him. But of course, a warrior as experienced as Jihan, he wouldn't give them the chance to execute this strategy. He struck left and then right. His speed was astonishing, and the more he attacked, the more it provoked the rage of the monsters. But at the same time, the dopamine released made him even more bloodthirsty. Before long, there were only a few monsters left standing on the ground. They had initially wanted to ambush him, but they were shouting so loudly, it was like they were screaming in the bushes. Truly, these monsters had no brains. Jihan immediately broke the weapon of the monster that tried to ambush him. After that, he grabbed another axe. Then he charged toward the opponent, but before he could attack, the axe handle snapped in two. Jihan couldn't help but feel disappointed. These monsters were terrible with their weapons. These weapons were just too weak, and they didn't suit their size at all. The human weapon was broken now. Now it's time to take his life. The monsters began to panic, and then, from all directions, they rushed to attack Jihan all at once. This foolish style of attack from the monsters really hadn't changed at all. Jihan just wanted to quickly end this uneven battle. He took a run up and then stomped hard on the ground. The ground immediately cracked open into a large pit. This was the true power of a martial saint, sending the entire horde of monsters flying. While being knocked back like this, the monsters had no ability to counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Jihan jumped high, grabbing a sword and an axe from the monsters. And at the same time, he took down the 4 monsters. Your lightning-fast reaction speed left them unable to even see what was happening. Now only a few were left, countable on one hand. Jihan's victory was so close, and he continued to deliver an overwhelming attack. He eliminated 2 more monsters in the blink of an eye. Finally, only one remained standing, but this monster, after witnessing Jihan slaughter his own kind from start to finish, he could only murmur in horror. He's not human, he's the real monster. That was the last thing it said. Because right after that, Jihan sent it back to its ancestors after taking down the monster. In the end, he completed the mission to eliminate the brain horde and earned 500 achievement points. More importantly, Jihan leveled up to BA right in the middle of this game. This is quite unusual. After all, experience points are supposed to be tallied at the end of the game. Whatever the reason, this is quite beneficial. Jihan can use it to boost his stats immediately. He didn't need to think much, and immediately allocated points to his strength stat. After all, this is the core factor. It defines his power, as it combines strength, agility, and endurance into a unique stat. Even if Jihan had other stats at the same level, this insane stat could at least double his capabilities compared to the other stats. Moreover, there's another reason why strength is special for Jihan. When he reaches 30 strength points, he will have a chance to successfully obtain an unnamed skill. Because in his previous life, Jihan knew just how powerful this skill was. Therefore, in this life, he must acquire it quickly. However, the strength stat is also a critical vulnerability for him, as it's not easily increased. Even though Jihan allocated 1 free attribute point to strength, he didn't hold out much hope that it would rise quickly. Yet this time, everything seemed to change as his strength stat jumped up by 6 points directly. This extreme advantage left Jihan stunned for a few seconds. Usually, he would have to accumulate experience through fighting and training to increase his strength stat. As for attribute points, they could only grow his physical limits. But now, his strength was rising as easily as other normal attributes. The corner of Jihan's mouth lifted. A satisfied smile appeared. This is really amazing. It seems that reincarnation has brought him more benefits than he expected. Jihan didn't know what would happen if his strength points kept skyrocketing like this. And while he was immersed in that feeling of happiness, if your combat power keeps increasing like this, while you're lost in that feeling of happiness, you're getting ambushed again. But actually, it can't be considered an ambush because Jihan is in the arena. Any AI has the right to attack you. Just now you were hit by an arrow. Of course, Jihan easily dodged it with his quick reflexes, and he has already identified the shooter of this arrow. Oh, you managed to dodge it? You're just one lucky bastard. There are 2 opponents. Based on their outfits, one must be an archer and the other a warrior. One for offense, one for defense. It's truly a perfect combination. They must have seen them, just like Dugu Hyuk did before. Jihan, with his shabby outfit and no equipment, needed to act quickly because time was running out. As promised, if the AI takes him out first, then it will belong to you, right? The 2 others whispered to each other. But Jihan could hear all about the players cooperating, which was nothing unusual. In fact, it happened quite often. The purpose of the survival map is for players to battle each other. However, there are no rules prohibiting guilds from teaming up. Jihan noticed the insignia on their shoulders. The archer belongs to one of the top 10 guilds in Korea, called the Guild Alliance. It seems the opponents aren't clueless, relying on luck like Do Gu-hyuk earlier. Moreover, they now have a warrior. Combined with an archer, the mix of close combat and ranged attacks is truly not to be underestimated. Only 60 people remain alive in the arena now, which means the briefing is about to end. Why are these two so eager to take Jihan down? He wasn't looking for a fight. Initially, Jihan thought he just needed to focus. Dodging attacks would allow him to survive easily. But if the opponents came to him with a clear intent to kill, then he shouldn't think that way anymore. If she agrees to have dinner with me, I will spare her his life. The warrior said, "Thanks, but I'll pass." The female archer replied, watching them trade insults openly in front of Jihan. This shows that both see him not as a rival but just an easy target. That feeling is quite uncomfortable. Jihan opened the current score table. He had already taken Gu-hyuk's life, then eliminated a flock of 30 crows. A total of 4 points, just enough to put him at the top. Following him was player Ling Gazan with 3 kills, while the others had only 1 each. A dangerous smile appeared on Jihan's face. If these two, unaware of this, came to him, then he could use their 2 lives to solidify his ranking. Jihan saw the female archer drawing her bow to aim, but before the arrow could be knocked, she received a fatal slash. Jihan felt the opponent was lucky to become a test subject, perfect for his 6 points of combat power, and he sent her on her way in just a second. At that moment, besides the female archer, another person also fell, reducing the total number of survivors in the arena to 58. The warrior witnessed the whole scene, feeling both astonished and furious, his whole body trembling. His teeth clenched together. "How dare you lay a hand on that girl?" Jihan didn't respond to him with words. Instead, he took action. In the arena, and still worrying about picking up girls? Then let's just go for it together. Thinking that, Jihan immediately circled behind his opponent for a surprise attack. His speed had clearly improved. Therefore, the warrior was hit by his strike, but since he was wearing the exclusive B-grade armor of the guild, this slash didn't take him out immediately, but only left a deep crack at the back of his collar. "It's really durable. You'll never break through it with cheap weapons." "Nothing but rags in your hands," he smugly said. But what's the price of provoking Jihan? That would be getting slashed by him dozens of times more. Even if he couldn't take him out in one hit, he could still make that armor gradually crack. "Chasing girls while wearing B-grade armor, are you really here to shout?" "That shouldn't be the case," Jihan declared after shattering his opponent's armor from behind. "I think you should endure a bit more pain." "Nice one!" A shout echoed throughout the arena, but nothing changed. And Jihan sent that guy on his way after the battle ended outside the arena. Many people were rewatching the match, including Lee Haeon, the head of Department BA in the guild's human resources. Next to him was Lim Gazan, Haeon's bodyguard, who also ranked second after Jihan. How relieving, because this person wasn't summoned at the same time as her. Otherwise, instead of achieving second place, she could have been eliminated outright. If facing this person, it would be best to avoid combat with him. "I wonder if that's a good idea or not," Gazan replied irritably. Haeon let out a slight laugh, then reassured her. "Oh, come on, how could my Gazan ever lose? Just fight and defeat him fair and square. That's an order. We need to collect 10 data points, so just fight him. If she says that, then I'll comply," Gazan obediently replied. Until Haeon stood up and left, Lim Gazan still stared intently at the computer screen. She had a feeling she had seen Jihan somewhere before. This cold-faced girl, Gazan, was known for possessing the S-grade talent of the guild's division. She was also a promising member with great potential. Her performance in the cup-winning match that day even exceeded everyone's expectations. Gazan had shown that she was someone with all the right attributes, standing in first place, but a variable occurred because Jihan had appeared and debuted with an impressive 6 kills. This not only astonished Ga John, but also everyone else. They couldn't understand why a young man, who seemingly appeared from nowhere, just a level 2, could rank first. Moreover, he didn't have any equipment or connections with other guilds either. The 2 guild members defeated by Jihan seemed to be the most heavily impacted since they were taken down by someone who started later than the others. They were only wearing a sleeveless shirt and sports shorts, practically unarmed. Yet, they somehow possessed 6 skills, which is definitely not something a level 2 person could achieve. But what kind of monster Jihan truly is, no one knows after the fight. Jihan returned to his comfy sofa. Unsurprisingly, he placed first during the training session. The reward for coming in first was a 50% experience boost, which caused Jihan to jump directly from level BA to level 6. It seems that being a newcomer is why his level increased so rapidly. But this kind of experience also made Jihan feel quite satisfied. After that, he added the BA points he just received into his strength stat. Now, his strength points increased from 9. Next, what Jihan noticed was the title he received after winning. The title of the Bronze Cup Gangnam Guide. That makes him the ruler of the guide rankings. After equipping this title, all stats received a +1 boost, and experience was increased by 20%. Both of these bonuses are only effective within the Bronze Cup. Although this is just a bronze title, it's still pretty solid. Jihan tried equipping it in the system without getting tricked. His strength immediately increased by 10 points. With this stat, the entire bronze cup would be as easy as pie for him. For now, he just needs to focus on training hard to get stronger. However, when checking his information panel, Jihan noticed another thing, which was his currently empty job category, and that he was ready to choose 10 jobs. Choosing 10 jobs is a crucial moment when a new player selects their own profession. There are 4 different choices: warrior, archer, mage, and support. In his previous life, Jihan chose to become a warrior. Since he has already gone through it once, choosing that position again should be much easier this time. Moreover, he also has the achievement shop he acquired after regressing. With this help, even if he chooses a different profession this time, he can still add the warrior profession for just 10,000 achievement points anytime he wants. This is truly an unbelievable deal. So Jihan feels that he doesn't have to choose the warrior profession first anymore. He wants to experience something different. And so, Jihan made an unexpected choice after the first training session. The Bronze Cup in the Gangnam area continues. The next mission is to defend and protect the crystal on top of the tower. The Gangnam Regional Bronze Cup is underway again. The next mission is to defend and protect the gem on the tower. Against the wave of zombies at the foot of the tower, the battle will end if the players can't hold out for at least 5. The Gazon Tower is the first to appear in the mission as a warrior. The elite of the guild's branch, she stands on the high tower looking down and can't help but grimace. Although this is just a game world, those zombies really look disgusting. Then, 2 other players quickly appear. One of them was an archer and the other was a wizard. The archer, equipped with a B-ranked gear, belonged to the LK guild. He seemed quite stable, while the wizard looked flashy, and he hadn't allied with any guild yet. But he had extremely powerful equipment. With teammates like this, Gazon felt very excited. However, the most important factor in this map was the support player. This is because defense ultimately serves as a measure of which side is more resilient. Therefore, the ability of the support role member is the key point of the mission. Just as Gazon thought this, a blinding beam of light fell from the sky. The support she had been waiting for had finally arrived, but what surprised Gazon was that this support was Jihan. This time, he wasn't wearing a sleeveless shirt, but his gear was still remarkably shabby. Huh, is it a defense mission? Jihan innocently asked, turning back 20 minutes ago. His decision was to choose the support role, even though the system had warned that. This role was not suitable for him, but Jihan still resolutely chose it. The reason he chose the support role was, there was only one, which was that no matter how many times he circled around, the system kept warning him that the position was unsuitable for him, but the less suitable something was, the more he wanted to dive in. Choosing to be support meant unlocking the holy power stat, which was a crucial factor. It definitely had to be there if he wanted to unlock a specific stat. The only problem was that this stat was very hard to increase. Furthermore, even with training, it wouldn't increase as easily as other stats. So besides contributing with the remaining points, Ra had no other options. However, Jihan was someone who once possessed the nameless holy skill and was in the process of funneling all attribute points into strength to unlock it. So he couldn't waste those unused points like that, and Jihan knew there was another method. It was a method that was all or nothing, and apart from him, not many AIs knew about it when Jihan appeared. His team was extremely astonished. The leader in the guide with 6 kills chose to be a support. Instead of a warrior, the wizard guy couldn't help but be the first to cover his face and shout, "Oh my god, I'm about to go crazy. This is exactly why I didn't go to the guidance season. Ha ha ha, look at all that gear and clothes on him, damn. Are you a beggar? Do you think I spent how much money buying this pile of shabby gear just to be proud of someone useless like you?" The other side kept cursing lightly. Jihan's face showed no reaction at all. After all, he was used to being insulted by Americans in his previous life. "Hey, you're being a bit too hot-headed. Calm down a little," the archer in the group spoke up to mediate. But the wizard still wouldn't back down. In fact, he got angrier. "Get your hands off me! You still dare to talk to me like that after seeing the pathetic state of that support guy? Can I go home? I don't want to participate in this anymore. You all figure it out yourselves. Damn it, can I go home? I don't want to participate in this anymore. You all figure it out yourselves." Gazon couldn't hold back this remark because of the wizard's loudness. She didn't expect him to be grouped with a troll like Jihan. It seems this mission is going to be a bit tricky. However, just when Gyu-hyuk hadn't thought of a smooth solution, he suddenly heard a loud scream. "Ouch! This wizard, let me go! I said let me go!" It turned out he was currently being. Jihan grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Then, without saying a word, he directly threw the noisy guy out of the tower. Wizards are notoriously fragile. The guy fell right into a horde of zombies. The outcome was obvious. The other 2 watched this scene and gasped loudly. But Jihan didn't seem to regret his seemingly impulsive action at all. "Huh? What do you mean? Didn't he just say that? If you don't like it, then don't play anymore. Anyway, I can still manage just fine without you." A frantic scream rang out. Despite Jihan's indifference, he reached out to stop it. The man bowed his head to the ground, pleading earnestly, "I will do my best." Gyu-hyuk was sweating, exclaiming that it was more than enough. "It's a massacre," he recounted the incident, the one kneeling down begging for forgiveness. It was Kim Do-gyu-hyuk. There must be a reason this troublesome wizard suddenly changed his attitude. Players have 3 lives in the defense game at the tournament. He respawned right after being eliminated. Jihan killed him the first time, remembering he was standing on a high wall, saying, "Oh, right, I can respawn." Then he got killed again, and now he only had 1 life left. If he died one more time, Jihan's face was icy, showing no emotion. He asked, "What's up?" Yu-hyuk continued to bow his head and swore, "From now on, I will work hard." Jihan knew he would rank last, but for Yu-hyuk, he gritted his teeth, telling himself, "No matter what, I can't be last. If I come in last, I'll be penalized and lose a level. And the skills I bought will disappear if the player's level doesn't match the requirements. Required skills will be automatically erased." Jihan realized Yu-hyuk's thoughts. He exposed him, flipping the script quickly. Duehan mocked, "Why don't you try attacking like last time?" Yu-hyuk, furious, immediately stood up, flailing his arms and legs, shouting loudly, "Stay away, you bastard!" Jihan teased him again. "You're so good at that fire magic, huh?" The comment left Yu-hyuk bewildered. He suddenly remembered, smiling happily. "Oh, right. Fire blast!" Yu-hyuk confidently asserted. "When fighting against a whole army, a fire mage is really useful." He boasted, "That's me, and by the way, I'm level 15. Yu-hyuk's voice continued to ring out defiantly. "I'm sure you don't want to lose a talented asset like me." Gaezon, standing behind, had been watching the whole situation. She sighed, thinking, "I thought they all looked alike. But that's really Kim Yu-hyuk." Meanwhile, he once belonged to one of the top 10 guilds and was respected by everyone, but Yu-hyuk. Hyuk had lost 4 times in the silver rank promotion tournament, recalling the scene where he confidently declared, "I'm done." After that, Yu-hyuk went around causing trouble. Now back to the present, Gaezon was disheartened, assessing him as someone who had lost 7 times. Meanwhile, Jihan remained completely calm. As everyone was still reacting, Yu-hyuk suddenly spoke up. "But I have a condition." He confidently pointed his finger at Jihan, demanding that he apologize for killing him. "I'll join your team, Kimbum." Hearing this, everyone chimed in. "Great, why don't we team up?" Yu-hyuk's eyes glinted with intense anger and hatred. He silently cursed, "You bastard, I'm sure." Lost in thought, Jihan's hand reached out, grabbing his collar, leaving him bewildered. Not understanding what was happening, Jihan coldly mocked, "Are you asking me to say sorry?" Yu-hyuk still didn't understand what he was saying. His face remained confused like a duck, but just a few seconds later, his entire body suddenly jolted violently, causing Yu-hyuk to scream in shock. "Wait, Jihan." Without hesitation, he was directly thrown from the ground up into the sky, and Jihan said, "People will think I started the fight." With that, Jihan readied his weapon, preparing for battle, since Yu-hyuk couldn't do anything but let himself fall freely from the high floor. His voice screamed in despair. Just a few seconds later, the system announced, "Class, Mage Kim Do-gyu-hyuk has died." Gaezon, witnessing this scene, was also taken aback. Jihan, on the other hand, showed no special expression, urging, "Let's go," Jihan added. "Next time that bastard should understand things a bit better." This event left Kim Bum behind, looking completely stunned, realizing in confusion, he's really dead. Below the tower, a horde of zombies was still desperately climbing to the top of the tower, but then with just one command, "Shoot them out!" In a blaze of fire, the group looked at the results and couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly a fire mage." And that fire really did something. "We just escaped the bottom of the leaderboard. Should we go roast some potatoes?" Kim Bum also exclaimed, "That's why we need a mage here. So what should we do next?" He complained, "Everything would have been fine if we had Yu-hyuk's support. But you killed him. We're about to lose because of your stupid ego." Jihan didn't care much. He calmly opened the limited mission status window. Claim the top position in 10 towers. Reward, 1,000 achievement points. The system announced a new notification. There is a linked mission. This information surprised Jihan. A linked mission? Mission content. Origin of the Undead. Kill 1,000 zombies yourself. Reward, 3,000 achievement points. After reading it, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Killing 1,000 by myself is practically impossible at this point." Now Jihan stroked his chin in thought, but he didn't want to lose those 3,000 points. In the distance, Gaezon was quietly observing his every move. Gaezon had been assessing Mr. Jihan for a while. She concluded that he was indeed the worst choice. Gaezon turned away, no longer wanting to look, and decided to follow her own will. His class is just support, and even his character stats shouldn't be treated like that with teammates by an amateur gamer. She believed there was no reason to split the guild branch. Yet, they are still pursuing him like that. On this side, Kim Bum remained stubborn. "I have to ask you until the end. Answer me. Are you deliberately ignoring me? If you keep acting like this, then fight on your own." Jihan was startled and asked back, "Can I really do that?" The unexpected question left Kim Bum stunned. "What? You're actually considering it? I will complete the mission if I can take out these zombies by myself." Gaezon moved forward, preparing to draw his weapon. She took the initiative to accept the mission. "I will go first. You cover from behind," Gaezon silently reassured himself. The outcome is clear, 10 tenths already, but I need to fulfill my responsibilities as a player. Jihan, on the other hand, did not refuse, he responded, his answer leaving Gazon a bit bewildered, unable to process it right away. Jihan further explained, when I say I will do it, I will do it. I'm clearing the way, you remind her to protect him. A light reminder startled Kim Bum, who indignantly shouted, "Hey there!" as the three were chatting by the edge of the building. An uninvited hand reached the top of a grotesque red golem that appeared. Kim Bum was so scared he stumbled over his words. "It's a blood zombie," Kim Bum warned in fear. "It's not like those ordinary zombies. Its head is liquid, so physical attacks won't kill it." Without waiting for the AI to say anything, the blood zombie directly lunged at the group. Jihan looked at the opponent and assessed that this battle would be tough. Jihan remained extremely calm. He used his lightspeed ability, directly wielding his weapon, charging straight at the blood zombie, piercing it into 100 pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Gazon and Kim Bum were horrified at the sight, and Gazon quickly realized that was the white holy fire, the divine power at this moment. Jihan's eyes were cold and determined. With a firm grip on the weapon, he prepared to charge at the swarm of blood zombies, which were numerous. With their grotesque appearance, they kept charging in, each slash powerful. A decisive attack prevented it from retaliating. With a single move, he struck his weapon down hard, into one side of the blood zombie's face, causing it to contort in pain, the agony not stopping. Another one lunged forward, its eyes blazing with fire, its mouth wide open, growling, wanting to devour a human. But Jihan only needed one move, and with the weapon in hand, he quickly took it down. Once done, he sheathed his sword and said, "I don't know if I can do this." Jihan moved towards the edge of the fortress, where other blood zombies were actively climbing up, he told himself, "But let's give it a try." Then, along with the monster's relentless climbing, the system announced 1,000 zombies. Mission link. Number of zombies defeated. 6 out of 1,000. Jihan continued to fight tirelessly, his eyes resolute and sharp, determined to take down each terrifying monster. Subsequently, announcements rang out continuously about the mission link. Number of zombies defeated, 12 out of 1,000. Just as he killed the next one, another announcement came through. Mission link report. Number of zombies defeated, 13 out of 1,000, after a series of slashes. Mission link, number of zombies defeated, 19 out of 1,000, continuing with a massacre scene. Mission link, number of zombies defeated, 26 out of 1,000. Jihan assessed that these blood zombies, physical attacks are nothing against them. You realize when you see them, I'm going to unleash a small amount of holy power and kill them all. So immediately, Jihan continues to unleash his skills to take down the zombies on the other side. Gazon and Kim Bum just stood there, stunned, watching Jihan fight. He even admired, exclaiming, "Awesome, this support is no joke." He joyfully continued, "Even though he's a bit of a slacker, I have to admit he's really good." "Well done, amazing." Gazon was completely confused about what he was seeing. She thought he was comfortably controlling the holy power while fighting without wasting it. This level of control is truly insane. Gazon's eyes widened in astonishment. More importantly, it was this person. She continued to observe Jihan's slaughter and noted that from the very beginning, he had always aimed for the heads of the monsters, with maximum precision. Under Jihan's clean white shoes, the grotesque blood zombies fell one after another. System notification, linked mission, number of zombies eliminated, 207 out of 1,000, qualification achieved. You stand there with the system notification. You have fully understood the faith in another world. Holy power has increased from 6 to 7. After hearing the notification, Jihan smiled with satisfaction. "I know another way to increase my holy power." He looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "Awesome." Jihan realized it and saw that it actually worked. The holy artifacts are sacred items, 2,100. When the Earth Guidance Lock is activated, for the first time they were sold at a very high price. According to rumors, all items contained secrets. After 15 years, no one found any secrets, and their value plummeted immediately, especially for the holy artifacts from another world. They became worthless. Many people didn't even know of their existence. However, the first rank in the United States, rank BA, the Saintess Sophia said, "I have enhanced my holy power with the holy artifacts from another world." Jihan was a bit stunned upon hearing this, asking again, "What? At the first rank in the United States, the American branch?" Sophia explained that you can enhance your holy power with holy artifacts from another world. But after you complete the guidance lock, it will no longer be effective. Jihan found it hard to believe and asked again, "Can it really be done?" She affirmed, "Of course, that's the way to help me become a saintess." Sophia further explained that if you hold holy artifacts from another world for a long time and pray, you can attain holy power. However, the requirements for each item vary slightly. Jihan was also a bit surprised after hearing this. He rubbed his head and exclaimed in disbelief that no one knows such an easy method like this. Sophia replied, "Well, even if they hear rumors about it, these holy artifacts are provided in very limited quantities. Even if you look for them, you might not find them." After hearing that, Jihan silently agreed, "That's true. and it only works during training. He was puzzled. So, that's how she can exclusively own the holy artifact? Sophia thought for a moment and replied, it's not entirely like that. Not everyone knows about high-quality information, and another player knows about this information too. She recounted that there was an AI continuously buying items from other worlds. Jihan recalled the past after he had returned to the attic apartment of the Sword Temple in the dark room. The items were piled up messily, making him wonder. He recognized these things. They were all holy artifacts from other worlds. Their holy artifacts had been drained, so now they were completely empty. Holy artifacts from other worlds. The Holy Grail, nullifying holy artifacts from other worlds. The Holy Cross, nullifying holy artifacts from other worlds. A nullifying pendant. Jihan stood there looking at them and wondered, could it be that the identity of the player has collected 10 holy artifacts from other worlds? Another holy maiden he knew was his sister, Seongji, who accompanied Jun Se-jin. His sister was the strongest supporter in Korea, known to people as a hero. Although the story of her death happened in the past, the holy artifacts remained. Jihan quickly put on a jacket, his face slightly sad as he remembered his sister. He looked over and found the steel staff. That was the holy artifact left behind, a steel staff of item grade, a holy artifact from another world. The priests in the other world strengthened their faith by striking their cult members with this staff. Now Jihan holds it in his hands, based on the item description. His own sect, now Jihan holds it in his hands, based on the item description. At present, he has shattered the skulls of the zombies, and the item level is decreasing, Jihan thought to himself. There probably isn't much holy power left to absorb, but it is still a perfect item to smash through these things. The team witnessing this was utterly amazed. While Gazon was still staring in shock at Jihan fighting, she silently judged. Although his physical strength is impressive, his keyboard control level is even more unbelievable in SAO. Meanwhile, Kim Bum, standing next to Gazon, didn't think much and kept exclaiming, "This is amazing!" Kim Bum's eyes sparkled as if he encountered a divine being. He said to Gazon, "Warrior, there's a red tower over there. It's at a very high level, right at the top 5. He kept rambling on without realizing that behind, I am a blood ghoul, wide-mouthed and ready to bite. What do you think about joining and helping them? Gazon didn't think much and immediately drew her sword to fight. She decisively slashed a few times, her body and stance incredibly agile and skillful. It was because of Gazon's actions that caught Jihan's attention. Over here, he turned around to observe. Jihan couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with that person? I feel like I've seen her before. He vaguely guessed it was Dao Ha Kiem, Ling Gazon, right? Jihan thought while fighting monsters. She was once famous for the temporary title of Sword King, but did not achieve good results. He recalled that she had died at the hands of Jun Se-jin. He didn't know if it was true or not, but somehow, he saved Dao Hua Kiem once again. While lost in thought, Gazon spoke up to offer assistance. She suggested, "Can we join you? If we fight together, I think we can reach a higher level." Jihan's face was cold, showing no emotion. He silently opened the status window. Then, Jihan checked, placing 5th with 398 linked mission ranks. The number of zombies eliminated was 397 out of 1,000, still a fairly large amount, the system announced. The remaining time is 1 hour, 28 minutes, and 67 seconds. Jihan realized they didn't have much time left. If it was Dao Hoa Kiem, she could still manage without him. At this moment, Kim Bum was still dazed, praising like a cow wearing a hat. "And you too, warrior. Our team is the best." Jihan reluctantly agreed to the proposal. With a 3-person team officially fighting together, he thought, let everything continue, and then directly left his original position. After that, Jihan took off to another place, reminding Gazon, "You take care of things here." She and Kim Bum were both incredibly confused. Both of them stared blankly at Jihan's back. At this moment, he was letting himself drop freely from the high tower to the ground. The iron bar in his hand glowed as if infused with power. Jihan's gaze also clearly displayed determination, ready for action. He silently told himself, "I'll take everything and blow it all to pieces." At that moment, above the tower, Kim Bum was still staring in confusion. He exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god! We are at the top." The system reminded, "You are the last survivors. You have completed the limited mission." At the top of 10 towers. Jihan sighed, pondering. Just as predicted, he wondered if this was a bit too much at the moment. The linked mission to kill 1,000 zombies, 560 out of 1,000. Immediately after, the announcement stated, "The game has ended." A teleportation circle appeared beneath his feet. Kim Bum saw Jihan reappearing at the top of the tower. He immediately thanked, "Thank you so much, that was awesome." Jihan, on the other hand, didn't care about him at all. He considered, "Once I get stronger, I'll give it another shot." Meanwhile, Kim Bum continued to chatter non-stop. "Thank you for taking the lead. You are truly number one, the best." Jihan was worried again. He wondered if a mission like that would appear again. Meanwhile, the useless Kim Bum kept showering him with praise. "I always believed in you." He's scheduled to team up again next time. Gazon was currently standing alone in a corner. The chaotic emotions made it impossible for her to calm down, with continuous thoughts ringing in her head. Can a truly independent player accomplish this alone in SAO? She looked at the pile of strange monster corpses, wondering, furthermore, he's even a lower-level support than me. Is this a game glitch? She turned to look at Jihan. Just then, Kim Bum told them, well, I'm logging out now. The system then announced, an allied player has logged out. Jihan, covered in dirt, thought he should also go claim his reward. But just as he was about to leave, Gazon suddenly called out, CEO Jihan. He glanced at her and thought of a name, Dao Hua Kiem. Jihan asked, you know me? He pondered. At this point, we shouldn't have met privately yet, Gazon was reminding herself. I need to talk to him. She observed Jihan from head to toe, assessing his potential and accomplishments, which he had displayed in the recent battles. We need this person in our guild division. You are Lim Gazon, a member of the guild division, so to recruit him, she proactively extended an invitation. Please give me your phone number. After that, Gazon fell silent, leaving an awkward atmosphere. As if realizing what she had just said, Gazon's face suddenly went blank. Jihan asked again, what? She began to get flustered and stammered. What I mean, Island. You realize this process isn't quite right. Have I explained everything? Is this the first time we've talked and I've already asked for his number? That's not how to behave. Trying to ask for someone's number on the first meeting, I've been too careless. Gazon hesitated to introduce herself. I am a member of the guild. Meanwhile, he looked at her with a sympathetic gaze. She hinted at it for work purposes. Not letting Gazon finish, Jihan directly replied, I'm sorry, please explain. Right now, I honestly can't remember my number. The answer left Gazon dumbfounded, making her wonder what was going on. Jihan then browsed the system and promised that if she and he had the opportunity to meet again, he would give her his number then. That's it, goodbye. After saying that, Jihan quickly logged out, disappearing before Gazon's eyes. The system then announced that an allied player had logged out. Gazon stood there in confusion, wondering, why can't he remember his own number? She sighed after everything that had happened in her heart. Unable to help but marvel at the experiences she had witnessed, Gazon wondered, did I just get rejected? Transitioning to Jihan the next morning, he hesitated as he walked down the street. Jihan recalled, realizing he had only used his American number for quite a while. What was his Korean phone number again? You feel helpless, thinking there's no way you can ask someone else what your phone number, Island. Jihan's face is cold, showing no emotion. He has a vague suspicion that he was just recruited. Jihan looks up at the recruitment advertisement for the Zills and tells himself he seems to stand out too much. Jihan reminds himself, actually, I could ask for her number, but right now I have no intention of joining the guild. Then he opens his status window, reminding himself, the most important thing right now is the CEO reward. Jihan level 8. Information link for the Gangnam District Cup. A power of 10 mana, 6 holy power, 7 support professions, F-rank Traveler's Eye ability. Can see information on other players, nicknamed the Dominator, GP Guidance Part 1500. He carefully calculates that he has leveled up 2 levels and has received 1500 GP. Jihan thinks to himself, considering that holy power has also increased, it's not too bad. The GP shop displays a list of rare items from other worlds. E-rank hammer, 3000 GP. Rare item from another world. E-rank rake, 3000 GP. Rare item from another world. E-rank work gloves, 3000 GP. Jihan realizes with a headache that 1500 GP can't buy any relics. He remembers 2000. 20,000 is cheaper, but still at this price. Jihan reminds himself that he should go home and earn a bit more. Inside the building, the elevator doors slowly close. The display shows floor 67. Jihan's hands glide over the fingerprint lock of the room door. Then, he slowly opens the door, stepping into the house. As soon as he enters, something catches Jihan's eye, leaving him a bit dazed. He suddenly stands frozen, his eyes wide with astonishment and surprise, a pair of schoolgirl shoes. Neatly placed outside the entryway of the room, Jihan is holding a bag of pottery. Long hair, confused and bewildered, he's so shocked that he drops the bag he's holding to the ground. Jihan knows that everyone has moments in their lives they regret forever. In his previous life, he had many regrets as well. Jihan wonders if it's because his hands are shaking. His hands tremble, wanting to open that door. Jihan knows that the thing he regrets the most is the fact that he couldn't protect that person. The woman's hair gently sweeps in front of Jihan, leaving him momentarily unable to react. Her voice rings out clear and sweet. What a surprise! You're up and out at this hour? She worries and asks if he still feels nauseous. Jihan had promised himself that if they met again, he would have so much to say to that person, reminiscing about old memories. The woman approaches to comfort Jihan. It's going to be okay, you. At this moment, he is falling deep into his emotions, his indifference causing Jihan to speak coldly. Say, you're really strong, she calmly affirms with sad eyes. That's right, you're very strong. Seiya gently approaches, taking the bottle of alcohol from his hands and comforting him. So from now on, I will protect you. Jihan was deeply moved at that moment, thanking her for protecting him. And when that naive statement echoed, so please trust me, okay? Jihan was utterly shattered by the pain. When he had to accept that, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, in the ruins of devastation. This place had completely broken Jihan down, as the only thing left in his heart was a cold, lifeless body. Covered in wounds, he screamed and realized that it was truly shameless for his uncle to say such a thing. But I really miss you. Right in front of him was the image of little Sei, innocent, bright smile reminding him, why aren't you answering? Hurry up and wash your hands. She smiled cheerfully, her clear voice calling for him in the empty, cold room. Two people, as if returning from the dead, saw each other once again, feeling the warmth and existence of one another. At that moment, Jihan painfully called out a name with all his affection and reverence, fearing it would shatter in an instant. Sei. In the living room now, in front of Jihan, was Jun Seiya, who was 18 years old this year. She is the daughter of Jun Jin, along with Jihan's sister, and also his niece. Jihan asked, so, did your group activity in Jeju end? Seiya shyly scratched her head and replied, in the end, I was the only one who finished it early, because the girl was born when my sister Jihan. Working hard to support the two kids, he had taken care of Seiya since she was very young. She said everyone was going crazy over dad. On the TV screen, breaking news was showing, the king, Jun Jin, has joined the new self-defense army. Is the future of the Korean season safe like this? For Jihan, who lost his family from a young age, Seiya was even more important than anything else, because she was his family. Right now she was shyly announcing, now it's just me and you at home. Jihan then remembered that bastard's name. Seiya didn't hear what he said clearly. She asked back curiously, but Jihan explained, it's nothing. Has your dad contacted you? After hearing the question, her attitude changed. Seiya recounted the story. I tried to contact him earlier, but I couldn't get through. Seiya continued. Jihan anxiously asked, but what? She hesitated. The thing is, he's fallen in love. Then recalling that moment, the man coldly told her that. Anyone is fine, you just need to know that. Seiya anxiously asked back, what did dad mean? Why did he suddenly say he fell in love? Is dad crazy? The voice on the other end replied, I don't expect you to understand. She yelled into the phone, what am I supposed to do now? Is dad planning to abandon me and leave like this? He coldly replied, that's right. Sejin didn't hesitate to say that this is the condition that girl offered, to accept my feelings. After hearing that, Seiya froze, painfully asking back, so dad, are you telling me to accept that ridiculous condition? He ignored his daughter and coldly replied, I'm hanging up now. After hearing the whole story, Jihan instantly boiled with rage. That trash! Seiya looked at his face, slightly confused. Jihan felt helpless, could only sigh, thinking to himself, no way. You're always putting on a nice guy facade, but you're an ungrateful and irresponsible jerk who has abandoned both his daughter and his country for just one girl. Jihan stood there, fuming, fists clenched because Seiya was innocent and had to suffer because of you. In the midst of her swirling resentment, she suddenly asked, Uncle, you broke the family picture here, right? Jihan was startled. Oh no, he awkwardly explained. Sorry, Seiya, I got too angry and lost control. Jihan blamed himself, thinking he might have gone too far. After all, that guy was still CA's father, but what she said next made Jihan completely unsure how to react. Why were you the one who broke it first? She innocently raised her fist and said, I want to do that too. Seiya, in her innocence, was actually comforting him, saying, don't worry, uncle. Really, I'm fine. He realized, right, this is truly Seiya, if her mother, who is also Jihan's sister, were to die. Even if Seiya's father, Jun Jin, betrayed and left, that girl would still always wear a bright and cheerful smile. Seiya cared for Jihan more than for herself, but he looked at her in the present and told himself not to be like that anymore. His face softened. Jihan gently reached out, softly patting the little girl's head. Then, Jihan lightly pulled her into his embrace and whispered, Seiya, you've grown up. You know how to take care of your uncle now. Seiya looked confused, could only respond, it's okay. And Jihan silently vowed to himself that from now on, he would protect this little niece. Jihan gently reminded her not to take on too much. Seiya, initially surprised by his words, then softly closed her eyes. Feeling the warmth radiating from his affection, she replied, yes, thank you, uncle. Then Seiya spoke up to start a conversation. By the way, uncle, Jihan asked curiously, what's wrong? Seiya sat up straight and whispered, you smell really sweet. The scene shifts to the early morning in the urban city of Seoul, Gangnam, where Gazon was still in the gloomy mood from yesterday's battle. Hajeon also heard that story. Gazon saw her trying to suppress a smile and immediately called her out. She could laugh freely, but Lady Hajeon couldn't take it anymore and trembled as she replied, no, I'm sorry. Gazon coldly said, just laugh. As if waiting for this cue, Hajeon burst out laughing in the hallway. Causing those walking by to stop and stare at her, she awkwardly said, I'm really sorry. Gazon. Really, although Gazon said that, she still acted a bit pouty. Hajeon laughed until tears streamed down her face and exclaimed, that guy is really funny. The potential Lim Gazon asked for his ID number and was turned down. Why? Above all, that's why I don't remember my ID number anymore. It's really strange. Gazon also felt incredibly sad about this. She shared, I can't do anything. People say, the first time someone appears in front of the opposite sex, they will be judged by their appearance. Honestly, I'm not as beautiful as you, miss. I look more like a boy. After hearing that, Hajon turned around to look at Gaezon, frowning, thinking there was a problem. She didn't know how famous she was. How could a passerby accidentally overhear this? They went around spreading that she is charming. Should I ask her out? Others reminded him that she is like a watermelon. Now Hajon walked ahead of Gaezon and casually reminded her that if she goes out and wanders around, she would get scolded. The scene shifts to the lunch area of the building. Gaezon sighed and approached Hajon. Only here do I feel most relaxed. So, what do you plan to do about hiring CEO Jihan? She calmly blew on her teacup to cool it down. What do you mean by that? What do I plan to do? Either way, I need to hire him. That crazy old man told me to do that. I feel so much pressure, Gaezon suggested. I think CEO Jihan, he has talent. We should hire him. Hazeon didn't respond to this suggestion, calmly enjoying her tea. Suddenly, there was a sound from the table. Hazeon's phone screen lit up, displaying a line of information, predicting the winner on the battlefield. She then immediately focused on the system panel and wondered, what is this? Why did this guy suddenly start streaming? There must be a big match today. Gaezon looked at it and scoffed. Miss, are you still watching this ridiculous broadcast? Hazeon replied a bit annoyed. What's so ridiculous about this? It's simply a strategic analysis broadcast. After hearing that, Gaezon suddenly itched, realizing, simply, then she pointed at the system panel and wondered. That Miss Haeon was also confused, then recognized a name. CEO Jihan. On the screen, he was adjusting the filming equipment and asked, Is Seiya okay? Right away, the viewers were startled. What comment? Is this the broadcast for today's winner? CEO Jihan hasn't been on air for a long time, and today the frame looks great. Does this guy even check the title of the broadcast? Then, a naive voice of hers echoed on the screen. All right, uncle on the phone, I'm fine too. After watching, Gaezon was also startled and asked, Is this broadcast? Are you watching to predict the winner? How could Hajon be so lost and stammer? It's not important anymore. Seong Jihan. This person on the screen displayed a line, I am the sister-in-law of the Sword King. Haeon said in confusion, he says he's the sister-in-law of the Sword King, just that name. Was enough to make everyone follow the broadcast, exclaiming, Really? Look at the Song Sword statue. It seems he's at the Sword Palace, so you know the Song Sword statue? They kept sending comments. With all kinds of emotions, from negative to positive. This is the rooftop of the Sword Palace. If you're not a relative of Jun Se-jin, you can't come in. What? You dare to casually call the Sword King's name like that? It's more appropriate to call him the bastard betraying the Sword King. On Jihan's side, he stood in front of the camera and asked, Seiya, can you step back a little? She obediently replied, Yes. And those in the comments kept sending their opinions. Seiya, the Sword King's daughter. What if Jun Se-jin is the traitor? Could it be that his daughter is the same? The Sword King is not a traitor, he's just deceiving the Japanese. To bring benefits back to our country, the comments suddenly became a place where people asked each other in confusion. When they saw Jihan starting to practice this spell. Wait, what is he doing? His back looks great, does he train often? Hold on, no way. In the midst of Jihan, he gently pressed his foot, then stomped hard on the ground, creating large cracks from the center. Jihan, the cracks on the ground grew larger, forming a circle around him, standing like a formation. The power was transmitted to the twin swords mounted on the high wall, both Hajon and Gaezon. Everyone who saw this felt extremely shocked. Viewers immediately commented in awe. That crazy guy, a groundbreaking representative of Korea, the twin sword statue proudly displayed to the world along with the cracks on the rooftop. A comment appeared, your twin sword statue has been destroyed. At this moment, at Jihan's place, the scene became a chaotic wasteland. The ground was shattered, and the two twin swords on the wall still stood tall. Standing firm, Jihan decisively raised his hand, charging towards the twin swords to attack them. The viewers were immediately stunned, continuously commenting, Stop, I'm warning you. Goodbye, you traitorous bastard. Don't do that. But Jihan didn't read those comments at all. He simply didn't care. The way people would look at what he did made the views continuously rise. Along with the lively comments, look at the views going up. Who leaked the news? Hey, daring to do that to the Sword King. This bastard isn't afraid of the Sword King's family? Is his brother still idolizing the traitor? What a backward person, oh my. Hey, Jun Se-jin's family has fallen apart. The Sword King will be furious at what these people are saying. Those audacious ones. Is he really the sister-in-law of Jun Se-jin? Truly crazy. Speak English, will you? The system then also announced. Achievement unlocked. Jihan's shirt just got hit hard, so it couldn't take it, and tore at the shoulder. He sighed in relief and said, I feel lighter now. Jihan's hand clenched, gathering strength. He recalled his plan. Next, he would achieve his goal. I will talk about the citizenship of Sword King Jun Se-jin, a live broadcast system from 8th.net, a platform. Popular and holds the largest market share globally. This is part of BattleNet, the battle achievement. Viewer engagement. An engagement of 2, hitting 1,000 dislikes, achieving 1,000 likes. Viewer count. The number of subscribers and views allowed Jihan to earn reward points once he reached a certain level with CEO Jihan. The title of Sword King's brother-in-law is a great opportunity for him to claim all the rewards. After the shocking punch to the online world, the system continuously rang with achievement notifications. You have achieved. Viewer engagement, a common achievement, you have reached 100,000 dislikes. And see, user commented asking everyone, did he break that with his bare hands? Jihan's eyes glanced over. Looking at the system boards continuously displaying beside him, he silently felt satisfied. As expected, so many dislikes. Who would have thought Junsei Jin would become useful one day? Comments kept pouring in. People were very upset and wrote nasty remarks. How dare you destroy the dual sword monument? It's a symbol of the Sword King. What if because of you, the Sword King never returns? Jihan thought of a black logo featuring dual swords, frowning slightly, realizing it was the Sword King's clan. They are die-hard fans of Junsei Jin, the ones who pushed Seiya to the brink, even though they give absolute support to Junsei Jin. But their anger also grew stronger, and that fury began to turn towards Junsei Jin's only blood relative. Junseo! They used words to corner the girl. The Sword King left this country because of his unruly daughter. Seiya must die for the Sword King to return. Kill her once and for all. Their actions caused harm to the girl. Words were like sharp swords, killing Sei. Just recalling it made him furious, grinding his teeth, veins bulging. They needed that AI to vent their anger. Thinking that, Jihan wasted no time and spoke up. I hope everyone listens to these words carefully. He told himself he would be happy to become the target. Then, he decisively raised his hand. The power activated, causing the stone tablet behind to shatter instantly. People looked on, even more enraged. They angrily sent out comments cursing, "Stop right there, you little brat! You tell us to listen but already started smashing things?" Then Jihan boldly declared before all the viewers, Junsei Jin will not return. Witnessing this, CA became dazed for a month. Everyone closely observed each of her actions. And the face of the young man on the screen was recognized by someone. It was none other than CEO Jihan. So, the guy from the bronze tutorial? He's just a bronze rank. Look at how he exaggerates everything. Can you believe he broke the Song Kim statue and people still say that? I don't care about the Song Kim statue, but I think those idiot members of the Kim Vung clan are definitely brain-dead, Jihan. On the contrary, not caring about those comments, you presented it right on your phone screen and announced it. I will let everyone listen to the original recording. This is a call between Ryuhei and his daughter after deciding to take Japanese citizenship. Then each word in the recording was amplified, the voice of a young girl asking, "Dad, what's going on? Why did you leave so suddenly, Dad?" The man's voice replied, "I have found the person I love. What do you mean? I just want what's best for her." Hazeon and Gazon felt uneasy when they heard the recording. She gritted her teeth in anger, thinking he's such a jerk. Seiya's voice then rang out, "Are you really going to leave me here?" The viewers were all stunned. They questioned, "Really?" The people in the window must be speechless. The man's cold voice responded to confirm, "Yes." He explained that was her condition, to accept my feelings. After this statement, Jihan turned off the recording. He turned to look at Seiya's expression. The viewers were anxious. Some commented, "International marriage? That's a barrier. How is that possible? We can't trust it. It's definitely fake news." News? Can this even be called news? At most, it's just gossip. Seiya, on the other hand, didn't feel sad at all. She subtly nodded as a signal to Jihan, to indicate that his action was very right. Then, Seiya appeared on screen. She introduced herself. "Hello everyone, I am Junsei, the daughter of Kim Vung." The moment they saw her youthful face, they commented, "She's so pretty." Then, she calmly shared, "That was really a shock for me. I'm here because I have something to announce. My father said he will leave the sword bow for me." The audience reacted with comments, expressing admiration, jealousy. "Really? What's my dad doing? Go earn your own money and buy a house for your dad. That idiot." But then Seiya said, "However, I cannot accept it. Inheriting from someone who abandoned the country and family like that. So the building he left for me. I would like to donate to the country." The viewers exploded at this. They sat up asking each other, "Is she crazy? Did we hear that wrong? If you're going to do that, I would rather it be for me," CA affirmed. "I hope my contribution can support and help in training players in Korea." You were momentarily speechless. Jihan stood beside her, and after hearing his little niece finish speaking, he couldn't help but smile with joy. Seiya said her final words, "I will share detailed information soon." Going back 30 minutes, Seiya startledly asked Jihan, "Do you want us to donate our house?" She looked puzzled, pinched his cheek, and asked, "You don't look drunk at all?" Jihan was currently drying his wet hair. He said irritably, that hurts." She still didn't understand the reason for this action, and asked, "Why do you want me?" "Donate everything we have." "Are you crazy?" Jihan reassured her. "I'm sober, Seiya." He glanced away, secretly admitting that. He wasn't confident he could convince her, but let's see who gets convinced. At that moment, Jihan had pulled Seiya to look at the building. She still doubted, asking again, "Are you serious?" He asserted firmly, "Trust me, because we're not selling a building. that an average person couldn't build in a lifetime. What we're doing is donating it. But Jihan had to do everything to convince her. He just wanted the best for Seiya. After Junjun Seijin defeated Korea as Japan's representative, the anger of the citizens of Korea grew increasingly uncontrollable during a match between Korea and Japan. Junjun Seijin participated as Japan's representative. Korea lost badly to Japan, with the biggest contributor not being the Sword King, but Jun Seijin. The furious public demanded the Hunter Association eliminate Junjun Seijin. Anyone who benefited from Junjun Seijin had to take responsibility, including Junjun Seijin's family and those related to the Sword King, had to be held accountable. The government couldn't calm their anger and had to confiscate all of Junjun Seijin's assets. The traitor Junjun Seijin will have to remember us. Jihan really wanted to tell his little niece that. We have nowhere else to go. We can't bear the Sword King family always lurking, threatening, and taking your life. Anyway, it's being confiscated, so it's better to donate it to appease them than to threaten and take your life. And protecting her safety is more important than careful calculations. When it was done, he realized he had a headache. Seiya probably sees me as just a lazy uncle, staying home drinking all day. I can't even tell her I come from the future. At this moment, Seiya was still staring blankly at her uncle, her eyes shining with hope. For a specific explanation for her, but before he could, Jihan had to say anything. Seiya suddenly spoke up. Okay. After hearing that, Jihan awkwardly asked Seiya, "You really see it?" She coldly turned away and asked back, "What's your reaction, uncle? If I agree, then you suddenly change your attitude." He hesitated. "You mean it's a bit unreasonable, right?" Jihan stammered to explain. "You, not the type of person who would blurt out such things, and moreover, didn't let him finish." Seiya turned back to tease. "It's been a while since I've seen this side of you, a confident uncle." Upon hearing this, Jihan was taken aback, momentarily unsure how to respond. Then, he smiled and sighed, thinking to himself, "I wonder who this girl takes after." Jihan glanced at his niece and affirmed, "She really is very talented." But what he didn't expect was that after the CEO's announcement, many people with profile pictures of dual swords commented with not-so-nice words, representing the Sword King family. "Let me tell you, your CEO has been deceived. That guy is a fraud. Isn't CEO Jihan the Sword King's brother-in-law? He's definitely a Japanese spy planted here." You read those comments sarcastically, thinking, "Nice, keep insulting me like the way you guys are doing. That's why the people in the Kiemvung clan wouldn't cause trouble with Seiya, but I must ensure I achieve the ultimate goal." The Samsung camera is still flashing. Jihan remembers a name, Jun Seijin. Then, to prevent his nephew from reading unpleasant comments, he decides to step up. "To be honest, I think I've done quite well." Everyone watching this part is a bit confused, asking, "What is he talking about?" Jihan continues to ramble on. He says it's all for a woman, but the truth is, whoever knows him will find out. Sean is also left bewildered after hearing this. She awkwardly calls out to him, thinking, this isn't in the script, but he doesn't care. Everyone insists it's because he's past his prime. Those watching picked up on this comment. Immediately, emotions explode and comments flood in. Is this guy high or what? He keeps going. Do you think we don't know you ran off to Japan because you realized you couldn't do anything in Korea? The person with the dual sword avatar commented, "Warning, to taxi driver Jihan, watch your words." Another person lamented. Taxi driver Jihan, bronze rank, declares, "Jin's time is over." Both Hajon and Gazon hearing this also feel their brains fry. Riding the wave, he decisively rips off one sleeve and warns, "Be careful in Japan, because when we meet again, I'll take you to the end." The viewers then burst into a fit of laughter. They continually send sarcastic and mocking comments. "Rio is in big trouble now. Can you speak English? Korea is always having civil wars. Look at them being jealous of us. Go back to your country. How dare you come here?" I'm really looking forward to the match between Korea and Japan. The sunset descends over the glamorous city, making the scene peaceful. Beautiful and poetic, in Jihan's house, Seiya anxiously asks, "Do we really have to do this, uncle?" She's scrolling through her phone, nervously saying that now both Korea and Japan are in chaos. Jihan calmly reassures her. He says it's fine and to ignore them, don't watch anymore, or it'll get tense. Seiya is still doubtful, but something feels off about him. It feels like after last night, he turned into a different person. He hears these words. Immediately feeling a pang of anxiety in his heart, the girl understands that too. How could he act normal? After dying and coming back to life, Jihan teases his uncle, guessing that she thinks he looks like those drunkards. Right? Seiya quickly denies, "No way, why do you think that, even though it's true?" While they were chatting animatedly, suddenly there was a sound of someone ringing the doorbell from outside. The noise made Jihan and Seiya simultaneously look towards the entrance. She wondered, who could be coming at this hour? He seemed to anticipate who it would be. Calmly putting his hands in his pockets, Jihan said, "Surprised? I didn't think they'd come so quickly." Seiya also seemed to have an inkling of who it was. "Don't tell me they're here looking for you," Jihan reassured her. "Don't worry, it's not that," he thought to himself. "All right. Let's see, should we try to make some extra cash?" The scene shifts to the evening in Tokyo, Japan. A man sat in front of a tablet screen. The system displayed notifications in Japanese about the relationship between Japan and Korea. It was predicted to continue to be tense as the Sword King had acquired Japanese citizenship. I guess Korea would be furious. Because they lost their best player amidst a pile of women's clothes thrown all over the floor, the notifications continued. They were throwing stones at him, blaming everything on a woman. I wonder how beautiful this woman must be. That's right, the problem is that Mr. Ryuhei's brother-in-law has also issued a challenge. I'm curious. I wonder how the Sword King will react. I think it's understandable. You could say he's her brother-in-law. Representing the wrath of Greater Korea, the woman sat on the bed, putting her clothes back on. She softly asked, "Is that news bothering you?" Seijin replied, "Not at all. I'm awake now." What did Shizuru say? "It's fine. After playing, I couldn't sleep anyway." She confided to Seijin, "I just worry that you're having a hard time." Seijin irritably reminded Shizuru, "Don't call me Seijin anymore." He asserted, "I've taken your last name. So now I'm Jun Seijin." Shizuru denied. "No, you're wrong." She hugged Jun Seijin from behind and insisted, "You're Jun Seijin, Korea's #1 player." From behind, she confirmed he was Jun Seijin, Korea's #1 player. The Sword King Jun Seijin heard this name. He turned to look at his lover and called out to Shizuru. She raised her hand to caress Jun Seijin's cheek, to hypnotize him, then affirmed that it was an unchangeable truth. Their faces were close enough to touch. The atmosphere quickly became ambiguous. Shizuru whispered into Seijin's ear, "I love you." The two were on the bed. They exchanged a passionate kiss in the heavy atmosphere. Hypnotically, she confidently declared, "You are my Seijin." Turning towards Jihan, the door swung open. He eagerly spoke up, "Hello," as the man stepped into the house. Quickly taking off his dress shoes, he said, "Thank you, Jihan, the taxi driver. If I may, it seems you've been waiting for me too, right?" Jihan politely replied, "No, I was just looking forward to the government's presence because a small issue has turned into a big one." He called out to him, "Minister Park Yoon-sik, right? The Minister of Combat for the South Korean government." Jihan mentioned that after Jun Se-jin left, the government stopped visiting. He told Yoon-sik, "Please come in." He entered with a gentle smile and said to the girl in the house, "Long time no see, Seiya." This man truly only cares for him and Seiya to keep an eye on them. She obediently responded, "Hello, Minister." The three stood there looking at each other, then Jihan smiled. Now it was time for the stage to light up. He would take everything he needed. Then, the minister was invited in for coffee, Yoon-sik getting down to business, though a bit forcefully. "But I've already gone over it." He explained that the government acknowledges we cannot bring the Sword King back. Hearing this, Jihan felt disgusted, thinking they already knew. Yoon-sik added more, "But we cannot let the public know about this right away. The Korean match is coming up soon, so..." Jihan didn't wait any longer, and straightforwardly suggested, "Why don't we stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point?" Jihan asked, "You want me to retract the donation of the Sword Palace, right? Because it will be an official acknowledgement that the Sword King would not return once it was accepted." Yoon-sik heard these words. He felt a bit awkward, picking up his coffee cup, his face slightly stiff, thinking to himself. He went straight to the point. Looking at Jihan at this moment, Yoon-sik felt a bit doubtful. Is this really a pitiful person, a star of what? From what I remember, he was just a drunkard and a gambler. Then he also voiced his agreement. "You're right. We haven't completely given up hope. The Sword King will return. We would like to propose a management contract in lieu of the donation." Jihan seemed to have anticipated this. The management contract changes the ownership of the AI's management. An organization or enterprise. Seiya listened and was also confused, marveling at the difficult thinking. Jihan realized it. They are indeed clever, taking responsibility for management until the true owner returns. After he said that, the condition is to return ownership to the Sword King. When he comes back, Yoon-sik took out documents from his briefcase and replied, "Yes, that's right then." He pulled out the management contract and suggested, "It would be better if you continue living at the Sword Palace." "Both of them," Yoon-sik explained. "Inside are conditions beneficial for both sides. Please read through and think about it." Jihan also read the paper and realized they had really thought a lot about this. He calculated. "Anyway, I want to hand over everything, and if they are already so willing, then following through will be better for me." Then Jihan placed the paper on the table and spoke up. "I understand, but we would also like to request one thing." Yoon-sik wondered what the issue was, his face showing cunning, while Seiya still looked confused and didn't understand anything. "We also have the kid." "Huh? That's a scene transition to a new system announcement. Streamer Huin Kwang has started broadcasting." Everyone eagerly commented, "The opening. Are you live? Wait, where's that kid?" At the top of the Roman Colosseum, he really is someone who likes to draw attention. Huyen Kwang took off the mask on his head and began to speak. "Welcome everyone to my broadcast." He started speaking like a professional host. "Today, we will return to the bloody and dusty Roman Colosseum, where the streamer specializes in traveling. Once again, hello everyone." With a bright smile, Huyen Kwang just fell in an extremely strange posture. This scene caught the viewer's eyes, causing one user to casually comment, "Is that his underwear?" In his hand, Huyen Kwang held tightly the dazzling golden sword embedded with a shining red diamond. He proclaimed loudly, "I am streamer Huyen Kwang, Contrary to his serious demeanor, the viewers continuously left very silly comments. Hello, golden boy. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Then, the system announced, boss has gifted you 100 GP. He left a comment saying, today, teach those silver trash a lesson again. Huyen Kwang just finished reading the message and immediately got so excited he could go crazy. Huyen Kwang, unable to control his excitement, he exclaimed, oh no, my rich man is here. I'll react with 02's dance. Even though this is just a dead trend, seeing him continuously dance in very silly poses made the AI sigh. The viewers sent comments criticizing, hey man, how old is this up here, you know? So disgusting. The two guys standing behind looked at this scene and were so angry they gritted their teeth. They growled, wanting to curse. That bastard. God, I wish he got hit by a car and laid flat in the street. That's that bastard right there. At this moment, streamer Huyen Kwang's face was blank, seemingly glowing. He is a famous streamer. Known for his appearance and exaggeration, he is a notorious prankster. Huyen Kwang was once a gold-tier athlete, but he restrained himself to a bronze rank to create content and called it a deep-sea adventure. Huyen Kwang no longer cares about the game. He only cares about having fun, the pinnacle of a prankster. Huyen Kwang seems to enjoy doing it. Oh, there are so many people down here in the deep sea. His gear and stats are still gold-ranked. So, it seems Huyen Kwang is excited to go around harassing and killing players weaker than him. When faced with others, Huyen Kwang tries to normalize everything and explain, I'm not a devil! But others don't think so, they say. That's right, you're such a damn gangster. After hearing the judgments, Huyen Kwang takes a moment to reflect on his morals. Life goes on, but since he couldn't think of anything, he returned to his overly positive demeanor. He says into the screen, whatever, this conversation is boring. That's enough for now, let's see who the first victim of the AI will be. Just checking out a few players. But as soon as he sees the person in front of him, Huyen Kwang suddenly freezes for 3 seconds, wondering, is that him? And asks, is this it? The viewers see the image of a young man looking dazed on the screen. Instantly typing, CEO Jihan is an idiot. That's CEO Jihan. He still treats Jihan like an object. Huyen Kwang also reads those comments. He boldly calls out, CEO Jihan. He casually brings the mic closer and speaks. I really want to interview you. Jihan looks at Huyen Kwang with disdain and wonders, what the hell, he's rambling again. Even though the other party says nothing. Oh, sister-in-law of the Sword King, the best bronze-ranked player, the destroyer of the twin sword statue, you, called by many nicknames. Recently, you've been attracting a lot of attention. Jihan feels a bit annoyed, turns away and thinks, is he a streamer from BattleTube? So noisy, now that I think about it. It seems there are still a few BattleTube achievements I haven't unlocked. Then, he opens the system panel. Considering, I will increase the viewer count a bit. Huyen Kwang, not receiving a response from Jihan, creates content on his own. Guys, I've been completely ignored. People in the comments remind him, at least you should reach the level of the Sword King first. You should talk to him, buddy. Hey, it seems CEO Jihan is also streaming. Oh right, there's the streaming icon, let's go check it out. Huyen Kwang suddenly glances at his opponent and realizes, he's live. Why is he gritting his teeth in annoyance, thinking, crap, I've just given him free advertising. Looking back at his own broadcast screen, Huyen Kwang thinks, I need people to watch my stream, not his. Then, his system pings with the notification, Short King Luff 52 has claimed a mission reward. Kill CEO Jihan to drop him to the lowest rank. The reward for success is 2,000 gigabytes. Huyen Kwang read it and felt suspicious. What kind of life is this? A GP is about 1,001, so that's around 2 million won. One user then commented, Mr. Huyen Kwang, please kill CEO Jihan for the Kim Vung family. We will increase the reward. He is suspicious of the Kim Vung family. Then, the system continuously announced about the reward being increased along with a series of excited comments cheering. Huyen Kwang looked at the reward amount, thought to himself, I know they have a grudge against CEO Jihan, but I didn't expect it to be this much. But then, the reward increase announcements kept popping up, making Huyen Kwang suspicious and wonder, wait, these people. Another announcement rang out, kill CEO Jihan to drop him to the lowest rank. The reward for success is 31,978 gigabytes. The reward had been continuously increased. Huyen Kwang was blown away, realizing it's over 30,000 now, and it's about to hit 40,000. At this rate, I might get a full 50,000 gigabytes. The announcement board reminded all players that they had been summoned. The game is about to start. To his horror, a closing announcement stated, kill CEO Jihan. To drop him to the lowest rank, the reward for success is 42,713 gigabytes. After hearing this, Huyen Kwang was ecstatic, sitting in the arena, laughing so hard that he couldn't open his mouth any wider. The onlookers were also amazed at the sight. Holy crap, is that still not enough for you? This crazy guy turns out this is how he makes money. Huyen Kwang was now lost in bliss. Drunk on the wealth and luxury, he lamented. Almost hit 50,000 already. The mysterious user appeared again and said, if you can really defeat CEO Jihan, I will gift you 10,000 gigabytes. As soon as he heard the announcement, Huyen Kwang's robe immediately fluttered in the wind. He declared seriously, I, Huyen Kwang, have felt your determination. The onlookers were also amazed. Look at him, so serious he's turned into a black and white image. The state of a money-hungry person has been successfully activated. I would be the same if I received 50 million won. Meanwhile, Huin Kwang was happily smiling inside, thinking, what a sweet deal. He confidently declared, CEO Jihan, now you will fall into despair. He waved his arms and asserted, from now on, I, Huin Kwang, will end this game and become your own Grim Reaper. The system then announced, prepare the player's active body acceleration skill, heading toward the target ahead at an extremely high speed. With that, Huin Kwang grabbed his sword and charged straight at Jihan. The power and fury emitted a gust of wind that made others gasp. Jihan quickly sensed this. He decisively turned around, but before Huin Kwang could do anything, he had to stop. When the sword in his hand vaporized and became unusable, Jihan looked at his item and sighed, what a great and durable sword. Weapon information. Cooking hammer, item grade D, a holy relic from another world on an extraterrestrial planet. Aliens use this to cook. Outlander, you can experience its full power. When equipping both a knife and cooking hammer, he put his other hand inside his robe, looked at Huin Kwang, and said he had given it his all. Seeing Huin Kwang still not giving up, Jihan looked at that goofy expression and felt the need to remind him firmly. Maybe I should use an Outlander sword, but I won't let him do anything. Jihan unleashed a powerful counterattack. He sliced through the air, sending Huin Kwang flying high amid a storm of blinding swords. Completely dominating the battlefield in an instant, he stood there with his mouth agape at the terrifying power. The brutality of the attack was utterly uncounterable, not even once. The viewers who watched this scene were just as bewildered, continuously commenting, what the hell, is that sword energy? That's right, oh my god! A silver rank using sword energy? But that person isn't the one with the holy power of the White Fire God. If he used holy power, then is he a support player? After that knockout, the system announced, player CEO Jihan has achieved his first victory. Reward points increased to 1000 B. He stood there with two weapons in hand. Energy radiated intensely throughout his body. Item information, cooking set, kitchen knife. Item grade D, a holy relic from an extraterrestrial planet, aliens. Use this to cook. Outlander, you can experience its full power when equipping both a knife and cooking hammer. A viewer had a question, so what is his weapon? Jihan looked at the sharp knife in his hand and remembered. It had been a long time since he last entered the kitchen. Jihan fell into endless thoughts that he had once felt like he fell into an endless night of death, unable to see anything, as if every light in life had been extinguished. And yet, the darker the night, the brighter the stars shone. After the battle with Jihan, a silly announcement echoed. Streamer Huin Kwang has revived for you all. This left the viewers bewildered, wondering, oh, how did he come back to life like that? Really? Must be a hack? That must be it. The item used this time is a resurrection cross, allowing the user to revive once. However, this cannot be used within the range of National League, merging teams, or promo games. The viewers read the item description, and seeing the return of Huin Kwang immediately commented, what are you coming back to life for? Either way, he's back to being the best as Jihan's rider, isn't he? Mission 7 failed. I'm so disappointed, Huin Kwang. Damn it. That Huin Kwang. After reading the audience's comments, he shamelessly exclaimed, oh wow. It seems that my carelessness has made many viewers feel dissatisfied during the live stream, but please wait a little longer. Before long, I will make sure to pay CEO Jihan back, but just as he spoke, Jihan suddenly appeared behind him. The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly awkward. Their gazes met, but neither wanted to hold eye contact for long. The song that followed featured Jihan's unrelenting, exclusive moves, and he finished off the streamer. Boring, Huin Kwang exclaimed in a flash, managing to utter just 3 words. How is that possible? Then came the system announcement. Player Jihan double kill. He glanced back and remembered. It's been a while since I've seen anyone use that. In the future, hardly anyone will use it anymore, not because of the penalties, but because of its flaws. Jihan looked up at the stands and noticed that today was much more lively than usual, probably because of the audience watching the game. Starting today, he could identify each individual audience member as elves. The viewers gasped when they saw her and commented, look, a real elf! Look at the way they're eyeing Mr. Jihan's vehicle. He looked up at them with no emotion, knowing that those bastards had made him sick. The ones who contributed the most to the human race's elimination event. He turned around and made a decision, but forget that for now. Let's focus on dealing with the immediate situation first. As he scanned the arena, Jihan, he vaguely realized that he was being isolated by everyone. As soon as he turned to face them, the crowd immediately scattered in all directions. They ran as if being chased by a ghost. They shouted to each other, "This isn't the time to fight! We should escape!" Even that gold-ranked player was gradually being taken apart by Jihan's vehicle. Looking at the current situation, Jihan sighed and thought, at this rate, the effectiveness of the hunt will decrease. He looked at the 2 weapons in his hands and calculated. Besides, it took me ages to find a legendary item, and to meet the display conditions, I still need to keep fighting. As he was racking his brain, the system panel unexpectedly appeared right in front of him. This startled Jihan a bit. He smiled and looked over, eagerly asking, "What's this?" The system announced a regular quest. Defeat goblins, eliminate all the goblins gathered around the Goblin King. Jihan looked at the approaching monsters and marveled at this unexpected gift. Then, a goblin screamed. It roared, charging with sharp teeth, but it wasn't running to attack Jihan, it was running away from him. The goblin was so frightened that it could only utter a shriek, and then it could only manage to say that one line before Jihan brought the hammer down onto its head with incredible force. The knife in his hand was also raised high, ready to come down. The goblin hung in midair after Jihan's knife created a hole in its chest. He landed with the sharp blade in hand. The system immediately announced, "You have used the sacred item correctly," causing them to submit to the divine cooking equipment item. D is reacting to Jihan, then realizes so that's how you use it. You calculated the process of smashing their heads and stabbing their hearts because it is a set equipment, so there must be a specific order of use. You sighed in relief, lucky to have noticed in time. Before the game ended, looking at the battlefield where the goblins lay flat on the ground, Jihan felt a bit disappointed, thinking, but it has been too long. If I had realized it earlier, there would only be a few goblins left. You looked ahead and realized that it wasn't completely finished yet, because in front of Jihan, now, there is a tall monster boss with red eyes. It is the Goblin King, and goblins of this size are 3 meters tall. 3 times the height of ordinary goblins and superior in both strength and intellect. Its convoluted information also made Jihan. After hearing the lengthy and critical explanation, you applied the process you just realized. Practicing directly on the Goblin King with a powerful strike, it fell flat on the ground. The head slammed hard, causing the ground to shatter. Jihan then held the knife in his hand and whispered, "If it's superior, what can it do? After all, it's just a big goblin." With that said, you pressed the knife down and stabbed once. A fatal blow, finishing off the legendary Goblin King. The system then announced the completion of the quest to subdue the goblins. You have received an additional 500 achievement points as a reward. The weapon in Jihan's hand radiated spiritual energy, along with the announcement of an additional sacred power cooking kit item from D to E, a sacred item from another world. Based on the methods of a certain sect in the universe, you use this to cook. Using the pestle and kitchen knife simultaneously will maximize the power of this equipment set. Cooking kit, kitchen knife, item from D to E, a sacred item from another world based on the methods of a certain sect. In the universe, you use this to cook. Using the pestle and kitchen knife simultaneously will maximize the power of this equipment set. The cooking item has dropped from rank D to rank E. Jihan was wiping the blood off the knife with a cloth while thinking, rank E, so I still have one more chance to gather sacred power. But with these two things being so slow, how can I hunt monsters? You glanced at the group of people standing far away and contemplated. Han confirmed that he had to take down other players. They are standing too far away. You felt a bit annoyed and rolled up your sleeves and said, "So frustrating, but it can't be helped." Jihan hummed a self-composed line, "If the mountain doesn't see me, then I'll go see the mountain." Looking at your momentum, it almost made the onlookers gasp and comment, "Now everyone can breathe again." Looking at his face, "Isn't he scary? Too scary indeed." Jihan, the motorcycle taxi driver, isn't very good at these broadcasting things, huh? Transitioning to the high-end urban area of Seoul, Gangnam City, Sam Hill neighborhood. A user named The Barking Dog commented, "But still, it's 1,000 times better than that useless name." This statement made Huin Kwang furious, and he couldn't stop cursing. "Are you referring to me? What about when you guys were kissing my ass saying Lai was untalented? And I'm not weak either, it's just that he's ridiculously strong. Didn't you even watch the video? Analysis? Oh, during the match, estimated power level 33, agility 37, HP 36, mana 34. Huan Kwang angrily nitpicked like in this video. The average estimate of his stats from the recent battle with the goblin is as high as 35. He then realized the nonsense he just said and laid on the keyboard, contemplating. The stat limit in Bronze Cup is only 25. How could it even reach 35, you damn hacker? Suddenly, Huan Kwang froze for 5 seconds upon hearing a 7-tone scream from the video. The system interface popped up with the notification, "Player Jihan, the taxi driver, gets a kill." The sound made Huan Kwang look up in confusion. What was that noise? Like a pig getting slaughtered. His eyes suddenly widened in shock. Huan Kwang couldn't take his eyes off Jihan's attack style. He wondered, what's with this one-sided attack style? Meanwhile, he just made a piercing stab through the arena with 2 holy artifacts in hand. Jihan fought coldly, taking down each opponent. Continuous notifications rang out. Player Jihan double kill. Those watching witnessed such a dramatic scene and couldn't stop praising. "This is art! That's art! How did he run straight like that?" He took down 4 heads of the opponents. Jihan didn't care about them and continued to focus on fighting. Then, the system continuously announced Chippo King, Quadrakin, Bentakin. This horrifying scene made other players extremely terrified. They shouted to each other, "Let's temporarily cease fire, headshot!" He pulled out Tun to restore health. The person behind replied, "Tell the AI to poke, you big-headed idiot." After that, Jihan exhaled to gather strength and looked at them. These people were scared but still cursed the damn hacker. They angrily swore, "Damn it, you need to know when to stop." After saying that, he immediately fired continuously at Jihan. Jihan ignored any further words. He directly swung his hand to hit this guy, then leaned to deliver a decisive and strong strike to the other. Jihan's gaze remained unchanged throughout the battle, his actions always precise and unhesitant. After finishing off a group, Jihan continued his journey to the others, but this time, the target seemed to disappoint him a bit. The other players were equally terrified. They stared at him and continuously uttered silly and astonished remarks. The viewers, seeing this, were equally puzzled and annoyed, commenting, "What the hell is this? Just type in normal Korean, damn it." The system then had a new notification. Player CEO Jihan double kill. This information left the viewers dumbfounded. And cursing in 10 consecutive kings? That's wild. This guy has really lost it. He's the first to pull off a 10 king. Back to back after the original car, right? Don't bring up that traitor again, but ignore those comments, Jihan. Completely focused on the items in his hands, the cooking god item was changing one after another. The D-ranked item is reacting, adding another holy power. The cooking god item dropped from rank E to rank F. The system announced the completion of the hidden quest, achieving 10 gold in the Roman arena. You have received an additional 500 achievement points. As a reward, Jihan read and realized the holy power and achievement points. So, I've got everything I need, he told himself. But there's still a lot missing. I need something powerful and decisive. Thinking this, Jihan suddenly froze for 5 seconds. He stared blankly at the system board. This is a trial mission. Find the Dark Queen among the audience sitting at the edge of the Roman arena and provoke her. Her? Jihan realized. A trial mission? He doubted. A trial mission appearing in a bronze cup? More importantly, the reward for this is 50,000 achievement points. Gaining the attention of the Dark Queen constellation, the attention of a constellation. A constellation is a supreme entity, a specific representative in a star, a divine entity in the 8-net that catches the attention of a constellation. This means they will sponsor you, helping you achieve abilities you normally wouldn't reach. He stood there, realizing this is something that only takes effect at the diamond level, and it's happening right here. Jihan seriously promised himself that he must have it at all costs, just by pulling one of them to his side. Other constellations would definitely be interested in me, he thought, a bit uncertain, his gaze somewhat serious. Jihan looked up at the stands, wondering if he could find her. He scanned a row of elf tribe members. They all look so similar. She's blending in among a crowd of elves, and his mission is to find the Dark Queen. Currently, CEO Jihan is one of the first in this country to achieve the record of 6 kills with 10 kills in a row. The previous one was Jun Se-jin. News about this has started spreading across all media outlets. The public sees the result he achieved, 10,000 followers and 4,000 views. The candidate expected to win the Bronze Cup is the taxi driver, those from the Sword King family. Earlier hoping for CEO Jihan's defeat, now they are back to support him. The viewers commented, "Isn't the Sword King family now promoting CEO Jihan themselves? If they watch, the Sword King family got played. But to make delicious rice, I suggest everyone should do it like that. LOL, I used to do it before." Now, all the hatred is directed at Huan Kwang, the viewer's diary of streamer Huan Kwang. This bastard needs to die. Can't even beat one guy, so how did he get gold like that? I hope you will try your best. On your path during this tough time, Huan Kwang. New comments keep popping up. Viewers mock CEO Jihan for killing 5, one of which is his. Then the stream kills, and he ends up getting famous. After reading these lines, Huan Kwang had to exclaim, "Damn, his reputation is so ruined, he can't do anything but complain. Whatever, doing anything now is useless." Huan Kwang confidently asserts that from now on he will also get on the train. Jihan the taxi driver always. Now you will have an additional fan. Me, God Jihan streamer, Huan Kwang. Dreaming of becoming an editor for Jihan the taxi driver, I will turn you into a star of Bato Tube. Jihan, after hearing this, was also skeptical. What the hell is he planning to do? Of course, AI knows what Jihan the taxi driver thinks about that. In the evening at a high-rise building shimmering with lights, Seiya has a confused expression. What did I just watch? She glances at Jihan, who is drinking water and doubts, since when did he become so strong? After sensing her little nephew's mood, Jihan walked over to Seiya. She spoke up. "I feel so sorry for those people, it's really sad." You reassure. Confrontations are usually cold and ruthless, but Seiya teases you, huh? Just now you said that, you sounded like a bad guy. Then Jihan scrolls through the system panel, while Seiya wonders. "Many people want to donate to you, so why are you blocking them?" Jihan replied. "Oh, it's just that I forgot to change the default settings," Seiya suggested. "So while you're about to receive donations, why don't you raise the minimum donation amount?" She said. "If the donation alerts keep coming in, it's hard to focus on other things." After hearing the suggestion, you seriously thought, "Right, should I set it back to 10 million? Seiya immediately fell over at that number. She asked back, "Is it up to 10 million won? Isn't that a bit too much?" Jihan said nothing while Seiya sat there thinking. "Or is it not? Like that's too little." You pondered, but more importantly, The legendary quest you received told me to go find and provoke the Dark Queen. At that moment, Jihan looked up at the stands and realized, can't think of a way to find her among such a crowd. Sei observed her uncle's expression. Then she asked, do you need my help? She teased. Whenever your face looks like that, I know things aren't going your way. Tell me what's going on. I will lend you a hand. Jihan tilted his head and sighed, looking at his little niece, and realized she really resembled her sister. Then, he replied, is that so? Let's see how good my niece is then. Jihan seriously recounted. You have the mission to find the Dark Queen in the arena. Seiya eagerly asked, the Dark Queen? What does that mean? You replied. I'm not sure either. All I know is that she's sitting in the stands. Seiya sighed. It's definitely a strange mission. Afterwards, she enthusiastically accepted the task. Yes, I'll review the footage and then find her, Jihan responded, indulging her. I'm counting on your help. After that, he stepped into the room feeling burdened, feeling guilty for asking the girl for help. After closing the door with a click, Jihan sighed because it felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Jihan helplessly sighed, thinking, well, I'm so proud of her. She must want to be a good granddaughter. I should be grateful for that. So he reminded himself. Now, after a while, I should just postpone and organize the tasks that I've neglected for a while. The screen displayed 2 boxes with 2 options. Job position 1, support. Job position 2, vacant. Do you want to add a job? Now Jihan considered, I bought an additional job position with the achievement points I've accumulated so far. Adding a level 1 job position requires 10,000 B. With it, I can add another job, the system reported back. You can choose a job, warrior, archer, mage. He smiled and made a decision. This time, I will choose mage. Jihan directly pressed the maze option on the screen after just activating the airflow around him. Instantly swirling around Jihan, the system announced that you have added the mage profession. He put his hand on his chest and thought to himself, I can feel a new source of power emanating from my heart, a different feeling from divine power. Jihan told himself he would try right away to see why he chose the mage profession after selecting support. That's because the unique stats can only be obtained after achieving these 2 professions. His left hand grasped his right hand. Jihan's mouth moved, preparing to perform an action after acquiring the new skill. In his hand was a shining gem gathering power. A stream of magical power with swirling air surrounding it was called Jihan's Force. Remembering before the regression, one day he heard Baron mention it while drunk. It was really annoying, Jihan. He helplessly replied to the president, how many more times are you going to bring that up? Baron answered, if you had adapted a bit more back then, I would have accepted you as American. He treated you more warmly. Whenever he was drunk, he confided in Jihan. The old man continued, I think one day you and I could become good friends. Jihan remembered that day he said something very strange. Baron raised a finger, using magic to control the bottle in his hand, mumbling as if he was achieving power. Upon hearing this, Jihan suddenly paused, questioning, power, do you mean your skill? Baron, slightly drunk, asked back. Didn't I tell you about that earlier? He started rambling on. Power is a statistic. It appears when you perfectly combine holy power with mana, Baron explained while drinking. Of course, it's not as easy as it sounds. Others can't even try, because in the end, I'm the only one. There are 2 classes where he is both a support and a mage. This is something that only he can do, as I have 2 status windows that are rewards from Baron's SSS level gift. After hearing this, Jihan wondered, are the requirements really just that? Additionally, the holy power must be at level 10 or above. He questioned again, is it okay that I'm not American and know this? Baron affirmed, I told you, I'm the only one. You can have 2 classes at the same time, and even if the whole world knows, it wouldn't matter. Jihan then realized how arrogant he was. But he was so right that I couldn't argue. It's true that only Baron can possess that power, and an overwhelming power that dominates the galaxy. But it won't be like that anymore. Now you know the requirements and have met them all. Back to reality, energy radiated around Jihan. He shrank back, tensing up and trying to hold on to what was in his hands. The whole room was covered in purple, the gems swirling. Now he was gaining even more power, amplified with a distinctive red. Jihan understood. This ability had propelled Baron to the #1 spot on the world rankings, even though he had exploited and manipulated. It was terrifying already. If I wanted to be ready for what was to come in the future, then I have to go all out to get it, he thought to himself. I need to endure. I need to focus the holy power into both hands. Jihan channeled the mana from his heart to his hands to combine the 2 sources of power. He grimaced in difficulty at what was in his hands. I need to condense it so the power doesn't leak. After a moment, he smiled to himself and murmured, I can do it. But before he could finish his sentence, its power exploded, throwing Jihan back. He painfully crashed into the wall, his eyes tightly shut. Jihan slammed his head against the door, causing it to crack. While he lay there holding his head, shaking from the pain, he rubbed his head, realizing he couldn't do it. That's not something I can stabilize just with my strength. I don't understand. Jihan then sat back against the wall, sighing. Before trying again, I need more mana. How could I run out of mana after just 1 try? He looked at his hands and wondered, can I combine them in both hands? I can't hold that source of power in my hands forever. He paused and thought about keeping that energy in his hands permanently, huh? Then, Jihan decisively stood up, as if he had thought of something. He tightly closed his eyes and thought, what if? I can't maintain that power in my hands, and your arm is being raised to the sphere. Energy reappears and radiates. Dense energy. A question arises. What if I introduce it into my body, combining the holy power from the upper dantian with mana from the middle dantian, and stabilizing both power sources with the energy from the lower dantian? But what would happen if I introduced it into my body, combining the holy power from the upper dantian with mana from the middle dantian, and stabilizing both power sources with the energy from the lower dantian? In the middle dantian and stabilizing both power sources with the energy from the lower dantian, while those two power sources try to merge. A perfect form to the extent that not a single bit of energy leaks out. If I compress all three energy sources in that state, those black energies, the purple phase is gradually contracting and tightly embracing the energy sphere. Jihan's eyes are tightly shut, fully focused on sensing. But then it didn't work, leaving him a bit disappointed. A miracle occurred. Jihan was then enveloped by a surge of power. Extremely powerful, the system also reports it's trying to combine all three dantians. Immediately, a red warning appears. Danger has exceeded the maximum tolerance thresholds of the player. Searching for life-threatening factors, the impact from the adjacent room was too strong, causing Seiei in the next room to wear headphones. She was startled, sensing it. She turned the chair around and looked towards the direction of the next room, asking, Uncle, along with the fusion of the upper, middle, and lower dantians, CEO Jihan had tried to combine holy power and mana to attack, and he unconsciously used his strength to try to merge them. But the conditions for merging are incredibly strict. It requires Jihan to give his all. With these three fundamentally different entities, he was clutching his chest in pain along with the warning, the minimum index must be 100. If you don't meet that standard but still try to merge the three dantians, you could lose your life. Jihan strained himself in the storm of fiery red energy, his whole body trembling violently, power exploding intensely. As if about to break all limits, Seiya in the next room quickly noticed something strange from the noises coming from her uncle's room. She quickly ran outside and shouted, Uncle, what's wrong? Seiya anxiously opened the door, urgently speaking loudly. Say something! But the scene inside left Seiya completely stunned. All she could do was blankly call out, Uncle? Then, a basin of ice was brought into the room along with a bewildered question. Is this really happening? Seiya wondered, did you scream like that because of a headache? Jihan placed a towel on his forehead and complained, this is tough. She then asked, why are you recovering so quickly? Jihan didn't want to explain, he just casually said, the human body is very mysterious, my dear. Seiya angrily shouted, be serious, uncle. She just finished speaking and realized she was wrong, immediately saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you. Seiya, feeling wronged, shed tears. She stammered, wanting to explain, I was just too scared. I thought something bad would happen to you too. Jihan looked at the upset little girl and felt uncomfortable, realizing he had been too careless. I have to think about Seiya's feelings. Then she asked again, so you're okay, right? Jihan awkwardly confirmed, yeah. I'm fine, he admitted, taking responsibility. I'm sorry for making you worry. Seiya froze for a moment upon hearing this. After that, she wiped away her lingering tears and quickly regained her composure. She punched Jihan's stomach hard as if to vent her anger, then cheerfully said, I'm fine. What's the big deal? Good thing you're okay. Then she happily left the room. I'll go find the Dark Queen now. Jihan helplessly replied, thanks. He sighed as he looked at his little niece's back and thought, I can't show my weak side anymore. Clearly the fusion process had failed, along with the system notification. Fusion of BA Dan Dian failed because Jihan lacked both experience and level. Jihan glanced at the bucket of ice water still in the room. He stepped forward, using his strength and the red mana to wring out the water from the cloth, then said, but luckily, I already have the power I wanted. Jihan clenched his fist, slowly lifting the wet cloth with his strength. The system provided an explanation. When combining holy power and mana, they will be replaced by a strange stat, which is force. He failed to fuse the top BA Dan Dian holy power, middle Dan Dian mana, and bottom Dan Dian strength. But when combining holy power and mana, Jihan gained the connecting force of BA Dan Dian. It will be maintained for a week. After reading, Jihan thought in confusion, this force stat is really weird. He realized it was already 12, strength 12, mana 16, holy power 10, force 12, connecting force of BA Dan Dian. It will be maintained for a week. The strength and force stats interact with each other, sharing values quickly. Now Jihan was stunned, asking himself, and they share values too? He clicked on the strength stat of 14 and made a guess. So if I only increase one stat? The system then announced, strength increased by 2, strength 14, mana 16, holy power 10, force 14, then force also increases. Jihan wiped his head, realizing this was cheating, but he reassured himself. Just having force is already awesome. So how good can the fusion of BA Dan Dian be? Jihan reminded himself. I'll just leave it for a while. If I try again at this level, I might die. He opened his eyes wide, realizing he had gotten what he wanted. Should I try using the mage skill? Thinking that, Jihan reached out his hand, summoning a spark of fire. The system then announced, making Jihan feel a bit embarrassed. You do not have enough mana. He quietly sighed. So cute. The dim moonlight lingered in the night sky, making way for the bright dawn. The sun shone between the tall buildings, painting a mystical and poetic harmony. Inside Jihan's bedroom, the sunlight faintly illuminated his face. Jihan groggily opened his eyes and realized, is it morning already? The system unexpectedly announced. You have gained 10 divine powers. Now you can no longer absorb divine power from D-grade artifacts and below. Please use artifacts from C-grade or higher. Next to you, 2 items appear. A D-grade acupressure tool. Artifacts from another world can't be used for acupressure, but they're still called acupressure tools. An E-grade ball, an artifact from another world. Even aliens play with that ball. Jihan sat up, yawning repeatedly. He lamented, thought it would be useful, but it's useless. What a waste, I spent points to buy these. Do I have to go sell the remaining stuff or what? Then, Jihan opened the door, stepped out, and called, Sei, are you awake? His feet slowly descended the stairs, wondering, is she still sleeping? But unexpectedly, Sei appeared with dark circles under her eyes. She asked, you're up, right? Jihan looked at his small niece's haggard face, puzzled. He asked Sei, what's wrong with your face? Did you stay up all night? She looked at him curiously. Was she really that sleep-deprived? He reminded her, you don't need to overdo it like that, Sei. She ignored his concern and pointed at the computer screen for Jihan to see. Look at this, I found something good. He asked, is it a video of other creatures? Sei confirmed, yes. There were a few people with binocular skills zooming in on the other creature and filming it. Jihan recognized the clever Miyu. As for this one, he felt helpless, thinking, wrong skill for sneaking a shot. But Sei then added, look at this. This is footage of your match. The screen emitted a voice. Everyone, look there, it's the elf tribe. They really are beautiful. Their skin has no blemishes at all. Sei announced, sounds scary. I'm turning off the sound, she explained. Both of them are nobles, but one side is dark elf. Do you think she fits the queen's title? I think the dark queen would suit her better. Sia turned back and asked, what do you think? Jihan felt somewhat pleased, complimenting, that sounds reasonable, Sia. You're so smart, she confirmed. But it's still a bit early to conclude. I'll look into it more. He then frowned in thought. I don't think that constellation would be found so easily, Sia said again. Starting tomorrow, I'll watch foreign videos. Jihan continued to praise his niece. You're like a professional. She cheerfully replied, of course. Then I'll edit videos with you. Upon hearing this, he curiously asked, you know how to edit videos? Sei answered, yes, just a little. I used to make videos for Dad. Jihan was immediately taken aback. When she mentioned her brother-in-law, it reminded him of the name Junsei Jin. After that, Jihan felt a bit uncomfortable. He stood up, glancing at the photo on the wall, the shattered picture of the tall man. Jihan's heart ached as he pondered. Did you really leave your daughter all alone like this, you pathetic bastard? Flashback to 2 days ago? On the day the man named Yoon Sik appeared at Jihan's house, he spoke. I think I know who the Sword King's girl Island Sei immediately asked, really? Who is it? He added that she possesses an S-rank ability and beauty that could topple kingdoms. This information left both Jihan and Sei completely stunned. He asked again, you mean Junsei Jin? Perhaps he had fallen under her skill. What? Yoon Sik shyly replied. Actually, I thought so, Jihan thought to himself. I've never heard of this before. At that moment, Yoon Sik reminded him, be careful, Jihan, he explained. We believe that skill not only controls but also alters human thoughts. In the past, this has happened many times when our brightest stars suddenly fell into the hands of Japan. If that skill has no limitations, she will reappear to enchant another player. Afterwards, he researched the beauty that could topple kingdoms and Junsei Jin Shizuru, but found nothing in Japan. It truly is being very careful with her. Jihan reminded himself that since he couldn't find anything, just as Minister Park Jun-sik had said, I must be careful too. He stepped inside, reminding himself to prepare in advance. If what he said is true, then they have definitely started to take action. The airplane soared boldly. Gliding over the city sky, the wing of the airplane displayed a message. The Defense Force has landed in South Korea. Transitioning to one day, the CEO in a beautiful outfit stepped out of the room. Uncle, are you done yet? She reminded him, we're going to be late. Jihan, also dressed in a suit and wearing an expensive watch, replied, yes, almost done. He took steps towards Sei and urged, let's go. Jihan adjusted his clothes and excitedly said, it's time to greet our honored guest. Inside the elevator, showing the display at the 32nd floor, he noticed his nephew looking a bit uncomfortable. Jihan worriedly asked, Han, are you nervous? He gently reminded, relax, there's nothing to worry about. Sia sighed and replied, this is my first public appearance since the incident with Cha, so I'm a bit worried. Now Jihan comforted his younger nephew, just be brave and confident like last time. We have nothing to be ashamed of regarding what others think. I haven't done anything wrong, have I? Sia felt empowered and replied, yes, Then, the elevator stopped at the lobby, and the door slowly opened. Jihan proactively stepped forward and spoke. Most people already knew what they wanted to hear. In front of the two were a crowd, many people elegantly dressed. In the vast space of the party, a guest suddenly called out, "We've been waiting for you." "You, CEO Jihan," he reported. "Everything you instructed has been prepared." "You can go in," Jihan gratefully acknowledged. "Thank you, sir. I'll need you to handle everything until the event is over," he called the manager Park Yoon-sik. He replied, "At first, I was very surprised that you asked me to remember that day." Jihan slammed his hand on the table and said, "I never thought about auctioning the Sword King's collection. But that happened with the announcement of the auction event for the assets and favorite items of the former Sword King." Junsei Jin, who presided over the auction, was part of the Korean net enforcement team. Junsei Yoon-sik looked at the party setup and confirmed. "I think I understand now," he bluntly asked. "You want to attract Japan here, right?" On the table was a nameplate indicating the seating for the defense forces, right in the middle, without Jihan hiding it. He replied, "That's right, the auction items I chose also serve this purpose." He added, "Jun Seijin's connection device and the combat data in it are exactly what they are aiming for." Jihan confidently asserted. "The combat data in it is exactly what they are aiming for," Jihan confidently asserted. "Japan will definitely take action depending on the situation." A luxury car appeared inside with two men. One of them held a Japanese sword, along with Jihan's assertion that he would face it himself, no matter what he did. This event will also force people to face the reality and realize they have no choice but to accept it. Yoon-sik carefully observed the young man's expression, filled with tangled thoughts. CEO Jihan thought to himself that he seemed to foresee the future. So Jihan continued to speak. "This is the last opportunity to change public opinion. Please ask the reporters to keep an eye on the designated table." The self-defense forces were anchored when two strangers unexpectedly entered behind them while they were talking. "Trouble!" Junsei awaited. Having seen this, the building's security quickly stepped in to prevent unauthorized people from entering. "Please step back!" They tried to explain to us for just a little time. "We are Sea's family. She knows us." She heard someone calling her name. Turning around, she blankly recognized those who claimed to be Sea's relatives trying to stop her. "Say, have you lost your mind? Even if you need money, why would you organize an auction? Those items are very valuable." She turned to blame Jihan, saying he made her do this, right? "How dare you sell someone else's inheritance?" "You fraud!" Say angrily retorted. "You guys are calling him a scammer? The real scammers are you who shouldn't take my father's last name because you're scamming others. What else?" She asserted that you underestimate me. "Do you really think I'm that stupid?" Say did not hesitate to expose. "You think I don't know your goal is to take my father's money while he's not here?" Her aunt, hearing these words, was stunned and exclaimed, "What? Oh my, watch your mouth!" Say declared clearly, "What my father left for me is mine. I can do whatever I want with it, and you guys have no right to interfere." After that, she coldly turned away, not forgetting to tell the guards outside to take them out of here. "They shouldn't be here. Let's go, uncle!" Meanwhile, the other three were still shouting and causing a ruckus. The guards spoke up to stop them. "Stop right there! Outsiders are not allowed in. Please leave." Jihan looked at the mature demeanor of his little nephew and praised. "You look really cool today." Seiya proudly replied, "Of course I know how to protect myself." A Yoon-sik, who was ahead, proactively opened the door, then announced, "Mr. Jihan, Miss Seiya, we've arrived. I'll lead everyone inside." After that, the two were led into the stage of the property auction and the favorite items of the former Sword King. Junsei Jin presided over the Korean net-catching department. Junsei, the reporters just saw. They immediately felt excited and said, "Here they come! That's Mr. Jihan's car. Hurry and take pictures." Just as they saw him, everyone immediately scrambled to ask questions. "Mr. CEO Jihan, what is the purpose of this auction? I heard that you allowed other countries to participate. What's the reason for the auction?" Another side asked Miss Yunsei. "Right? Please look this way. Is it about the donations? The sword offering and this auction are both due to outside interference, right?" Another reporter asked, "Don't you hope the Sword King will come back? What do you think about people saying that? She's only making money from the Sword King's estate." The questions gradually became more absurd, forcing Jihan to subtly use mana. The taxi driver Jihan, "Please say a few words about your performance in the catch game." The moment just now. As the question ended, it was also the moment the mana in his hand was unleashed. In an instant, the lens of a camera shattered in the bewilderment of the cameraman and everyone else. What the hell? Then, the other cameras also simultaneously had broken lenses, without anyone knowing the reason. Why did the cameras suddenly break? They weren't even on. How could they be broken? The invited guests were also very confused, turning to look, wondering, is something wrong? What's happening? Why? Jihan didn't care at all and stood up to the podium. "This is not a press conference, this is an auction. Now we will start today's auction," he announced. "We have prepared 3 items." Jihan introduced them one by one. The first is Yoon Sejin's connecting device, which helps reduce injuries by up to 99%, along with the stored data in the device. In addition, we have analysis data of Jun Sejin prepared by him personally, along with the analytical data. Other high-level gamers in East Asia, who came to attend the auction, began to examine each item. The data about the Sword King is very valuable. The analytical data will be useful for us, especially with the upcoming Korea-Japan match. Jihan smiled as he watched everyone discussing among themselves, secretly thinking they wouldn't want to miss any item. You're sure that high-level player data isn't something that can be found elsewhere. And as expected, a hand then raised up along with the voice. Excuse me. Jihan looked towards the sound and was astonished. Seeing the somewhat familiar hair, he questioned, "Who is he?" The man introduced himself. "I am Takeda Kazuo, recruitment manager of the Japanese Defense Forces." He proactively asked, "Has the auction started? Can I place a bid?" He placed a bid. "I would like to bid 5 billion yen. For all the items being auctioned today." Takeda's voice continued. "Furthermore, I want to have a private meeting with Miss Seiya and the CEO. Jihan looked at the man and thought to himself, I know exactly what his intentions are. Then, he slowly walked over and skillfully replied, "I'm really sorry, but I can hardly agree to this request." Jihan stood before him, insisting, "If you have something to say it to me right here," he affirmed. "This is neither the time nor the place suitable for private meetings. I'm sure Japan knows this better than anyone." After hearing this, Takeda laughed and replied, "You're bold. Mr. Jihan, don't look at me like that, it scares me. I'm just a guest at the auction. Don't be cold towards me like that," he ambiguously mocked. "If you keep provoking like this, others won't just stand by." At this point, the person next to him stepped forward, raising a sword in front of Jihan to block him. Takeda specifically introduced him as my bodyguard, Sato. The gaze of this person flashed with a fierce golden light. He boasted that she couldn't compare to the Sword King, but she's also a skilled player. Takeda continued to speak in front of the cold-faced bodyguard. "I don't mean anything by it, I just wanted to let you know." Jihan stared at her intently. His gaze clearly displayed a deadly aura, and then Jihan directly punched her hard in the face. Sato, caught off guard by the attack, staggered back, her face flushed from the punch. Sato still didn't understand what had just happened. She angrily gritted her teeth, coldly raised her hand, and asked, "Do you want to continue?" Sato's eyes widened as her sword was ready to be drawn. He placed a hand on Sato's shoulder and reminded her, "You'd better back off. This auction is being live-streamed worldwide." Her whole body was trembling, and the screen immediately displayed images of Jihan and Sato along with welcoming comments. "It's been a long time since he last live-streamed, hasn't it?" Jihan and Sato, along with welcoming comments. "It's been a long time since he last live-streamed, hasn't it?" This is a personal broadcast of cherished items and other assets from the former Sword King. Jun Seijin at today's auction, the broadcast competition on Ada Neso. Jihan whispered, "She doesn't plan to keep waving weapons in my face." While being live-streamed, viewers saw this scene. Immediately comment, "Are you really going to break the rules?" Looking at her, she hurriedly grabbed the sword, because she thought she couldn't win against him. There, Takeda saw the tense situation and had to step in to mediate, all right. He proactively stepped forward, bowed his head in apology. "My bodyguard was a bit too rough. I apologize on her behalf." Then, Takeda took the initiative to suggest, "Your car, sir. There are a few things we need to clarify." He reiterated about the 5 billion, including the private meeting. "And I think I need to hear a response to that offer." Takeda pointed towards the woman behind Jihan and said, "From Miss Seiya herself." Upon hearing her name, she was stunned and asked back, "Me?" The onlookers then exposed this jerk who was trying to take advantage of the girl. "Protect Seiya, bro." Takeda applied pressure on Jihan, asking, "The assets of the Sword King are under Miss Seiya's ownership, aren't they?" "This is not wrong, making it impossible for you to refute." He walked past Jihan, reminding him in a mocking tone, "So, the rightful owner of this auction should be Miss Seiya. That's how it should be. The rightful owner of this auction should be Miss Seiya. That's how it should be." Then, Takeda stepped closer to her and spoke up. "Miss Seiya, this is an invitation for a secret meeting for you. Don't you want to know where your father is?" Upon hearing this, her face briefly showed extreme confusion. Takeda gently adjusted his collar and vaguely said to say, "You can ask me anything, of course. I have a lot to say to you as well," he suggested with a sinister look. "So, what do you intend to do now?" Under the overwhelming pressure from the CEO, he hesitated. She glanced at the CEO's expression and guessed it. She will definitely agree, 100%. How could she refuse this offer? Unless she's an idiot. But completely contrary to Takeda's thoughts, Seiya bluntly responded, "I refuse your offer," a response that left the man dumbfounded. Her words made the viewers chuckle with glee. "He turned into pixel art," Takeda flustered, wanting to explain. "Wait, hold on a minute. You want to give up billions of yen just for this secret meeting? Why? That's 50 billion won in Korean currency." Seiya calmly replied, "Yes, but my uncle is right. We need to be extremely cautious with the remaining time, and if my father can only communicate through money, then I don't want to know anything more about him." Takeda was struck dumb by her words. He was astonished. So much so that his limbs struck a bizarre pose, leaving the viewers bewildered, commenting, "Look at that awkward hand. Why are you posing like those girls in 90 Seconds manga?" Seiya cheerfully asked. "Furthermore, I'm still a minor, so I must follow my uncle's words." The auction participants, seeing the situation, sighed in relief and murmured, "Thank goodness. I was worried that the items would be sold to those Japanese." He breathed a sigh of relief and chatted, "Thank goodness. I was worried those items would be sold to the Japanese." However, they still couldn't let their guard down, even though she declined the private meeting. "We don't know how much the defense forces will bid, but for now, the atmosphere between the CEO and Takeda was a bit awkward." He spoke up, "You declined the private meeting, didn't you? I guess we have no other choice. So, we, the defense forces, are the ones watching the uproar. I think he's planning to lower the price. Look, he cut it down to 50 million yen." Takeda confidently asserted the opposite. "We'll bid 5 billion as well," he explained. "To be honest, the secret meeting was just one of the options I added on my own." Jihan stood behind, feeling a headache coming on. "What the hell are you wondering about? Is he planning to trick us?" Then, Takeda pulled an envelope out of his jacket pocket. He added, "I was advised from the start to propose 5 billion right away." He presented the white envelope and announced, "Mr. Sword King is written on it." Takeda handed it to her and explained, "This is a letter from Mr. Sword King addressed to you, say a..." He hinted whether this was the final price. Seiya looked down at the white envelope. Written on it was a name, Jun Seijin. She hesitated a bit but ultimately accepted it. Takeda turned around, satisfied, exclaiming, "Is it really that easy to get the Sword King's items? Or is it because the Korean smuggling team doesn't have enough 5 billion yen to buy them anymore?" This made the auction participants angry, cursing internally about that bastard. Takeda cheerfully stepped in front of Jihan and teased, "The auction ended really quickly, huh? You recalled the Defense Forces recruitment manager. Before regression, he was someone banned from entering the United States. He was skilled at recruiting foreign players, to the point of being bizarre, and thus, he was called Japan's disaster." Takeda excitedly rubbed his hands together and made an offer. "So, you, Mr. Jihan's car, should start drafting the contract right away, right?" Jihan silently speculated. "Perhaps he has something to do with the player using a woman of unmatched beauty." "Thinking that?" you replied. "All right." Jihan silently affirmed he needed to pay attention to him. He looked around the hall and thought again. "With this atmosphere, it seems off. Japan has taken these items too easily, as if we promised to give them to them beforehand. This will be viewed as extremely terrible in front of the media." The other guests at the auction noticed. They immediately voiced their discomfort. 5 billion right from the start? Does this really make sense? If so, what the hell are we doing here? The spectators also angrily commented, "Are we just handing it over to Japan like this? Are we sure this isn't staged? There's no way this isn't staged." At this moment, everything is still fine, just waiting for a turning point. Seiya is standing in front of the microphone, preparing to speak. She stood up at the podium, coldly holding the letter written by her father and reading it aloud for everyone to hear. "ATA Car hears through the news that you have donated the electric sword. I don't know why you did that. It's truly unfortunate. This is the last asset I will leave to you, so use it wisely." She continued to read with tears falling on the paper. "This is the end of our father-child relationship." Everyone fell silent to listen, so don't expect to meet again. The paper basically had nothing written on it. The content above was entirely made up by Seiya, but she still felt heartbroken to the point of tears. Seiya shyly spoke to everyone. "That's what was written. This must definitely be my father's handwriting." Jihan felt a bit heartbroken after hearing that. With his eyes tightly shut, he turned away without saying a word, furrowing his brow while thinking, "The beauty that can topple nations. I heard it's a form of psychological manipulation, even mind control. It must be true." Jihan already hated his brother-in-law from the start, but at least he was a very good father to Seiya. He looked surprised, unable to believe that he could do this to Seiya. At the same time, she ripped the paper apart so no one would know this secret. Then, Seiya said, "Mr. Takeda, please pass this message to Mr. Jun Seijin for me. I have received his assets." Her voice dropped, sounding firm. "Please pass this message to Mr. Jun Seijin for me. I have received his assets." Her voice dropped, sounding firm. "And I'm also very happy to cut off our relationship." Seiya sounded a bit sad and spoke nonsense. "Right, if I tear it up like this, I'll just be giving the workers more work." Jihan coldly approached and comforted her. "It's okay, Seiya. You should use your mana to quickly clean up the paper scraps. After that, tell your niece that uncle will handle that later." Resolutely, he used a fire spell to burn all the paper scraps. The people there looked extremely astonished. The bewilderment of everyone at the auction was clearly visible on their faces. The crowd panicked and discussed the fire magic. Is that person a wizard? How could he possess the skills of a warrior? Along with that are mana and divine power. There, Takeda was intently watching his back, feeling hesitant. CEO Jihan, that person, he wore a lewd expression, happy to the point of trembling. Thinking that he wanted him, that's the person Japan needs. While he was still lost in the joy of happiness, then everyone at the auction rushed towards him. Takeda still wondered since when. Everyone then rushed and vied to recruit Jihan non-stop. "Mr. Jihan, you still haven't joined any group, have you? We'll meet any of your requests. I'll be the first one you prioritize, right?" They extended invitations and urged you to talk. Jihan raised both hands, signaling everyone, then spoke up. "Wait a second, everyone rushing at me like this makes me a bit uncomfortable," he candidly admitted. Right now, I'm not in the mood to talk about stuff like this. Standing behind, called out, Uncle. Jihan was busy turning around to remind his niece. Seye, I'm sorry. You can go ahead. I'll follow you right away. Seye's face darkened. She stammered, gasping as she tried to say, It's not that. Seye held her head, her whole body swaying. My head really hurts. Then, her eyes squeezed shut as if she were fainting. She suddenly collapsed on the floor in front of Jihan. He was stunned. It felt like his heart stopped. He shouted, Seye, but she lay there motionless, the cause unclear. Jihan rushed over to hold his little niece in his arms and called out, Seye, open your eyes, come on. Seye, tiredly opened her eyes, stuttering. Uncle, he anxiously asked, Seye, are you okay? Just try a little, I'll take you to the hospital. She reached out and grabbed the hem of Jihan's shirt. Then she whispered, Uncle. She softly spoke into his ear, I'm acting. After that, the CEO subtly winked at Jihan. She thought to herself, I think he's feeling awkward in front of the crowd, so I staged this act. Jihan was stunned and panicked. He wondered, why is she acting like this right now? We can't auction anymore. She glanced at her uncle and wondered to herself, I did well, didn't I? Jihan sighed in relief, thinking, oh my, the girl is just like my sister. The viewers saw this scene and immediately got angry, cursing and blaming the bastard traitor Ito. Sister Sai, please don't get hurt. Then, you stepped up and said to everyone, I'm really sorry. I will have to end today's event here. My granddaughter isn't feeling well, she needs to rest. Jihan helped her little niece up and asked, Hansei, can you still walk? She whispered in reply, yes, I want to go back and rest. At this moment, Takeda was being blocked by the bodyguards. He shouted loudly, let me through! Youngsei, just a moment. I'm sorry for the trouble my appearance has caused. Takeda proactively took out a card and said, I just wanted to formally send you an invitation and greet you nicely. Can you contact me later? The card was then quickly lifted by Jihan, using his mana, and he tore it apart in an instant. Then he replied humorously. Just this scene alone left Takeda stunned, exclaiming excitedly. Jihan coldly added, that's my answer. The viewers, seeing this dramatic scene, began to sarcastically comment. The head of the recruitment department of the 4th-ranked World Guild was rejected by a bronze-ranked contestant from Korea. That bald old man must be very upset, but Takeda, on the contrary, didn't feel that way. He was still happily smiling from ear to ear. Trembling yet speaking as expected, he's the best, CEO Jihan. He realized that power was indeed real, and that mysterious power that tore the business card apart. Just with that power alone, he's already worth investing in. Even if he's just a bronze player, a newly rising SAO will develop even further in the future. Takeda thought to himself, I must recruit him by any means. Outside the hall, Jihan and his niece happily high-fived each other as they stepped out. Seiya exclaimed, nice. He ruffled his hair and praised his niece. Great acting, you tricked me too. Sei proudly boasted. Do you see anything I'm not good at? He teased. Cooking. While the two were chatting, a system voice suddenly rang out. You have unread notifications. Jihan stared blankly at the new notification and wondered, what's this? Notification, Theek Trang has sponsored you 10,000 gigabytes. CEO San is very happy to meet you today. Next time, let's meet privately. Always a fan of yours, Theek Trang. Jihan looked at the donated amount in astonishment. 10,000 GP? I turned off the stream and he's still sponsoring? Sae, standing next to him, laughed so hard he exclaimed, wow. His way of speaking is so cheesy you can't believe it. Unbelievable. My first sponsor is this bastard. I guess I have to block him. While the two were happily chatting, suddenly, a strange woman in front of them spoke up. Hello, Sai, Mr. Jihan Junsei. The two were stunned as they listened to her continue. It's a pleasure to meet both of you. The woman introduced herself proactively. I would like to represent the division of the guild to greet you. I am the head of Department BA Heian. She smiled and continued speaking. I really wanted to meet you two, so I came all the way here. Sorry for the sudden visit. Jihan had some questions. Besides those involved, Ra shouldn't be able to get in here. How did you manage that? You're suspicious. Her voice sounds very familiar. I've met her before, haven't I? Heian replied calmly. I've always kept a close relationship with the net capturing department in Korea. I'm just leveraging my connections. She explained further, saying she's famous in the office as the little asterisk asterisk, Hoadan asterisk asterisk. Jihan paused at that name. You're sure about it? Her confident attitude is shameless, and that tone, I'm definitely met her somewhere before. Heian reached out her hand before getting to the point. It was she who mentioned your nickname, a name, the victorious CEO messenger. Meanwhile, Jihan tried to recall the expression, a bit hesitant. The image of Heian now reflected, the image of the masked woman he met earlier, along with her words. I've been a long-time fan of yours, Jihan silently confirmed. It must be her. Seiye noticed his expression and questioned it. What's going on? He's frozen. She glanced over at Heian, then startled and panicked, wondering if he might have feelings for her. Jihan then spoke up. This world is full of temptations, so it's hard to ignore them, he said half-jokingly. That's a quote from Dostoevsky, a great writer. He's also famous for his gambling addiction. This shocked the two people in front of him. Jihan asked directly, Does she like that quote? Gazan immediately understood his intention. She stepped in front of Heian and said, Miss, let me. Gazan asked seriously, who are you? How do you know her motto? She yelled fiercely, about how she's a genius gambler. Only a few people know about it. How could someone like you know it? Jihan smirked. No doubt about it, he silently confirmed she's part of the top association managing the US. Zero, the only Korean besides Jihan, is a lazy guy who just eats, drinks, and bets, yet became the leader of the **2 Huyen** association. Thanks to acquiring the initial voice ability is a skill. It's only used to receive support effects. After the practice ends, the growth range has expanded. All other aspects, including parameters and the level of voice gifts, are S-level gifts. The FB growth effect, parameters, and gifts of assigned players have increased. That skill started to become useful, and the strongest among the voice users is her, 0. Later, Gazan, curious, asked, Miss, do you also go to the casino to play? Heian shyly reminded, Don't say any more, Gazan. Don't say anything else. Jihan sighed, thinking from the **HOA** mining to 0, seems like the branch guild is doing a good job of recruitment. He casually explained, oh, I've seen her in a previous broadcast. But, Jihan added, among my fans, her message is the most memorable. So I just asked. Sorry if I made you jump. Gazan turned around and asked. While watching the stream, she was also sure, feeling embarrassed as she reminded her friends word for word, please be quiet. Then, Heian said in a voice that showed he wasn't too happy to be labeled a gambler. Jihan glanced at her and smiled, thinking, who labeled you? The truth is that, isn't it? Sei noticed him smiling and thought to herself, he must be falling for her. Heian still ignored it and stepped forward to propose, but it was fine. I didn't mind. Being proactive in this comfortable and quite strange atmosphere, I feel like we will run into each other a lot from now on. Sai saw Heian turning on her phone, her eyes sparkling like stars as she thought, oh my god, she's taking out her phone. She must be falling for her uncle too. She didn't say much and straightforwardly made it clear she wanted Sei and Jihan. See you next time, just the two of us. Sai immediately thought of a date. Romantic, heartfelt, pink bubbles flying everywhere. She happily shook her head and thought, oh my god, am I about to have something? Heian was feeling very shy now, rubbing her neck, thinking to herself, I was so sexy just now, I'm really good at keeping my distance. But still, it's about business and pleasure. She glanced at him and silently reminded, pay attention, Gazan. This is how I control men. Meanwhile, Gazan remained calm and somewhat confused. Heian gently tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled confidently. Watch this. Contrary to her expectations, Jihan stuttered a refusal. Sorry, but I don't know my phone number. Heian and Gazan were both stunned, completely taken aback. He turned to ask his niece, Sei, what's my number again? She was also confused and thought, what a weird excuse. Suddenly, Sai's eyes widened and she realized, is he playing the soft approach? But looking at Jihan's eyes glancing over at her, it didn't seem like that was the situation. She silently judged. He must have planned everything. I need to help my uncle. This doesn't seem like the situation. Then, Sae held her head and sighed. Uncle, I'm feeling dizzy again, Jihan pondered. Does she really want to go back and rest this time? Sei thought that if so, she would cooperate with him. Then he spoke to Heian. My niece isn't feeling well, so I have to go. If you give me your business card, I'll contact you first. She froze, holding the business card in her hand and stammered. Okay. Then, the two walked away. Sae happily smiled, thinking to herself, I don't have to worry about my uncle's love life anymore. Heian still hadn't recovered, and she called out, Gazan! She trembled and responded, Yes, Miss Heian. I heard you laughing. I'm about to go crazy. Just keep laughing. Gazan couldn't hold back her laughter anymore, bursting out laughing and replied, There's nothing funny about it, I'm sorry. The sunset hid behind the tall buildings, and somewhere in the air, there was the sound of blame. With a woman's hook, you really know how to annoy me. Inside the elevator, Sai confided, But uncle, do you know what really surprised me? She admitted, I never thought you would wear my dad's clothes. Jihan complained, It's too big now, what do you want me to do? Your clothes don't fit anymore. He added, The clothes aren't the problem. Sei agreed, Exactly, as long as you look good, what's the problem? She teased him again. But uncle, that previous comment wasn't nice. Jihan asked curiously, What comment? Sai replied, It's too old and shabby. She bluntly said, This game, you're the first to reject me. I don't know how many times I've used it. Jihan felt itchy after hearing that, not understanding anything. He wondered, What is she talking about? Sai continued, It's fine if you're snobby, but saying you can't remember your own phone number is not okay, she reminded him because he is quick-witted. That's why I managed to save the situation. But Jihan casually admitted, I really don't know. This unintentional answer struck Sei like lightning. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became awkward. Sae asked again, Really? He honestly replied, Yeah, she truly ran out of words with this man. The atmosphere fell into silence for a moment, until Sei spoke up, reproaching, Are you forgetful? Not at all, the story would shift to a new chapter. Welcome to the Nam Copper Cup Arena. This mission is a defense mission. Protect the crystal and survive the zombie army. Jihan logged into the game sighing. So tired. Jihan thought quietly, comforting the girl. Sei was really tired, recalling that earlier she had realized she misunderstood her uncle's intentions. And crying non-stop, she heartbrokenly exclaimed, "Did I miss my chance to love you? Because of my foolishness, I became a hindrance." Remembering that scene made Jihan helplessly sigh. He thought, does she think I like Heian? Who would like that gambling addict? Jihan's gaze was calm. After all, he didn't expect to meet Zero like this. On the screen displayed an image of a man named Guillermo Masic from Argentina. An angry voice rang out. Damn it, lost again. Heian was wearing a mask at that time and lamented, "This is ridiculous, Jihan. How could that guy score?" He remembered that at that time, the two quickly became close because they were both outcasts. On holidays, the two often placed bets. Zero was very into gambling. Jihan had confirmed back then. "I told you Diego Maradona would score," Heian angrily asked back. "But how could that be?" she complained. "A gift that's outdated like the god of soccer." The peak, huh? Diego Maradona, nationality Argentine, age unknown, profession magician, the SSS-level soccer god gift. He reminded, "I told you to pay attention to that SSS-level gift." Heian sighed and promised herself, "Next time, I will win the bet." Jihan seriously reminded her, "You should stop gambling." Heian replied defensively. "Don't say that," she confided. "It's really hard to ignore temptation." He complained, "You always lose. And don't bring up your little proverb anymore. I've heard it too many times." Jihan then asked, "By the way, aren't you going to remove the scar on your face?" Heian honestly said, "I never intended to. I've already told you. That's the price to pay for dealing with the devil, aside from being homeless too." The two had many more things in common. At that time, Heian called him Jihan and asked, "How did you get so strong so fast?" "If I were still as strong as I was back in Korea, my friend wouldn't have had to die like that." And the biggest commonality between them was the feeling of guilt and torment. Heian raised her glass, blaming herself. "Oh no, I have no right to say that. It's all my fault." They clinked their glasses for the torment and guilt of not being able to protect those they loved. At that moment, Jihan fell silent as well, with a chaotic mix of thoughts returning to reality. He slightly bowed his head and recalled that event. At this time, Jihan was in a match, lost in thought. Suddenly, viewer comments appeared. "Wait, his right hand. Oh my god, it's sticking out of the screen. Last time it was a kitchen knife. What's it this time? Let's see how he acts," they exclaimed as soon as they saw Jihan's weapon. Looking at his right hand holding that thing, it's terrifying. Oh man, those monsters are in for trouble this time. That's the machete of Pope Uraka, a C-rank item, a holy relic sword, used as a sacrificial offering for Pope Uraka, very suitable for gutting various creatures. Jihan looked at the weapon in his hand and thought to himself, "I don't understand why a C-rank item is so cheap. This sword is big and heavy. Not everyone can wield it." He then tried swinging a few times and assessed, "Well, it's still easy." Now Jihan was holding the weapon with both hands. He raised it high and prepared to strike down. The viewers just saw him swing a few slashes into the air. They immediately commented in awe. "He's as strong as a warrior." Some people were curious. "Jihan, show us your status window." "Huh, that's a good idea, isn't it? I want to see too." He secretly wondered. "Show my status window?" A loud explosion hit the ground. The viewers of the show started discussing again. "He fights like a war god, but his skills are actually weird. Moves like a warrior but uses magic. His class is a mage. Show us your status window." Jihan stabbed the sword into the ground and noticed that there were more viewers now. People were starting to demand. "I have 12,000 viewers." The spectators commented. "Come on, Jihan, just show us." Warrior with support and mage. He hesitated, unsure. "I don't know if I should show the public, but they definitely won't let us through. They're just regular people." The system displays the achievement notification. BattleTube has attracted Channel 1 subscribers. Channel 2 subscribers have not been completed yet. Channel 3 subscribers have not been completed yet. Now Jihan realizes he has to be straightforward. Thinking that, he speaks up. "Hello everyone. I am CEO Jihan, and it seems like many people are curious about my status window." Viewers commented, "How can you not be curious? Don't mess with him." Jihan then said, "I will reveal it to everyone." Upon hearing that, people commented expressing their emotions. "So happy, I can finally rest. Life is meaningful." He raised his hand and continued speaking. "But on the condition that I have 200,000 subscribers to my channel. This is my promise." Hearing this number, the viewers commented with curses. "You already have 10,000 subscribers. What else do you want? Surely the dead must come back to life. You can't even handle this name. You're just a bronze-level player. Having 10,000 subscribers is already great. If you don't want to show it, just say it directly." After reading the comments, Jihan thought, "I knew they would complain because 200,000 is really a hard number to achieve." Therefore, he decided to speak up. "I'll add another condition," Jihan stated bluntly. "From now on, if I can't maintain my top position, I will immediately reveal my status window." The viewers, upon hearing this, immediately had a fan commenting in shock. "Are you planning to go on a winning streak?" "Not likely, but let's see." After seeing the audience's reaction, he thought, That should be enough, right? You guys are really simple, the viewers kept commenting nonstop. If it's just a battleground, it might be fine, but team games still depend on luck. If the grave appears, the game ends. Just wait and see. Then Jihan tightly gripped his weapon. A viewer wondered, who will team up with CEO Jihan? At the same time, beams of light came down from above. Jihan glanced over, stunned and questioning. What's going on? His gaze was blank with one question. Are they all in the same place? Kwang then appeared and exclaimed, look who's here. Behind him were two more people. Kwang kept talking excitedly. Sai hugging Jihan. Meeting like this is fate. Yu Huwu also appeared. He shot a furious glare at him, thinking Sai is hugging Jihan. He glanced around for a moment and then realized, and who is this? There's another person. This is the first time I'm meeting him. The viewers who saw this guy also had a fan discussing excitedly. Kim Hyun-hyuk with Huin Kwang has become a circus. But that guy is even worse than him. Truly a trick with that stupid ball. That's Diego Massit, the top player from Argentina. Before Jihan revived, everyone commented in awe. Diego too? I once met him in real life. He looked really annoying. But why is this Argentine player at the Southern Championship? Jihan recalled that at this time, he was still unknown. Why is this Argentine player at the Southern Championship? Jihan recalled that at this time, he was still unknown. He looked fragile with scruffy facial hair, but he suddenly realized something was off. Wait, that's just too weird. Jihan thought to himself that he was supporting Huyen Kwang, a warrior, if that guy was a wizard. Could he be an archer? The Argentine player, Archer Diego, that Jihan remembered before he revived. He was once a wizard. What happened? Ryu Hyuk over here was still grinding his teeth. He was angry, thinking to himself that he couldn't believe he encountered this bastard again. He felt resentful, recalling his dark past. It was he who made me lose all my skills. This is really frustrating. I don't even want to see his face. While cursing in his heart, he suddenly slipped. Dugu Hyuk's announcement rang out. The Sword King Clan 898 has registered for a reward mission. He wondered, what is this? Which crazy person is assigning missions? But before he could finish his sentence, Gu Hyuk suddenly froze at the displayed number. On the screen appeared the line, what is this? He couldn't believe it and wondered what this mission was about. System announcement, destroy the crystal and stop Sae. Mr. Jihan reached the top position, reward 50,000 GP. The game began as the announcement just rang out. A surge of power shot down from the sky, causing the viewers to be bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Diego jumped up, kicking the ball down below. This scene made the viewers exclaim, wow. Using a soccer ball to knock people down like that, some things just never change. Afterwards, he continued playing casually, completely unconcerned about the undead golems climbing the tower. Diego's relaxed posture impressed the viewers. Truly, the legendary Diego Maradona. Then, he tilted his head and said to Jihan, give me a bit of archer power. I still need more power, Diego explained. In a team game, everyone has to do their part. Jihan looked at his hand and thought, give me what? In the past, my stats were never enough to use it too much. He reached out his hand and decided, but since his holy power was now higher, he could probably give it a try. Jihan gently said, power? As soon as he finished speaking, a halo surrounded the players standing on the tower. Huyen Kwang, after receiving the power, happily exclaimed, oh my god, Jihan. You gave us so much, you're truly a support. Happily exclaimed, oh my god, Jihan. You gave us so much, you're truly a support. The viewers, seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim in joy. Wow, this support is really something. A support with a huge sword. That's suspicious. Ju Hyuk, after receiving the strange power, thought to himself, why is that crazy guy stopping? Is he planning to surprise us? Then a voice called out. This wizard has met Jihan before and asked directly, are you going to play fair this time? Ju Hyuk was taken aback by the question. What? He hesitated and replied, of course. Huin Kwang held the perfect broadcast material in his hands and teased, what's going on here? Are you two friends? He looked at Jihan and thought, asterisk, if I don't listen to you, are you going to ditch me again? Asterisk, you bastard, he exclaimed, stomping his foot on the ground and saying, all right. Jihan assigned the task, saying, you take care of this, and without hesitation, jumped down from the top of the tower. This scene left the three people above bewildered, not understanding what he was planning. Diego turned to ask, is he out of his mind or what? He replied as if he was used to this. You see, it's not enough for you to understand, right? That bastard loves soccer. Ju Hyuk, furious, gritted his teeth and thought, asterisk, damn it, I hate this. He thinks I'm some kind of subordinate of his or something. Asterisk. Suddenly he paused, realizing, asterisk, no, I won't let him dictate my actions. I'll do what I want and see how long he can keep being whimsical. Asterisk. The mission displayed on his screen was to shatter the crystal and prevent Sae from hugging Jihan to achieve first place, reward 51,800. He was still in mid-air, jumping down towards the throngs of monsters below on the ground. Hundreds of undead golems were waiting with their mouths open for prey to fall. Jihan raised his hand and used the fire blaze technique. Instantly, flames erupted as he calculated his magical and holy powers. They had been enhanced since merging into his force, making a horde of corpses. Living beings were like a bunch of paper dolls. The fire blaze technique unleashed green flames that slowly burned the golems. The undead shrieked in pain as Jihan above held a large sword, bringing it over his head. He prepared to swing down for an attack while the undead golems continued to scream in despair. Jihan gripped the great sword tightly and leaped down straight like a green lightning bolt. A fierce explosion of light erupted, shaking and blasting the undead golems into dust. After Jihan's devastating attack, the undead golems were engulfed in fierce green flames, their bodies twisted and gradually disintegrating. They turned into black shadows, completely crushed by the power. Diego watched this scene in shock, exclaiming, "This Korean guy is really insane." Huyen Kwang, having grown accustomed to this sight, happily exclaimed, "Wow, everyone!" Is everyone watching? Huyen Kwang confirmed that all of this is being live-streamed. The viewers, after seeing the technique, were equally stunned. They commented, "What the hell just happened? Didn't he just kill 100 of them already? Where did this guy come from?" Another person wondered. But Jihan's battle is not over yet, as he faces a giant undead golem charging towards him. It has a fierce face with blood-red eyes, growling at Jihan, who doesn't say much. He decisively thrusts his sword down into the ground before the trembling undead golem. Jihan smirks, just as he expected. Despite going through many difficulties, achieving this is still worth it. The true value of spatial control power comes to Jihan's mind, thinking of a term, domain. A thin barrier surrounds him and the golems in front. Any AI that enters this territory will have their actions restricted. They are controlled by the user, which is why the undead golems do not attack Jihan. Although he does nothing, Jihan's eyes turn blood red. He knows about the golems. Most people are unaware of the existence of this invisible, intangible power. However, Jihan is very familiar with it, as he has the ability to control it far beyond his actual strength. He often trains with Sae, being embraced by Jihan for having repeatedly sparred against Baron's power. He can fully understand the power of this force now. The sword is then pulled up from the ground. It leaves a large watermark on the ground, carrying the destructive power charged with his mana, ready to fight with the flame technique. Currently, CEO Jihan is a supreme existence, able to simultaneously use both holy power and magic power. He possesses both force and martial strength. A small trophy can hardly stop him. Jihan then directly unleashes a strike, a horizontal slash against the monster after Jihan's devastating attack. The system announces, the number of zombies eliminated is 124 out of 1,000. He looks at the number and vows that last time he couldn't kill all 1,000 zombies. This time, he can be sure he will succeed. Then a new notification appears, the linked mission to eliminate zombies. Killing 1,000 zombies alone rewards 3,000 achievement points. He grips his sword and charges towards the monsters. Just a little more, faster, his eyes shine brightly. Jihan swings his sword, creating streaks of blue light tearing through the air, swirling fiercely into the undead golems. The power and violence crush them into pieces in a storm of light. His eyes are filled with determined energy. Faster still, the battlefield shakes violently. Waves of energy erupt from Jihan's attacks, sweeping away a multitude of enemies. Rocks and dirt explode, bright light shining up, catching Huyen Kwang's attention from above. He can't help but exclaim, "Wow, really?" Diego, standing next to him, agrees. Agreed, both hands up. The online viewers also comment, "At this rate, he'll definitely come in first again. No wonder he dares to swear like that. Just go get another 200,000 subscribers." Huyen Kwang suddenly remembered. Now I'm really curious about Jihan's status window. Viewers are questioning and commenting. What are these guys doing? LOL, that bastard is buried. Nam is being forced to win. Some are curious, but why is that Kim Do-gu-hyuk so quiet? He stood there, his face dark, in stark contrast to his appearance. Do-gu-hyuk suddenly broke into a very sinister smile. A viewer requested in the comments, "Huyen Kwang, let us know Gil-hyuk's situation." He agreed, turned to observe, and said, "Number one buried guy over there, they want to see his face." Suddenly, he had to stop at what he saw. Huyen Kwang shouted, "In his hand right now is a flame that was prepared in advance." Huyen Kwang anxiously asked, "What the hell are you doing?" He didn't answer. His gaze was dark as if controlled by a force. His face showed an expression while Jihan was fighting hard below. A voice echoed, "That damn CEO Jihan. That bastard without parents." Just this one line made the viewers curious. "Oh my god. So tense, so tense." Gyu-hyuk was like a madman, constantly mocking, "You've been doing pretty well lately, huh? That trash only knows how to deceive the little girl all day. How did you manipulate her mind to make her believe you so blindly?" So, Jihan stood frozen, silently listening to every word he said. The viewers were all shocked and commented, "Oh, even bringing up Say, he has gone too far. Oh my god, does he want to die or what?" Yu Hyuk continued to mock. Isn't that right? So you really want to treat the girl well? How the hell did you manage to make her listen to you like that? The viewers noticed that Jihan seemed calmer, I think. CEO Jihan's mentality is really strong. Maybe he doesn't even care about being angry, huh? Hugh, still acting crazy and insulting Jihan. Or have the two of them been sneaking around together? Another person with a bad feeling commented, everyone. I feel like it's not like that. His face showed blood vessels, mana flashing in his eyes with murderous intent. The mission with a reward of 55,000 GP from Kim Do-gu-hyuk comes from the Sword King clan, who always hates CEO Jihan. Its content is to break the crystal block and prevent CEO Jihan from achieving first place with a reward of 55,000 GP. If converted to cash, this reward would be equivalent to 55 million won, more than enough motivation for Kim Do-hyuk. Hyuk started to stir up trouble again, continuing his indecent game, loudly cursing that bastard without parents. Jihan was now standing amidst a pile of golem corpses scattered on the ground. He remained silent and did not respond. But CEO Jihan had seen through him long ago. His gaze slightly glanced at Do-gu-hyuk while thinking, a madman who has always been docile suddenly rises up. There are only two possible reasons. Either there is an AI backing him, or he is stimulated by that AI. Jihan hated and cursed, truly a worthless piece of trash inside and out. Clearly he was plotting. I'll do this when I'm far enough away to make my escape. Do-hyuk is getting more outrageous by the day. Lately, you've been doing pretty well, huh? That trash just knows how to scam little girls all day. He fell silent, lost in thought. In reality, I don't really care about the insults directed at me. After hearing those words, Jihan couldn't control his emotions. But how dare he mention Sae? Recalled the day he regressed and met Sae again. I couldn't help but remember what I had tried so hard to forget but couldn't. The memory was like a nightmare, the worst kind. It was the memory of Sae's death, a scar, left on the girl by a horrific accident orchestrated by the Sword King clan, leaving her face wrapped in bandages. As for Sae's body, at that moment, my heart was frozen, devoid of warmth. And Jihan was there to witness Sae in that state, yet he could do nothing. At that time, all he could do was hold the girl in his arms and scream in pain. Right now, the currents of mana began to appear and radiate around him. Jihan tilted his gaze towards him, filled with killing intent. That's why I decided I wouldn't let that happen again, that I would protect her and not let anything happen to her again. The viewers commented, Say, look, Jihan is furious. Just look at the aura surrounding him. Seriously, bringing up someone else's family is too much. Jihan, go teach him a lesson. But he's gone that far already. Jihan is determined that everyone will remember what happens if anyone touches Sae. The moment he gained power, while attempting to merge 3 energy centers into one, Jihan realized that he could use the *** unnamed holy technique *** right now, with 2 streams of power manifesting simultaneously. Jihan was in a ready-to-fight state. Of course, since his martial arts were only level 30 right now, he could only defend and launch a few attacks. But Jihan truly felt the moment he merged the 3 energy centers into one. Something very familiar, just like when Jihan used the *** unnamed holy technique ***, his eyes shone brightly in the darkness. His cold face was filled with killing intent, hiding the torment of the intense transformation that had just occurred. He felt the surge of electricity spreading from the soles of his shoes. Jihan was moving, a powerful current swirling. All the golems rushing towards him were scorched by the deadly electricity. The transformation had turned Jihan's body into a bolt of lightning, a technique that could tear the sky apart, called *** Heavenly Thunderbolt ***. At the top of the tower, the 3 were still standing still. Kyuhyun was conjuring a fireball in his hand. At the top of the tower, 3 people are still standing still, and Kyuhyun is using a fireball in his hand. Aiming at the crystal block, a notification then rang out. Sword King Clan 898 has donated 100 GP. Yu Hyuk, hurry! Destroy the crystal block! CEO Jihan is starting to act, he responded. Okay, I got it. Cursing him feels really refreshing. Huyen Kwang, standing behind him, still persistently blocked. Stop it! Ju Hyuk said nothing. Directly attacking caused him to be knocked back. Ju Hyuk coldly reminded, don't get in the way. Dare to block again, I'll burn you alive. Huyen Kwang was still unafraid, seizing the opportunity to call everyone to create content. At all times and places, everyone, if you hope for me and Jihan to be safe, please like and subscribe to the channel. The viewers who heard this looked confused and started commenting. Something feels off. At this hour, you're still stubbornly trying to make a profit? After that, Do-gu-hyuk used his power to create formations. Alright, then he's crossing his arms with the magic staff. The sphere is created between the 3 formations. With the declaration, let's end it here, Yu Hyuk shouted loudly, his voice full of mockery. Go strong! He decisively used the *** fire flame *** technique aimed directly at the crystal block in front, but as the flames rushed forward, Diego's ball successfully blocked it, then got scorched and rolled outside. The viewers were left bewildered. Why is there a soccer ball here? Do-gu-hyuk turned back in confusion to look at the current situation, while everyone here gasped. Oh, it's Diego Masid. How dare he block such a wonderful attack? Isn't that infuriating? Is that the Sword King clan? Ju-hyuk didn't care about that. He angrily cursed. What's wrong with you? The bastard likes to shoot balls, Diego straightforwardly replied. I believe in playing clean and pure. If you intentionally ruin the game again, I won't let it slide, he added. Moreover, you cursed the very team member who is carrying us, even cursing his parents. I can't let you continue messing around. Ju-hyuk, upon hearing this, was so angry that veins bulged on his face. His jaw clenched tight, extremely frustrated, wanting to curse. Jihan then appeared behind him, then declared, a bastard like you dares? Huyen Kwang happily spoke up when he saw his idol appear. Everyone look! Thanks to everyone's attention, Jihan has appeared. The viewers watched how he created content and sighed. Huyen Kwang, you're really stubborn. Gu-hyuk's eyes widened, panic-stricken, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. The terror was evident as he sensed the killing intent and deadly lightning from Jihan. Right behind him, his face darkened, full of killing intent, saying, that's right, you're close. His eyes glowed red as he questioned. You seem to have a lot to say, huh? Ju-hyuk's mouth fell open, his eyes bulging in panic, cold sweat dripping down his cheek. His face was twisted, tense with extreme fear as he faced overwhelming power. Ju-hyuk confusedly thought, what the hell? This is absurd. What am I supposed to do now? He hesitated, deciding to take a risk. Damn it, I'm done for, I'm finished, so I might as well curse a bit more, CEO Jihan said, his eyes filled with murderous intent. With his fingers pinched together, he commanded, shut up, Jihan continued. Honestly, I was planning to blow your head off as soon as I got here, but I changed my mind, Jihan declared. How could I let you die so easily? He lightly moved his finger up and down, controlling Ju-hyuk, then added, the pain usually gets dulled by the gaming device. Jihan made him buckle at the knees. He continued, so even if I kill you, it would just drop you a level. Jihan locked Gu-hyuk's jaw and asked, that's common knowledge, right? You announce it. Now let me show you some things you don't know. Gu-hyuk's mouth was literally locked by Jihan. His hand rested on his shoulder. Ju-hyuk silently cursed in anger. You idiot! Knowing this and still not killing me? I've lost all my skills anyway. How could I drop a level? Ju-hyuk regretted the reward. It was really a pity, but it also made him that angry. I've already won. But while he was lost in thought, Jihan delivered a brain-shaking blow to Ju-hyuk. He collapsed to the ground. The pain hit him hard, making Gu-hyuk unable to form a complete sentence. What the hell is this? It's so painful! He stood before Jihan's icy face. Gu-hyuk could only tremble and plead with his body. Jihan coldly asked back, what's up? Are you in pain? I haven't even really started yet! Gu-hyuk roared fiercely. That's enough! Please, that's enough! Inside the castle, his voice echoed. Huyen Kwang trembled, saying, he's really holding back. Jihan Diego beside him agreed. I concur. He frowned and asked, but isn't it strange? Most people use the connection device, so there wouldn't be such a violent reaction. He also spoke, looking at the glowing light. Huyen Kwang looked at Jihan, one hand holding the light. One hand treated Gu-hyuk, saying he continually healed him with one hand. He couldn't determine what he was doing. There shouldn't be any side effects. What are side effects? The question appeared immediately on the screen. Huyen Kwang put his hand to his chin, explaining, it's simple. Just like a doctor, he began to elaborate. If you keep continuously using healing skills on a dot damage like poison or burns, it will be overloaded, and then a strange phenomenon will occur. The connection device will ignore 100% of the damage on the other side. Ju-hyuk, with a fierce expression, screamed, and Huyen Kwang thought silently, that's terrifying, but he looked like he was in a lot of pain. What skill is he using? Jihan, calm on the surface, pondered, causing bone dislocation that shattered bones and tore muscle. You look at his body and think to yourself, this is a technique only a few martial artists know, transferring a source of energy into an opponent's body, and it destroys their body from within. Ju-hyuk's eyes widen in pain, confused, thinking he's using a connection device. It can reduce 95% of the pain, but what is this? He thinks to himself in agony. It feels like my organs are being torn apart, like thousands of needles are stabbing into my body. Ju-hyuk begins to wonder. If it keeps hurting like this, then... He opens his mouth and screams. Just kill me, Quach Tao, you bastard! Jihan swings his sword, decapitating him. Ju-hyuk, calm on the outside, looks up at that direction. Comments start flooding in. CEO Jihan wants it, so let it be. Then a notification sounds. Player Kim Gu-hyuk has died. He looks around, wondering if he will come back to life now. Huyen Kwang, pale, thinks to himself. I need to be more careful. The streamer Huyen Kwang has been scared by CEO Jihan, and then Gu-hyuk screams in pain. A comment pops up, is this deja vu or what? He looks at him calmly, crying out, spare me, please spare me. I was wrong, and comments appear. Jihan, you scared me. Soon after, his hand falls to the ground. Comments keep appearing. Wow, guys, he just died out of nowhere. Just as he falls, a notification sounds. Player Kim Do Gu-hyuk has died. Others are startled, unleashing a barrage of comments. Oh my, I think it's too shocking. Jihan, don't spare him. Jihan stands still, watching Gil-hyuk's body gradually disappear. He raises his hand, looking that way, thinking, can't stand the pain and die, huh? I need to control my power better. Immediately after, a notification pops up. Player Kim Do-gu-hyuk has resurrected. He sits up abruptly, startled, shouting, huh? Back to life again? Do-gu-hyuk looks at Jihan approaching, panicking and yelling, don't come near! Don't come over here! I know I was wrong! His face darkens in response. If you can't handle the consequences, don't do it. Jihan is startled when he sees the notification. Seiya Ho, 822, has donated 10,000 gigabytes. Outside, Seiya shouts, Uncle, stop it! I'm fine, so you should stop, it's a bit much. She looks worried, explaining, if you keep going, I'll lose all my subscribers. Comments pop up, I'm too obsessed. If you keep this up, it will be too much, Jihan. I want to see you in action for real. But at this rate, Sei pleads, stop and just focus on the game, Uncle. Seeing this, Jihan is startled, thinking, huh? Sai is calmer than I thought. He frowns, pondering but still not enough. Jihan looks at Gu-hyuk in front of him, wondering if he should stop here since it's still peacetime. Maybe this is enough. Scare the monkey with a chicken. He tries to crawl forward, shouting, help! No, just kill me. Seeing this, he reflects, but Jihan immediately decides he has to confirm one more thing. Then his voice rings out, it's AI. Do-gu-hyuk, with tears streaming down his face, let out a confused cry. His eyes sparkled with a questioning red light. Who gave you the guts to do that? He yelled in panic. I'll confess right now, my memory is sharp. It was that guy from the Sword King clan, 898. They offered me 50,000 GP. Keeping his head down, he clasped his hands and begged, I'm just a crazy guy. Just kill me. A stream of comments appeared. Confess already. Oh man, this coward. His voice echoed with an explanation. Because the Sword King clan supports you, and I was blinded by wealth. So I'm really sorry. On the screen, comments flashed. This ungrateful bastard, you're done for today. No second chances. I can't believe I assigned a mission to this guy. Jihan fell into deep thought, sensing something was off. A reward of 50,000 GP for each one. It's probably not just an individual, but a whole group. He grabbed Gil by the collar, to which Gil analyzed, I need to remember that. Jihan calmly said, you should be grateful to Seiya for stopping me. His eyes glistened with tears as he shouted, Gu-hyuk must have been thrown up high. Joyfully, he exclaimed. Thank you so much, Sei. A stream of notifications instantly appeared. Player Kim Gu-hyuk has died. Kim Gu-hyuk has been eliminated from the game. Huyen Kwang smiled and said, today, a buried guy has been punished. Jihan softly clapped his hands, calculating that he should go catch zombies again. He frowned in anger, thinking if it hadn't been for the interference, he would have completed the mission by now. Jihan envisioned himself slicing zombies and receiving notifications. The number of zombies killed was 921 out of 1,000. He looked ahead, called out the status window, then glanced at the screen and thought, whatever. Killing 80 more. How much time would that take? Jihan exclaimed in surprise as he saw the reminder, you have unread notifications. He looked at the notification, wondering if he had really completed it. The screen displayed the message. Zombie Source Guild Mission 1 has been completed. Jihan glanced to the side, denying, how could that be? He looked at the electric corpses lying on the ground and exclaimed, that was the Skybreak Thunder technique. Jihan recalled the moment and realized, so that's how it was. He remembered that moment and concluded that the lightning he created had killed the nearby zombies. Jihan thought deeply. More accurately, he couldn't control it, and the released power caused an explosion. He stroked his chin, frowning in contemplation. I couldn't execute it perfectly because I didn't use the anonymous sacred art, but only used my internal energy. It's fine, but it's really embarrassing. Jihan looked ahead, thinking he needed more time to practice. Just then, a calling voice rang out, making him look over. Jihan Huyen Kwang, his eyes sparkling, inquired, are you going down again? Can I go down with you? Diego looked over when he heard Jihan call out to him. You shook hands and thanked him. He heard that and continued, I'm just doing what needs to be done. Comments started flooding in, just normal chatter. Jihan smiled slightly and replied, please do. Let me meet you again so I can repay you this time. Just as you were speaking, the ground began to tremble. I have a few things to tell you. The three of them standing on the tall tower gasped and shouted, what is that? An earthquake? What's going on? This has never happened before. Huyen Kwang looked down at the ground and yelled, it seems like something just exploded. What should we do? Diego looked ahead and shouted, Korea, look. Jihan frowned and looked that way. The viewers saw something emerging from the ground. What are those huge comments? Your eyes widened in shock. Lines of question marks appeared. He saw that thing coming out of the ground and exclaimed, that's three people looking at a hand with a mouth in the middle. A hand, the mouth wide open, let out a deafening scream. The hand reached up, emitting a strange laugh. Diego panicked and said, what is that? That hand is terrifying. Huyen Kwang gasped and shouted, if it's this big from here, how big must it be? Below the hand, a group of zombies kept gathering. Jihan shivered, thinking about that enormous mouth opening. He bit down hard, while the zombies pinned to the ground struggled and screamed. Jihan frowned, questioning that thing. He saw the hand pressing down on the zombies, thinking it was devouring them. Jihan looked at that giant hand pressing down on them. The hand used its fingers to brace against the mouth in its palm. It oozed a stream of pitch-black liquid from its tongue, which rolled down into the pool of liquid, immediately falling straight to the ground. The corpse golem immediately crawled out from the pool of liquid. Huyen Kuang was shocked, unable to believe it, and screamed, "Wait, why is that thing appearing in a bronze-ranked game? Shouldn't it only show up in the gold rank and above? Why is Jihan wide-eyed, analyzing the monster that just appeared?" After the arms separated the bodies and rejoined, he looked at them, pondering the corpse golem. As that shining name said, they had never appeared in bronze rank. Jihan lowered his head to look at the screen in front of him. Wondering if it was due to the quest chain, why did the screen show the text for the quest chain's origin? Zombie 2. Defeat the corpse golem without the help of the crystal. He saw this and felt doubtful. What does it mean without the help of the crystal? The notification sound rang out. You have crossed the defensive edge of 10 buildings. Jihan frowned, wondering about the notification. A line of text immediately appeared. The side quest has been unlocked. The system voice announced the side quest to eliminate the corpse golem. A crowd looked ahead, shouting, "Are there usually things like this in the Bronze Edge side quests? Hey, does it really want us to kill that thing?" The screen displayed a notification blocking the corpse golems created by the Harbinger of Destruction. That hand quickly burrowed back into the ground, and from the tall tower, the system voice said, "You can narrow the power gap. By using the blessing of the crystal, kill them with a blast and bring a nuclear bomb." Huyen Kuang frowned and shouted, "How can we complete this quest? Even gold ranks can't manage it." Jihan closed his eyes, deep in thought. This quest seemed impossible. He opened his eyes, thinking to himself, if it weren't difficult, there wouldn't be such a reward. The screen displayed a notification for the side quest to stop the golems. The corpse was created by the apostles of the Black Hand of Destruction. Reward, 1,000 achievement points, crystal shards. Jihan was startled, pondering. The crystal shards are the main reward. The achievement points and other things are just a bonus. He looked down, guessing this must at least be a mission to deal with corpses. Huyen Kuang let out a groan. Since it's a side quest, I have to give it my all. The sword on the ground was immediately lifted up, a sound signaling this request. "You better give your blessing first," Jihan calmly declined. "No need." Comments started flooding in. Is Jihan scared? Did he give up? Is he going to reveal his stats window? The audience kept doubting. Just let it go. How can a bronze rank guy beat a gold rank boss? Stop defending him already. Jihan's foot flashed with lightning. Jihanzo down, carrying a bolt of lightning, approached the corpse golem. He looked at it, contemplating. The golem is undead, making them very hard to kill. You can only kill them if you destroy the core in the center of the body. Due to their massive size and the fact that they are made from many different corpses, it makes that very difficult to accomplish. Moreover, the corpse golem is also considered a mid-level boss in the gold rank. Even though Jihan is bronze rank, it's still very challenging. Jihan calmly shouted, "You two step back a bit." Huyen Kuang was startled, questioning, "Huh?" He didn't explain, rushing towards the corpse golem lying on the ground. Leaving a footprint crackling with lightning, Huyen Kuang and Diego stared in shock at that. His eyes widened, unable to imagine, yelling out. Jihan raised the sword in his hand, swinging it down towards the corpse golem with force. There is a technique that is the most basic foundation of the nameless sacred art, 3 martial arts based on heaven, earth, and humanity, having 3 meanings. Heaven refers to the sky and a vertical slash, earth refers to the ground and a horizontal slash, humanity refers to humans and a diagonal slash. That is the foundation of the nameless sacred art. Jihan gripped the sword tightly. This technique also represented the break the tai shan. He used the 3 techniques of break the tai shan, slicing the corpse golem in half. Huyen Kuang and Diego were immediately dumbfounded. The ball in his hand fell to the other side, and the whole body of the corpse golem disintegrated, leaving only the center behind. Jihan frowned slightly, thinking the name sounded grand. He watched it fall to the ground, contemplating. It was just a vertical slash. The notification sound rang. Player Sae Mr. Jihan has destroyed the corpse golem. The screen displayed a reminder. The 4th tower has completed the side quest. Comments started pouring in. Goosebumps all over. Don't mess with CEO Jihan. I declare this guy as a nuclear bomb. The only reasonable explanation. The moment CEO Jihan swung his sword, Huyen Kuang felt a mix of different emotions. Fear and jealousy, anticipation and desire. All those emotions mixed together and turned into respect. Huyen Kuang knelt down on the ground, letting out a heavy gasp. His eyes widened, realizing this was the first time he felt this way. At first, I just thought he was a good topic to stream. Huyen Kuang closed his eyes, silently denying it, but now it was more than that. He thought of Jihan, deciding he wanted to capture this person's moments. The one who would rise to the top. Huyen Kuang's face was full of determination. No, I have to do this. He saw Jihan transform into a beam of blue light, realizing he needed to return to his journey of becoming a legend. Besides his determination, Huiyan dedicated everything to Sae hugging Jihan. He looked over, excitedly shouting, "Jihan, you did great!" He looked ahead, unaware that from this moment, the relationship between CEO Jihan and Diego began. The crowd looked ahead, exclaiming, "Oh my god!" They glanced at the zombie golem, raising their hands in anger, shouting, "This game is really making it hard on us." It struck towards the tower. A loud scream echoed at the third tower. The zombie golems surrounded the area, relentlessly attacking. A reminder appeared on the screen. Side quest 7 failed. The side quest has ended. Players who completed the side quest will receive triple experience points and GB. Jihan smiled gently, thinking to himself, the rewards for this game are indeed amazing. He glanced to one side, thinking, but of course, I still need a few more things. Jihan turned to him and exclaimed, "Masid, let's meet outside." Diego looked over and shouted, "I'm not that interested in rewards anyway, thanks to you. Besides, I've already got a significant amount of bonus points." Jihan smiled softly, asking, "I want to discuss your abilities outside." "Don't you want to hear?" Diego exclaimed in surprise. "My abilities? What do you mean?" Jihan raised his hand, radiating red sparks, laughing. "Here's a tip. If the mage reveals everything here, it won't be fun. Let's talk more over dinner." Diego was startled, wondering, a mage? Could he be suggesting I change my profession to a mage? If it were another AI, he might have dismissed it immediately and thought their words were meaningless. But Jihan had shown Diego a truly amazing scene, which made him eager about what he intended to say. He immediately pursed his lips in thought. If he really found a profession that suited him, after a while, Diego also spoke up in agreement. "All right, then I'll message you later," Jihan said, hands in his pockets, shouting, "Awesome! So do you have any food you like so I can find a place first?" Huyen Kwang immediately raised his hand, suggesting, "Say, take me with you." Hearing this, Jihan declined. "That would be troublesome after all, it's Masid's personal reward," he immediately shouted. "I want to talk to you about live streaming." Jihan coldly refused. "I decline," Huyen Kwang shouted forcefully. "I want to become a solid team with you. I need to edit. I want to be your editor, Sae." Dihan whispered in agreement. He heard this and excitedly shouted, "Really? Then I can." Dihan slowly disappeared, saying, "That was me refusing." He immediately left the game, leaving behind just a remark, "You've all worked hard." Tears streamed down Huyen Kwang's face as he raised his hand to ask again, "Why?" Comments started popping up. How turned someone down so decisively? Did you see him gloat and then still lose? So funny. Huyen Kwang wasn't happy. In the tall building where Jihan was, the lights were still on. Lines of reminders appeared on the screen. You have completed the quest chain Zombie Origins 2, earning an additional 10,000 achievement points and a shard of crystal. A notification appeared. The next quest chain, Apostles' Traces, is about to be unlocked. He couldn't help but feel emotional. 10,000 points. No wonder the quest was so difficult, he thought happily. The reward is truly amazing. Jihan looked at the screen thoughtfully. Fortunately, I had available power. He held the shard in his hand, feeling sentimental. But this shard of crystal is a bit disappointing. The screen displayed an introduction to the shard. It has the ability to grant the user a blessing from the gods. This item can only be used once at the bronze and silver levels. The blessing from the gods is something that only AIs at the highest support tier, the Holy Maidens, can use. It's one of the top-notch items, boosting all stats by 50%, and is essential for the highest ranks. Jihan raised his hand to put it back, saying it could only be used once and was limited to silver and bronze. So boring. He looked at the screen, calculating which reward would come next for being the first to complete it. Both his GP and FB stats had increased by 50%. Notifications appeared. You have reached BA level. You have gained an additional 6,000 GP. Jihan calmly mumbled. Now he was at level 13. The screen displayed his martial power and strength at level 17. The guy Say hugged Jihan, level 13. In the 1st Southern District, martial power 17, strength 17, support mage profession. He looked over there thinking he still needed to level up 12 more times to participate in the silver promotion match. To be honest, these stats are really incredible. He looked elsewhere, wondering if any players had ever leveled up this quickly. The ruins of another world, the sword strike of the monk Uraka was reacting. Notifications appeared. You have completely understood the faith of another world. Current holy power +1. Holy power has merged into strength. Jihan glanced at his hand. A reminder appeared on the screen. The name of the ruins of another world, the sword strike of the monk Uraka, has decreased. He slightly raised his eyebrows, stopping. Wait, Jihan looked at the screen, wondering if his stats would increase. What the heck? Combat power 17, strength 17, so the holy power and strength aren't equal? You looked at the sword thoughtfully when the screen displayed a reminder. Remnants of another world, the sword of the cultivator Uraka. I can't hold the power inside it any longer. Jihan covered his face with his hand, watching the sword explode. This equipment is being destroyed. You raised your hand to shield your eyes, thinking, the power of the 3 elixirs in the sword is spilling out. Jihan looked that way, thinking, it can't withstand the destruction of Mount Tai anymore, right? That energy quickly sliced towards your shoulder. Jihan immediately raised his hand to analyze. If it continued like this, it would be a big problem. I have to quickly absorb its power back. Suddenly, your eyes widened in shock as a golden light emitted from you, illuminating everything around. That light still didn't flicker inside a nearby building. A voice sighed. What a headache. I even managed to move next door. Japanese Defense Force, Takeda, Zuo and FC Sword King, 898 held chicken legs, sighed. Their plan fell apart. He recalled the time he sent out the notification. FC Sword King 898 had sent a mission to someone. Yu Hyuk looked at the notification screen, startled, and exclaimed, "Huh? Why is something popping up out of nowhere? That loser. Who sent this to me?" His eyes widened, thinking, what the heck? Ju-Hoo couldn't be trusted. What happened to this mission? The screen displayed the text. Break the crystal and prevent CEO Jihan. First place reward 50,000 GP. Takeda looked at the monitoring screen and said, nothing special. Just someone with the same goal wanting to help out. He smiled and said, you will be able to take revenge on CEO San. And I got his status window. Takeda looked at the comments online, angrily shouting, those idiots. The screen displayed messages from the large fan family. Sword King, let's join forces to defeat CEO Jihan. Sponsoring such a large amount to Sword King, those online patriots bragged a lot. But it turned out in the end, to aid a bastard traitor. Just shut up and take good care of your parents, you little milk-drinking brat. He calmly thinks that losing the strongest player, the Sword King, is still worth punching himself. Between each other, but thanks to them, stirring things up is much easier. Takeda laughs loudly, as he can now target CEO San. He can pretend to be part of the Sword King's FC, as simple as weaving a basket. He interlocks his fingers, resting his chin on them, and chuckles to himself. CEO San seems to always be on guard against someone Japanese like me, but in reality, he should be wary of his Korean friends instead. Next, the screen displayed a scene with Jihan and Do-Gu Hyuk. Takeda looked at him and whispered, that brainless wizard, destroy it quickly. Then he laughed, raising his hand and shouting, let's make CEO San taste the helplessness of defeat. Back to reality. Takeda nibbled on a chicken leg, claiming that was what he crowed about, but he ended up losing. Maybe I should stop breaking the game by pretending to be from the Sword King FC. He looked at the notification on the screen. Mission 7. Destroy the crystal and prevent CEO Jihan from finishing first, reward 50,000 GP. Unable to hold back, he remarked, if only I succeeded on the first try. What a bummer. Climbing too high. Truly a pathetic player. Takeda thought of Q-Hyuk. He then shouted loudly, you can't even break the game a little. That fool needs to shatter the crystal immediately. Instead of stalling with pointless delays, wouldn't it be much better? He bit down hard, stating, if he could do that, then everyone's wishes would be fulfilled. CEO San would reveal his status window. Takeda, with a face full of rage, cursed, what a pig-brained idiot. His plan has hit a snag. He raised his hand and shouted, damn it! At this rate, I'm gonna let Sae hug San. Takeda slammed his hand down on the table, roaring, shit! Takeda Kazuo, the recruitment director of the Neo Self-Defense Force, found himself in a tough situation. With years of experience in selecting talent, he realized that Sae hugging Jihan was a talented player that needed to be recruited immediately. But his superiors, the headquarters, only agreed to review the recruitment proposal. If there was clear information and sufficient evidence about the subject, they demanded proof. The recruitment plea entirely relied on Takeda Kazuo's intuition. Therefore, to prove his judgment was correct, Takeda needed to obtain CEO Jihan's status window. In other words, the actual parameters. To demonstrate CEO Jihan's strength, he looked at the computer screen shouting, there isn't much time left. These amateur strategies are no longer effective. Takeda raised his eyebrows and shouted, but just wait, you'll see. He thought of that person, and then I will obtain your status window. The headquarters will approve that. Takeda's voice rang out, and then you will use the very special method applied to the Sword King. The screen displayed a notification. Your holy power has increased by 1 and has been integrated into strength. Strength increased by 1, Jihan gasped, exclaiming in surprise. He sat down on the ground and concluded. So every BA point of holy power converts to 1 point of strength. A reminder appeared. The force and combat power have increased by 1. He looked at the system board and thought to himself, thanks to this, his combat power is now 18. Jihan glanced at the debris around him, pondering the remaining holy power that was absorbed when the magic instrument was destroyed. It's truly a pity for a weapon to end up like this, but if the rewards are that great, then notifications keep popping up. The power score has exceeded 17. From now on, you can only absorb holy power from artifacts in the directory. Seeing this, he shouted in rage, that's enough. With just the A rank, how can you expect me to dream during the day? Jihan closed his eyes, muttering, so petty. Just then, Sae pushed the door open and shouted, Uncle! She held up her phone, smiling. My account has 50 billion, he calmly asked back. Is that for real? Sae exclaimed in confusion. Uncle! She looked at the wounds on Jihan's body and asked, why do you look like this? He looked at his hand and explained, oh this. My weapon just exploded. Jihan smiled gently and said, it's nothing, Sae. She saw fresh blood spurting from the top of his head and screamed. She angrily pulled Jihan outside and shouted, "I really can't understand you! Quick, wash your wounds so I can bandage them! I thought you had grown up, why are you so childish?" He was startled and questioned on the spot. The next day, Jihan looked at the grilled meat in front of him and felt emotional. It was the first time he had real food since his regression. He smiled softly to himself. Eating out like this occasionally isn't too bad. Out loud, he said, "But I prefer Korean food." Sei crossed her arms and reproached him. "But since I'm treating, you should have suggested something a bit more expensive." Jihan waved his hand in refusal. "Forget it. We eat 3 meals together every day." He immediately questioned upon hearing the sound. She continued, "That's not possible, right?" Jihan was astonished to hear Sae say, "I'm about to go back to school." She scratched her face, embarrassedly smiling, and continued speaking. "Just looking like this, I'm actually the student council president, so I can't take a break." His voice asked back, "But isn't taking a week off better?" Sae looked troubled. She thought about that. "Actually, the day I receive blessings in the gift hall is coming soon." Now Jihan picked up his phone and realized. He just remembered. He looked at the notification on the screen, pondering. Sae's birthday is coming soon. August 22nd is Sae's 18th birthday. Despite the difficulties, she has always looked forward to this day. Sae has always received blessings from the gift hall at the academy, so she hopes that the situation will improve if she receives a good gift. But that hope crumbled right after. The gift she received was on the F list, which was the moment that made Sae break down. Even though she tried to get through everything, thinking of this, Jihan lowered his head and said nothing more, putting the piece of meat into his mouth to analyze. If I tell her that she'll receive a forced gift, she'll be really disappointed, right? There's no choice but to gradually lower her expectations. Then Jihan's voice rang out. "So, are you going tomorrow?" Sae smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, tomorrow is Monday, so it's the perfect time to go." He looked at her and suggested, "All right, starting tomorrow, I'll take you out," he said. Sae was startled and exclaimed, "Huh? Why so suddenly?" She immediately waved her hands to refuse, saying, "I'm not a child anymore." Jihan countered, "But we're in a situation right now. I've already made up my mind, so just listen to me," Jihan said. Sae frowned in annoyance and asked, "Huh? Why are you being like this all of a sudden?" She pouted, turned her face to the side, and added, "It doesn't make any sense." Jihan raised his eyebrows, looking at Sae. The corners of her lips slightly curled up into a smile. Sae saw him cover his mouth, trying to hold back laughter. The laughter turned into an angry question. "Huh? What's this? Why are you laughing?" His voice rang out, "It's nothing, just eat." She immediately retorted, "What? Are you planning to go by yourself?" Sae looked at Jihan seriously under the moonlight. "Don't be like that, just listen while I still care," he said. The next morning, the light began to rise over that tall building, and he led Sae over, surprised by the scene before them. "What is this?" He looked at the empty parking lot in front of Sae and exclaimed, "What happened here?" Jihan thought about the Sae vehicles and shouted, "Where are all the Sae cars?" Sae was startled and asked, "Are you saying they sold all the Sae vehicles?" Hearing that, he held his head and mumbled, "So that's why I didn't see any Sae keys." She laughed loudly. "Then I'll just take the bus, okay?" Jihan looked in one direction and replied, "There's one over there." Sae gasped and shouted, "That island." She looked at the Sae in front of her and said, "That's Mom Sae," he replied uncertainly. It probably wasn't that it couldn't be sold, but it was too cheap, so they just left it. Jihan grabbed the handle and asked, "Can it be opened?" He sat down, and Sae said, "The key is still here." Sae was startled and asked again, "Hey, don't tell me you plan to take me to school in this Sae." Just as Jihan started it up, black smoke immediately spread everywhere. He suspiciously asked, "Are you embarrassed or something?" She immediately denied. "No." Sae hesitated to respond. "I'm just a little worried," Jihan asked suspiciously. "Worried about what?" Brow shouted angrily. "You bastard, back up!" Sae shouted. She replied with a bitter laugh, "That's what I'm worried about." The guy kept shouting loudly. "Can't you hear? I said back up," Sae shouted. In no time, the two of them arrived in Gangnam-gu, Seoul, at Badonet Academy. Jihan calmly thought, "I know this cheap Sae will attract attention, but is there really someone so bored that they'd pick a fight with me?" Hearing that, he asked, "What's wrong?" Brown angrily questioned, "How dare you park this junk Sae here? Get that car out of here now!" Han stepped down from the car and asked us, "Wasn't it parked here before? What's your problem?" The guy shouted angrily, "We always park here, you beggar!" He put his hands in his pockets and yelled, "Why don't you just shut up? I'm also a parent of a student at this academy, you know." The people around were startled and exclaimed, "Isn't that CEO Jihan?" "That's right, a bronze-ranked killer." He raised his hand and turned to the others, saying, "Why is he here at the academy? The daughter of the Sword King studies here, and I heard she's on a break, but now she's back." "What?" that person's voice echoed. "Hey, post it online!" Immediately, the internet lit up with breaking news. The Sword King's brother-in-law drives to Badonet Academy and got into a fight with a Rolls-Royce. Sae, is Jihan studying at the academy? He's 27 and still studying, man. Scene shifts to Seoul, Gangnam-gu, the Reason office building standing tall before them. A voice echoed, Lim Gazan, follow me. She was holding a phone, curiously asking, oh, that person raised their phone and shouted, just go to Badonet Academy. She gasped and murmured, CEO Jihan. A voice inquired, what's going on? Haeon held a lipstick, responding, what else? She frowned and shouted, we're going to meet him. Feeling angry inside, she thought, you dare ignore me. How am I supposed to go meet you? Haeon gritted her teeth and shouted, just wait, CEO Jihan. Jihan calmly listened, while Bro yelled, unbelievable. A bum like you dares to come here in that junk. The guy raised his fist and shouted, bow your head now. His eyes flashed with a bright red light. Bro punched hard toward Jihan, yelling, bow your head, you bastard. Say opened the door, yelling, hey. The two staff members here were startled, shouting, is the barrier finally down? That's strange. He saw Bro's trembling punch and stopped to speak. The punch from that guy was right in front of his nose. He clenched his teeth, thinking, why can't I move? Then, Bro was startled looking at the red light, biting his mouth shut and saying, what the hell? Jihan swung his hand and knocked him down to the ground. He looked down from above, shouting, stop cursing. You're just taking the students to school, right? Han calmly said, at least don't act like a thug. Sae anxiously shouted, hey, people are watching, just stop. Suddenly, a voice called out, Sae, vice president of the Badonet Academy Student Council, Kim Hisu, 17 years old. She was inside. Sae popped her head out, shouting, oh my, it's really you. Sae. Jihan turned to look at her, thinking, she seems to be Sae's friend. She immediately shouted, oh, Hisu, long time no see. She stepped down, and Sae asked, what are you doing? Bro immediately replied, I just slipped. I'm sorry. Jihan and Sae were startled, thinking, is that so? He bowed his head in apology. Sorry, miss. Hisu covered her mouth with her hand, exclaiming, oh my, Sae, why are you in this car? Where are your other cars? Sae looked at the car, replying, oh, this one? She smiled slightly, answering, my dad sold all the Kias. She immediately patted her chest, shouting, you should have called me. Hisu grabbed Sae's hand, shouting, this won't do. Her eyes sparkled, saying she would give you a ride to the academy. She was startled and shouted, huh? Why all of a sudden? The sound of Hisu explained that Sae would attract everyone's attention like this. Sae immediately refused. That's right, but I don't want to bother you. She heard this and denied it. Bother? What are you talking about? I'll tell my dad. Don't worry. Jihan looked at Sae hesitantly, but he turned his gaze elsewhere, lost in thought. Jihan looked at her smiling face, wondering if in his past life, Sae had a close friend like this at this time. Something felt off. After a moment, Haeon suddenly exclaimed loudly, what? Where's Jihan? I flew here in less than 10 minutes. How could he leave? The security guard replied, Mr. Sae just left. Gazon closed his eyes and responded, I told you so. Haeon shouted in anger. What kind of fight lasts 10 minutes? She frowned, biting her nails, mumbling, if this keeps up, those overseas clubs will approach him. Gazon immediately raised his hand to stop her. Stop it, Haeon. Surprised, looking at the hand on hers, she calmly reminded, don't you remember what you said? Biting her nails won't solve anything, so she asked me to stop her. Haeon smiled softly in response. That's right, she thought to herself. Don't say I almost liked her. Gazon watched her turn and leave, inquiring, what are you going to do now? Haeon quietly asked back. There's no other way, is there? She touched the game screen, replying, I'll keep an eye on him. A notification appeared. You have entered the stream of the rabbit-catching predictor. Mr. Sae hugged Haeon, smiling, and said, let's see who the AI will win. On the other side, comments rapidly appeared as they saw Jihan charging with his fist raised. CEO Jihan is definitely winning. If you already know the outcome, why watch it? He exerted strength, punching someone in front of him. A message popped up. It's totally wrecked. Then, Jihan kicked hard at a person next to him. The spectators watched as he flew backward. Amazed, they commented, bare-handed, he broke the shield. He closed his eyes, using the nameless divine technique. His eyes flashed with a white light. Jihan used the lightning movement skill, creating arcs of lightning, punching through the crowd. Soon after, the people behind him fell down simultaneously. Jihan looked at his fist and shouted, that's also NDT-0, he pondered. He got used to this move faster because he focused on the feeling when using it. This moved faster because he focused on the feeling when using it. He glanced at the other two. Thinking a bit more, he and the other guy exchanged a wry smile, muttering not to mention Jihan again. Jihan sliced through a gold-tier monster's corpse golem with a single attack as they looked at him. Thinking that a bronze-tier player facing him is like being struck by lightning, a natural phenomenon that cannot be resisted. The day Jihan appeared on the building's rooftop, a notification appeared. Game over. He calmly looked at the text. You ranked first. Comments began flooding in again. First place, Jihan always. First place, and the notification kept ringing. You have ranked first 5 consecutive times. Experience and GP received will increase by 200%. You see? He exclaimed in surprise. Really? A line of text appeared. You've leveled up 2 levels. Jihan was startled by the notification. You've reached level 15. The dungeon-type game has been unlocked. He took off his outer jacket and exclaimed, "That's right, unlocked at level 15. The dungeon is a new area opened at level 15. Unlike usual games, you only need to fight plainly. Dungeon also has puzzles and traps." Jihan thought to himself, there is a limit to the achievements a solo player can reach. So, even though teaming up is encouraged, it's actually mandatory. The elevator doors opened. He looked ahead, wondering what the issue was. Jihan put one hand in his pocket, deep in thought. There are too many people targeting me. He scratched his chin, calculating if his teammates would team up to cause trouble. Then I can't do anything. Should I temporarily join some guild? Immediately after, Jihan shook his head in denial. No, I don't think it's worth it, he thought to himself. It would be troublesome when I want to leave. He reached out to touch the analysis system screen. Even if it's troublesome, I have to endure for now. I'm about to reach silver. Jihan's gaze became sharp, calculating. When I reach silver, he lowered his head. He silently decided, I will establish my own guild. Afterwards, Jihan and Sae prepared dinner in the pan. 2 fried eggs were steaming. Jihan held the pan in one hand and a plate in the other, instructing Sae, "You set the dishes aside, okay?" She immediately agreed. Yes, sure. The two looked at the 2 plates of bread on the table and shouted, "It's done, let's eat!" They sat down and simultaneously began to taste the bread on the table. Sae gasped in surprise. "Oh my gosh, uncle, how come you cook so well?" Jihan immediately retorted. "This isn't even cooking." She immediately countered, "It's not that great." He smiled slightly, promising, "Oh, well, next time I will cook properly for you," he thought to himself. It seems like cooking a dish every day in America is paying off. Sae excitedly exclaimed, "Really, that's awesome." Suddenly, Jihan asked, "Is your friend coming to pick you up?" She raised a piece of sausage to her mouth, asking back, "Huh, Hisu?" She bowed her head in response. "No, she's not coming to pick you up anymore," he asked in confusion. "Huh? Why?" Sae gently nibbled on her food, answering, "I don't want to talk about it at all. When I got home, she made me really uncomfortable, and I felt a bit overwhelmed." The scene from that moment flashed in her mind. Hisu curiously asked Sae, "What are you planning to do now? You must be feeling sad. Is there anything I can help you with?" What kind of dad does that to his daughter? Hearing this, Jihan said, "How annoying." She nodded in agreement. That's right. Her uncle was startled when he heard Sayad, "And there's this too." She grinned widely. Mom Sae sits much more comfortably, more relaxed. Hearing this, Jihan suddenly froze, standing still in place. Then, "You suddenly bowed your head and smiled gently." Jihan's voice echoed back, "Yeah, I feel the same. After that, you used that car to take her to school." Inside the schoolyard, a group of people turned to look. It was Jihan's car. He looked forward, inquiring. It was the recruiting side with the reporter, utterly helpless. That car replied, "Yesterday we caused too much trouble." Jihan calmly added, "More like stalkers than reporters." That car drove inside, leaving behind a loud shout, "This is a private area, step aside, no entry without permission." Jihan sighed. "We have to use a different Sae." Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Huh, uncle?" Sae looked towards Heian and Gaezon. From a distance, she shouted, "Those people." She raised her hand to scratch her head, calling out, "You're here." Heian immediately responded, "Brother Sae." Mr. Jihan opened the door, stepped down with Sae. Puzzled, he wondered, why is the atmosphere so tense? He looked ahead and exclaimed, "What a coincidence to see you here." She stepped forward and replied, "I came early to wait." Sae heard this and remarked, "She's too obsessed." Heian immediately recounted, "I gave him my business card, but he didn't call me at all." She raised her fist, wishing him good luck. "This time I won't bother you anymore." Jihan immediately exclaimed, "I already explained." Realizing suddenly, "Oh, I forgot the business card," she stepped in front of him, shouting, "Anyway, can I borrow a bit of your time?" Brother Sae hugged Jihan. A crowd gathered, looking towards the cafe in front. They angrily shouted, "She got ahead of us again! I still need to get that gold contract. If we can't deliver it to him, what's the use? We can negotiate too." "They're not the only big group." Jihan looked at the crowd, inquiring, "Sitting outside makes us stand out too much." "Are you okay?" Heian picked up her coffee cup, smiling. She said, "I'm fine. I'm used to being looked at like this." "What do you think?" She continued, "You seem more comfortable than usual." She placed the coffee cup down on the table, responding, "Oh, it's because I graduated from this academy, so I'm used to it." Heian looked up at Jihan, exclaiming, "But seeing your reaction, I find it hard to accept." Hearing this, he immediately admitted his mistake. "Oh, if it's because I didn't contact you, I'm sorry." Jihan's voice rang out, "I've been too busy that I forgot." Heian exhaled, responding, "It's okay. It's a bit new." Her voice added, "This is the first time I've pursued someone like this." Next, Heian raised her hand to receive the contract, replying, "That's why I prepared a contract suitable for you." She placed the contract on the table, saying, "We'll offer you a platinum contract." Outside, that group shouted in shock, "A platinum contract? Just for a bronze level? All right, I'm heading back." Jihan was truly surprised. She's preparing like this again. He was startled when he heard Heian add, I can confidently say that. She looked back at Jihan, coughing. This contract could happen because of my determination. Haeon smiled gently and continued, do you understand my feelings about him? Gaezon silently thought, she's determined. The people outside looked gloomy and turned to leave. Let's go. Jihan looked up at Haeon, thinking beside her. His eyes widened, wondering, does her perfume smell like zero? She raised an eyebrow at Jihan's silence, thinking, huh? Haeon looked at his face, puzzled and wondering, why is he so calm at this hour? What's going on with him? The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, concluding that he was sure Haeon was zero. Jihan looked at her, deep in thought. I wonder if that's the same? I'm feeling too sensitive, huh, Jaeon? She hugged her arms and sat down, remembering. Now that I remember, I don't even have his number. I can't just let this go. She looked at him, asking, I'll send you a copy of the contract after you check it out. Now, how should we stay in touch? Jihan's voice rang out. She wanted to ask for my number. Why is Hajan smiling, cursing this guy in her mind? Azon smirked slightly, exclaiming, oh, that's right, the black heart. She calmly asked back, if that's true, then why didn't you respond? And suggested, how about we place a bet? Haeon's voice said, a bet? Jihan smiled affirmatively. Yeah. He calmly stated, I just reached level 15, and my next match will be a dungeon battle. She gasped, exclaiming, you reached level 15 already? Haeon was confused, thinking about what he was still pondering. I wonder when he will reach that level. How did he manage to reach level 15 inches just 1 month? But why does he suddenly want to bet? She immediately asked. Bet on what? Jihan pulled out a chair, replying, now I'm going into the dungeon. He smiled slightly, shouting, if I don't come in first, then I'll sign a contract with Twista, and I'll give you my number. Haeon heard this and added, but there will be many people targeting you. Gaezon was also surprised, wondering, is he planning to enter the dungeon alone without a party or team support? Ah, he put his hands in his pockets and replied, if I'm sure to win, what's the excitement left? She heard this and affirmed, that's right, but that makes me more worried. Jihan smiled slightly and asked, what are your conditions if I win? Deciding in his heart, he thought he needed to check for himself. He thought of that person, asking her to show him her data window. She sipped, Jihan thought to himself, I need to see if she still has the nurturing talent like before. Haejon blushed upon hearing this, mumbling, my data window? He calmly admitted, yeah. Now that ability is seen as useless by everyone. He looked over there, pondering. It seems like she agreed, but do I need to check it with my own eyes? Haeon sighed in relief, agreeing, but don't regret it. She immediately asked, you need to log in, right? Should we go somewhere else? The screen displayed a reminder, you have logged in for 8 hours. Jihan immediately declined, no need. He reached out to touch the screen, adding more. Wait here. A notification appeared. You have started live streaming. Immediately, comments started to flood in. Jihan said, come on everyone, are you ready? Get set. His aura radiated a blue light. I'll be back soon. A comment immediately popped up. Something big is about to happen. The mission is a dungeon. A notification sound rang out. Dungeon, Tomb of the Invader. It appeared on the screen. Introduction. Royal Tomb of the Exorcist. High difficulty. A massive dungeon beneath the ground. Resting place of a great exorcist. This dungeon is famous for its large number of monsters inside and almost no traps or complex mazes. However, there is another reason why the difficulty of this dungeon is so high, Jihan calmly explained. That's because to complete the game, all members of the party must survive until the end. He closed his eyes, silently thinking that's why being lucky enough to be in a good team is extremely important. A line appeared on the screen. Player Sai Om Jihan has entered. Notifications started to pop up. All players have been summoned. The game will start shortly. He opened his eyes and looked ahead. Think about it, his teammates this time aren't that great. Sung-hee pushed his glasses up, saying not to mention Sae Om Jihan. Sang Sae Om excitedly exclaimed, awesome, it really is him. He looked at them, thinking to himself. The three of them all came from the same guild and were pretty well equipped. He raised his hand to greet, Brother Sae-om. It's an honor to meet you, Jihan responded with a handshake. Nice to meet you, let's give it our all. The audience looked at the badge on Sae-om's outfit and immediately started discussing, that's the Black Hawk Guild. They have a good attitude. He's ranked number 1 again. Wait, has he already entered the dungeon? He's already level 15, Sao Munkyo smiled and asked, with this lineup should we try for number 1? He turned his head and replied with a smile, of course, with Brother Se-om here, there's no question about it. He looked ahead and suggested, then let's go, Brother Se-om. We'll go ahead and lead the way. Jihan declined, no, let me go first. Sung-hee gasped, huh? But shouldn't the warrior go first? He turned to look back and said, it's fine, I'm confident in my frontline combat abilities. Notifications popped up. Very reliable. He's right. Everyone remembered the zombie mob at the defense map, right? Sang Se-om quickly followed. All right, then we'll follow you, Jihan. He squeezed his wrist, thinking to himself. Looks like there are no more buried zombies this time. That's a relief. I'm a bit worried about the completion conditions for this level, he thought as he looked ahead. All right, then I should start sprinting. The screen displayed the words, Start, Tomb of the Exorcist, first level underground. Jihan looked at the ground ahead, and Sang Se-om gasped, it's them. He He looked at the pile of earth statues in front of him and shouted, "Tomb guard," Sang Seo asked in confusion. "What about you, Seo? How should we deal with this?" "I think we should use magic to clear a path," Jihan replied without turning around. "That's not good." He walked straight ahead, saying, "Just follow me." The tomb guards raised their weapons and charged forward. Jihan quickly leaned to the side to dodge. Then, he swung his fist, smashing its body. Jihan quickly pulled his fist back from the tomb guard's body. Immediately after, he kept piercing through, eliminating all of them, finally reaching out to grab the head of a tomb guard. The people around Sang Seo were startled, wide-eyed, shouting, "What are you waiting for?" Jihan crushed the head in his hand, turning around to remind me, "You're supposed to follow me." The fake punishment tomb had 10 corridors, and each team would be placed in one of those corridors. And all the corridors were connected to the 7th level underground, which was also the final area of the dungeon. Dewey Han's team was placed in the 8th corridor and was leading overwhelmingly. He used his hands to eliminate all the tomb guards along the way. As soon as it fell, a notification immediately appeared. Fake punishment tomb, level BA underground. Sung Heo Oke raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "It's really impressive to see him fight in person." Sang Seo also responded in shock. "Indeed, those soldiers are clearly very tough." He saw Jihan effortlessly destroy the tomb guards. He said, "But I didn't expect him to smash them as if they were made of sand." Jihan looked up ahead, thinking, "It really is quite simple." Comments kept popping up. In fact, he hadn't even used the weapon from the previous fight until now. Why would he need to use a weapon against these weaklings? It's true. He even defeated that golem. A message popped up supporting 10,000 GP. Jihan glanced over, shouting, "What's this?" He thought of that guy, wondering what he was planning. A reminder popped up on the screen. Supported 10,000 GP. Say, "Oh, you still haven't checked your inbox. Can you read my message?" "Just once. I even prepared a huge support amount. This writing style is really annoying. How dare he show up in such a dignified place?" Someone immediately commented. Defense forces had become obsessed with recruiting him. Jihan kicked that person away. Shortly after, comments kept appearing. "Jihan, please don't leave us. If he goes to Japan, I'll follow him too." "I'll follow you too." Reaching out to touch the screen, saying not to worry, no matter what happens. "I'm not moving to Japan either. I'll block that old man." The comments appeared, and I felt so emotional. Jihan's car was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "I can't believe we've already cleared the 3rd level. If it were a typical dungeon raid, we would probably have just completed the 1st level by now." Munkyo looked around and remarked, "Fast as a bus. Not flying would be more accurate." He knelt down on one knee, lightly slashing at it with his sword, exclaiming, "How did he smash these tough ones like that?" Getting into the car, Jihan bowed his head and said, "Thank you. I can't deny we are counting on you." Jihan reached out to touch the wall and replied, "No need to thank me." He calmly continued, "Just not messing things up is already a huge help." He heard this and laughed loudly. "I wish I could keep playing with you." Sei hugged Jihan as he turned out of the corridor, surprised. Looking ahead, the screen displayed the notification for the 4th underground level. He stared straight ahead, contemplating a straight path. Then, Sang exclaimed in surprise. Jihan also let out a breath, thinking it was unbelievable. He looked around and shouted. Looking at the walls and the floor, Sang Sae closed his eyes, smiled wryly, and replied, "It's too obvious. They're traps." It seemed that all the traps inside this dungeon were concentrated here. Jihan's voice rang out, inquiring, "Do you mind if I move a bit faster?" He was startled and denied, "No, of course not." Sung Hee was also startled and replied, "No problem." Jihan looked ahead and said, "All right, I will handle the traps." Jihan quickly walked ahead, adding while letting them manage behind. Munkyo gripped the sword tightly, thinking to himself, "Just keep moving forward and let them handle it." Sung Hee raised his bow and whispered. The moment he rushed ahead, they thought of that notification, silently thinking, 1 million GP will be ours. FC 787 of the Sword King had sent a mission. The viewer, Takeda, who was stopped by Jihan, was behind it all. He looked at the screen and shouted, "It's done." Takeda raised his coffee cup, laughing loudly. "I don't plan on using the same strategy twice, but right now, spending money is all I can do. I have no other choice." His expression darkened as he continued. "So what are you planning to do to get through this?" "I've bribed them all," Takeda said, looking at those people. "And I even instructed them to act as discreetly as possible." He glanced at Jihan, mumbling, "You understand what this means, right?" Takeda saw Jihan rushing forward and said, "The moment you charge ahead." He stared intently at Jihan's face, exclaiming, "Is also the moment you fail." Seeing this, Takeda raised both hands high, excited. Laughing loudly, he shouted, "This is my victory!" The building echoed with boisterous laughter. "Unless some AI warns you beforehand, nothing can ruin my plan." Meanwhile, over here, Huin Kwang with a high ponytail shivered in the wind. He hugged his chest with both hands, looking at the broadcast screen. Sangsai saw Jihan running ahead and quickly followed. Inside the mechanism, each arrow, a sharp light flickered, then shot towards this direction simultaneously. He frowned and looked in that direction, thinking, "They're coming." Each arrow aimed at Jihan and Sang Sae as he charged forward. He raised his hand, used magic, and shouted, "Jihan, get out of the way! I'll use my skill to make the arrows disappear." He calmly replied, "I'm fine." Jihan was enveloped in a red glow. Using the power of space domination, an absolute force, those arrows pierced towards the red light. They were all blocked outside, unable to move at all. Comments started to appear. "You blocked those arrows! What skill is this?" Sang Sae exclaimed in shock, staring at the arrows hovering in the air. "What's going on?" The audience immediately began discussing the cooperation between Saeyoung Jihan and Saeyoung. "That's impressive. Or are they trying to get stuck with Saeyoung Jihan?" He turned his head to look at the two behind him. Did everyone see that? Right after, Saeyoung looked at them in shock, his face full of smiles, raising his weapon. He looked terrified and shouted, "Jihan them!" Jihan's eyes glinted with bright red light. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "They are logging out." Saeyoung was startled, raised his hand and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Stop them!" Munkyo remained calm. Without a care, he slashed down from Jihan's feet. Bolts of lightning instantly flashed. Sung Hyoke exclaimed in shock, "Huh? That guy? Why are you using the *** heavenly breaker *** technique to shoot lightning at those two?" He was hit, gritting his teeth, crying out in pain. Jihan punched towards the two, knocking their weapons away. Sung Hyoke fell to the ground. Munkyo screamed in pain, "My hand!" Then he turned his head, eyes flashing red, raising his hand towards them. Then, Jihan clenched his fist tightly, both of them looking fierce, shouting. Saeyoung ran from behind to check on Jihan. "Are you okay? The game isn't over yet, right?" He replied, "Almost." Munkyo frowned, cursing. "Damn, we almost ended ourselves," Sung Hyoke asked in surprise. "Did you also get the self-log out mission?" He shouted angrily. "Don't you think it's cool?" Saeyoung looked over, questioning. "Huh? Why are they arguing?" Jihan reached out to touch the system screen, replying, "Well, it makes sense." It seemed both of them received a mission to self-eliminate. He was shocked to hear Jihan's voice. "If one of them dies first, the game will end." Saeyoung placed his hand on his chest, admitting his mistake, feeling embarrassed. "I apologize on their behalf." Jihan glanced back, replying, "Good thing I stopped it in time." He noticed the hand resting on his chest and responded, "No need to apologize." A beam of red light flashed, knocking Saeyoung's hand away. Jihan raised his hand to control his own hand, adding on, "Because I know you're the same." He thought to himself as he had said, "All the members of the Black Eagle Guild received the elimination mission." Saeyoung frowned, shouting in anger, "How do you know?" Jihan, looking calm, listened to him ranting loudly. "I don't have anything suspicious. How does Jihan know about this?" Comments immediately started popping up. "Who tipped you off?" Quinn Kwang shouted excitedly. "Who else but me?" A notification appeared on the screen. Queen Kwang's stream has donated 10,000 GP. Jihan, be careful. The Black Eagle Guild has been bought off. They'll self-eliminate and get 1,000,000,000 won. He, with a beaming smile, replied, "All thanks to my reliable assistant. Streamer Huin Kwang, that's me." Comments immediately popped up. "Huh, what do you mean?" Huin Kwang pointed at the screen. "As a true fan of CEO Jihan, I'm always following the stream." His voice rang out. "And the stream of his teammate, too." A comment appeared. "Sounds kinda stalkerish." Huin Kwang pointed to that direction, exclaiming, "And then I saw him calmly recounting the moments of the family, 898, giving a mission worth 1,000,000,000 won." The screen displays a reminder that the family, 898, has a new mission with a reward. The content is as follows. "I'll be straightforward. This is a self-destruct mission, and upon completion you will receive 1,000,000,000 GP. The audience gasps at this, commenting, 1,000,000,000? Are you crazy? That's outrageous. Crazy indeed. Wait, isn't that the name of the family 898 from before?" Huyen Kwang quietly added, "So I informed Jihan." A message appeared on the screen. Recipient, the winner predicts, Mr. SEO Jihan. Be careful, the Black Club. They've all been bought off. About a donation of 10,000 gigabytes, an unbelievable voice echoed. A donation of 10,000,000 won. He clenched his chest, tightened his fists, and shouted, "For justice! It doesn't seem too expensive, so Jihan, let me, your loyal fan, join as an editor." Huan Kwang exclaimed in doubt upon hearing the sound. "Jihan, doesn't that sound a bit strange?" Inside, he raised his hand to control a red beam of power. Jihan looked at Sai, who was lying on the ground, and continued, "No matter how you defend me." He looked at the three people in front of him, asking, "Isn't 1,000,000,000 a bit too much?" Jihan bent down, reached for the sword, and said, "Even if it risks your lives, it's not worth that much." The live audience immediately sent messages in agreement. "Absolutely, that's right. Even if you are the Sword King, it's still unreasonable." "Are you really from the Sword King's family?" He gripped the sword tightly, stating, "So I conclude that." Then, Jihan swung the sword down with force. He calmly looked ahead and shouted, "This must be a well-known group, or the influence of the Sword King has been exploited." Lines of news immediately appeared. "That's possible. What could it be?" "It must be." Takeda frowned as he heard Jihan's voice resonate. "They spent 1,000,000,000 just for a data window. That's really haunting me." A comment appeared, hinting at a series. Am I the only one thinking of that name? His voice echoed, asking, is it AI? Hearing this, Takeda wiped his cold sweat and asked, what's going on? Lines of comments appeared. Takeda, why are you just noticing him now? He's been quiet lately. Jihan looked at the screen and said, it seems like he wants to see my data window. So he pulled that trick. I will change my promise. Immediately after, lines of comments appeared. What's this? Are you retracting? He pointed at the rope image, declaring, I will change it to 200,000 subscribers. To 1 million subscribers, and the promise of the top position remains the same. The audience gasped and became noisy. When will you reach 1 million? This bastard. Thankfully, he's not retracting. Jihan closed his eyes, thinking, that's good. He looked at the rope appearing in his hand, pondering, I was worried thinking I was about to reach 200 million. Jihan gripped the rope tightly, contemplating. Thanks to that, I get more money and fame. I will squeeze it dry until I reach 1 million subscribers. Comments started flooding in. Look at that smile, holding the rope, looking so cunning, man. But where did the rope come from? The screen instantly displayed a reminder. Control rope level pressed. Rope disables the enemy. You tied those three together with the rope, laughing like crazy. Great job, really tight. Comments immediately popped up. So refreshing. Those bastards, the three of them were dragged away at the sound of Jihan. It echoed. So are we going? They kept crashing hard onto the ground. Comments. Seeing you drag those three forward, I asked, are we going straight like this? This guy is really crazy. On the rooftop, a tomb guard was startled, looking down. Sung Heo Oke saw it and immediately exclaimed, is he still here? Jihan frowned, hearing the sound echoing in his ears. Don't disturb the slumber of the one below. The tomb guard's eyes lit up. The golden light murmured, Emperor, do not disturb the slumber of the one. The Emperor is immortal. Do not disturb the slumber of the one beneath the earth. On the 6th floor, hundreds of pairs of eyes glimmered with light on the ceiling. Looking at them, the three of them lay on the ground, unable to believe, thinking this was really absurd. The audience saw them being dragged away by Jihan, commenting mockingly, mean gorilla. This is really funny, Malt, but why aren't they saying anything? A message immediately popped up. Worker, it's too quiet. Monkyo tried to open his mouth but was blocked by the red light. In shock, thinking, is he really in the same rank as me? Then why is he so ridiculously strong? 10 minutes ago. He looked at Jihan, shouting, hey, you bastard. Monkyo gritted his teeth, arrogantly threatening. We won't let you get away with this. This is your final warning. Let us down now. As he continued to threaten, Jihan immediately raised a finger and struck. If you don't want to make the entire Black Raven gang become an enemy, then you will press a few acupoints on Monkyo's body. He looked at the hole in his armor, startled, thinking, what the hell? Jihan looked at Monkyo falling down, asking back, do you think the guild will step in to replace trash like you? He lowered his head, puzzled, wondering, why is my body completely drained of strength? Monkyo glanced at Jihan, guessing, could it be that? How could that happen? He thought silently, could he have sealed our acupoints? Meanwhile, Jihan looked at his hand, pondering. It's been a while since I used this move. Looks like I'm still not out of practice, Monkyo thought in shock. That technique can only be learned when one reaches the level of a martial master, a warrior class that has been upgraded. He looked at Jihan, continuously sealing the acupoints on Sang Seong, muttering, I thought he was just a support type. Monkyo gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, at this rate, he's going to drag us all over the place. In his mind, he thought of Dugu Hyuk at that moment. He's really sensitive whenever his niece is mentioned, huh? Then, Monkyo immediately decided, then I'll show you. The skills I learned during my time as a keyboard hero. Just as he shouted, a red beam locked onto him. Jihan's niece smiled gently at Monkyo, who was trying to make a sound. He tightly gripped one end of the rope and softly spoke. Why don't you shut your mouth? After being dragged for a while, he started to cry. Thinking he couldn't care about anything else anymore, being dragged on the ground hurt too much. Jihan calmly shouted, heal! Sung-hee, feeling the healing, exclaimed, this feels amazing. Sang-saya immediately yelled, shut up. Comments instantly appeared, damn, he heals them regularly. How funny, barking forever. Anyway, he couldn't let them die. He looked at the screen and thought, now it's the 6th floor. Jihan thought of that map and whispered to himself, conquering this floor means reaching the final stage. He passed through the tunnel towards the 6th floor. Then, Jihan was stunned to see the scene before him. The screen displayed a notification, 6th floor underground. He saw dozens of pairs of eyes glowing yellow, looking down, gripping the sword tightly in his hand, silently cursing. Damn! Jihan stared intently and wondered, it's too dark, I can't see clearly. He looked at the tomb guards squeezed inside and thought, but it seemed they were all Earth soldiers. From behind, a rumbling sound startled Jihan. He glanced at the tomb guards rushing from behind. Their eyes glowed yellow, staring intensely past the three of Sang Sai. He stared wide-eyed in fear at that. Just as a tomb guard attacked the three, Jihan immediately swung his hand to strike back. Sang Sai looked at the staff, stopping right in front of him, horrified, and shouted loudly. He reached out to grab the bundle of ropes. Then Jihan ignored the three shouting and threw them far away. Next, he raised his sword. Blocking the attack from the tomb guard, Jihan raised his sword and slashed them into many pieces. The tomb guards were cut down. They immediately fell apart into fragments, dropping down. He stood still, watching the debris fall, and comments instantly appeared. Life is tough. Magnificent, woof woof. It's been a while since I saw him use a sword. A tomb guard on the ceiling hid in the darkness. Looking down below, its eyes immediately emitted blinding yellow light. Jihan was shocked to feel the tremors around him. A notification immediately appeared. The tomb is shaking. Sung-hee's eyes widened, letting out a gasp. He looked up, silently listening to the murmurs of the tomb guards. Do not disturb His Majesty's rest! Hundreds of bright yellow eyes looked down, whispering incessantly. Long live the Emperor! Do not disturb His Majesty's rest. Long live the Emperor, Jihan thought. Their eyes are glowing. They must have switched to berserk mode. He pondered in confusion. This was displayed as a notification on the screen. Limited mission. Eliminate all the guards. Reward. 1,000 achievement points. Jihan smiled slightly and whispered, It's been a while since I received a mission. The last time was when I was on the defense map. He raised his hand to create a protective aura around the three of them and said, Shield! Jihan raised his sword and struck the aura hard once again. Hyoak shouted loudly as Jihan sheathed his sword. What the hell, man? If you're going to chop like that, why give us a shield? He looked at the red sparks above, contemplating the force field. The shield had become much sturdier. Jihan turned his head to glance back and thought, now I don't need to focus on protecting them anymore. He immediately used the egg roll to lead. Surrounding all the tomb guards inside, no matter how many times he used it, Jihan was still amazed by its power. Every movement of any AI within the domain was slowed down, and it only took one arm. That was enough for him to overpower everything. The bodies of the tomb guards immediately shattered into pieces. He raised his sword, looked at them, and said, A territory where I truly dominate. Jihan closed his eyes, thinking of the man blaming him. How shameful. Baron had such extraordinary skills, yet he only used them to enhance mana. He gripped the sword tightly, raised it high, and thought, I've had enough fun for now. Jihan glanced at the tomb guards around him. He shouted, Let's end this! From his sword, a stream of blue energy flashed. That beam of light swept around, annihilating all of them. The corners of Jihan's mouth curled up slightly. He smiled, watching the debris fall around him. A notification appeared. You have completed the mission. The Tomb of the Conqueror can only be cleared if all members of the team survive. He opened his eyes, which glowed with a golden light. Looking straight ahead, the Conqueror saw the door in front of him open and said, Hello, Conquerors. Gold is what humans have always desired. I will give you what you crave, the condition to conquer the final level island. He looked at everyone, telling them to show respect, the submission filled with reverence from all the players. Jihan held the sword, observing the comments appearing. Science is magic. He really made it to the final level. Black Bull is cheating. If they all submit to the boss, then wouldn't the game be over? He raised an eyebrow, looking forward in surprise. Jihan led the group into the 7th underground level, the final level. The audience looked at the circular area radiating white light. Erasure! BA, everyone there has to submit to that boss. He pulled on the rope with force. He threw the three of them hard to the ground. Comments kept popping up. Strong fish, he just threw them down. But how does he plan to make them submit? As Jihan raised his hand with sparks of red light, an audience member saw the light cut the rope. Beatfish speculated, maybe it's through telepathy. He raised 2 fingers, freeing them. The audience saw Jihan close his eyes and immediately negated it. No way, how could he do that from such a distance? He opened his eyes, affirming, it's possible. Immediately after, the bodies of the 3 people floated up high. A comment appeared, are they balloons? Sung Hae-ok was startled, struggling. My body was moving on its own. Now Jihan calmly looked straight ahead. Currently, CEO Jihan's power index is at 18 zones, and the influence of the boundary has been improved. Compared to before, the Conqueror shot forward. Now he looked at the 4 people standing in 4 different circles of light. The announcement began. Jihan stood tall, looking forward, contemplating the considerable distance. He looked at the other 3 simultaneously kneeling down to calculate, but if he stood in the middle, he could control all of them. Sung Hae-ok slammed down hard onto the ground, screaming in pain. Damn it, every audience member immediately praised him for it. Awesome! Dude, Sei's controlling ability of Mr. Jihan has improved. He knelt down, bowing his head, thinking about this. This will be a perfect conquest. Soon after, Jihan bowed his head once. The Conqueror drew his bow down, laughing as he commanded, Good now. You can go back now, intruder. He glanced at the notification that appeared. You have conquered the 7th floor underground. Comments immediately flashed. The eraser, he has completed the conquest. Sneaky move. The group looked back. They were just passing the 4th floor. The notification sound rang. The return gate has been opened. A comment appeared. Dogs bark forever. CEO Jihan is leading again. Sung Hae-ok knelt on the ground, thinking, I didn't get 10 billion, but at least I'm number 1 over Sae. He glanced at him, contemplating. Luckily, he conquered it. but he looked at Jihan with doubt, covering his eyes with his hands, standing still. Why isn't he moving? A comment appeared. The black cow is cheating. Doesn't he know he has to leave the dungeon for everything to end? He put his hands on his head, letting out a mocking laugh. This is ridiculous! Jihan was furious, muttering, "What the hell is this mission?" The screen displayed information about it. Hidden mission. Show your sincere respect to the statue of the Conqueror. Reward, 5,000 achievement points. The arrow of the Conqueror. He glanced at him, thinking, 5,000 points is already a great deal. Jihan's gaze focused on the Conqueror's arrow. He sighed, pondering, it's so big it looks like a spear. Am I going to be rewarded for that too? Jihan smiled slightly, glancing at Sang Sae, wondering, sincere respect? He pursed his lips, thinking with uncertainty. What is he doing standing there? What if the second place guy gets here? Then, Sang Sae was pulled away, screaming in surprise. He was being dragged over by Jihan by the collar. He raised his head and shouted, "The Conqueror, King of the Plunderers! This is my sincerity." The Conqueror shone with golden light. Looking at Sang Sae, he widened his eyes, mouth agape, expressing suspicion. Next, Jihan flung him towards the Conqueror. The horse's eyes bulged, shining with bright yellow light. Sang hit his head on the horse's mouth. The notification sound appeared. Player has died. Munkyo stared in shock at the scene before him. A message appeared on the screen. The dog won't stop barking. He just got eaten alive. Barley, the staff member, wouldn't stop barking. What the hell is he doing? Jihan's eyes glowed with a bright red light like blood as he looked up at the Conqueror in front of him. He asked again, "The King of Raiders? Are you talking about me?" Han smiled slightly and said, "The Conqueror is just someone who robs from others. I'm showing my respect to you." "Others indeed. I'm showing my respect to you." He looked at the pile of gold and shouted, "Instead of all that gold, I will take what is truly valuable." Now Jihan pointed at the Conqueror. Laughing, he said, "The arrow you are holding." His gaze focused on the arrow shining golden on him. Jihan looked at him, analyzing that the Conqueror's arrow was among the rewards he would receive. Knowing its value and claiming it is how he shows his respect. The notification screen appeared in his mind again. Hidden mission. Show your sincere respect towards the statue of the Conqueror. Reward, 5,000 achievement points for each arrow of the Conqueror. He concluded that was the condition to complete this hidden mission. The Conqueror silently stared at Jihan, then he bared his teeth, showing a fierce smile. The laughter of the Conqueror echoed throughout the place. He looked at Jihan, praising, "Good, very good. I really like the Conqueror," looking at Jihan and exclaimed, "I will reward you for that." He looked at him, grabbed the sword, and said, "I was very touched by your sincerity." Jihan raised the sword, hearing the voice of the Conqueror say, "I will grant you my treasure. Because you have shown your respect." His thin lips slightly parted, calmly responding, "Thank you, sir." Now Jihan pointed the sword straight at him, shouting, "Then I'm very willing to accept it." The Conqueror raised his bow, aiming straight at him, saying, "All right, try to take it." He smiled broadly, shouting, "My phoenix arrow." The audience looked at Jihan holding the sword, facing him with suspicion. They whispered, "So there's this thing in the tomb? How does Jihan know all this stuff?" Sung Hee's mouth dropped open, sweat dripped down both sides of his face. He gasped, saying, "I can't breathe." It felt like he was about to suffocate. Then, Sung Hee jumped, noticing the flames coming from his cloak. He screamed in pain, comments quickly popping up. "Is it too hot that they burned up?" Jihan maintained his sword stance, hearing the piercing screams of the other two. "My body is on fire." He glanced back, thinking, "This is dangerous." Jihan looked at Munkyo's blood level, whispering to himself, "At this rate, they're going to die." He looked towards him, pondering, "I don't care if they die or not. But there's a problem." Jihan looked at the sword in his hand and added, "When they die, the weapons disappear too." He looked towards the Conqueror, deciding, "I have to finish this before that happens." The audience looked at the flowing gold, exclaiming, "It looks so hot, the gold is flowing out. It hasn't even fired yet and it's already so hot." Right after that, Sung Hee let out a groan and fell down. The system sound echoed. Team A member has died. Member count, 2 out of 4. Jihan closed his eyes. Feeling the arrow aimed at him, he thought, "It's incredibly hot. I can feel that I can't hold on any longer. I can't fight that." He opened his eyes, looked ahead, and decided, if that's the case, I have to aim for the bow. The Conqueror smiled broadly, drawing the bow carefully towards Jihan. He raised his sword, aiming at him. Guessing, long before he shoots the arrow, a sage appeared. In front of a lost person, he said, "I will guide you." He pointed his hand forward, telling you to just follow that path straight. Jihan thought of those words and reflected, that is the essence in the 3 talents. His eyes flashed with light, biting down hard on his teeth. He let out an extremely refined thrust. On the other side, the arrow of the Conqueror continued to gather flames. The light of that flame kept expanding. At that moment, Jihan swung his sword and struck fiercely towards that arrow. Then, the bow was immediately sliced in half by him. Jihan used the sage's guidance, striking straight towards it. The arrow immediately fell, embedding itself into the ground. The audience was startled to see the bow break in two, asking, "What happened? The bow broke?" The thief frowned and asked, "Thief, what is your name?" Seeing this, he thought, "All right," then smiled and said, "Say hug Jihan." He looked at the nearby arrow, shouting, "CEO Jihan." The conqueror pulled the arrow from the ground, praising, "Great, you are a skilled warrior." Then he threw it forcefully towards him. The conqueror saw him catch it and said, "You have shown me the highest respect." He saw Jihan holding it and said, "The phoenix arrow is now yours." Comments kept appearing. "What the heck? It looks more like a spear than an arrow." The conqueror looked straight at him, shouting, "Thief Sai, Mr. Jihan." He heard this and immediately looked towards him. The figure of the conqueror gradually faded, saying, "I hope our next meeting will be a more proper battle." Jihan thrust the sword he held firmly into the ground. He stood tall, staring intently at him, responding. Jihan grasped the arrow with both hands, thinking, "In the 8-net lakes, there are many arenas, so it's very possible we will meet again." Then, he immediately gripped that arrow, spinning it continuously. Twirling it in the air, Jihan chuckled softly, exclaiming, "This feels awesome," he thought to himself. "I can take the fur off the tail and use it as a spear." He glanced at the comments section. "What technique is that?" Jihan responded. "I didn't see anything." The audience looked at the live video earlier and said, "Even slowing it down, I still can't see anything." Jihan closed his eyes, thinking, "They can't possibly see it, only Hyun's guidance. Not only very fast." He recalled the scene from earlier and pondered, but also aimed with a thin blade of energy. Right at a single point, Jihan raised his hand high, observing. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, calculating. His control over the nameless divine skill had increased. The scene from that moment appeared in his mind. "The first time I used it was a bit unstable. I had to exert a lot of effort, but the more I use it," Jihan smiled faintly, analyzing. "The faster and more precise it becomes. If it keeps going like this, I'll soon be able to use advanced techniques." Furthermore, notification messages immediately appeared. "You have been recognized by the Conqueror. You are exempt from participating in the 7th Underground Challenge." He looked at the system screen, thinking, "It's completely over. Why are all these comments popping up? Exempt, huh? Why is everything always so smooth for this guy? Even when his teammates are all dead, he still gets through." Jihan turned to Mukio and made that decision. I gasped when I saw the text above. Mukio glanced over and muttered, "When did the archer die?" Jihan spun the arrow high, looking down and calculating how he should wrap things up neatly. His voice rang out. "Sorry, but I'm not generous enough to let a traitor eat off my plate." The person trembled all over, tears streaming down his face, screaming, "No!" Jihan gripped the arrow tightly, a soft golden light emanating from it. Then, he quickly pierced through Mukio. Now Jihan glanced back, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Indeed, a notification appeared. Team A member has died. Remaining members are now under 4. Another notification appeared. The game has ended. The boys around looked at the screen, shouting, "He's out! Oh my god, dodge!" Immediately after, Jihan appeared here with the spear. People around him gasped. Where did that terrifying spear come from? The ranking reminder appeared on the screen. Aheon looked at Jihan and exclaimed, "Did he get that in a bronze-tier dungeon?" He smiled slightly, looking over and asking, "You all watched through the live stream, right?" Jihan's voice rang out. "I'm at the top again." Gazan thought to himself, "Even though it's not the first time I've seen this, I still can't believe my eyes." Haeon turned off the screen and replied, "Yeah, very impressive." Hearing that, he spoke up. "Well, it's your turn to fulfill your promise now." Jihan's voice came again, asking, "You're not planning to go back on your word, are you?" She awkwardly replied, "I understand, but..." Haeon looked at the golden energy emanating from the spear and suggested, "Could you put down the spear and then continue? It's really frightening." She silently moaned about this overwhelming power inside. "Could you continue after that? It's really frightening." She silently moaned about this overwhelming power inside. She gritted her teeth, covering her face with her hand, walking silently without daring to say a word. Haeon awkwardly covered her face and spoke. "I told you that you'd regret seeing it." Jihan looked at the screen, secretly smiling and thinking, "I knew it, she has this." The screen displayed information about Haeon, A-level talent cultivation, allowing the owner to cultivate a player. This is a support-type talent, helping other players quickly become stronger. She blushed and requested, "Don't tell the AI about this." Gazon looked at Haeon, wondering if she was okay. She worriedly thought. She really hated revealing her talent to others. In her mind, Gazon pondered. Because she spent a fortune just to get a useless talent, she used to feel very upset. At that time, Haeon held her phone and exclaimed in admiration, "Recently, the newcomers in the guild have been getting good talents. So envious. I spent so much money and prayed for so long just to get this cultivation." She clenched her teeth, muttering, "Why did I even go to that damn academy?" Gazon recalled this and thought, she always badmouthed the academy and her talent whenever she had the chance. If you dare to reveal her talent to outsiders, then I'm sure you won't get off easy. Haeon blushed and looked at Jihan, wondering why he wasn't saying anything. Her face turned pale when she saw Jihan smiling. Was he mocking her? Haeon crossed her arms and questioned, Don't you think making fun of others like that is very rude? Jihan replied with his hands in his pockets, smiling back. I'm not mocking anyone, I'm just having fun. Then, she blushed. She let out a suspicious sound when she saw him pull out his phone. Jihan held the phone out towards Haeon. He asked, could I have your number, Haeon? She heard this and responded in a panic, but I lost the bet. What do you mean by that? He held the phone out in front of him and replied with a smile. What do you mean? I just want your number. Haeon crossed her arms and answered. My number was on the business card I gave you last time. Jihan's voice rang out. Oh, that? He calmly stated. I lost it. She immediately froze on the spot, internally screaming, what the hell, this guy? Haeon looked at Jihan, wondering how he once said he had no interest in her yet even lost the business card. Yet now he was asking for her number. Why did she reach out to take the phone, wondering if it was because he was interested in the cultivation? But why? Haeon frowned, feeling irritated as if he was playing with her. Her pride wouldn't allow her to simply give her phone number like that. She opened her eyes, startled, thinking, all right then, let's do it this way. After that, Haeon saved her phone number. With a heart shape behind, her voice rang out asking, are you satisfied? Jihan looked at the phone number on the screen, thinking to herself, a heart, huh? Next, Haeon turned to leave, looking quite pleased. She glanced at him. So? Sae hugging Jihan was unexpected, right? Surprised, weren't you, Haeon? She was again taken aback when she saw Jihan sigh, and then smile. She thought blankly. Smiling, he raised his phone, saying, I'll call you later. Haeon watched Jihan turn to leave, her whole body trembling, gritting her teeth. What's wrong with him? So annoying. His hand held the phone, continuously dialing. The sunlight illuminated the entire lecture hall. Sae held the phone, watching the video for the first live stream. Sae's dungeon. Mr. Jihan let out a gasp, and the classmates behind shouted excitedly, Sae! Your uncle is amazing. Hearing that, she smiled and replied, does it feel like he's getting stronger every day? Hisu was stunned upon hearing the sound of everyone talking, not expecting to conquer the emperor's tomb this way. She was secretly angry, only able to bite her lip tightly. A voice rang out calling, Hisu! She immediately jolted and looked over. What? A classmate next to her inquired curiously about him. Looks completely different from the last time we met, right? Hisu laughed and asked, are you talking about the time we went to Sei's house last month? She added, back then, he looked just like a good-for-nothing. Another classmate, hands clasped together, exclaimed, Sae! Introduce me to your uncle! A male classmate nearby shouted. Sae, with tears in her eyes, thought to herself how thankful she was that her uncle had come to his senses. Suddenly she was startled by a questioning voice. Right, Sae is coming soon, isn't she? Hisu quickly added. Her 18th birthday, right? She said with a big smile. The day when she officially becomes a player. Everyone will awaken as players when they turn 18, allowing them to see the status window. The classmates around also chimed in. That's right, you must be really worried, huh? Yet soon we will participate in mock battles together. The mock battles among the students are the day that countless classes and training centers are eagerly awaiting. The gifted room is the main reason for the academy's existence. Most students are very interested in the gifts. He secretly wondered if Sae would receive a gift. The classmate next to him assuredly replied, of course, at least an S rank, right? She thought of Sae's relatives, his father being an SSS rank, and his mother is an SSS rank saintess. Moreover, there are rumors that his uncle must at least possess an S rank gift. Hearing this, Seiya immediately waved his hands, denying, no way, it has been proven that. DNA has nothing to do with talent. The student who heard that laughed and replied, but statistics say otherwise. Hisu heard this and asked, your birthday is on the 22nd, right? She lowered her head and smiled. I hope I'll have at least a bit of talent. Her voice rang out. Today is already the 13th, so it's close. Seebob replied with her finger, yeah, so I'm a little worried. Hisu placed her hand on hers to comfort her. I'm sure you'll be fine, Sai, she exclaimed with a bright smile. Don't worry about anything. Hisu cheered. Just wait for the talent you'll have, Sei countered with a cheerful smile. No, I don't need any talent. Anyway, thank you, Hisu. She laughed and said, it's nothing. Hisu's face immediately fell, filled with careful observation, looking at Sae and murmured, just accept my goodwill. A man with a face full of scars lay still on the ground in Tokyo, Japan, in the first training room of the Neo Defense Force. Ryuhei held two swords radiating purple light in his hands, and the man looked in that direction, genuinely amazed. The Sword King has always been that strong. The person beside him immediately denied it, saying it wouldn't pass this test. The Sword King has gotten even stronger. Riho turned his head to look this way, glancing at the documents in his hand and replied, all his stats are higher than before. The person next to him crossed his arms and laughed, understanding. That person looked at him and said, I'm really looking forward to Ito's performance in the first round. The screen immediately lit up. Reminder, the tournament starts internationally in Gangnam, Seoul, at the Divergent headquarters. A loud shout rang out, are you crazy? Haeon shouted at the phone. How dare you think about giving your daughter to a guy like that? Don't act recklessly like that. I don't know what was said on the other end, but she was furious and shouted loudly. That's why I left. Whether to marry or not is my decision. Hajon took the phone from her ear and yelled angrily, I said I don't want to get married right now. After that, she pressed the power button. Gazon came in from outside, worriedly asking, Are you okay? Shortly after, she was startled to hear Hajon shout, Absolutely not! She turned around, her face full of anger, yelling, Do I look okay to you? I'm really frustrated. Gazon replied, Yeah, you look really upset. The image of her shouting at that moment immediately flashed in Haeon's mind. Come on, I thought it was that chubby guy from the Ministry of Defense. I was already mad about being dragged to a blind date, and then I ran into a bald old man. Can you believe it? Gazon chimed in. That's terrible. Being rich doesn't mean happiness. She heard that and sat down on the nearby chair, thanking, Thank you, you're the only one who understands me. Gazon also sat down. Nearby, someone asked with concern, You must be tired. Why don't you go home and rest? Haeon replied calmly. I'm fine. I can rest here. Gazon fell silent, looking in one direction. After a moment, her voice responded, I understand. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed in the space. Sorry about that. Gazon, hearing it, was startled and asked back, Huh? Haeon's voice explained, Because of this job, you have little time for yourself. With your S-class ability and talent, you could probably manage well on your own. Gazon smiled back. Oh, so that's what you meant. It's okay, Gazon replied. Being your bodyguard is my duty. I'll try my best until you inherit the company, Hajon exclaimed. Oh, but I don't want to inherit. She squinted, her face serious as she declared, I want to go out and be independent. I will earn my own money and live how I want. My parents will have no reason to push me to marry anymore. Haeon then fell silent as she heard Gazon's voice. That's fine, but your way of making money is gambling. Upon hearing that, she gritted her teeth and retorted, Predicting the winner isn't illegal. It's just like investing. She touched her chin, looking elsewhere, repeating, Not illegal. Gazon raised her hands to point out, But you have to make a profit for it to be called investing, right? Haeon, arms crossed, shouted, This time I'm going to win big. She heard that and confirmed, The Korean round against Japan, right? She immediately asserted. What else could be said? Gazon exclaimed. This investment is really safe. How boring. But all the Koreans bet on Japan winning, without BA. The screen shows the betting stats for the Japanese versus Korean rounds. One of the most agreed upon comments, Before wealth, patriotism is just an illusion. Without Jun Seijin, how could he win against Limo? Her voice rang out, People aren't just saying it. Everyone knows Japan will win. Haeon tightened her grip on her phone in rebuttal. Winning easily is still winning, Gazon chimed in. Yeah, that's right. She looked at the message popping up on her phone, curiously asking, CEO Jihan, why is he messaging so late? Then Haeon's eyes widened, exclaiming, what's this? The next morning, sunlight illuminated the entire building. Here, on the grill, pieces of beef were continuously being grilled. Diego drooled at the sight, letting out a gasp. He looked across, exclaiming, It's my first time eating Korean beef here. I'm really touched. Jihan thought to himself, You look much better now. Diego anxiously asked, But is it expensive? I feel too guilty. He laughed and said, It's fine, just let me know if you need anything else. He heard and inquired, So can I have a drink? Jihan picked up the chopsticks, smiling as he asked, Sure, some alcohol? Then, Diego gently picked up the bottle, giving it a light shake. Then, using a spoon to pry off the cap, he carefully poured the alcohol into 2 glasses in front of them. He was amazed as he took the glass, clinking it with the glass opposite. Jihan took the glass, silently thinking in surprise. He mixes soju with beer even better than I do. Looking at the impressive mix on the other side, Diego picked up a piece of meat, then put it in his mouth, chewing. After that, he covered his face with his hand, stammering, So good, I'm speechless. He heard this and replied, It's great that you like it. After a long while, Diego looked at the grill. Clean, he spoke. You can just talk comfortably with me, Jihan calmly responded. I also enjoy casual conversations. Just as he raised his glass, he paused when he heard him say, To be honest, I feel a bit resentful. Diego, his face red, held his head, mumbling, If it weren't for being caught in the net, I wouldn't be living this life. I used to be a football star, but in the blink of an eye, I'm under the food chain. He lowered his head onto the table. I have no money, so my wife and kids left me. Jihan across from him couldn't help but feel, his Korean is really good. He sighed softly, thinking, All right, I understand. Jihan thought of him. Diego Maradona was once a star. Diego Maradona of Argentina, a football star with everything. But when he began to lose interest in the sport, he lost all his fans. FIFA disbanded the appearance of Battle.net, making sports less favored. Football was no exception, and people forgot about the game. Jihan sighed, thinking, no need to say anything more. A once glorious football star now having to teach kids how to play football in Korea. Diego looked up at him, exclaiming, I've complained enough. Let's cut to the chase. You want me to become a wizard, right? Jihan smiled slightly, confirming, That's right. You just need to open the screen to check Kuang's abilities. Make all the gear look like a football, right? On the screen appeared the introduction of the King of Football, skill level SSS when standing near a football. And all stats will increase significantly, enhancing all gear that looks like a football, and the stats will increase as the user uses the gear longer. Diego picked up a glass of wine and shouted, "That's why I always keep a ball close by. Let me be clear, here I'm not suited to be a wizard." His voice rang out, pointing to his mana stats. "Mine is terrible." Jihan reached out to tap the screen. "Could you take a look at this item?" Diego was startled to see a sphere gradually appear before him, his face filled with amazement, wide-eyed, shouting, "What is this?" Diego immediately shouted, "A sphere?" The screen introduced it as Iraq's sphere, item rank B. A foreign relic, a magical item once used by Iraq. The spider tribe, wrapped in spider silk, the sacred sphere of Iraq, a magical item once used by Iraq, the spider tribe. Wrapped in spider silk, so it's very elastic. Since spiders only have legs, this sphere is considered a ball. Therefore, this will be the perfect gear for Diego. Jihan looked across and asked, "What do you think? It's so interesting, right?" He thought to himself, this will reveal his true self. He thought about his previous life, thinking the person from his past life was the strongest wizard to ever exist. Diego looked at the sphere and inquired, "How much does it cost?" Jihan, looking calm, replied, 500,000 GP. "How about 50 million? He immediately withdrew his hand, shouting, "What? Come on, I'm awake now. That's even more expensive than my house." Diego's voice rang out, "Even with a 15% discount, I still can't afford it, but thanks for letting me know." Jihan, hands clasped together, smiled to stop him. "I haven't finished talking." He was startled when he heard what Jihan had to say. "I was planning to give you this as a gift. If you need it, I can also support you financially." Diego was stunned, questioning, "What do you mean? Why?" Jihan smiled softly, explaining, "I want you to join my guild." He was startled, asking back, "A guild?" You calmly admitted, "Yes, when I reach silver rank, I will create my own guild." The sound of Diego confirming rang out. "Do you have enough money?" Jihan took out his phone and smiled, replying, "Enough." Then, he held the phone screen up to him, saying, "I'm about to earn even more." Diego's eyes were filled with cold sweat as he asked back, "Are you crazy? What?" On the other side, Heian reached out to take the phone from his hand. She frowned, continuously staring at it. After a long while, Heian still looked puzzled, mumbling, "It doesn't make any sense at all. Why choose this?" She looked at the message on the screen, mumbling, "Did BA lose in a month?" Heian thought of Ryuhei and retorted, "Dream on! Han won the Sword King. The Korean team is all serious faces." Looking across, he stood straight with his eyes closed, sensing the presence opposite him. After a moment, Ryohei opened his eyes, a red light flashing. Looking across, he said, "It's nice to meet the representative of Korea on the battlefield." The host's voice rang out, "Hello fans of 8th.net around the world." A notification appeared on the screen. "The 8th.net International Tournament begins the Japan versus Korea round. Let's go." Diego looked at Jihan's phone screen, exclaimed, "This is insane! He can't be trusted!" Yelling, "Korea is ranked #1. Hearing this, Diego rebutted, "I know the Korean team is strong, but do you know who the Sword King is?" He thought of Ryuhei and recounted, "He can defeat an entire team. That tough guy is our opponent." Jihan pressed the control screen, opening it. "This is really hard to believe." He looked toward the TV screen. He said, "Seeing is believing, right?" Jihan glanced that way and shouted, "Let's see." He stared intently at him on the TV screen, saying, "Let's watch." The system screen immediately appeared. The international tournament officially began. Korea versus Japan, defeating every member of the opposing team to win. The announcement sounded immediately. The team that wins 3 out of 5 matches will be the winner. Ryohei held 2 swords in his hands. Using Japanese, he instructed, "Follow me." The 3 members representing Japan exchanged glances. After exchanging information for a while, he looked back suspiciously when he heard the call, "Ryo!" He took the lead and said, "We have no intention of following you." The member representing Japan spoke up, "Meaning we don't see you as a teammate." Ryohei calmly replied, "Is it because I'm Korean?" He frowned and shouted forcefully, "There's an even more serious reason." The 3 looked at him, loudly pointing out, "That's not your position. It's the position of our longtime teammate Ryohei." Ryohei calmly listened to him, but because he participated, they had driven Ryohei away. "He is the victim!" The member representing Japan frowned in anger, shouting, "How can you be so arrogant? Aren't you supposed to apologize to Ryohei?" He calmly looked at the 3 of them. After a moment, Sergi closed his eyes, silent and not saying anything. Soon after, he opened his eyes, looking at a beam of golden light striking toward him, saying, "You misunderstood." That powerful energy struck him hard. The member representing Japan was startled, shouting, "Holy punishment! Why are we being attacked? Why?" Legion Guk raised his hand, looking ahead, yelled, "Huh? Did I really hit them?" The 2 members of the Korean team were shocked and screamed, "Hey, that's awesome! They're shaking. Did Ryuhei do that?" "You hit them, the Sword King, with a support skill. They must be having internal conflicts, so they're probably off guard." Ryuhei's body instantly appeared again, hearing the voice of the Korean team member echoing, "Then this is our chance." The two of them charged towards him, shouting, "Let's defeat the Sword King first." Ryohei raised his sword high and slashed towards them. He shouted loudly, "You're too noisy." The Korean team member was startled, looking at the deep imprint left on the ground. He gritted his teeth and spoke to stop them. "Wait, what are you doing?" the Japanese team member asked in confusion. Ryohei's voice rang out in response. "Didn't you say you wouldn't follow me?" He used his sword to end his own life. Ryohei, with a calm expression, declared, "All right then, I won't participate in this match." The audience was startled, amazed when they heard the announcement sound. The Korean team killed a Diego, also shocked when they heard that announcement sound. The unbelievable happened. Ito the Sword King committed suicide in the first round. Player Lee Jin-guk belongs to the Reason Guild. Since he delivered the final blow, it will be recorded. It seems like player Lee Jin-guk will become the MVP of the first round. Jihan glanced over there when he heard the sound. He asked, "CEO Jihan, did you know this would happen?" Diego slammed the table, standing up. "Why did he leave?" Jihan heard this and replied, "Sorry, but I can't say. You know it's a business secret." He looked towards the screen, replying, "Let's focus on watching now." Jihan opened his phone, thinking everything was still unfolding as before. He looked at the phone screen, considering the odds as well. On it appeared the message, "You have successfully placed your bet." Sai hugged Jihan. The current betting odds were 1/3 for Korea to lose. Jihan thought about the match. At that moment, he pondered. Even before the regression, I had suspected the match was manipulated due to the odds being too low. The Korean team member wielded a sword to eliminate the remaining members of the Japanese team. The screen displayed the message, "Korea has won the first round." Immediately after, the system's voice echoed, "Set 1 concluded. Thanks to Ryohei's surprising move, our team won." The screen now showed the announcement sound, and the MVP was the player who killed Sword King Lee Jin-guk. Both teams must be quite confused. Everyone's figures immediately vanished, all proceeding to the halftime break. The representative member from Japan grabbed Sei by the collar. Jean, his face full of rage, questioned, "What the hell are you doing?" The representative member from Japan shouted angrily, "How dare a national representative take their own life? How long are you going to stay silent?" He stiffened upon hearing Ryohei shout, "You're pretending not to understand me because you're a child." He looked over, disdainfully continuing, "How can a trash like you even go pro?" Ryohei's voice rang out, "Do you understand why you all lost to Korea?" The other two Japanese representatives shouted angrily, "What did you just say?" He looked over, coldly threatening, "I'm not going to play along with your stupid friendship game. If you don't acknowledge me, then I'll just end it myself." Ryohei looked at his furious face, asking, "So, make your choice. Do you want to win with me or do you want to lose miserably in front of everyone like before?" The Japanese representative gritted his teeth, bowing his head in silence. He glanced to one side, visibly trembling. The Japanese representative yelled in anger. Just then, the announcement sound played. "Round 2 begins." On the other side, the Korean representative called out in confusion. No matter how many times he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. He wondered why he would take out another Korean representative. Was he suspected to be a spy or something? The Korean representative looked up, seeing Ryohei radiating a purple light, and shook his head in denial. "No, this time he came to kill us, didn't he?" The Korean representative saw Ryohei. Raising his sword high, he replied, "No, this time he's completely different." He raised his shield forward, reassuring. "Don't worry," the Korean representative spoke up. "My enemy is the Sword King. No matter what happens," before he could finish his words, a slash from Ryohei shattered the shield. "Take all 3 of them away!" Lee Jin-guk was startled, his eyes wide as he looked at the scene before him. He let out a puzzled cry upon seeing his 3 teammates reappear. The audience in the stands gasped, mouths agape as they looked down at the arena. Jihan also stared in shock at that screen. Ryohei's entire body radiated a powerful purple light as he glanced toward the crowd. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Then, he raised it high and forcefully sliced the representative from South Korea in half. Ryohei calmly cut through him. He frowned, nonchalantly looking ahead. The audience in the stands gasped, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Their lips quivered tightly, and then all the spectators in the stands excitedly shouted, "Ryohei!" Or Ryohei stood still, listening to the calling voices echo. Ryohei. He paid no attention to the commentary, having defeated the South Korean team with just 2 attacks, the Sword King Ryohei. Just 2 attacks, right? Unbelievable on the screen. The score of the international tournament match between South Korea and Japan changed to 1. Shortly after, the announcement sounded, "Round 4 has begun." Ryohei swung his sword toward the representative from South Korea. The commentator shouted at the score on the screen. "Japan won round 3. The current score is 1-2. We need to step it up." They looked at Ryohei, yelling loudly while defeating the crowd. "At least put up a fight, don't just give up like that." Round 3 was already a disaster. South Korea got battered again. The representative from South Korea shouted out. Raising his sword, he charged forward. Ryohei leaned back to dodge. He, the representative from South Korea, kept slashing. "Don't give him time to counterattack." Lee Jin-guk raised his fist, exerting control. Shortly after, a chain appeared. A golden color emerged, binding Ryuhei's hands. "We have to restrain him," the representative from South Korea shouted with all his might. "The entire injured team will be fine, as long as we take him down." Raising the axe in hand, they charged forward. Immediately after, the sword in Ryuhei's hand flew away. That sword soared up, blocking the attack aimed at him. The representative from South Korea exclaimed in confusion, looking at the sword blocking in front of him. He couldn't trust Lotto. The sword moved on its own, then he used his other hand to forcefully break 3 chains. Ryuhei swung his sword through his body. Lee Jin-guk gasped in shock and shouted, "What is this?" He broke the magical chain with bare hands, looking at the sword resting on his neck. "I can't believe this," he mumbled. "How is this possible?" Saejeon lightly swung the sword, effortlessly taking down Lee Jin-guk. The representative from South Korea looked at the remaining teammate beside him and yelled, "Shoot him quickly! Don't let him advance!" he yelled loudly. "Damn it!" Shortly after, he was startled. Seeing his teammate get hit by an arrow, the representative from Japan shouted, "We're here too!" He looked up in that direction, yelling, "Don't underestimate us!" Shortly after, the Japanese team member was stunned as he looked in that direction. He saw Saejeon hovering in midair, close to the South Korean representative. Finally, he shouted, "What?" He looked up at him. The voice of Ryuhei echoed, "You guys are still a bunch of useless losers." He glanced at him, hesitatingly asking, "Don't tell me it's a flying sword?" He stood still in midair. Unconcerned, looking down, he let out a cold laugh. "Tram-trock, it seems that ever since you left for Japan, you've been practicing to look cooler. That flying sword technique looks good, doesn't it?" Saejeon remarked. "Really delusional. If your combat skills were as good as you're boasting, we wouldn't be struggling like this," the representative from Korea said. Gathering blue energy with his hand, he asked back, "Oh, really?" His eyes lit up. Emitting streams of blue energy, he shouted. "Then check this out." The blue rays rapidly shot towards Saejeon. He reached for the sword in front of him, exclaiming, "Perfect timing!" Then, Saejeon simultaneously raised both swords to slash down, saying, "I need to test out this new sword technique." From the 2 swords emanated a blinding beam of golden light. Watching him fall, his eyes gleamed with golden light from above. The gigantic golden sword illusion also fiercely thrust towards him, the golden light shattering the entire arena. The audience in the stands gasped, mouths agape, exclaiming in shock. Dark smoke rose from the deep pit in the arena. The entire arena fell into an oddly eerie silence. Saejeon took steps toward that big pit. The announcement of the end of the match resounded. He looked towards the representative from Korea in the pit, hearing the system's voice. Japan wins with a score of 3-0. With a constant commentary echoing, "How could we be defeated so miserably? It's really hard to swallow. But it can't be helped, he will be stronger in the future." As Diego saw Jun Se-jin's image on the TV screen and yelled, "How can he point to that spot? How could you predict such detailed results?" Jihan replied calmly, "Just think of it as a dream I had." Diego was shocked, unable to believe it. "How much did you win?" He looked at the phone screen. Laughing, he replied, "Pretty good, huh?" Jihan looked at the phone, secretly thinking that winning a lot of money is nice. But that last move surprised me. His gaze narrowed slightly, becoming extremely sharp. Jihan remembered Jun Se-jin's technique from earlier, thinking, "He is stronger than me. If this continues, I won't be able to defeat him." He looked at the system screen, thinking, "Anonymous divine technique, well, that's not enough. The SSS skill, a skill with just a small part of the anonymous divine technique. Upgrade conditions. Adjust 3 techniques to suit yourself or understand the true nature of the anonymous to completely unlock the anonymous divine technique." Jihan thought of him, secretly thinking, he also has the SSS skill, finishing the peak sword skill. SSS, he bit his lip and told himself, it doesn't matter. Then, Jihan glanced at Jun Se-jin on the TV screen. He stared at him, secretly thinking, no matter how strong you become. Jihan stared at Jun Se-jin, murmuring, "I will be stronger." He imagined that day and shouted, "Just wait! We'll meet again soon." On Haeyeon's side, she trembled all over, looking at the phone screen. Exclaiming, Haeyeon looked at the text on it, excitedly shouting, "I really won!" Haeyeon's cheeks flushed, excitedly shouting in a rush. 37x $5,000 becomes $200,000. She smiled brightly, saying, "I never thought I'd have this day." In her heart, she thought, "Thank you, Jihan." Thanks to Jihan, Haeyeon made nearly $80,000, but unfortunately, adding it all up, she still lost $20,000 after following his advice. Haeyeon was sure Korea would lose 0-3 and bet more. She bet the whole $20,000 on 0-3. Jihan looked at the phone screen, thinking to himself, "I'm sure I'll win, that's why she's losing." Haeyeon looked dejected, stunned. Thinking that I not only lost $20,000 but almost lost my future, she closed her eyes, letting it happen. Tears streamed down, thinking, damn it. Inside the room, Jihan looked at Diego. "Now, let's get to the main topic." Today he looked across with a smile and asked, "Do you want to sign a contract with me?" He was silent for a moment before replying, "Actually, I still don't understand why someone like you wants to sign a contract with me." Jihan was silent, looking over there. not saying anything more. Diego raised his hand, questioning, "Am I really that valuable?" Hearing that, he smiled and replied, "You witnessed it, right? I predicted the match results correctly. I'm just as confident about this decision." So, he asked back with curiosity, "What are you talking about?" Jihan pushed the ball towards Diego. "Dude, you see the orb hit Diego in the chest?" he exclaimed. "I will become the strongest wizard in the world." Jihan smiled slightly, recounting, "This contract is just an investment of mine." He suddenly gripped the orb tightly in his hand, shouting toward me. Diego looked down, pondering about him. When was the last time someone believed in me like this? He remembered the memories from that soccer team. Thinking back, I recall the feeling of being valued by others. Diego covered his face with his hands, murmuring, "After catching the rabbit, Net showed up, and I thought I would never experience that feeling again." He looked through the gap in his fingers, gazing at Jihan. Diego looked at the orb lying on the table. Contemplating, he showed me a glimmer of hope. He reached out and took Jihan's hand. I had no reason to refuse. Diego looked at Jihan, promising, "I will do my best." The taxi driver, he called out seriously, "I won't forget your kindness. I will repay you 1,000, no, 10,000 times this amount." Jihan heard this and smiled in response. "I really like your determination." He looked toward the arena, calling out, "I will wait for that day." One person raised a sword, aiming in that direction, charging forward. Gason raised his hand, drawing the sword out. Then, she swung her hand, striking forcefully at the incoming person. Gason raised both hands, gripping the hilt of the sword, lifting it up, then she swiftly sliced through the attackers. She glanced toward the stands upon hearing the call. Gason, the group raised weapons, headed towards Gason, charging forward, deciding to take her down first. "Come on, let's cooperate first." They, with fierce expressions, raised their weapons to stab down, shouting loudly, "Die!" The corners of her lips curled slightly, muttering, "How pathetic." Two swords flashed from the darkness, and in an instant, Gason eliminated them. She glanced back, hearing the announcement. 60 survivors left. Game over. The system screen in front of Gason displayed, "You ranked first." She reached out to touch the screen, contemplating, "The gold ranked first and NDT 0. However, Gason frowned in dissatisfaction. Thinking she couldn't be satisfied with this result, she thought of Jun Se-jin and Jihan, silently telling herself, "I must become stronger." Compared to Jun Se-jin, who has outstanding strength in the Japan-Korea match, and Jihan is on his way to becoming an invincible legend, I'm still falling behind. Gason looked up, thinking, since joining the Twin Star Guild, I've made many adjustments. I must try harder. She glanced at the news on her phone screen. Jun Se-jin has become stronger, and has become the perfect citizen of Japan. Her whole body trembled as she lowered her head to look down. Hisu, looking worried, asked, "Sierra, are you okay?" Sierra forced a smile, responding, "Yeah, I'm fine." Her voice rang out, rebutting, "Liar. How can you be fine with that expression?" She quietly replied, "It's only been a day or two. I'm okay." A heavy sigh sounded from above the vehicle. Hisu raised her hand, suggesting, "Today, I'll stay with you, okay? At this moment, having someone beside you wouldn't be better?" Sierra smiled brightly and replied, "It's okay, don't worry." She looked at her and said, "Thanks for bringing me home. We're busy, so I'm still worried about how to get home." Brown, sitting in the front, spoke up, "If you need any help, just let me know. The other day, I made a big mistake." Hearing that, Sierra laughed and replied, "It's good that you know you made a mistake." Hisu clapped his hands, laughing and teasing Sierra. "Have you thought about my proposal yet? If you think it's okay, then just get ready." She fell into deep thought upon hearing that. "To be honest, I'm not sure either." She frowned and asked, "Why? Is there any reason to refuse?" While Sierra was calmly explaining, the car suddenly braked. "I thought everything." Hisu covered his cheek with his hand, angrily shouting, "Hey, why did you stop suddenly?" Brown looked ahead and shouted, "Miss!" she exclaimed in confusion. "Huh?" The two of them looked forward and heard the sound. The guy said, "We've arrived, but..." Sierra squinted and shouted, "Who are these people?" She looked at the ones blocking the front of the car. Jihan gently propelled himself upward. He soared high into the air, heading towards the building across. Jihan quickly weaved through the buildings, jumping forward. He glanced at the rooftop of his building. Then, he slowly descended. Jihan placed one hand on the ground to balance himself and stopped. He stood still, murmuring, "I definitely feel my body is lighter. I've made quite a bit of progress." Next, Jihan looked in one direction. His gaze focused on that direction, thinking to himself, "It's much better up here." Jihan looked towards the distant Sunday. He thought, "It really is much better." After a while, he glanced at the pedestrians on the street below. Jihan sat high up, quietly observing below. He sat there, unable to help but think about the past in the United States. "I once sat up high like this and stared blankly. It makes me nostalgic for the past." Jihan closed his eyes, thinking of him. Now I understand what kind of person Jun Se-jin is during this time. He couldn't help but think of Jun Se-jin's figure. In fact, Jihan had never fought with Jun Se-jin before. During the time when half of this planet disappeared and top talents began to gather together, Jin, the warrior, had continuously held the first position, suddenly vanished. He closed his eyes, deep in thought. I still don't know the reason why. Jihan looked ahead and analyzed. But the current Jin is as strong as I am at my peak. In the past, just because I'm getting stronger quickly now, I still can't let my guard down. He propped himself on one knee, trying to stand up. I need to become much stronger than my past self. Now Jihan looked straight ahead, silently telling himself, I need to master the unknown. I have to be faster with my techniques. He looked towards his house and shouted, let's go! Then he turned into a flash of lightning, blinking and vanishing. On the other side, at Jihan's high-rise building, Brown shouted at the crowd, get out of the way now. He saw the reporters still rushing forward and yelled loudly, I said to get out of the way, but they keep raising their cameras. Frantically moving forward, he shouted, Miss Ciara, I'm from the TV channel, The Right to Know. I would like to interview you for a few questions. Inside the car, the sound of a reporter inquired, what do you think about the match? And during Jin's interview today, Hisu immediately patted her shoulder to comfort her. Sierra, just let them go. Sierra listened in confusion to the questioning sounds. Some said that her previous statement had stirred up Jin. Moreover, outside, the reporters were frantically pointing their cameras at her. Please say a few words to the people. They shouted loudly at Brown. Hey, old man, get out of the way! Seeing him angry, what's wrong with you guys? The car winced in pain upon hearing the reporters yelling. While Mr. Jihan's car was not here, let us interview a bit. This is our bread and butter, Jihan approached from a distance, hearing Brown shout. Have some sympathy, will you? The reporters simultaneously looked back upon hearing his voice. Do you think that? Jihan stepped closer to them, raising both hands, crossed over, and shouted, What the hell are we doing? His eyes flashed red, forcefully pushing the reporters aside, shouting, Get lost. They immediately fell to the sides. Clearing a path to the car, the reporters immediately sat up and shouted, My back, hey, your car belongs to Mr. Jihan? Do you dare to lay a hand on a reporter? They threatened Jihan. Don't you care about your image? His low voice rang out. Of course. Jihan's face was filled with anger. I took it easy, word for word. That's why I reacted so gently. The reporter immediately lowered his head when he exclaimed, Because it was my first time, I went easy on you. Jihan left the crowd and walked toward the car, saying, You should see. Grateful that I only acted a little bit. He grabbed the car door handle, and she passed through the gap. His fingers looked out the car window when he heard Jihan call, Hey car, let's go. He gently smiled. Let's go home. Then Jihan turned to smile gratefully. Thank you for protecting Ciara. Brown replied, It's nothing, sir. Hisu immediately shouted, Hey, please take good care of Ciara. He turned back, smiling. Yeah, thanks for caring. Jihan's voice rang out. Goodbye. She also waved back. Goodbye. Hisu stood still, watching the two walk away. She stood still, waving her hand as she watched. Suddenly, Brown was surprised to see Hisu covering her face, bursting into joyful laughter. She couldn't stop laughing to the point of tears. Hisu's voice immediately rang out. It's really hard to hold back my laughter. The reporters simultaneously looked towards that direction. Hey, is that girl a student? Yeah, that's right. They looked at her, thinking to themselves, the granddaughter of the CEO of Taewon newspaper. The #1 media company in South Korea, granddaughter of the CEO of Taewon newspaper, Kim Hisu. She wiped away her tears and shouted, Sierra, our little one, you're done for, aren't you? Jin declared with a grim expression. I don't have a daughter. Now Jihan held the phone, listening to his voice echo. I buried my past to come to Japan, so I don't have a daughter. Please don't ask personal and pointless questions like this. You noticed and added, so they came here for this interview. Sierra bowed her head and replied, Yes. Jihan gritted his teeth, tightening the phone in his hand, shouting, I wish I could just smash him. He glanced over, thinking about what he should do. It seemed like the girl was doing better. Jihan observed her disappointed face, deep in thought. But this interview had ruined her mood. The CEO bit his lip repeatedly, about to speak, but she hesitated. After a moment, she finally spoke. Uncle? Jihan responded with a questioning tone. Yeah? She looked at him, asking, Do you remember saying you would make one of my wishes come true? His voice echoed back. A wish for when I find the Dark Queen? Sierra smiled slightly and agreed. Yes. Jihan let out a surprised sound when he heard Sierra say, I think I have a wish. She raised her phone and shouted. It seems like I found it, Sierra calmly said. That Dark Queen. Jihan immediately was startled, his eyes wide open, shouting, You! On the competition field, the announcement immediately appeared. The match begins. Comments started to roll in. Poor staff! Wait, poor staff! Did I walk into the wrong room? Jihan raised the arrow he obtained from the invader high. The audience saw him standing still, puzzled, asking, Poor staff? Jihan, what are you planning to do? Jihan smiled slightly, replying, I'm going to break it. He looked ahead, mumbling. Now to the stands. Comments started to roll in. Bori Cookie, what strange thing is he planning to do again? Honestly, I really like it like this. The Dark Queen faced Jihan from the shadows. Seeing that, he thought, let's see if you really are the Dark King or not. He was startled looking at Ciara's phone screen. Jihan was shocked. his eyes wide, exclaiming, "That's her!" Pointing at her on the phone, he concluded, "Yes, I think this person is the Dark Queen." Sierra put her phone down, uncertainly replying, "Not sure, though." "But she's the strongest cadet," Jihan asked in confusion. "Why do you think that?" She recalled the people from back then. "Initially, we all doubted the elf queen sitting on the throne, right?" "That's right. Because both of them seemed to be trying to act like queens." Then the CEO looked up and pointed at the phone, saying, "This elf girl seems more like darkness." Jihan repeated in doubt. "Darkness?" She immediately confirmed, responding, "Yes, you should take a look at the pictures I sent." He looked at his phone, hearing Sierra count carefully. "First is the eye color." She looked at the phone screen and reported, "It's not that there aren't any elves with pitch black eyes. But even having black pupils is quite rare, isn't it?" Jihan stroked his chin, thinking, "That's true." The CEO calmly added, "And it's not just that which is strange," her voice echoed. Before the game started, this elf had her eyes on the one who would take first place. He was a bit puzzled and asked, "Had her eyes on?" Sierra replied, "She always looks at you in a strange way." She tapped her phone, responding, "So I followed other matches to see." Sierra pointed at the matches of different players, and Gason spoke. "Here it is, and here again. She always stares at the player who will take first place, even before the match has started." Sierra focused intently on the Dark Queen, asking as if she knew the future. So Sierra concentrated on those eyes, asking very strangely, "Right, Jihan?" Looking at the phone screen, he thought to himself that it definitely wasn't a coincidence anymore. He was surprised to hear Sierra continue, and the most important thing was in the last video. Sierra pointed to the round shadow under the feet of the Dark Queen. "She's pointing out the shadow under her feet." Jihan immediately focused on the shadow beneath her. Sierra calmly mentioned that the video quality was too low, so it wasn't clear. "But it seems that I'm not the only one who finds it strange, right?" He smiled slightly, staring at that shadow, pondering. "This is worth checking out," Jihan turned to ask. "Wait, Sierra, did you collect and analyze all this by yourself?" She immediately admitted that it took a lot of time. He squinted and asked, "You're not overexerting yourself for me, are you?" Sierra immediately laughed, denying, "It's nothing, I'm free anyway." Jihan's voice echoed, "Thank you, Sierra. I'll check the next match." She responded with a bright smile. "Yes. I hope your analysis is correct." Shortly after, Sierra was startled when she heard him exclaim, "All right, then I should keep my promise, right?" Now Jihan gently asked, "Do you have any wishes?" He calmly encouraged, "Just say it, I'll fulfill anything." She widened her eyes at Jihan, then Sierra smiled and said, "Yes, thank you." Her thin lips lifted, saying, "I want." Inside the arena, Jihan used that arrow, forcefully stabbing it into the monster in front of him. Then, the screen displayed the notification. "You have taken down 10 kills." He looked ahead, pondering, "This is enough for me to take first place." Jihan looked up high, silently thinking, "Now then." He looked at that direction, deciding he should destroy the stands as planned, right? The screen displayed a barrage. Is he going to destroy the barrier? Does everyone think that? Is he really planning to blow up the entire audience? The arena has a barrier set right between the competition area and the stands. Its power is equivalent to the shield skill of a diamond-ranked support character. Its effect is to block all attacks from the competition area to the outside. Jihan's eyes glinted with blue light, calculating. So, to use the traveler's eye to observe her true state, he looked towards the barrier. Thinking he needed to create a hole in the barrier to see outside, Jihan tightened his grip on the arrow in his hand. Immediately, comments started flooding in. "Is he really going to break it?" "The farmer, Jihan, I really think this is hard to believe." He looked at the arrow in his hand, thinking to himself, "No way. If I have this, it's totally feasible with the Phoenix arrow I got from the dungeon." The Phoenix arrow, a grade A item, the arrow of the purifier. It's made from phoenix feathers. When thrown, it carries immense power and can return to the owner's hand. Due to the phoenix fire sealed within, it will disappear after being thrown 5 times. Jihan glanced at the introduction screen and murmured, "Although I can't maximize its use due to the risk," he stretched his back and calculated. "But if I want to break the barrier, piercing through it will be enough." Jihan looked straight at her and shouted, "Now, Infinite 3 talents, show me your face!" He used the Immortal Path stat and thrust straight towards the barrier. Jihan stared at the Dark Queen on the barrier. A small hole appeared on the shield, and then a strong explosion erupted. Comments appeared. "I thought it would succeed, but why aren't those two even blinking?" Here he was, dark-faced, holding that arrow high and shouting, "Infinite 3 talents." He continuously thrust into that hole with all his strength. He widened his eyes, gripping the arrow tightly in his hand. Jihan used the Immortal Path skill, piercing straight towards that barrier. The audience looked at the large hole in the shield and immediately commented, "This is insane! He really broke it!" He looked in that direction, thinking to himself at that moment. Then, Jihan's eyes glinted with blue light. A notification appeared. The traveler's eye has been activated. He focused on the Dark Queen and thought, "I need to quickly check her before the barrier recovers." Jihan looked straight at her, silently shouting, "Now show your face." His eyes met the pitch-black eyes of the Dark Queen. wondering if she was AI. Immediately, Jihan's eyes widened in shock. He glanced at the darkness around him. Where am I? Suddenly, a beam of white light appeared from behind. Jihan immediately turned to look back. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment when facing it. Behind Jihan were a pair of enormous, piercing eyes. The sunlight slowly rose, illuminating the tall building. Jihan closed his eyes, letting out a sigh. You lie still on the bed, exclaiming, "What a tiring day!" Jihan holds his head with one hand, sighing, so exhausting. He cracks his eyes open to look ahead. Deep in thought, I still can't calm down. The scene from earlier appears in Jihan's mind as he faced that thing using the doll's body. He closes his eyes, reflecting. That was truly terrifying. Even compared to my past self before regression, that power is astonishing. The corners of Jihan's mouth lift in a smile as he thinks, all right. He sits up and says, that guy's power will be really useful. Jihan exclaims, Achievement Shop, looking at the calculation display. I've used the reward points earned so far to upgrade the Achievement Shop to level 5. He looks at it. In thought, the new feature added is an extra constellation slot. Jihan touches the screen, thinking, with this, I can choose more constellations. He stares at it and concludes, but of course, it's still too early. A notification appears on the screen. Earth is currently in rehearsal time. Even if you purchase an additional constellation slot, this feature will not appear in the window. Your status. Jihan swipes the screen aside, analyzing that it's not necessary right now. So, let's just set it aside. He presses a spot and adds, the title slot notification immediately pops up. You have purchased an additional level 1 title slot. Jihan looks at it and exclaims at the status window. CEO Jihan, you have reached level 22. Only 3 levels left until he reaches the silver rank. The info screen displays the name CEO Jihan, level 22, bronze rank, zone 1, Gangnam, combat power 27, strength 27, support profession, mage profession. Gift, Traveler's Eye of the Epic Tier, deep understanding of other players, as he possesses both combat power and titles. One could say that the silver rank is already within his grasp, and it's not an exaggeration at all. There's only one reason why. CEO Jihan adds another title slot, because of the title Heir of the God of War that he will achieve in the future. CEO Jihan's combat power will soon reach 30, and thanks to that, he will attain the nameless divine art. A notification appears, combat power 27, strength 27. During this process, he can connect with the God of War and achieve the title Heir of the God of War. Jihan closes his eyes, thinking back to his past life, contemplating that it was the title he had used before dying in his previous life. No matter what happens, he must obtain that title. He opens his eyes, pondering that soon enough. Jihan thinks of Jun Se-jin and whispers, I will have to fight that guy. His whole body is surrounded by red flames. The broker gazes at the scene before him. Introduction. This is the center of Gangnam. It is not only an area with significant influence, but also home to many prestigious schools. Thanks to the focus on educational activities, he looks at the scene before him and says, this is the symbol of success. Moreover, the highest floor here has the best view of the Han River. The broker points at the scenery and exclaims, how do you both feel? This is the best apartment I have. He looked towards the two of them. Jihan and Ciara wondered, is 200 square meters enough for both of you to live comfortably? Hearing this, she narrowed her eyes, thinking it was too small. The broker pointed to a spot and said, please, come check out the room here. Ciara followed him and replied, okay. Jihan noticed this and thought that the girl probably didn't like it much, but on second thought, her reaction was quite normal. He thought about her past and whispered, she's lived in a grand building her whole life, so she wouldn't be happy with an ordinary apartment. Jihan looked outside. Having lived on the top floor all her life, she wouldn't be pleased with a regular apartment. Jihan gazed out. After some calculations, he looked out the window and thought it was surprising that her desire was to move. At that moment, Ciara bowed her head, remained silent for a long time, then quietly suggested that her wish was to move away from here. Ciara's wish was to leave the Sword Palace. Jihan looked at Ciara, contemplating since it was a place filled with memories of Jun Se-jin. It seemed she wanted to leave as soon as possible. Staying there must have been difficult for her. The broker raised his hand to point inside, stating that this room was very spacious and had a perfect structure, right? As you both know, even at this price, the room has never been lacking in tenants. There's a reason for that. He looked at her determined face, realizing he needed to find her a home she liked. The sooner, the better. Ciara smiled and nodded. Yes. Jihan immediately spoke up. It seems we need a house with more space then. He stepped inside, moving forward, adding, my niece will soon become a player, and she will need a place for her connection equipment. The broker responded, understood. I will try to find a house that suits your conditions. He smiled brightly, complimenting her. Ciara, with such a strong and handsome uncle, you must feel very secure. Jihan smiled back, thanking him for the compliment, but he still had a lot to improve. The broker exclaimed, as a fan, I will continue to support you. He smiled and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. The next words he said surprised Jihan. No, I should be thanking you much more. The broker laughed loudly. Actually, I am also from the Junsei Jin family. Although after the shock, Junsei Jin changed nationality to Japanese. I left right after that, but after leaving, I was very worried about her. He looked towards Ciara, comforting her. Surely, everything has been very difficult for her, so I was worried she would think negatively, but seeing her trying her best to overcome her problems, I felt reassured. Her eyes became teary upon hearing the broker. There are still many things to worry about, but congratulations on your awakening, Miss Ciara. His voice rang out. Jihan silently watched Ciara, unable to contain his thoughts. Remembering the scene where she was surrounded by reporters, lamenting the trouble ahead, after the battle between Korea and Japan, interest in Ciara has risen again, especially now. Surely the AI is also intrigued by her awakening, and the gifts from Ciara. You see the broker and Ciara chatting happily in front. Jihan shouldn't recall the scene of her breaking down in the past life, but when the girl receives the F-class gift, all that attention will turn into poison for her. He remembers the cruel comments from the previous life. Determined to prevent that at all costs, Jihan stares at Ciara. In the near future, he must limit others' access to her as much as possible. His face is filled with determination, whispering, especially those reporters. Kim Hisu, the granddaughter of the publisher of Taewon newspaper, smiles at the phone and exclaims, "Yes." "Hey, reporter," she responds while sitting on a chair. Yes, it's on August 22. That day is Ciara's birthday, so she will be at the gift hall at school. Come on, don't worry, I'll help you interview her. Hisu hangs up the phone and says, "So I'll see you that day." The young man sitting nearby mocks. That disgusting girl, just look at her fake face. She's definitely from a family of journalists. Hearing that, she shouted, "If you don't like it, you can just leave." He stretches and laughs, saying, "What you said makes me really sad. Without this opportunity, when would I ever get to meet her?" The young man's voice rings out asking, "But why do you hate that beautiful girl so much?" Hisu frowns, brushes her hair back and sneers. "What else? She can't even compare to me but keeps wanting to stand on the same level as me. If it weren't for Bado.net, I wouldn't have to deal with that poor girl." He laughs, inquiring, "So why do you want to interview that loser?" Hisu touches her chin, responding with a smile. "Isn't she a perfect subject for a news article, right? Besides, I should help my family a bit." She cheerfully explains, "If her gifts are trash, then this is the perfect opportunity to turn her into a joke." The young man laughs loudly, shouting, "You're such a wicked girl." Hisu raises a picture of him, resting her chin and saying, "And that's why your job is the most important." CEO Jihan, who has been very famous lately, is that loser's uncle, and he's stuck with her all day. She looks at him and asks, "Are you sure you can beat CEO Jihan?" The young man grits his teeth, mocking, "That crazy girl? I wouldn't even glance at that bug of a name." His voice rings out, "You better keep your promise." Hisu laughs, shouting, "That disgusting jerk." She sees the young man stretch his neck and exclaims, "Don't worry after I finish my part." Hisu looks straight at him, shouting, "Then I'll let you do whatever you want with that loser, Ciara." Bado.net Academy in Gangnam, Seoul, 14 hours until Ciara awakens. Hisu speaks up, "Please, Ciara, don't do that." She turned back, interrupting, "Come on, Hisu." Ciara, annoyed, refused. "I already told you I don't want to be interviewed." She raised a finger, pleading, "Think it over, please." Hisu frowned and said, "It's all because of you." Hearing this, Ciara voiced her rejection. "No, I said I don't want to." She pretended to be annoyed and advised, "If you keep this up, I'll be sad. Just because of Junsei Jin, they're humiliating an innocent person like you." Hisu frowned, shouting, "Isn't it better if there's good news to attract everyone's attention? Then it would be better, right? To help you, I had to beg him a lot." Ciara leaned on the table, standing up to say, "No, I'm fine, really. Thank you, but you don't have to do that." She quickly left. "I'm just going to the bathroom." Hisu heard that and frowned, secretly cursing, "What a country bumpkin. I just don't get her. I thought she would be obedient." Hisu ran her fingers through her hair, exhaling, and said, "Whatever, I'll just go to the main hall to wait for the gifts." Hisu looked up, thinking, "Tonight I wonder what that bitch will receive." The corner of her mouth lifted, breaking into a smile. "Since I've planned this out, I should go pick reporters and make her fall into hell." Hisu thought of Ciara, silently wishing, "I hope she receives a level F gift." She bowed her head and mumbled, "This is really too hard." She thought to herself, "Actually, I know everything." Ciara closed her eyes and thought, "I know what Hisu thinks of me," in her head, remembering when Hisu asked, "Hey, are you still clinging to that worm, Ciara?" The female student smiled and asked, "Are you two best friends?" She, with a face full of displeasure, shouted, "Stop joking around!" She responded, "I heard that once she becomes pathetic, you'll kick her out." Hisu firmly replied, "Of course. Before cutting ties, I have to take advantage of her." The female student, hearing this, asked with doubt, "Junsei Jin? She's just a tool. What can she offer you?" Hisu reached into her pocket searching and replied, "My family runs a newspaper." Hisu laughed fiercely, shouting, "When she falls into hell, it's best to take advantage of her." Hisu raised her brow and shouted, "Come on, please. I hope she receives a level F gift and goes crazy. I have to capture that." Her reaction, and post those pictures. Sierra inside the bathroom grasped the corner of her dress, listening to them talk. This crazy girl sounds fun. She bowed her head, hearing their mocking laughter, thinking closely. The readers would love it. Sierra was very shocked by Hisu's true face. From then on, she started to feel uneasy. She thought that, I might really receive a level F gift when standing on the game stage. Sierra clasped her hands together, thinking, I'm sure Hisu isn't the only one hiding their true nature. I can't accept an F-level gift. She frowned and thought, please. Sierra looked at the machine above, silently pleading. Please give me a really good gift. The light from that circular axis flashed bright red, and then she looked up in confusion. Sierra stared blankly at each beam of light in front of her. She gasped at the sparkling light and exclaimed, This is at school! 5 hours. Until Sierra awakened, Jihan pulled up his sleeve to check the time. He looked at it, thinking to himself, still 5 hours to go. The government official pointed ahead and said, Please go this way. Sir, is your car here? He inquired. Is Sierra still safe in the gift hall? The government official immediately replied, Yes, the guards are keeping her safe. Jihan quietly instructed, Thank you, don't let outsiders in, especially the reporters. He immediately assured, Don't worry, they've even stopped the school staff from entering. The government official looked at the other guards and replied, The government is also paying special attention. Yesterday, Jihan probably spoke with manager Park Yoon-sik about the electric sword donation. On the other end, they inquired, Oh right, tomorrow is the day Sierra will awaken as a player. Is that so? You calmly replied, Oh yes, so you already know. Even with the current situation, Jihan spoke softly. I'm also worried that someone might break into the awakening place. Manager Park Yoon-sik understood the current situation very clearly. He responded, If you agree, I can try asking the on-site guards for help. The government has supported ensuring your personal safety. Thinking of this, Jihan smiled in relief. So I receive help once again. Just then, he was startled by a voice saying, You have arrived. The government official pointed inside and introduced, This is the gift hall. We have also prepared seats right at the front. You can rest while waiting. Jihan bowed his head and replied with a smile, Thank you, then see you at 12 o'clock. He immediately responded, Yes, if you need anything, please let me know. Soon after, he sat down at the door waiting for Jihan. He clasped his hands together and sighed. He was so worried he bit his lip, and then Jihan immediately shook his head thinking, No. Don't worry too much. This time I can stay by and protect her. He opened his eyes and continued to whisper. Now I have no other choice. Jihan looked at the string in his hand, pondering, hoping that this gift would bring something to Sierra. A great comfort. Time quickly passed and it was 5 minutes until Sierra awakened. He glanced over in surprise when he heard Hisu's voice. Just as expected, he was here? She brought a reporter along, smiling slightly and asking, Are you well? Hisu asked cheerfully. We see each other pretty often, don't we? Jihan looked over, clearly wondering if he remembered her saying she was Sierra's friend. But the person next to her is a reporter, right? His expression immediately darkened, eyes filled with hostility. Jihan immediately stood up, angrily questioning, How did you get in here? I thought they were stopping anyone from entering. Hisu heard this and replied with a smile, You know, media companies often have wide connections. Her voice rang out, I had a friend help me get in here. He heard this and asked back, So you're not even trying to hide that you snuck in here, huh? Jihan immediately shot back. You say I snuck in? I have business to handle, that's why I'm at my own school. Her voice came through. I've decided to interview Sierra today. Jihan, hands in his pockets, shouted, Stop talking nonsense and go back. After awakening, Sierra will be going home immediately. I warn you, this is your first and last chance. The reporter thought in fear. Is this okay? Looks like we're going to get into trouble. Hisu, hands against the cold, asked back with a smile. Well, that's not too good either. She raised her hands in response. I have to interview her at all costs. He heard this and shouted loudly, If that's the case, then I won't just sit back. Hisu pressed his hand to his cheek, pretending to be sad and asked, What to do now? I can't possibly win against her uncle. She raised a finger and said, How about this? Hisu narrowed his eyes. While protecting his niece, the level 27 player, CEO Jihan, looked at the young man, throwing a fist at him from behind, adding that he had been ambushed by an unknown level 50 warrior. Meanwhile, Sierra knelt on the ground inside the room. The moment for Sierra to awaken had come. On the screen appeared the message, Congratulations, you have awakened as a player. You have a gift. The late blooming flower, gift level, forced her to disbelief, exclaiming, Wow, I was hoping to reach NDT 0 at this level. Outside, that young man punched Jihan hard in the back. Inside, Sierra's eyes filled with tears, her head bowed as she mumbled, But now, it's really over. Out there, Jihan was hit and leaned slightly forward. Jihan was unexpectedly ambushed by Tony from behind. The punch was so strong that he was dazed and fell forward. Tony smirked, self-satisfied. Just stay down there. I will definitely love and take care of our car. But Jihan remained silent after that sudden attack. But then he looked at Tony, with eyes full of sharpness like arrows piercing straight into him. Jihan growled, How dare you mention her? He stared blankly at him, pointing forward, puzzled. You got hit and you're still okay? You're tougher than I thought. Instantly, Jihan threw a straight punch to Tony's face. Consider this my answer. His eyes looked up, discovering a jelly-like substance. Indeed, Jihan's fist had been stopped by that, causing Tony to receive no damage at all. He laughed triumphantly. You know a lot, huh? But why aren't you surprised? His eyes lit up, and he threw another punch at Jihan. Tony teased the person, asking, You're that confident, huh? Hisu behind him remained unfazed. She stood with her arms crossed, watching. Really? Then she spoke sarcastically. Is it really true that you two are winning this match? Tony turned around, preparing to throw a punch. A powerful punch. He mocked Jihan, saying, People keep using the Rising Star nickname to hype you up, so you don't even know your place. Right after that, the Rising Star nickname to hype you up, so you don't even know your place. Right after that, Tony confidently threw a straight punch at him, as if he knew he would win. Answer me, you bastard! How many more times do I have to hit you before you talk, huh? Just after saying that arrogant line, Tony received an uppercut straight to Jihan's chin. He calmly sent Tony flying into the sky. Blood splattered everywhere, and the cameraman was so shocked that his eyes went wide. Hisu stood there, equally astonished. Jihan used his magic to create a red magical ring, grabbing Tony's hair. He was suspended in midair, thrashing around like a fish out of water. He yelled, What the hell is this? What just happened? But Jihan ignored Tony's words, focusing solely on controlling the magical arm that was choking him. He clenched his fists at Jihan's eyes, turning red, and he sneered, You look just like one of those thugs now. His actions mirrored that sentiment. Jihan frowned, exuding a tense aura. His voice said, I'll carve a seal on you so you can never do something like this again. At that moment, he swung his red fist back, with Tony's head being pulled back, looking quite terrifying. The cameraman was now panicking and ran away, leaving Hisu standing there, frozen. A few seconds later, Tony's body fell right in front of her. A loud crash echoed. She was stunned, her face pale as she looked down, then felt a surge of fear, her eyes wide in terror. Clenching her teeth, Hisu screamed in horror as if she wanted to tear apart the very space around her. Meanwhile, Ciara had just awakened, sitting on the ground in disappointment and despair, her eyes radiating sadness. A sense of helplessness flooded her mind. Warm tears began to well up in her eyes. Filled with Ciara's sorrow, she quickly wiped it away, comforting herself. Come on, don't cry anymore. She regained her strong spirit, thinking that sitting here alone in sadness wouldn't change anything. Then, lifting herself up, she said, Let's get up. He's still waiting for us. After that, she stepped out of the awakening place, taking one step at a time, outside the door to meet Jihan, but Ciara still felt very sad and worried, gazing at her system panel. What should I do now? Even if I participate as a player with an F-level gift, I will definitely just barely survive while trembling in the bronze rank. The system clearly states that it's a late-blooming flower. The gift level up will make you realize your potential later. Ciara sighed about this abrupt explanation. What the hell? The door opened, and Ciara was about to step outside but kept mumbling, But these past few days, I've been praying like an idiot. Suddenly, she jumped when she heard a loud scream, now fully aware of the situation. What appeared before her was a floating golden hair, and Tony was lying on the ground with a shaved head. Ciara panicked and asked, Hey, what's going on? He remained calm and replied, He deserved it. Then suddenly, a curse was heard. Jihan, that crazy bastard. He calmly told Ciara, Look. She stared in confusion. Hisu was holding Tony's shaved head, glaring up at Jihan and screaming like a madman. How dare you do this to him? Do you know my grandfather is an AI? He's the chairman of Theo newspaper. Ignoring her insane shouting, he calmly replied, So what? Then gently controlled the orange hair. It flew straight at her. Jihan, with a cold expression, replied indifferently, AI doesn't care about family matters. You hold a major media company, but are you trying to manipulate the media? Hisu, hearing this, brushed the hair off her body, and boldly declared, Do you think I'll just stop here? I will create fake news and spread it too. Her eyes widened as she looked at Jihan, clueless and loud, threatening, I will make you the dirtiest family in the world. People will be disgusted when they see you, you know? The dirtiest family in the world, people will be disgusted when they see you, you know? They don't care about the truth. Those harsh words made him furious. The CEO's face was filled with despair for his friend. Hisu keeps spouting filthy words because of Junsei Jin, and public opinion has been very negative already. So this is good enough. Jihan had heard enough. He wouldn't stay silent anymore and challenged her. Go ahead and try. Jihan stepped forward, making Hisu fearfully step back. We just need to leave South Korea, right? It seems she now knows what fear is, but Jihan's face was filled with deadly intent. His gaze, like lightning, stared at the fire in his hand, as if he wanted to burn everything down. He threatened her back. But can she bear the consequences of her actions? It seems Hisu still doesn't understand the seriousness of the current situation. Hisu still arrogantly replied, Stop pretending to be cool, you pathetic bastard. If it weren't for Batunate and Junsei Jin, you would never even get to see me. Hearing this, Jihan flicked a flame from his palm carelessly. I got it. Hisu was suddenly surrounded by flames, causing her to panic at Jihan's arrogance. He just casually waved his hand and judged her as someone who never knows how to reflect and correct herself. Jihan's eyes were filled with menace. The flames seemed to blaze even stronger, wrapping around Hisu. He warned loudly one last time, "Then I must make you remember well. If you touch us, something will happen." The window looked from the outside was illuminated by the raging fire inside, accompanied by her shrill scream. Once everything was done, both of them returned to their old, dilapidated car in the parking basement. Sierra sat beside him, nervously stammering as she asked, "Uncle, is this really okay?" She hesitated to continue speaking. "I'm glad we can take revenge on Hisu, but I'm a bit worried." Jihan turned to ask, "What are you worried about?" "The Taewon newspaper is the biggest media company in our country." Hearing this, he just laughed and reassured his niece. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." After saying that, Jihan thought to himself, because they were too big, so they won't be able to act thoughtlessly. Besides, from the beginning, it's strange for a media company to do such things. Just because the chairman's niece is being unreasonable, he pressed the gas while continuing to think, if they still have any sense left, then they wouldn't mess with players who are currently getting a lot of attention. Sierra also thought to herself, "How can you be so confident? That's interesting." But now there was something more important, Jihan thought to himself and then softly turned to the side. "So, what gift did you receive?" he asked decisively, causing Sierra to be a bit startled and then bow her head. Her gaze, somewhat sad, did not respond. Once she regained her spirit, Sierra slowly spoke. "It's the late blooming flower gift of level F." Jihan looked at his niece and guessed in his head. Just as he thought, he activated his status window. He said to Sierra, "If you want to become a successful player, it will be tough." Then he turned to look at her and said, "Sierra, take a look." She was puzzled. "That's your uncle's status window." "What?" "Yeah, this is the first time I've shown it to someone else." While looking into the status window, Sierra was amazed, her eyes wide open. "Wait, it shows a level F gift. You can see information about other players," she exclaimed. "What is that? Is your gift also level F?" At this moment, Sierra began to have doubts. She turned to Jihan and asked, "So how? How are you so strong?" He replied, "Look at the stats at the top." She asked back, "What is that?" "Combat power, strength. Is this really the Bato net index?" Hearing that, Jihan spoke up to clarify, "They are unique stats. Most people don't know about them, because the conditions to achieve them are hidden conditions. As you can see, the level of the gift is not everything." Receiving this new information left Sierra extremely amazed. He added, "Sierra, you can also obtain unique stats." Jihan picked up a shiny golden mirror and held it up to Sierra to reflect her face. At the same time, he said, "This item will show you the path you will take after presenting the treasure to Sierra." Jihan reminisced about the past, recalling the image of a brown-haired girl with golden eyes. "Before I regress, the number 2 inches the world is Jinzo. She appears with a serious, determined expression. And what special island? Her gift is also a late-blooming flower, standing at rank 2, so the power of that flower is undeniable. Just one swing can take out a guy." Jihan had only seen her on the TV screen before. He recounts, "Back then, I couldn't believe my eyes." Jihan was very astonished at that time. Now, you realize that an F-level gift drove the CEO to despair and sought death, while hiding this kind of secret. The special glasses with the golden wings can see the information of the late-blooming flower gift at the forced gift level. The number of matches required to upgrade to 50. The condition for upgrading is that you must participate in matches. Sierra asks in amazement, "What is this?" She looks through the golden glasses, her heart full of questions wanting answers. "A gift that can upgrade even further, the basic effect, island." Jihan just sits there, satisfied and smiling. He speaks up, "Isn't this gift really amazing?" he thinks to himself. "Just as I suspected, that item is effective." Over here, Sierra is putting the glasses to her eyes to see, and here is the information about the glasses. Hemet's monocle, item grade A. The monocle of the Olympus god Hemet, a one-time use item, can identify the nature of the player's gift, a hidden item, which I obtained by repairing a sea-level item, the broken monocle of the messenger. Now Jihan recalls the process of creating it. He made it a day before Sierra's birthday. Returning to reality, Jihan explains a few issues to her for clarity. Clearly, the level of the gift can be increased, which is truly surprising. A lot already, but even its basic effect isn't too bad because the growth rate has increased by 100%. That means your training effect will be double compared to others. Sierra is astonished. "So isn't that a really good effect?" He nods in agreement. "Yes, with this effect you can quickly achieve the rare stats that Uncle told you about." Her expression becomes even more surprised. The glasses slowly fade away. Seeing this, Jihan gently speaks to calm the heart of his niece Sarah. "Do you think I can aim for the top player position too, really?" This is a question but carries a lot of emotion. Jihan's eyes widen as he witnesses the scene before him, a tear rolling down Sierra's cheek. She, in disbelief, asks back, "Isn't it a really great gift, Uncle?" After saying this, she starts to sob, her body trembling as she looks. He is filled with tenderness and praises. "Yes, your gift is really great, Sierra. I wonder how much hope she has brought here. Jihan thinks back to when Junsei Jin joined Japan. Sadly, he mutters after she was abandoned by her father keeps rambling, that he has no daughter and people only use Ciara as fodder for cheap rumors. The image of Ciara sitting alone in the crowd, feeling isolated and discriminated against. That's why Ciara wouldn't want to overcome difficulties. As the daughter abandoned by Junsei Jin, and as an independent player named Junsei, he carefully brought the tissue closer to her. Deep down, he couldn't help but worry. She must be anxious about possibly receiving a useless gift. Ciara was a bit surprised when she saw the tissue. Jihan was still sitting there encouraging her. You've done really well. It must have been really hard for you, so cry as much as you want. But then, Ciara took the tissue. Wiping her tears, she said, No, I'll stop crying right now. I don't even have enough time to laugh. Hearing that, he could only helplessly agree, his face slightly flushed. Ciara turned to ask, But I keep feeling like you're mysterious. Struck by his niece's words, Jihan could only smile awkwardly. She came up with some excuse as if he knew everything about the future. Just consider it luck on my part. After Ciara let go of all her anxious emotions, her spirits lifted. She smiled and said, Now that I'm calm, I suddenly feel very hungry. Hearing that, he was also getting ready to stand up and go to the kitchen to cook something. Let's have a meal. What will you cook for me? She asked back. At this hour, Jihan turned to her kindly and said, I promised, remember? That next time I would cook something even better for you? I've prepared many dishes to celebrate your birthday. Hearing the word birthday, Ciara was somewhat surprised, her eyes wide open. Then she smiled happily and said, Okay. Meanwhile, the two of them were enjoying a delicious dinner. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building, Hisu had only a few strands of hair left on her head. She was extremely panicked. Her face was pale, and she screamed. She sat in the room, cursing loudly. Everything is really burned. Hair, eyebrows, everything. Damn it, CEO Jihan, that crazy bastard. Oh my god. How am I supposed to explain this to my parents? Suddenly, a man in a black suit walked in. I'm here, Miss Hisu, she snapped. Don't you know how to knock? You're making me so frustrated. He bowed apologetically and handed Hisu something. A phone. My apologies, I brought the surveillance footage as per your request. Hisu covered her head with one hand and took the phone with the other, then shooed him away. Got it, just get out. The bodyguard, seeing her disrespectful attitude towards someone superior, silently cursed in his head. What a spoiled brat. Hisu, while crying, scrolled through the phone screen. I can't live like this anymore. I need to find something to ruin that guy. Suddenly, she paused, as if she had just thought of a very dirty way. Hisu's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Our sweet little Ciara. On the phone screen was an image of a car. A had just awakened, looking at her gift with a sad expression. This was exactly what Hisu wanted. You're not good at hiding your emotions at all, are you? She looked at the screen, smirking with delight. Ciara, that face about to cry is perfect for the news. That's still your wicked nature. Hisu chimed in. Looks like you got a reality check. How can you make that face for others to see? You just want to ruin yourself like that. Hisu still hasn't realized that his mistake will lead to a fitting lesson in the future. Coming up, she burst out laughing like a madwoman who found joy for herself. You all are doomed. So let's temporarily ignore her and listen to some recent news about that forgotten Huin Kwang. Since then, he sat in a corner, resting his chin on his hand, mumbling, unrequited love and a broken heart. The chat box on the screen started to heat up, with idle hands. He's still watching CEO Jihan's stream. Come on, just confess your love for him already. Just let it go, barking endlessly. Huin Kwang. Zaki's been scooping ice cream for a long time, but he keeps complaining. I've gone through empty days, drowning in sadness because the person I admire didn't choose me. That ugly and disgusting fire mage, those despicable and stinky hawks. Then Huin Kwang imagined holding Jihan. He looked incredibly cool. All those who got in your way, I, Huin Kwang, have stopped them. The ham on crispy bread joyfully commented, Yeah, that's true, but it seems like things aren't quite like that. The old lady's grape account was laughing. Ha ha. Then he stood up, striking a weird pose that looked really awkward, and said loudly, But then I realized one thing. Huin Kwang clutched his chest tightly, his face grimacing as if no one was more tormented than him. I, Huin Kwang, was destined to become Jihan's manager. The worker commented, Not at all. The shapes of terrifying zombies appeared. He acted cool. So please, I beg you, great Jihan. Then it was time for him to wield the spear, fight, unleashing a powerful blow, throwing those monsters away. Please read my message, Jihan waved decisively, and everyone rushed to comment. Tone Cat Su in frozen round shape, everyone, it's time to shout public cannon. King Redstone is so cool, barking endlessly, but what are his teammates doing? Kimbap soloing heaven. It seems he's in the same group as CEO Jihan, just sitting and watching, and he has already become a trend. An image of 3 people sitting down together eating popcorn appeared, with Jihan being the unique one. Oh well, I can understand that. Because if not bothering him, he would definitely be at the top of the list. No need to ask to leave, they are still eating corn over there. At Jihan's feet were thousands of powerful lightning bolts. He directly executed the nameless divine technique, Breaking Heaven Thunder Technique. The holy blade in hand beheaded the monster. The final blow was Breaking Heaven Thunder Technique. Jihan's gaze was sharp as he looked at the scoreboard. The match had ended. You achieved first place in this match. The three teammates, seeing the battle is over, get up to chat casually as if on vacation. Eating corn is really tough. Next time get half onion flavor and half caramel flavor, okay? Jihan is just staring at the status window. You have reached level 25. You can now participate in the silver rank promotion match, comment on the plate dance, and your rank is still bronze. And number 1 of Jin complains, stop messing around down here and get promoted already. The system sends another notification. You have achieved the title of Bronze Ruler by completing bronze matches. With the highest win rate, you have been selected for a position in the global top 100 of the Bronze Cup. You look in shock at the notification. On August 25th, you will be ranked in the top 100 of the promotion matches. Lamb Stew 5.023, that's crazy. Top 100 globally, even if you lose. I doubt AI cares. It's been a while since I've seen that notification pop up in Korea, only looking at Jin 700, so he must have made it to silver, top 100 globally. You think to yourself that this means your Battlenet score has reached the threshold for the global top 100. And the players selected for the top 100 will definitely be promoted, even if they only participate in the promotion match. You are in the top 100 receiving a silver rank promotion. Moreover, the promotion match has an additional feature, and that is an image of Jihan standing on countless corpses. The surroundings are unusually quiet. You continue. The promotion match will take the form of a survival game. Fight until only one remains. Jihan swings his sword, striking down a player, the sharp blade glinting with dazzling light. And it will not end until only one survivor remains, a stage to determine who the sole champion island. No, the comment is right, he's meaning over there, the cheerful CA says. It seems there's a top 100 list now. Jihan looks up and thinks, just as predicted, I will also participate in the global top 100. Around this time, half of a man's face appears. It's been a while since I saw Baron Williams, the global bronze rank. Baron Williams, first in the United States. He's a foreigner with distinctive blonde hair. You look at the announcement board. I guessed I would meet him sooner than last time, but I didn't expect it to be this soon. Jihan is worried. His gaze is somewhat uncertain. Not good. This is a bit surprising. Will I lose? But I've never beaten Baron. The screen displays the decisive factor that helps CEO Jihan enter the top 100. It is the Divine Power Index. Jihan's eyes turn red, and he creates a magic circle with his hands. A red magical aura surrounds him. Of course, power is just as important when the nameless divine technique is activated. A composite index appears, summing up all power, endurance, and speed, an absolute field-enhancing magical strength. Controlling the power of divine energy is remarkably superior. The ball in Jihan's hand is manipulated by him. He unleashes that power. However, no matter how capable it is, a rank disparity still exists. The image appears of barons summoning magical rings, flames powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth. The desperate screams of the unfortunate ones are at the peak of fear, but all they receive is his indifferent gaze. You know that the divine power used by Baron is on a completely different level. So what is divine power? It is a metric proportional to both magical power and holy power. Baron possesses an incredible amount of mana, making his divine power twice as strong as CEO Jihan's. No matter how well Jihan can control mana, it still becomes useless against absolute strength. Looking down at both of them is like seeing a deity from above, an immortal on the ground. From the very beginning, Baron has maintained the top position, only through the power of divine power, without any controllability. Thinking about these things makes Jihan in reality more anxious. He supports his body with one hand, practicing while closing his eyes to ponder. It's not for nothing that he is at the top of the rankings. From the start, he was famous for his diamond-level magical power. Now Jihan slowly opens his eyes, as if facing the truth, directly confronting him. It means to end his own life. He is determined to train until the buildings in the city are lit up. Now I need to unlock the nameless divine art. Sitting in his room, Jihan scrolls through the information panel on the system. The image of Baron appears before him. His gaze looks extremely sharp. Jihan sweats nervously, a helpless smile on his face. No matter how you look at it, it seems hard to believe. This really is the same person. How can the two images be so different? On the left is Baron now. On the right is him before the regression. A clear difference that leaves him with no questions. It is said that when he became the guild master, he tried very hard to appear mature. Baron now, Baron before the regression. How could he change so much? Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. The caller is Ha-Joan. He looks at the name on the phone screen, then doubts. Lee Ha-Joan? Jihan speculates. Could she be calling to thank me? After that, he answers, hello? The voice on the other end responds, hello, Jihan. She has something to negotiate with you. Can you give me one more option? The statement makes him pause for a moment. Then, Jihan looks back at the phone screen in confusion to see if it really is her number. The next morning, the sun was high and the sunlight shone brightly at the guild branch. Gason speaks up. Miss Heian. Hearing someone call her name, she startles and turns with a bit of awkwardness. Oh, I said. Ask again. Gason, what's up? Gason gently replies, I came to take you to the meeting point. At that moment, Heian realizes, oh right, it's time. Wait for me 5 minutes. Hearing the miss say that, he can't help but wonder. What's going on? Heian also intends to not hide anything further, so she tells her everything. Actually, this morning I asked CEO Jihan for an option. Gason beside her bluntly asks, aren't you embarrassed? Heian, tired, sighed. Losing money is already heartbreaking. Can you stop mocking me? Gason suddenly wondered, so which match are you predicting? She scrolled through her phone and asked Gason, Gason, have you heard the news? CEO Jihan is making it into the top 100 inches the world. Apparently, the American Baron is participating too. Hearing this from Heian, Gason was a bit surprised. Heian was pulling her hair, unsure of what to do. She asked Gason, do you think I should bet on Jihan? Gason replied, that would be awesome. It's worth it, right? But if the opponent is Baron, that's tough. How can you beat someone who attacks continuously? While flying around like that, Heian suddenly spoke up. You think so too, right? She was still fiddling with her phone. Heian turned her head. She was starting to waver. Baron has a higher chance of winning, right in the Korea versus Japan match? I'm a bit nervous because he's guessing too accurately, but I will bet on Baron. Heian was firm in her opinion because there was something Gason wanted to deny. Then Heian suddenly turned to ask Gason. Startled, she asked, Heian, is your Badonet score good? Hearing the question, Gason silently bowed her head without saying a word. Then Heian complimented her. It seems you've been working quite hard lately. Gason was a bit surprised that the young lady had a good view of her. Saying this, she became pensive, her expression slightly sad as Heian spoke. Anyway, what I told you. Gason clenched her fist. Heian continued, it's a fact. On Jihan's information board appeared details about him. Name, CEO, Jihan, level 25, link to the Gangnam Area Bronze Tournament, strength 29, magic power 29, support subclass, mage subclass, gift, F-grade Traveler's Eyes. 25 link to the Gangnam Area Bronze Tournament, strength 29, magic power 29, support subclass, mage subclass, gift, F-grade Traveler's Eyes. Knowing the information of other players, nicknamed the Master, Jihan closed his eyes and breathed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and thought, now I've met the requirements. Then, he touched the status window. It showed that his strength increased. Strength reached 30. Jihan closed his eyes. A notification appeared. The Traveler's Eyes have been activated. Then he opened his eyes wide. A golden light emanated from his eyes. The wandering war god. He discovered you through the trace energy of his, Jihan, as if being transported to another space. His whole body was enveloped in a sparkling color like stars. He floated in midair. He thought only darkness surrounded him. Jihan opened his eyes wide but saw nothing, yet he could feel it. It felt like last time. The notification appeared again. The wandering war god is observing you. We meet again. Wandering war god. Let it be known that you will be his descendant. A source of energy flew out like a thread connecting the two. Jihan kept looking up. He thought that in his past life, he had also received a lot of help from him. The system displays the skills of the nameless divine technique. Your hand feels like it has an energy flowing into it. Usually, the protection of the constellation brings good results, but the wandering martial god doesn't ask anything of me. But does not ask anything of me. The two face each other, and the god continuously channels power into Jihan's body. The system announces that the 3 ultimate martial arts technique has been learned. Learned the *** Heavenly Thunderbreaker, *** technique. He realizes he has reached martial strength 30. The wandering martial god frowns. But suddenly, the system encounters a malfunction. Jihan clutches his head, worried and wondering what is happening. The connection has been cut off. The system displays. He is not pleased that your 3 dantians have opened. The system continues. The wandering martial god is wary of you. Jihan panics, questioning himself. Why is he wary of me just because my 3 dantians have opened? Are the gods really that suspicious of others? Sweat trickles down his face. The system announces the martial arts technique cancellation was successful. A lightning bolt appears in one of Jihan's eyes, leaving him stunned. The wandering martial god retracts the energy. Just as the announcement ends, his body emits a blinding lightning strike. Jihan clutches his head in pain. He grits his teeth, then opens his eyes once more, in front of Jihan. It's no longer a dark space but his familiar room. Jihan is bewildered, not knowing what is happening. I'm back, he says before going to look for the status window. Now Jihan looks in with one eye. The other eye still aches from the earlier shock. The system now displays CEO Jihan, formerly ranked 7 inches the world. Jihan silently laments, truly a disaster before the top 100 match. He realizes the gift has disappeared. The system also announces that the gift does not exist. He has lost the most important thing. After a while, Ciara cheerfully informs Jihan, I'm done for the day. She quickly sits in the car, sweetly greeting him. I'm here, uncle. Jihan responds gently, praising her. Well done. On the way, There isn't much traffic. He inquires with concern. Ciara, do you feel relieved now? She gently touches her chest before answering, yes. I feel much better after the CEO awakened. She decided to drop out of the academy because the main purpose of joining the academy was their talent. So dropping out after awakening is completely normal. The CEO has gone online to seek more advice. I have awakened. Should I drop out? I have a C-level talent. People usually drop out right after getting a C-level or higher, but I am also considering it. I'm considering completing the entire curriculum. I'm worried and have received enthusiastic advice from netizens. My friend also dropped out and signed a contract with a guild. Now he is in training. Specifically, Ciara has decided not to go anywhere. Because you will be her trainer in a serious training environment, Jihan shouted out loudly. Ciara was struggling to do each push-up. She trembled. Please, uncle, I can't take it anymore. At that moment, he felt more at ease about her. Yes, from now on, Ciara wouldn't face any more problems. The biggest issue for me right now, in the car, Jihan and Ciara were both silent. Not a word was spoken. He drove while lost in thoughts about himself, and Jihan was deep in contemplation again. The top 100 results for tomorrow are already set. Losing the eye of a traveler is one thing, but a slight worry began to rise in his heart. And I can't get the Nameless Divine skill either. At that moment, the information panel suddenly appeared. Nameless Divine skill, an S-rank skill, is a skill that bears some resemblance to the Nameless Divine technique. It includes basic combat skills and the Heavenly Thunder steps. Once you master this martial art, you will have the chance to showcase. The more he thought, the more frustrated he became. This is insane! It's just an S-rank skill, not SSS. Yet it includes Heavenly Thunder steps. Why do I already have all those? This is so annoying. The person next to him could also sense Jihan's anger. She worriedly asked, it seems like you're upset about the top 100 battle, right? At Ciara's question, he awkwardly scratched his face and replied casually, yeah, but inside, Jihan felt helpless. My future is even more complicated than the top 100. Even though she received a firm answer, she still firmly believed in Jihan. But you'll win, right? He was surprised and turned to look at Ciara while she gently reassured him. You always find a way. Ciara exhaled as if it were obvious. So I'm not worried. You will definitely show up and say you won first place, she excitedly added. Maybe I should go predict the results. I'll bet everything on you, but Jihan seriously stopped her. If you do that, I'll get angry. Ciara felt discouraged by his words, and she pouted, asking, why? But you do it too. I can do it, but you can't? Jihan answered nonchalantly, that's not for kids. As soon as he finished, he saw Ciara sulk and turn away, grumbling, that's really funny. All right, I won't praise you anymore. Jihan was about to throw in another tease. Good idea, but before he could finish, his left eye unexpectedly flickered with strange light. Jihan frowned in shock, raising his hand to check. But that light vanished, he murmured to himself. What was that? Night fell in a city park. Jihan was quietly sitting on a small bench. He closed his eyes to focus his mind on meditation. Jihan frowned, carefully sensing everything. Something feels very strange. Uneasy thoughts stirred in his heart. He could feel that something was different with his left eye. This is the first time I've experienced such a strange sensation. I need to eliminate this source of energy. Jihan carefully proceeded to handle it. An unusual energy in the left eye uses internal power to slowly locate and then destroy it right as your internal power is about to strike. That unusual energy is suddenly counterattacked fiercely by that source of energy. His left eye suddenly flashes a strange red light. A wave of pain hits, causing Jihan to cry out. As the pain subsides, he rubs his head and mutters, that hurts. Is my eye popping out? Tears stream down Jihan's face from the pain as he grimaces, struggling to read the notification that just appeared. The trace of the war god traveler has been removed. As soon as he reads the next information, he can't help but be astonished. Player Jihan is now completely free from the control of the SAO constellations. Jihan is shocked, standing up with disbelief. What? Free? Does that mean SAO? The system quickly clarifies his doubts. From now on, you can receive blessings from other SAO constellations. Although Jihan is still a bit amazed, he slowly processes the new information. From now on, does that mean I can't receive support from the SAO constellations? Jihan blinks, carefully reflecting on everything. This system never lies. That means the war god has been manipulating things all along. He smirks slightly. Jihan sits down on a bench, helplessly whispering, honestly, I thought he was really generous. Turns out he was just leeching off me all this time. Suddenly, a notification from the system appears. The war god traveler has become more cautious with the player CEO. Jihan glances at the notification that just appeared, looking confused. What is this? His face shows a big question mark. When reading the new notification from the system, the war god traveler quickly hides his tracks. Jihan can't understand. What's wrong with this SAO constellation? He quietly wonders, carefully. With one player not enough, now he's hiding too? Jihan can't help but question. How can a war god be like this? He mumbles, feeling a headache. Even if this is my second life, I still have too many questions. Jihan quickly sets this aside. From now on, I can't use the power of the war god anymore. He stands up, looking at the system with great reluctance. There's no other way. Jihan is carefully considering. He has no choice but to seize this opportunity and find a new SAO constellation. Then he smirks slightly, gently touching the system screen. Jihan has a plan in mind. Just as he has an opportunity, he walks while focusing on reading the notification. System mission. Mission to find and challenge the Dark Queen in the arena. Rome. Reward of 50,000 achievement points. The interest of the SAO constellations. Dark Queen. Jihan scrolls to see more information, thinking carefully. If I want to defeat the Dark Queen, what do I have to do tomorrow? Suddenly, an idea flashes in Jihan's mind. Now I have to fill the void left by the martial god. Did you think of it right away? That's right, I have that. At the duel venue, the system screen displayed a notification that the top 100 tournament was starting. A comment appeared right after. Bollycracker, everyone is totally spent, right? Information about the match was displayed. The match will continue until only one player is left standing. Jihan holds a sharp spear in his hand. He is surrounded by other players teaming up against him. A comment appeared. Forever bucking dog. A system even encouraged the players. Prove that you are the best. Jihan just stood still without making a move. Comments kept appearing. Come on, Jihan, close your eyes like you're sensing something, while the comments continuously encouraged him. Jihan, South Korea and the delivery guy. Jihan, go for it. Grab that #1 spot. Right after that, he opened his eyes. Jihan's cold gaze swept over the players surrounding him. Then he coldly spoke. I'm not going to take down every supporting character, Jihan shouted loudly. Now come at me all at once. In the blink of an eye, all the players charged toward him. Jihan gritted his teeth with determination. Let's finish this quickly. He forcefully swung the spear in his hand, unleashing a cold surge of power from it. He quickly took down 2 players. Despite that, the other players pressed on without hesitation. Jihan, the sword of the other player, came down heavily, but he easily blocked it with his spear. The comments were lively discussing it. Are they really targeting the delivery guy, Jihan? Even the foreigners are causing a ruckus, the scariest man. While Jihan was using his strength to block the sword, suddenly a magic ball flew towards him from behind, yet the viewers still believed in and praised Jihan. He truly is an unbeatable legend. His eyes in that moment immediately emanated a chilling aura. Now Jihan controlled the powerful force surrounding his spear. In an instant, Jihan crouched down to avoid the attack. The magic strike. He charged and struck the player who was attacking him with a sword. Next, Jihan quickly rushed towards the player who was casting magic. He showed no fear and immediately took an attacking stance. That player was extremely confident, loudly challenging. I can't believe you dropped your weapon and ran away. Just as he was busy mocking, Jihan proudly did not hold back. He threw a punch straight to that player's face. The player, completely unguarded, was knocked away by Jihan. Despite that, his face still bore a cold expression. Jihan thought absent-mindedly, so there's not just Baron here, but there's also him. He was somewhat distracted from the fight, thinking he shouldn't waste energy and should resolve it. Quick and clean. Suddenly, a sharp sword lunged straight at Jihan's face. He quickly reacted. He quickly raised his hand to block the attack. The player who just attacked Jihan didn't rush in again. You were caught off guard and were extremely stunned, glancing back immediately as soon as you caught a glimpse. Jihan was even more shocked when he realized that the slash just now came from someone he was very familiar with. Lim Gason looked at him with a very cold expression. Jihan was stunned and thought, why are you here after the Galaxy competition started? As they were gradually getting used to the fact that dying in the game also meant losing their lives in real life. The rigid system announced, game over. The game was about to begin. The Northeast Asia Cup was finally starting. Cold letters appeared clearly on the system screen. Northeast Asia Finals format. The representative for Japan in the finals. Of course, it was Jin, Ito Ryuhei. At that time, no AI in Korea could compete with Ryuhei. All of them were terrified at the thought of facing death. The top players in Korea avoided having to fight him. The one who stood up to face Jun Se-jin as the representative of Korea was actually the successor candidate to Jun Se-jin. Daohua Kiem Lim Gason, but Gason fiercely swung her sword towards Jihan. However, he remained calm and skillfully dodged her strike. Jihan's gaze at Gason expressed his astonishment. He was puzzled and thought, why is she here? She has never made it into the top 100. The two engaged in a back-and-forth battle. Every move was incredibly sharp and powerful, while Jihan remained curious. Has the future really changed? Just as she was about to unleash another attack, he quickly reached out to stop Gason's arm, seeing the move get blocked. She gritted her teeth, putting all her strength to break free, but Jihan had anticipated this and tightly locked her sword arm. At the same time, he activated his skill to launch a counterattack, breaking the opponent's stance. She didn't have time to think much and raised her other hand to block his kick. That skill was so powerful it sent Gason flying back. Taking advantage of her not having time to counterattack, Jihan gathered his strength and threw the spear forward. He didn't hesitate at all. His hand tightened around the spear, and in his heart, it became somewhat clear. It wasn't Gason. It took a while to recover from the shockwave of Jihan's kick. She grit her teeth and endured, not letting out a sound. Before Gason could regain her strength, Jihan swung the sharp spear straight towards her. Quick as a flash, she leaped back to evade. The spear struck hard against the arena floor, immediately causing the ground to crack into pieces. Gason took the opportunity to swing her sword fiercely towards him. With a rush of energy, seeing her strength, he couldn't help but wonder, has she always been this strong? Both of them held nothing back, continuously unleashing their most powerful moves. Each move was extremely fierce and aggressive. After a while of battling, Jihan finally realized in astonishment, no, she has gotten stronger. Compared to the last time I met her, she is on a completely different level now. You suddenly recall the graceful yet powerful moves of Gason. She had eliminated all unnecessary motions. Every attack of hers was filled with force. Jihan carefully examined each of her movements. Even her footsteps were lighter. You tightened your grip on the spear, your sharp gaze locked onto Gason's next move. Just as she swung her sword down, Jihan managed to block it in time. The look in Gason's eyes as she looked at you was filled with intense determination. Jihan wondered what had happened during the time he hadn't seen her. In her mind, the scene from the day before the tournament flashed back, along with the concerned voice of Heian echoed in her ears. "How's your battalion score?" she gently asked Han. It seemed like she had been grinding for points these past few days. Gason frowned slightly at this question, as if pondering something. Maintaining her cold demeanor, she cautiously replied, "Actually, I made it into the top 100. Heian was surprised and asked again, "What? Top 100? Wait, did you reach level 25 already?" Gason replied calmly, "You're right, I just happened to level up." She didn't seem excited about leveling up and simply said, "I'm always ranked first, unless I run into the CEO." In contrast to Gason's indifference, Heian exclaimed with great joy, "Why didn't you tell me this good news sooner, only now?" She hesitated before clearly stating her real purpose. "Oh, I want to ask for your help with something, Heian." Stunned for a few seconds upon hearing those words, Gason tightened her injured hand. As if she had made up her mind, she spoke. "My hand gently rests on the hilt of the sword at my side." Her voice rose slowly. "Could I ask for new equipment? I don't want to blame the gear, but after using it for so long, I've realized." Hazel looked silently at Gason's wounded hand, with her voice echoing in her ears. "That this sword is too heavy for me. I've tried to get used to it, but my hand can't bear it." Gason felt guilty speaking to Hazel. "This is the precious sword you gifted me, so saying this makes me feel very sorry." Upon hearing this, Heian couldn't contain her frustration any longer and blurted out, "Lim, Gason, are you crazy?" She stepped closer to Gason, scolding this foolish girl loudly. "Why are you only saying this now?" Hazel continued angrily. "That sword has been such a hindrance to you for so long." She still felt guilty wanting to explain further, "But my score is still high, so I think these words would sound like excuses." But Gason's words only made her angrier, which meant she could still do better than this. Heian resolutely said, "Even if I have to use my own money, I will get you a new sword. One that's both good and lighter, so throw that weapon away right now." But she only casually asked one question. "Didn't you throw all your money into gambling?" Gason said, and she awkwardly raised her voice to retort, "No way!" Heian then grabbed her phone, frowning as she turned away. "So foolish. I'll find you another weapon as soon as possible, but you're still not at ease and ask again." "But are you sure?" Heian gently reassured her. "It's okay, just remember that." Gason was stunned by her gentle words of comfort. Show someone your true power in this level up. Her heart was filled with amazement. She knew Heian was gently smiling and encouraging her, and if you focus completely, you can defeat CEO Jihan. She felt incredibly moved inside. She felt herself comparing to CEO Jihan. Hazel continued to uplift Gason's spirits. "No matter what others say, you will always be the rising star of the Korean entertainment industry. You just need to prove yourself. The rising star of the Korean entertainment industry. You just need to prove yourself." She was deeply moved, thinking that she was genuinely being cheered on and told she could rise even higher. Gason quietly accepted her encouragement. "Let's put on a great show in the top 100, she smiled softly, promising Heian. Just as the flashback ended, Gason immediately raised her sword, skillfully blocking a fierce thrust from Jihan's spear. But deep in her heart, there was still a pang of guilt for not being able to keep her promise to Heian. "Thank you, miss, but I don't think I can keep that promise." Not giving her a chance to respond, he decisively swung the spear straight at Gason's face. Her face bruised from Jihan's strike, but Gason still gritted her teeth and endured, determined not to make a sound. The current me, he coldly stared straight at her, showing no emotion. Gason had somewhat come to understand herself. She couldn't defeat CEO Jihan. Jihan's gaze seemed to see through her thoughts. That's right, she knew she couldn't win. But seeing Gason remain undaunted and continue swinging her sword, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. So why is she trying so hard? She continued to engage Jihan, each move becoming more powerful, causing a storm of thoughts to swirl in his mind. She could have survived much longer if she fought weaker opponents. While Jihan was still pondering, the same went for the Northeast Asia finals, and now, Gason suddenly spoke up. "I know better than anyone that I can't win against you right now. He looked up at her in astonishment. Gason fiercely attacked Jihan while confessing, "Will I never be able to defeat you?" Jihan was wide-eyed in shock at her next words. "But if I give up, everything will be over." Gason's sword pointed straight up to the sky. Her voice softly uttered, "If I can't surpass you." Gason opened her eyes wide, her voice full of determination. "Then I will do my best to catch up to you." Just as she focused all her energy to unleash her secret technique, the petals of the peach blossom, symbolizing Gason's strength, appeared and scattered throughout the arena. Stunning yet sharp sight, Jihan stood still, watching her continuously absorb power. A strange excitement stirred within him. That's right, she's always been that kind of person. Players can continue to fight to improve. Although he knew he couldn't defeat his opponent in his previous life, Junsei Jin had killed her with his twin swords. But in this life, she has made it into the top 100. Now he's curious about how much his regression will change the future. Jihan glanced up, seeing the excitement clearly on his face. "I've always thought this way." Jihan gripped his spear tightly, calmly facing the secret technique that Gason was about to unleash, while the peach blossom petals floated in the air. Increasingly dense in his mind, he was now relieved. The image of his teammates standing side by side appeared, but Lim Gason, "I need you on my side." Gason's cold face vividly appeared in Jihan's mind, her strong voice ringing out. Peach Blossom's secret technique, Flower of Fury. As soon as she finished speaking, Gason quickly executed the technique, slashing straight towards him. Nevertheless, Jihan remained incredibly calm as he launched his counterattack. He even couldn't help but exclaim, "It's not really suitable for spear techniques." Johan skillfully utilized his internal energy, confidently stating, "But there's one move that's perfect for this situation." The brilliant peach blossom, representing Gason's strength, continued to bloom. As Johan slowly uttered the name of this technique, 3 extremes earth strike. Just as Jihan finished saying the name of the technique, Heavenly Wave, a fierce wave of power immediately blew away the peach blossom. Elsewhere, a blonde man was surrounded by 4 men, a dark-skinned man, Clark Jr., top 3 player warrior in the U.S. bronze ranking. Cracking his knuckles, he disdainfully said, "So we've met again here. Baron Williams, Baron Williams. The top support and wizard in the United States." He glared at the group in front of him. Above, the system announced that the battle would continue until only one person remained. Clark Jr. spoke up, "The world is coming to an end, unexpectedly a cowardly bastard. Always needing help from others is the most promising talent. I'll show you the difference between..." Before he could finish, his words were drowned out by Baron's long yawn. He lazily spoke to them. "Just a bunch of bugs. Why are they barking so much?" The man next to Clark was seething with rage. He was almost mad. Baron Williams, the #1 player in the U.S. Bronze Cup, raised his hand to summon an energy orb. He declared war. "Stop talking, just come at me." The mechanical voice of the system echoed, "Prove that you're the strongest." As soon as the system finished speaking, Baron revealed a crazed expression. He excitedly shouted at them, "I will burn everything to the ground." He was a war-crazed maniac. Accepting his challenge, all 4 of them charged at Baron, quickly capturing the guy named Clark Jr. A powerful surge of energy shot from his hand, incinerating the black guy's head. His comrade, witnessing everything, felt immense rage. One person shouted loudly, "Damn it, kill that bastard first!" Hearing that someone wanted him dead, Baron happily turned his head, a mad expression on his face. He laughed and asked, "Kill that bastard? Me? You bugs?" As he spoke, Baron waved his hand, taking down both of them in one move. Rationality seemed to have vanished from his mind. Baron screamed madly, "Die, you lowly worms!" To those who knew Baron, he was the strongest player, always brimming with confidence, never humble. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared from nowhere. It caught Baron's attention. In an instant, the group was wiped out by that AI. It turned out the mysterious figure was Jihan. Baron stared in shock at him. He couldn't help but acknowledge Jihan's power. Just like in the world before the regression, Baron stomped towards him and said, "Hey, you're that guy, aren't you?" Hearing his question, Jihan appeared cautious. However, Baron pointed at him as if to confirm, "Your car, Jihan the Unstoppable." Jihan was a bit surprised. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Jihan smiled, correcting him that it was Jihan. Jihan in Korean doesn't mean anything special, it just means pervert. Realizing he just made a mistake, Baron laughed out loud, covering his face. "I'm sorry. I'm not good with the languages of these countries. I hope you understand what I just said." Baron glared at him with a murderous look. Jihan, just as he finished speaking, Baron suddenly launched a surprise attack. Without changing his expression, Baron's face suddenly showed surprise. Jihan suddenly appeared from thin air. He lunged in to attack Baron, who seemed to sense his presence and praised him. "Looks like you're just like the rest, huh?" With a thrust, Jihan aimed to stab Baron with the spear in his hand. However, he dodged it. Now Jihan was cautiously watching him from above, while Baron spoke calmly to him. "Struggle as much as you want." After saying that, he summoned 3 energy magic circles, which rapidly shot towards him. Jihan skillfully dodged and lunged at Baron. Jihan swung the spear at him, but Baron still dodged, finding an opponent worthy. Baron happily praised, "Well done. He smirked, conjuring another magic circle, softly saying to him, "So, a mere bug dares to look up at the sky?" After finishing his sentence, Baron unleashed a powerful strike towards Jihan. The attack was so strong that the ground shook, debris flying everywhere. Hit by the attack, Jihan fell to his knees. The Baron disdainfully said to him, "Know your place." Now Jihan realizes that danger is approaching, and he is on high alert. This is a terrible outcome. The Baron spoke while summoning more magical circles. The other contestants were horrified upon seeing this, sensing the fear coursing through them. In the sky above the arena, countless magical circles were summoned by the Baron. He excitedly told Jihan, "This is perfect for a bug like you." With a cruel expression, the Baron almost exclaimed, "Die!" With that, he waved his hand, and dozens of attack spells were unleashed simultaneously, spreading throughout the arena, ruthless, sparing no one. Even those who were just bystanders in Jihan's battle were caught in the crossfire. One by one, they were eliminated, and the Baron was surrounded by a large amount of hidden weapons. He raised his arms, as if he were a king. As if victory was assured, the Baron shouted down below, "This is it! Have you learned your lesson?" "Thanks." That statement cut through his pleasure. The Baron's eyes widened in shock. From the shadowy hidden weapons, Jihan shattered them with a single swing of his sword. In that swing, several lives were also taken. Complete annihilation, Johann spoke in a calm voice. He expressed his gratitude to him. "Thanks to you, I was able to kill a bunch of people." With that, he showed no mercy. Swinging his sword, he took down each one. The player Johann scored a kill, double kill, triple kill, quadra kill, pentakill. On the leaderboard, the name CEO Jihan stood proudly in first place. He looked up at the Baron and said mockingly, "I've claimed the #1 spot." The Baron stared at the leaderboard in shock, questioning in disbelief. How could he survive? "I used all my internal energy combined with hellfire, so if he touches it, he'll be burned to death." The Baron looked down at Jihan and was surprised to realize one thing. The flames did not touch him at all. "Don't tell me Jihan is standing below, wearing a mocking smile." The Baron yelled angrily, "You're using internal energy too." "I have 2 status windows, so I'm the only one who can use internal energy." "What kind of trick are you pulling?" Jihan remained calm, replying to him, "What trick? It means you're not the only one, right? Why don't you experience it yourself?" "I just realized how bad your skills are." Jihan's words were light but struck a nerve. At his last moment, blood rushed to his brain, his veins bulging. The Baron was indignant. He focused his internal energy, emanating a powerful force. The Baron appeared mocking. "You bug only know how to imitate. How dare you insult me? I will burn you so badly that you'll be unrecognizable." His words were not wrong. The flames around erupted violently, all aimed at Jihan. Jihan was not frightened and instead feigned regret. "I can't let you do that. I haven't shown you everything yet. This is what I prepared." Saying that, Jihan revealed a small piece of ice hidden under his hand. In the past, Jihan tirelessly browsed the system panel. As he scrolled, he pondered, "Even if I have the Dark Queen, no matter what constellation I become, what should I do for tomorrow's level-up battle? I need to fill the void of the martial god." Suddenly, an object appeared before him. "Oh, right. I still have this." A crystal shard appeared on the system panel. "Bestow a blessing on the player once. This item can only be used at bronze and silver ranks." Returning to the present, Jihan immediately crushed the crystal shard. The system panel appeared before him. "You have used the crystal shard and received a blessing." Jihan happily told himself, "Good, you've been waiting for this moment for a long time." The effect from the crystal shard immediately took effect. All stats of player CEO Jihan increased by 50%. He confidently glared at Baron. "Just so you know, I'll destroy you before we enter the battle." A flashback appeared in Baron's mind. He saw his former weak self, the coward. Baron had once been a coward. He wasn't as tall or muscular as the others and was quite timid. When it came to fighting, a player like him felt fear when talking about Baron. Others lamented that it was a waste of a gift. It seemed to become a psychological shadow for Baron. Then he fell into this world, granted power by the system, with 2 status windows and 2 professions. If he utilized it, he would dominate 8 realms, but Baron chose to support and be a mage. In other words, he would always stand behind his teammates. But after gaining divine power, Baron changed. He began to overwhelm everyone with mana, which he possessed, and countless stars fell beneath his hands. Players who had fought him all claimed that Baron held 2 disasters in his hands. The first disaster was the fire tide. This move helped him sweep away all enemies with a massive wave of fire. No AI had survived after facing this move. Baron seemed to have reinforced his belief in his own power. He smiled smugly. He told himself, "That's right, that's the truth." Just as he thought he was about to win, a beam of light gradually approached him. That light was coming from Jihan. As he charged forward, a wise sage revealed. Baron couldn't react in time. He could only stare in shock. "What is happening?" Jihan below remained calm, just with one strike, a single thrust, just with one launch. The massive wall of fire from before had been shattered by Jihan. Baron looked at him in astonishment. How is that possible? Jihan had grasped his weakness. He laughed fiercely and said, I knew it. On the outside you seem strong, but inside you're hollow. As soon as he finished speaking, Jihan launched himself straight at Baron. This time, Baron couldn't dodge his strike. Jihan thrust the spear into his face. While attacking, he said, instead of compensating for your lack of skills, you just keep hiding them. Then he swung again with a devastating strike before delivering the final blow. Jihan remarked to Baron, your strikes are completely off. You're that kind of person. Baron Williams said as he used both hands, putting all his strength into it. He hit Baron straight down to the ground. The impact was so great that it created a large crater beneath. Dust flew everywhere. After taking such a lethal hit, Baron couldn't sit up just yet. Jihan landed softly. Baron was silent for a moment before gently saying to Jihan, you talk as if you know me well. Jihan smiled, his tone confidently telling him that he's very similar to someone I used to know, no matter how much he pretends. He tried to project his confidence, the image of Baron clearly in his mind. Baron slowly sat up. Jihan continued his speech but couldn't hide his feelings of inferiority. The guilt was buried deep in his heart. Shame and humiliation from being defeated filled his mind. Baron turned those feelings into resentment and anger. He shot Jihan a glare filled with intensity, not stopping. He spoke again about training to become more muscular, changing his appearance, and using those flashy skills to console himself. If he himself doesn't change, then all those tricks mean nothing at all. Baron stood up. He was still quite dazed from the previous blow. Baron softly said to Jihan, I really don't like your arrogance at all. Now Jihan felt a bit on guard. He replied, same here. Deep down, he hoped this would teach him a lesson. So, let's stop chatting and finish this battle. With that, Jihan took his stance. He quickly moved in to attack Baron. However, contrary to his expectations, Baron calmly raised his hand. In an instant, he shot out an electric orb aimed straight at Jihan. He was stunned by this sudden attack. The lightning strike was so powerful it sent Jihan flying, straight up into the air. Shocked by the electric shock, he was dazed and unable to counter. Baron calmly explained to Jihan, this move is called Second Calamity. Baron's Second Calamity. The lightning strike is not like a wide area attack. Firestorm and lightning are high-level skills focused on mana. To pierce through the enemy, this skill suits Baron well because its key point is the amount of power you have, not the ability to control that power accurately. The power you possess, not the ability to control that power accurately. Jihan clutched his chest in pain, while Baron soared into the air again. He acknowledged Jihan, but didn't expect him to withstand a direct hit and still survive. After taking such a painful counter, Jihan glared at him in anger. Baron recalled Jihan earlier. He used his spear to block the attack at the last moment to avoid serious injury. Your reaction was quick, Baron praised Jihan, even though he was unable to completely stop that attack. The chest of his shirt was burned by the electric ball, but Jihan still stood tall facing Baron. He appeared arrogant and raised his hand to concentrate mana. Perhaps he could only block once, but there wouldn't be a second chance. He focused his power, his eyes glowing red with determination. This time I will use all my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of electricity and was immediately concentrated at Baron's fingertip. Jihan still stood with an unyielding spirit, and those outside quickly backed away upon seeing this. It seems this time Baron is serious. CEO Jihan, it's the end of the line. Both acknowledged one thing, that even he couldn't block that move. Everyone predicted that Xian Jihan would lose, but only Xian Jihan believed he would win. Jihan looked up at someone observing from above, because the gaze of the Dark Queen was focused on him, giving him confidence. Jihan smiled. The gaze of the Dark Queen was focused on him, giving him confidence. Jihan smiled. Xian Jihan adjusted his stance. He twirled the spear and his feet, preparing for an attack. Baron saw Jihan so calm, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Just as Baron gathered electricity towards the car, Jihan also focused his electricity. However, before the electric ball could be launched, each phoenix shot out from Jihan's hands. He launched a strike that created a hole in the center. The spear flew horizontally, cutting Baron's body in half. CEO Jihan did not hesitate, even though he knew that. After 5 uses, the phoenix arrow would disappear. His mouth instinctively curled up. That was because the target of the phoenix arrow was not Baron but the female demon leisurely standing above. The female demon was also shocked by Jihan's action. The spear collided with the stone wall, immediately causing a shockwave. For the first time in history, the arena's shield was broken. The battle officially ended. The excited voice of the host echoed, CEO Jihan, Korea's top promising star. The images of Jihan knocking Baron down were sequentially displayed. The host continued. He was gaining the upper hand against the omnipotent Baron. Huh? How could Seong Jihan fight so well? Ha-Joan outside watching the show expressed her disappointment. Because Lee Ha-Joan had bet everything on Baron, she couldn't believe it and shouted in the room. How could he defeat Baron like that? It's just unreasonable. Haeon clutched her head, lamenting, oh no. At this rate, I will lose all the money I earned last time. At that moment, Gason entered, accidentally overhearing. She interrupted Haeon's frustration. So you weren't considering that I might win? Heian realized that Gason had heard her words. She nervously called the name of the person in front of her. Gason. Gason showed a hint of sadness, helplessly speaking. I had guessed it beforehand, but I still feel a bit sad about it, Heian candidly said without holding back. There's no need to be sad. Basically, you lost the moment the match started. Gason could only be speechless upon hearing this. Heian continued that she needed to progress further, only then would she get my attention. Hearing that, Gason's cheeks flushed, and anyone looking could guess that this girl was feeling shy. Heian gently sighed, looking at her bodyguard. She happily spoke to Gason, but it seemed her mood was really good. It was as if she had lifted a burden. Gason lowered her head, smiled wryly, and admitted that it was indeed like that since this match. I've learned that I'm continuously improving, and I will continue to get stronger, Gason said to Heian in a very assured tone. After hearing that, she smiled with satisfaction. She cheered for Gason. Good job, I will cheer for you. Gason felt grateful and thanked her. An unbelievable event has occurred. The host's voice reminded Heian about the current match. She hurriedly grabbed her phone to continue watching. Oh right, my money, Gason exclaimed in surprise. Wow, are you still betting? Suddenly both seemed to witness something incredibly unbelievable. Gason blurted out. Heian next to her also stammered. What? What? The host's voice was filled with astonishment. Are you all seeing this? The image of the shield being shattered appeared clearly on the screen. Baron was defeated, feeling extremely humiliated. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his anger, veins bulging. He also recognized Baron, questioning CEO Jihan with a harsh tone. Your target is not me. What? The host's astonished voice rang out. The shield has been destroyed. The spear that had just broken through the shield was hovering in midair. In an instant, it flew back to its owner. Jihan stood firmly, catching his spear with one hand. Jihan smiled with satisfaction. He looked straight up and said, It's been a while since I've seen the Dark Queen. She cast a cold gaze at him. The strike earlier had broken the shield, but the Queen had used a hidden weapon to block it. Suddenly, the hidden weapons erupted, flying from all directions. Suddenly, a massive amount of hidden weapons was launched, leaving the players in astonishment. They looked up in horror at the sky, gradually being obscured by the hidden weapons. Jihan remained standing, facing her without fear. The error signal system had no signal. The match broadcast screen suddenly lost signal. Sierra looked at her phone anxiously. A sense of unease surged within her. Uncle, on your side, the Queen's hidden weapons have surrounded the competition area. It's too dark, Jihan thought to himself. Even the air felt cold and heavy. Just breathing was already difficult. He stood still, observing the dark shadow in front of him. Jihan speculated that she was definitely watching him, but there was no notification appearing, so it seems that it wasn't considered a challenge. The system displayed a notification board. Epic mission. Find the Dark Queen in the arena and provoke her. Jihan tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. If that's the case, you're using the old trick again. The feigned attack was revealed, and the spear was immediately launched at the dark shadow. A flash of light signaled that the spear had struck the dark mist statue, but suddenly, it looked like the spear was being gradually swallowed by the dark mist, leaving Jihan below utterly astonished. She absorbed the sword energy. What? You need to be a bit cautious. My attacks won't have any effect on her. While Jihan was still analyzing the situation, a dark shadow was stealthily appearing behind him. Jihan sensed that unusual presence and immediately turned around. He swung his hand to disperse the unusual dark shadow. It seemed he had caught the Dark Queen, but the shadow vanished into thin air. This left Jihan feeling very confused. He clenched his fists in frustration, having not hit anything at all. Everything around was darkness. What? Thinking that, he looked around him. All the contestants were experiencing that unusual dark shadow. One player was attacked by the shadow. He fearfully exclaimed, What the hell is this? As soon as he finished speaking, that player was taken down by the dark shadow, losing a life. Meanwhile, Jihan was still able to fight back. He was observing their attacks while fighting. He became aware. Physical attacks were completely ineffective against her. If so, what about divine power? Thinking that Jihan secretly conjured a fireball, he threw the fireball straight at the dark shadow. It seemed that attack had some effect. Jihan observed the dark shadow. He noticed there was no direct damage, but a bit of darkness had been dispelled. It seems that it truly is darkness. Its weakness is light. Just when he felt a bit of joy, suddenly a hand emerged from the ground, grabbing Jihan's leg. The sudden appearance of the shadow from below startled him. The remaining shadows took the opportunity to rush and attack Jihan, but they had underestimated him. Jihan surrounded himself with a powerful flow of divine energy. He planned to unleash lightning in all directions, just like before. When he still hadn't completely controlled it, breaking the heavenly thunder, he thought it would generate a powerful current. Immediately it surrounded Jihan. Just as he had predicted, that current successfully dispersed. The shadow on the ground, its awareness affected by the electricity. The remaining shadow instinctively backed away. The dark shadows stood helplessly outside. Jihan smiled confidently. They couldn't get close to him. Because he was surrounded by light, it seems this time was easier than he thought. Indeed, he hadn't had a moment to rejoice. Jihan noticed that it seemed to be getting darker above him. He looked up, and Jihan's jaw dropped in shock. When he saw the enormous dark shadow looming over him, Jihan felt utterly helpless. Are you kidding me? A gaming chair appeared with a system notification about its uses and functions. BattleNet Connection Device. This is a necessary device to participate in BattleNet. Its purpose is to reduce the feeling of pain. In the game, injuries like burns, cuts, and loss of limbs are very common in battle. The BattleNet notification states that it can simulate 100% of real-life pain. It encourages the use of the BattleNet connection device, making it a necessary item, no longer relying on player options. The recommended device model can reduce pain by up to 80%. High-ranking players will use special skills. Most top players use the recommended device model. It reduces pain by 90%, making their gameplay bolder, as their fear of pain has been eliminated. Jihan smiled, crossing two fingers in a gesture of refusal, but even so, CEO Jihan also did not use the connection device. Behemoth appeared, moving in to destroy the entire city. The reason is simple. He knew that BattleNet would soon become a reality. The entire city was engulfed in ruins, with the bodies of the citizens scattered everywhere. Using the connection device to minimize pain is only temporary. Dozens of sharp knives were aimed directly at him. Once the true game called the Galaxy Cup begins, everything becomes meaningless. Always fight. Fight with your life, as if this were reality. That's why Seong Jihan does not use the connection device. Jihan wielded his sword, fighting in a sea of fire, even as the flames burned his flesh, or he could be struck directly by electricity. Even when struck by 1,000,000 volts of electricity, Jihan's heart and brain had hardened against those wounds. He had endured that pain. This is something that ordinary people cannot imagine. He held the arrow in his hand. The ground shook violently, and now he faced a dire threat, a 10-meter-long sword slicing in half. Jihan frowned in annoyance, his pupils widened, so angry that he cursed to vent. Damn it. Two players in the arena stared into the darkness, pausing for a few seconds. What is that? I don't understand what's happening at all. They hesitated, not daring to step forward to attack it. What the hell is that? For some reason, it seemed to only attack Seong Jihan. The darkness launched an attack. Fortunately, Jihan quickly dodged in time. It fixed its gaze on him, making him the primary target, not taking its eyes off him for even a second. His step lost momentum, and he stumbled to one knee. Jihan looked up at it thoughtfully, knowing this was an unfair fight. He braced the arrow as a support and staggered to his feet, but she was too large. How could he possibly fight back? Jihan looked at the darkness, sensing that something was wrong. This is not good. You slowly turned to look at the others, realizing in your heart that if you keep dodging the attacks, with her attacking like this, sooner or later, I'll die, because she isn't the only one targeting me. Based on this situation, Jihan recalls the attack from outside, Baron's strike. Just now I caught everyone's attention. Right now, there are many players wanting to take the chance to eliminate me. The players in the arena are fixated on you, waiting for an opportunity to eliminate you. No matter what, I can't defend forever. You look at them with a thoughtful expression. Jihan sighs tiredly. You make the best decision. It seems there's no other way. Thinking that, you grip the arrow tightly in your hand, then aim it upwards. Jihan's eyes turn red like they're bleeding. Divine power at that moment. The sword in your hand successfully absorbs energy. A huge flame erupts in the air, enhancing the mana. And the fire, I will confront them head on. The darkness is gradually being engulfed in flames. Jihan stands silently. Your voice grows colder over time. If she wants to drown me in darkness, Jihan's eyes shine with determination. To fight till the end. Asterisk, asterisk, nameless divine art. 3. Ultimate combat technique. Asterisk, asterisk, blinding light appears, making many players in the arena widen their eyes. Following Jihan, ignoring them, you resolutely tackle the current issue. Then I will use an even stronger light to drive away the darkness. Just a moment later, you slam the arrow down to the ground, causing a massive explosion. The ground cracks, scattering debris all over Mount Tai. Now Jihan lifts the spearhead up, pausing, holding the position, not moving or shifting. After stabilizing, Jihan looks up to observe the situation in front. You feel like being in the middle of a huge sea of fire. Is it done yet? Jihan wonders, scanning around to search for the other players. The players in the arena are happily running elsewhere. Let's go somewhere else. What the hell? My old man said that knowing when to retreat is also a way to win. You no longer pay attention to them. The only thing that can attract Jihan's attention is the darkness. They are leaving on their own. Now only she remains. The darkness still looms there waiting for you. The Dark Queen. It no longer stands still, starting to move to different positions. The darkness circles around Jihan. You feel powerless against that action. Again, Jihan sighs, speaking directly to it. I'm tired. You grip the arrow tightly in your hand. The veins in your hand are bulging. It seems this won't end as long as your body remains intact. Jihan suddenly shines brightly. I won't let this drag on any longer. The 3 Dantians begin to tremble. Before, you fought so brilliantly. I can execute higher-level martial arts like using 3. Ultimate combat without needing the nameless divine art. Back to the present, Jihan erupts with unpredictable power. You ponder for a few seconds. Of course, with your current level, the technique won't be perfect. Han firmly grips the arrow in his hand, thinking to himself, but I can't just use it like that. The power of the Phoenix arrow is displayed by the system when the arrow is thrown. Then the Phoenix fire will be activated. The Phoenix arrow, a grade A item, the arrow of the conqueror. Made from phoenix feathers, it achieves maximum strength when thrown. After use, it will return to its owner's hand. The Phoenix fire sealed within will disappear after 5 uses. Jihan closes his eyes, focusing on the fight. I will use it to make up for the missing strength. A powerful lightning bolt strikes down from the sky. Since ancient times, thunder has been associated with the wrath of the heavens. The pitch-black clouds unleash a torrential rain upon the world, a type of punishment from the wrathful deity upon humanity. As the world is filled with darkness and chaos, people anxiously look up at the pitch-black sky. He aims the arrow straight up. Easily gather as much lightning as possible. That radiant force makes the darkness shrink back in fear. The image of Jihan firmly holding the arrow becomes distorted. The power exceeds the player's capacity. The player's life is in danger. Just as the warning ends, he suddenly opens his mouth to shout loudly. His eyes are completely white, void of pupils, the martial arts of the thunder god. Jihan grits his teeth, accumulating power. In the next moment, he pulls the arrow back, preparing to launch it forward. Used to purify all demons and evil, the nameless technique Jihan exerts all his strength, spinning around and creating light. The blinding light from the arrow is truly astonishing. The heavenly thunder technique attracts all lightning to Jihan's arrow, activating it. Nameless technique, heavenly thunder technique, he pulls the arrow back. In the preparation stance to launch, people say this martial skill is on a completely different level. A dense current surrounds the tip of the arrow due to insufficient power for the Phoenix arrow technique. Jihan throws the arrow straight forward with all his might. CEO Jihan. He has successfully deployed an additional technique to enhance its power. He looks up, seemingly a bit hesitant, having completed only about 80%. It shoots off swiftly, without stopping. Initially, the Thunder Strike technique was just a skill that gathered multiple lightning bolts and struck down. However, CEO Jihan's lightning could not be completed perfectly. It flies but cannot keep up with the speed of the Phoenix arrow and is not perfect. The target he aims for is none other than the darkness. It does not dodge, standing still to confront the arrow head-on. Suddenly, the Dark Queen transforms into human form. The image of the arrow charging forward is reflected in her bright eyes. That arrow. Yet it stops right in front of the Dark Queen. The power within the arrow begins to fade. After a few seconds, Jihan's arrow. It has become a useless and trivial weapon. The Dark Queen looked at it without a trace of fear. It only revealed the face of the Dark Queen. It didn't cause her any harm at all. In an instant, she thought that. Just a second later, a faint golden light suddenly appeared on her face. The Dark Queen looked a little surprised. She frowned in confusion. Jihan stood up in the distance, grinning with satisfaction. Around the arrow, a stream of red power surrounded it. Jihan smiled faintly, feeling joy inside. I was very lucky not to have awakened the lightning spirit earlier, so it only delayed the costly attack. Just slow down for a few seconds. The Dark Queen touched the wound on her face. Now, Jihan summoned the arrow back to him. Who would have thought that such a technique could create a variable? Jihan stared intently at the arrow. His gaze was resolute. Now is his finishing move. He wondered, standing below and looking up at himself. Provoking her? Is that enough? The Dark Queen parted her lips to reveal her teeth. She trembled, smiling in anger. Congratulations, you have completed the quest to provoke the Dark Queen. Jihan's expression clearly showed his bewilderment. The darkness shot straight down below. It rushed towards where he was standing. Fortunately, Jihan dodged just in time. It attacked him from all directions. With just one arrow, Jihan could take them all down. His hand turned dark, looking as if it was decaying. Now, Jihan tightened his grip, wondering to himself, I overexerted myself earlier. Why is he looking forward, thinking for a few seconds? With this condition, he surely can't hold out for long. Standing in the encirclement of darkness, Jihan seemed to realize something more. Her attacks had become numerous and faster. Without hesitation, she advanced to attack. Fortunately, he used the arrow to block it. At this moment, other players suddenly appeared. They were trapped by the darkness, their faces filled with sheer terror. Jihan looked at them, feeling very puzzled. She only bound them and did not kill them. Why was he frowning so uncomfortably? What scheme was in her heart? Just a moment of distraction, Jihan was held tightly by the darkness around his legs. Damn it, it was wrapping around his chest. Jihan looked at the Dark Queen, filled with doubts. Does she want to kill me? Not panicking, Jihan calmly used his thunderbolt technique. The people behind groaned in waves. He grimaced and glared at her, wanting to burn his eyes but couldn't move at all. The darkness formed into a sharp point, rushing towards Jihan. He looked at it and felt that the attack was making him slow down. Nearing death, but Jihan didn't seem too worried. He smirked and asked her, Do you want to kill me slowly and painfully? The Dark Queen smiled, speaking in incomprehensible words. Truly a wicked interest. Jihan glanced at the players behind him. If this continues, I will lose the first place. They wore strange smiles, their intentions hard to guess. I must kill the others first. He watched and assessed, looking at their faces. Do they really think they're going to die first? Jihan's eyes turned red again, even though his whole body was tightly bound. Power surged into his fingers, but the fingers could still move. The players behind him were still completely unaware. They were still laughing and chatting happily. I don't know what's happening, but this is pretty nice. I know. She just wants to kill CEO Jihan. Suddenly, their group froze for a few seconds, and one of them cried out in pain. What the hell? His eyes moved in two different directions. My body, suddenly. 3 players just disappeared like that. The system immediately notified. 3 players have died. 1 player left. 1 out of 100. The Dark Queen's expression was full of shock. Below, Jihan smiled, satisfied, teasing her. Oh no, I accidentally killed all the players. Congratulations, you've ranked first in the top 100. The Dark Queen immediately became furious, grinding her teeth. You will be logged out in a few seconds. She immediately waved her hand, unleashing some technique. Even though darkness was nearly covering his neck, he remained very calm. After all, it was a bit painful. Each pointed spike of darkness crashed down toward Jihan. His entire body took the hit. It hurt, didn't it? The darkness slammed down to the ground. The ground's surface was shattered into small pieces, scattering everywhere. The Dark Queen controlled it all. Now it took the shape of a gigantic sword. She stood at a distance, observing all the dark energy that the Queen was controlling still lingered a bit on her hand. A familiar voice rang out. It surprised her a little. What a shame. Jihan managed to survive that attack so easily. I almost couldn't dodge it. He smirked and said, according to the rules of the game, once this game ends, the influence of Bato net will gradually decrease. In the meantime, Jihan's legs lifted into a prepared stance. Her darkness did too. The Queen frowned in anger. It really is a pity. The tone of, he was still very fierce. Even though his left hand was severed, she should be glad she struck him. My left arm. Jihan's smile twisted more and more as he reminded her. The game has ended. You are being forced to log out. Well then, see you next time. You have logged out. The Dark Queen's anger reached its peak, but she didn't know what to do to relieve it. The system suddenly announced, an error has occurred. The shadow sun has fallen into your left arm. Transitioning to a high-rise apartment, Jihan had returned to reality. He lay flat on the floor, with a battle arrow beside him. Johan sighed, lamenting. This game was really tough. Gason, Baron, and then the Dark Queen fighting with 3 people. It was indeed too much. He slowly opened his eyes. Remembering what happened earlier still made him panic. I can't calm down yet. At that time, the darkness turned into. The sharp tip rushed straight towards Jihan. It was so tense earlier. If I had reacted just a little slower, then everything would have ended there. Darkness gradually spread across his face just before the Dark Queen's sword touched him. Jihan tried to channel all his power into his fingers. I had focused a lot of spiritual energy into my fingers, as much as I could. He stood back, trying to control the powers to manipulate the 3 players behind him. The blood vessels in their hearts were severed, and he cut off the blood vessels in the hearts of the remaining ones while doing so. Jihan observed the Queen very carefully. She was a very strong opponent, so I was worried she would stop me. The Queen's expression remained unchanged, but, fortunately, she seemed completely oblivious. He smiled in disbelief at his luck. In the end, I only lost my left arm. I'm so relieved. Thinking back to that moment, if I had been pierced by that sword, I would have been in despair. I almost had to endure the pain of my body being crushed and exploding. Jihan sat up, thinking, one gamble like this is enough. He summoned the system board in front of him. Well, no matter what, the jackpot rewards in this playthrough. I also received a lot of rewards. You have won top 100. You have received a reward of 1 million gigabytes. You have gained additional experience points. You have reached level 5. After all, it's still top 100, and the rewards at this level are completely different. Another notification caught his attention. You have received the title King of Kings. The system reported on the achievements Jihan attained. Oh, right, this is also a reward for the winner, isn't it? King of Kings, a title awarded to the winner of the top 100 promotion round. All stats increase in Silver Cup matches, and experience points always increase by 50%. He smiled and decided to change his title. Finally, it's time to change the title to the Conqueror in the training tournament. Jihan clicked on another section to understand more about this achievement. You have changed your title with this title. I will be able to develop faster in the Silver Cup to see what special achievement rewards there are. First is 10,000 achievement points. Special achievement. You have completed the top 100 victory. The reward is 10,000 achievement points. The amount of bonus points was so huge it left him stunned for a few seconds. 50,000 special achievement points. You have completed and ranked first without any gifts. The reward is 50,000 achievement points. I have 60,000 points now. Why do so many positive thoughts keep running through Jihan's mind? In the end, I lost the gift from the god of war. Is it really useful for me? This is great. He just glanced to the side. Something had caught Jihan's attention. It was a sleeve with part of the shirt missing. He stood up in shock. What? My left sleeve is torn. What? Jihan had a lot of questions for himself, but it had been normal before that. His expression showed a bit of fear. Could it be that he recalled himself being dismembered by the queen during the battle? I was directly affected by Batunit. He stood in contemplation during the silence. We're still in the tutorial phase. Could this actually happen, or is it because the constellation is in existence of an entirely different level? There isn't a single trace on my hand, let alone an injury. While Jihan was still lost in thought, suddenly, Sierra rushed in, pushing the door open. What's going on, Uncle? You're back, Uncle, she hurriedly expressed her worries. Sierra, you don't need to worry. The broadcast was suddenly cut off, so I was really worried. He was also a bit surprised by that. The broadcast was cut off? Sierra sighed and continued. Yes, ever since you broke the barrier of the arena, the connection has been lost as well. There have been many news articles about Jihan. Right now, from the public to the media, everything is in chaos. By the way, I want to ask, did the barrier break? I've looked through all the broadcasts of Diamond Chrysanthemum, but this is the first time I've seen the barrier break. By now, it seems Seong Jihan has leveled up to Diamond. But if Badonet has its own consciousness at least, he should quickly be leveled up to that player level, a bronze player with great potential. Seong Jihan broke the arena barrier. Even the Batunit broadcast connection was cut off. He also opened his phone to check the articles. Discussing about himself. This is the first time everyone has seen this situation, so they must be very surprised. I know. Right now I'm receiving so many messages. He recalled a curious matter and asked Jihan. Right, Uncle. After all, that elf is the Dark Queen, right? Ah, that's correct. Her expression was very excited. Thanks to her, he completed the mission. Fortunately, while Sierra was still speaking, she suddenly stopped, her eyes fixated on something strange. Not supporting, she tried to find her, anxiously asking Han, but it seemed Jihan didn't care much. Uncle, what happened to your hand? This? It's nothing, I don't know why, but it's just the shirt. What are you talking about? The next words from the car made him pay attention to his arm. Your arm is turning black. Now Jihan is completely confused by this situation. What? His entire left arm has turned black. It resembles darkness. What is happening? A curse has been discovered. In Seoul Gangnam, the Video Guild headquarters is replaying Jihan's fight. Even when watching it again, it's hard to believe his technique. English. Haeon is looking at the screen, deep in thought. The commentator's voice continues to resonate. He defeated the Baron. It was already amazing, but what happened next was even more shocking. That's right, he destroyed the shield. Rubbing his head, furrowing his brow in exhaustion, a subordinate managed to break the shield. I'm very curious about this player's future. Just as I predicted, the foreign media is going wild. The Baron and the top 100 winners. Then came the shield destruction. Haeon's gaze is filled with contemplation. Jihan is getting stronger by the day. We have to do everything we can to recruit him first, but because of this incident, he has become too famous. Jihan's profile is placed on the table. What should we do? English. A major conference is currently underway. We believe he is very valuable. Indeed, he island. The host requested to contact him immediately. Manhattan, New York, USA. The top guild tower in the USA and Tokyo, Japan. On the Japan side, a subordinate is making requests to the recruiter. Everything Takeda reported is true. Japanese. That's right, we must recruit CEO Jihan at all costs. He questioned his subordinate. That's where the problem lies. How do we recruit him? Didn't you say it involves money or sincerity? None of ours can persuade him. Don't we have a special team, right? He was angry, slamming his chopsticks on the table. I said we absolutely cannot involve Jun Se-jin, and if she comes to Korea, who will control Jun Se-jin? The next words from the subordinate irritated him. Frowning, we have our own way, so please don't worry. Huh? What I mean is, we have a way to recruit CEO Jihan, while still keeping Jun Se-jin under control. He doesn't trust them and needs to confirm for sure. Is that true? Yes, it is true. The rooftop said a helicopter is landing. Shizuru is probably about to move there. She must be on her way there now. Jun Se-jin stared at her, saying nothing. His tone has slightly dropped. Until the end, you still won't tell me where you plan to go alone? Shizuru reassured Jun Se-jin. Don't worry too much, Ryo or she scoffed. The whole body emanates a strange energy. It won't take long. He gritted his teeth, holding back his rebuttal. You just need to stay silent, wait, and love me like you always do. Jun Se-jin opened her eyes. Her pupils had turned into a strange pink color. All right, I will do as you say. He instructed her and then stopped. Just be careful, Shizuru said with an unusual smile, waving goodbye to Jun Se-jin. This enchanting, beautiful girl is Ito Shizuru, her bodyguard said to her. Let's go, my goddess. She lightly replied with a hame. Then Shizuru closed her eyes, tilted her face up to the sky, enjoying the dim night. The sky is really beautiful today, not a single cloud in sight. This is a perfect day to go find that AI. Then she opened her eyes, both black. At the same time, they turned pink. Shizuru communicated with Jihan. Do you think so? The expression on his face was a bit rushed, panicked upon hearing his name. Jihan's taxi suddenly echoed with the AI's voice. You should feel grateful for being given the chance to bow your head and apologize, but what's with this attitude? The glass of orange juice now hovered in the air, surrounded by a stream of dark red energy, swaying as if it wanted to spill. Instantly, that voice rang out louder, sour and more biting. You will regret it. Before that annoying voice could continue, the glass of orange juice slowly tilted, spilling drop by drop. Each drop flowed down the aged face of Nam T, soaking his suit. He was stunned, speechless for a few minutes, his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe it. Would the other party do this to him? The moment the last drop of orange juice fell was also when he bowed his head, doubting himself. His body trembled violently, his face darkened, expression unclear. The other person kept swaying, playfully teasing with a finger. The cup was hovering, showing no respect for the old man. After a moment of silence, Namti reached up to touch his face twisted in anger, unrecognizable, grinding his teeth near every word, trembling. You, Mr. Jihan. Then he opened his mouth wide and shouted, You bastard! Have you lost your mind? Jihan stood there, expressionless, looking down at him as if he were a fly or a mosquito. His hand still held the controller, listening to the old man curse. He didn't bother to respond, just coldly simmered down a bit. Flashback to 10 minutes ago, the sky was blue, the sunlight shining brightly on the world. The weather was incredibly beautiful. Before him was a towering building, appearing very grand. Inside, a hoarse voice respectfully rang out, Yes, sir. This man belonged to the South Korean government, head of Department 8, Ho-net, Kim Nam-T. He stood in the elevator, his face beaming with a smile, talking to the AI on the phone. From the way he spoke to his expressions, it was clear that he held that person in high regard, certainly not an ordinary person. Yes, I just arrived. The other side replied politely, I am very grateful for your support this time, Mr. Nam Tate, and stuffed his hands into his pockets. Casually walking, bowing humbly, he replied, It's nothing, sir. You've done so much. Then I should be the one to handle this, the old man said while signaling to the two bodyguards behind him. They understood immediately and bowed their heads to step back. The old man continued, To repay all your efforts. Although his tone sounded respectful, his face showed a mocking expression, and there was disdain in his eyes. Despite the fake smile, the front door opened, revealing Jihan and a car inside the apartment. He was standing there seeing them, and Nam T spoke to the person on the phone without any hesitation. I will definitely pass your message to the two who harmed the Taewon newspaper. After all, they are still guests. So Ciara had to let him in and serve him orange juice and pastries, not forgetting to politely say, I didn't expect the head of the 8-net department to visit us. Not forgetting to politely say, I didn't expect the head of the 8-net department to visit us. He smiled and pretended to inquire, I'm very sorry for not being able to visit more often. How have you both been lately? Hearing that, Ciara couldn't help but feel embarrassed and stammered, We're doing fine. Duihan next to her was different. He didn't want to beat around the bush and immediately got straight to the point. But why are you here? The old man seemed to just notice him, glancing over with a smile and responding, well, after that, squinting and smiling. Putting on a benevolent demeanor, he said that the department had decided to reward all of his contributions. That's great. Jihan could only smile awkwardly in response. Is that all it takes? Thank you, but his thoughts contradicted his words. It wasn't that big of a deal back then. Suddenly, the old man placed the glass of orange juice down on the table, and the atmosphere seemed to grow a little tense. He said, But before that, UNCA need to officially apologize to the Taewon newspaper, the old man said while extending his hand. His expression remained unchanged, but his demeanor was stiff and artificial, exuding an aura that seemed to pressure others. Upon hearing this, Ciara immediately reacted, tilting her head in doubt and asking, Apologize? Jihan next to her said nothing. His face showed a slight fluctuation, and the old man continued. It seems you attacked a family member of the CEO of the Taewon newspaper. Isn't that right? Originally a question, but through his mouth. It turned into a definitive statement. Nam T even prepared a smooth solution for the two. If you sign a contract to be their promotional model and publicly apologize, they said they would let you both off this time. While speaking, the old man imagined the scene of Jihan and Ciara kneeling submissively before the arrogant Hisu. The old man Nam T seemed to see himself bestowing blessings upon others, adding a flattering remark, They are truly generous. Not allowing him to continue rambling, Jihan's firm voice rang out, shattering Nam T's fantasies. I refuse. The old man immediately dropped his smile, his hand clenched tightly on the table, and those around them looked on with suspicion. Jihan suddenly stood up with his hand on the table, bowing his head to dismiss. If that's the reason you're here today, then please go ahead. Ciara sat to the side, not understanding what was happening, just staying silent while he handled it. After saying that, Jihan immediately stood up, decisively turning his back to leave. Nam T changed his attitude in the blink of an eye. Just a moment ago, he was smiling and advising, but in the next second, he slammed the table, puffed up, and shouted, I'm the department head. How can you leave while I'm still here? He said it like that, but Jihan still didn't pay any attention, not even a little. The old man had no choice but to yell, "Hey, Jihan, do you know that the Taiwan newspaper is preparing to publish an article about your niece?" The words came out like a veiled threat, hitting Jihan's psyche. Upon hearing that, he froze, standing still in shock. But he still didn't bother to glance back, not even once. Taking advantage of the situation, Nam T stood up abruptly. He raised his hand to point, making a fierce face to intimidate. "We're talking about the press company, Taiwan newspaper here. Do you know that if they wanted to, they could ruin a person's future? Even if you plan to donate money to charity to clean up your image, others will still look down on you because of your association with Junsei Jin. Even if you plan to donate money to charity to clean up your image, others will still look down on you because of your association with Junsei Jin." He could no longer maintain that false image, spouting malicious words directly aimed at Jihan and Ciara. Seeing him flip his attitude faster than flipping a pancake, Ciara looked up in fear, trembling. She was scared too, but he kept talking. Seeing that Jihan and Ciara didn't say anything back, thinking he could easily suppress him, he felt grateful for being given the opportunity. Bowing his head in apology, but what kind of attitude is that? He didn't know. The glass of orange juice that was on the table now hovered right above his head, swaying dangerously. "You will regret this!" As soon as those words left his mouth, the glass of orange juice spilled down drop by drop. Each drop slowly fell down his face, soaking his suit underneath. He was stunned, his eyes wide open, his pupils constricted violently, his mouth hanging open, unable to say another word. Jihan across from him was still using his own magical power. Controlling the cup, his long fingers spun in the cold air, along with his voice and everyone else's. "They all wanted to use Sierra to threaten me." Nam T could finally react now, his body trembling violently, filled with rage. Trying to wipe away the orange juice droplets still on his face, he grit his teeth and called out, "CEO Jihan!" Then, he shouted loudly, cursing, "You bastard! Have you lost your mind?" Jihan paid no attention to those insults, staring at him with an emotionless face, his eyes somewhat cold. Then Jihan slowly lowered his hand, stopping his control, reverting to his initial nonchalant demeanor. The old man Nam T was furious, standing up abruptly. Slamming his hand on the table, he threatened, "Do you dare to treat the department head like this? You think you can just treat me like this because I'm from the South Korean government? You must not realize the seriousness of what you've just done." He pointed at his face, still smeared with a few streaks of light orange, his mouth going non-stop. "But you've just made the South Korean government and the press your enemies, do you understand? No need for negotiations anymore. The article about Sierra, I will have them publish it everywhere. You better be prepared." He kept standing there, rambling on, then turned his back and left. When he left, he slammed the door hard. Jihan and Sierra stood to the side, having listened to the insults without showing any signs of disturbance. Not only were they not afraid of the threats, but they also didn't care much, as if they could read each other's thoughts. They looked towards the door where Namte had just disappeared, then looked at each other, glancing back and forth. It looked really funny, as if what just happened was nothing to worry about. Jihan spoke up and asked, "Are you concerned?" Hearing that, Ciara mischievously replied, "Not at all. On this side, at the Taeguan newspaper headquarters." The sunlight had gradually faded behind the tall buildings, and the bright golden evening light signaled that the day was coming to an end. Inside the headquarters, Nam T was trying to wipe off the remaining orange juice droplets with a handkerchief. Burning with rage, his face contorted, he cursed those arrogant brats, then thought nothing of it, and yelled like a child who felt wronged. "I've never been treated like this." He had won many victories in the 8 lakes, so he must be feeling quite proud of himself, right? The old man was sitting in a spacious room. The man was none other than the CEO of the Taiwan newspaper, Kim Hyun Cheon. Completely opposite to Nam T's frustration, he had a calm demeanor, exuding tranquility. Everything seemed easy. He smiled slightly, put down the teacup in his hand, and gently reassured, "It's really tough for you." Then, he picked up the cup to enjoy, when suddenly the girl next to him raised her phone. She shouted, "Dad, look at this," interrupting the action that was about to happen. It turned out that girl was Hisu. Hyun Cheon's beloved daughter joyfully showed her father the article about Sierra's gift. Everyone was talking about it. On the phone screen was the main page featuring a series of news about Sierra. It mentioned Junsei Jin's daughter, Jun Sierra, receiving garbage gifts, and below the article were countless malicious comments. Aimed directly at Sierra, she was a disgrace, while her family were all disgraces as well. Is that really fair? In a family full of disgraces, receiving disgrace is also a kind of talent, isn't it? Is this the reason why Junsei Jin left her behind? Below was an image of Jun Sierra, the daughter of Junsei Jin, with a serious expression. After stepping out of the gift room, "What's up with the comments here? I find her a bit pitiful. She should have refused the gifts." Hisu was getting bolder, happily boasting from the beginning, "We shouldn't wait this long to post that article instead. This is her karma." After hearing that, Hyun Cheon calmly squinted his eyes, pretending nothing happened. "Now that it's like this, don't get angry anymore." Hearing that, Nam T also pretended to agree, forcing a smile. Nodding, he flattered, "Indeed, you didn't give him a chance to flatter you anymore." The The back door suddenly burst open with a strong push, and the staff member rushed in, shouting loudly. Director Hyun Cheon, there seems to be some dissatisfaction with the opponent's conduct, but still maintaining his composure, he silently scolded, "What's all the noise about? Don't you see we have guests?" The staff member was extremely anxious, loudly explaining, "I apologize, but I think you need to see this immediately." The player CEO Jihan is clearly aware that employee hasn't finished speaking, he just mentioned his name. Yet all three of them turned their heads to stare at him. Finally, that employee said what needed to be said, exposing the Taiwan newspaper and the anti-net department on that stream. With his shout echoing, the scene shifted to Jihan and Ciara. The two of them were standing on the rooftop of a building. In front of them was an electronic screen broadcasting. Jihan was holding a phone, recording all of Nam's impulsive, threatening remarks. Everything was recorded, and it was currently being streamed live. He should feel grateful for being given this opportunity. Bowing to apologize. But what's with that attitude? You just turned the South Korean government and the press into your enemies. Do you understand? The article about Ciara, I will have them publish it everywhere. You'd better be mentally prepared. After saying this, old Jihan raised the recording on the screen for verification. Coldly stated, "Everyone understands the situation now, right? This is what the Taiwan newspaper and the anti-net department have done to me. This has ignited a firestorm in the comments section. The department head is threatening the player again? He's that good, so shouldn't they treat him well? What the hell? This is precisely why Jun Se-jin left. Our country is amazing. The situation has turned around. Jihan and the Taiwan newspaper CEO attacked me to release a defamatory article about the CEO, while the anti-net department collaborated with them to apply pressure. So when this method was ineffective, he chose to finish it and release the article about Ciara's gifts. Hearing her name made her even more determined, her sharp gaze fixed straight ahead, no longer exhibiting fear or weakness. After speaking, Jihan smirked, quietly calculating in his mind, I have used the single-lens glasses from Hems to analyze Ciara's gifts. And once the true nature of this gift is revealed, others will see it too. Back in that room, the three Hyun Cheon were anxiously watching him stream every second. On the other side of the screen, Jihan's voice remained steady. So, it seems that it's time to announce Ciara's gift to all viewers. Ciara, are you ready? She replied immediately. Yes, I have opened the status window. As soon as she finished, a series of information about the gift received by the CEO appeared on the screen. The gift is a late-blooming flower for the press. The number of game participations required to upgrade 50 upgrade conditions to level up. Players need to participate in battles on Battle.net with a rank-up effect. The daily participation will increase each day. The natural growth rate of the status increases by 100%. After reading this, Hisu couldn't help but scream. She was even more agitated than before, completely unable to keep her composure, her mouth agape in disbelief that the gift could be upgraded. Why does this type of gift actually exist? That sour, sharp voice keeps echoing. The scene shifts to Ciara's side. She doesn't seem as serious as before, as if she's shaken off the burden, her lips forming a light, relieved smile. The screen is flooded with amazed comments. What is this? That's way too powerful, oh my god. Shouldn't we add SSS next to F? Leveling up alone. With a gift like this, any guild would want her. This gift will surely get stronger over time. Jihan steps forward, extending his hand to guide. As everyone has seen, Ciara's gift is not useless. I hope all misunderstandings have been resolved. After he finished speaking, he smiled gently, thinking to himself, this might be better, even though I still want to teach them a few painful moves. Moreover, suddenly a voice called out from the screen, Regs has gifted 100,000 GP. Then information appeared. Hello players, I am Jihan Robert Gates, the recruitment officer of the #1 guild in the United States. A look of surprise crossed his face as he stared at the text on the screen, unconsciously thinking it over and over. The #1 guild in the United States. Ciara behind him was speechless, never expecting someone would be bold enough to send a message to Jihan like this. They sent another 100,000 GP, along with a few lines. I'm very impressed with your battles and sims as well. Today, I want to propose a contract for you to consider. Can I message you privately? Jihan raised his hand to stroke his chin in hesitation. This might be a way for me to teach them some more painful moves. Then, he no longer hesitated and went straight to the point, but still very cleverly and delicately. Since you've given such a large amount, I have no other choice. But Can everyone watching see the contract? The other party is sending a gift once again. To send a message to Seong Jihan with 100,000 GP, of course I'll let you know the upfront amount. We can offer a price of $300 million. The live comments are buzzing. This is definitely not a small number. How many zeros is that? What the hell? Is he planning to go to the US? He's right to go. Look at how much they're offering him. Damn it, we're losing another talented person. With that much money, he surely won't refuse. If it were me, I would immediately give up my South Korean citizenship. Seong Jihan doesn't care about those comments. With a determined gaze, he thinks, all right, this should be enough. After thinking that, he speaks politely. Thank you for your offer, sir. He hates Yunsea behind him, staring wide-eyed, repeating a question. How much is that number? Then, he softly shares his feelings. Actually, I have a small dream. It's to establish a guild in South Korea once I reach silver rank, but not just any large corporation, like Taewon newspaper. Even the Department of Delivery Net treats us like this. Meanwhile, Yoon Haeyeon Cheon tightens his lips. Namtae stands beside him, trembling, drenched in sweat. He clenches his fists, cursing that bastard Seong Jihan. Yet on live, he keeps talking. I feel like I can't develop under these conditions, especially when I don't belong to any guild. Seong Jihan slightly bows his head, placing a hand on his chest. Looking very sincere, but I truly love my country, so I would feel very happy. If everyone could help me, the comments immediately reacted. Don't be so sentimental. Anyway, you're going to leave this country. As long as he doesn't go to Japan. Seong Jihan, I love you, goodbye. Then, he lifts his head, smiling gently, so that I can stay in South Korea. The scene is illuminated by a beautiful sunset. The comments are really restless now, jumping up. Don't say goodbye anymore. You people send a complaint letter to Taewon newspaper. The others are buzzing, but what about the department head? A national scale issue? I also don't know what to do, so I'll just do it. Seong Jihan, please don't go. After that statement, the stream ended. He stood there, hands in pockets, staring at his phone. Yoon Seo, standing behind, wondered, Uncle, what are you going to do now? Seong Jihan was a bit silent, but in the end, he still said a comforting line, you don't need to worry. Yoon Seo heard that and looked wide-eyed. After saying that, he turned around, phone in hand, waved, leaving just one line, I'm going to handle some things, it won't take long. On the phone, you could easily see an AI calling Seong Jihan's device, perhaps because of this call. That's why he hurried and walked quickly. The scene shifts to Ha-yeon, who is in her head, pulling her hair, screaming. Her beautiful brows furrowed tightly, clearly displeased, standing in a room full of designer clothes and luxurious accessories. She shivered uncomfortably, thinking, what should I wear? Why does he want to meet me at this hour? Jia, standing beside her, couldn't help but wonder. What are you doing? Ha-yeon seemed not to hear, ignoring the previous question. She grabbed 2 trendy shirts from the rack, seriously holding them up and asking, Jia, how about this one? And this one too? Which one looks like casual wear but is both natural, professional, and attractive? Jia didn't answer right away, still asking the same question. Where are you planning to go? Both professional and attractive. Jia didn't answer right away, still asking the same question. Where are you planning to go? Ha-yeon now paid attention, immediately changing her attitude. The annoyance from earlier vanished, replaced by a satisfied, joyful expression. Why does he want to meet me so urgently? Hearing that, one could probably guess who Seong Jihan was rushing to meet. Turning back this way, Seong Jihan held his mobile phone, staring intently ahead. With a cold demeanor, in front of him now was a group of people dressed in tight black outfits, fully covered, each of them equipped with weapons. Seong Jihan didn't want to make a big deal out of it, thinking that these people couldn't just be a cosplay group. Just some ninjas passing by, right? But they had no idea that this statement was giving them a way out. But with their inherent arrogance, they didn't pay that statement any mind, and after hearing it, they silently prepared to attack. Seeing this, Seong Jihan didn't want to say much, directly asking the department head, did you send people here, or is the Taewon newspaper just getting ignored? He tucked his phone into his pocket, answering himself, probably both. Both sides fell silent, likely contemplating something. Seong Jihan looked coldly at the group in front of him, his eyes showing only indifference, hesitance. Should I take this opportunity to use that? As decided, his voice rang out with a strange tone. The eerie name called forth was one both strange and familiar, Ariel. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of dark energy surrounded him. Slowly wrapping around Seong Jihan's legs, it also spread throughout the atmosphere, making the scene feel dark and eerie. The people there seemed to see a ghost, their eyes wide and startled, unable to react. But in truth, behind him, the dark energy coalesced into the shape of a demon. Its deep voice echoed, arrogant humans, did you summon me just to fight these lowly parasites? Seong Jihan replied indifferently, just consider it a warm-up. They're perfect opponents for you to test your skills. Contrary to your calmness, the black-clad group appeared somewhat fearful, stepping back a few paces, instinctively shifting from an offensive to a defensive stance. Suddenly you raised your arm, which had turned a dark shade, exuding a sinister aura around you. Smiling, you remarked, and coincidentally, we are in an underground parking lot, which is dark enough already. Then, you looked at them as if teasing, now, shall we begin? After your statement filled with amusement and provocation, Seong Jihan, the black-clad group was now sprawled on the ground, scattered throughout the basement, moaning in pain. Seong Jihan, with a scratch, stood confidently amidst the atmosphere. You were enveloped by an oppressive aura, casually raising your hand surrounded by dark power. Opening your mouth to exclaim, that deep voice also resonated in perfect harmony. Hearing that, Seong Jihan was a bit surprised, shifting his gaze downwards, staring intensely at something. From the dissipating dark mist, a pair of sharp eyes emerged, still speaking. You should be grateful to me, you mortal. Once the mist nearly vanished, a small demon appeared. Its body was inversely proportional to its fierce eyes, shivering, pretending to point at you. Out of pity, I granted you the black spirit technique. It kept rambling on and on. You should understand how great an honor that island. This is an entirely different level. While it kept pointing, Jihan didn't seem to care. With one hand in his pocket, the other held his phone, engrossed in it. Suddenly, his phone rang. Someone was calling. Jihan immediately answered. Hello, Ariel, seeing he was ignoring her, shouted in anger. You just ignored me, didn't you? A familiar voice echoed from the phone. Calling your name, Jihan. Oh, I just got here, where are you? After hearing that, you were taken aback, pausing for a few seconds in panic, unsure of what to do, on Ha-yeon's side. She had arrived at the meeting spot in a beautiful outfit and accessories, just waiting for you on the other end of the line. Jihan kept explaining, Sorry, I'm actually... She somewhat understood him. So sudden? All right, I'm sure I understand. She just stood there talking on the phone with you, the content unclear. Jia next to her couldn't help but be curious. What was happening? What's up, ma'am? Suddenly, Ha-yeon turned, calling Jia's name. It seems I just got subtly rejected. As she spoke, her face fell slightly, darkening a bit, but mostly she appeared resigned. Jia was taken aback, but her eyes were round with doubt, thinking she had prepared for that level. Yet, the two stood there like statues, bracing against each awkward gust of wind. In another development, in a different space, Yoon Heon-cheon, normally proud, was now being struck by the person in front of him, causing his glasses to fall. Without time to react, his face turned to the side. The one who could strike him so ruthlessly was none other than Kim Tae-won. His father, burning with rage, held the stick in his hand, his expression displeased. Yoon Hyun-chan, can you explain everything? Yoon Hye-soo stood beside him, filled with fear. After all, the one being hit was her father. Just as he was about to continue, Yoon Hye-soo quickly ran over, grabbing tightly onto his arm, holding the bat. Speak up, sir, wait, it was those bastards who started it? The thing is, she didn't have time to say anything more or make any sound at all. Immediately, a slap came crashing down on Kim Tae-won's face, so cold that it left her in shock. Yoon Hye-soo. Caught off guard, she fell flat on the cold floor, still in disbelief, clutching her swollen cheek. Eyes wide open, unable to believe Kim Tae-won was still standing there, clenching his fists. Near each word, I have always considered you my precious gem. Because you are my only granddaughter, how dare you cause such trouble? He was truly furious. With a fierce expression as if he wanted to devour his opponent, he was none other than the CEO of Taewon Daily, only he dared to beat up the two of them. The two of them were beaten into submission, kneeling on the ground, listening to his lecture. Do you know how much our stocks have plummeted? If we can't salvage this, I'll make both of you pay. How much have they dropped? If we can't salvage this, I'll make both of you pay. She trembled with anger, her cheek from the earlier slap now swollen and red, showing that the slap was anything but light. Kim Tae-won above continued to yell, Do you understand, Yoon Hye-soo? At this moment, she could only widen her eyes and grit her teeth in silent curses. Damn it, what the hell? My perfect plan is ruined all because of that damn Yoon Hye-soo. Then, without holding back, she shouted, Yoon Hye-soo. On this side, she felt something, her body stiffening, stunned for a few seconds. But she didn't care much, ignoring it and continuing to look down at the screen in front of her, scratching her cheek in confusion. Should I just fight now or not? Yoon Se-ah was standing there all alone, waiting, right? If I don't really understand the rules. Suddenly, a pair of feet approached from behind her, standing there, staring, thinking, what the hell? Yoon Se-ah at this moment still had no idea, awkwardly looking at the screen in front of her. The guy behind her saw this and made a clueless remark. She looked so confused, definitely a nobody just arrived. This guy's name is Do Hyung-jun. He is related to Do Gyu-hyuk in the guild branch, a promising player, possessing an A-rank gift, quick and agile. On the screen, a series of information appeared. Agile, a gift rank, increasing agility by 25. This skill is not limited by guild restrictions. After that, Hyung-jun suddenly made a move. He grabbed a weapon, intending to do something bad, exploiting the situation, secretly glad he was so lucky. With such a good gift, I will make it into the top 50 thanks to it, and the first to go down will be her. He had his sights set on Yoon Se-ah, probably thinking she was easy to bully, moving into an attack stance, his sharp sword ready to strike. In his mind, Do Hyung-jun could only think of her, and then he immediately shouted, You're done for, you bitch! The newcomer shouted while swinging his sword toward the face of the lowly servant, but what happened before him left him bewildered. Astonished, with a question mark hovering over her forehead, Yoon Se-ah blocked his sword with just a hand raised to shield her face, as if testing it. So this is how it works. A series of information appeared around her. A-grade turtle shell armor, A-grade steel gauntlets from a craftsman, S-grade speed boots, A-grade stealth necklace. As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked the sword out of Do Hyung-jun's hand, quickly reaching out. With a forceful slap, Do Hyung-jun was caught off guard by the sudden attack and had no time to react, just bracing himself. The sword that was in his hand a second ago had vanished. He was suspicious. Life looked at his still trembling hands with fear in his eyes. It turned out that the sword was now in Yoon Se-ah's hands. She didn't forget to say a thank you for giving me my first life. Then she quickly raised the sword and slashed through her opponent, not giving him a chance to comprehend the situation, or even to be a bit on guard against retaliation. After swiftly finishing off, she looked up, innocently smiling, as the sword in her hand gradually faded away. Seong Jihan over here was watching her through the technology screen, silently commenting for a long time. Then he spoke up to praise. For a first time, that wasn't bad at all. Ariel beside him suddenly flew out, looking annoyed. Spitting out, she said, "No matter how good you are, you're still just a lowly species." Seong Jihan glanced at her. Quietly, he remarked, "And you're serving one of those lowly species." As if hitting a nerve, Ariel jumped, denying, "Shut up." Embarrassed, she tried to justify herself. But she didn't forget to be arrogant. "I'm here to complete the grand mission that my original body has placed upon me. You should be grateful that I'm assisting you. Do you even realize the magnificent power you possess?" He knew she always rambled on, so he usually ignored her. But this statement truly caught Seong Jihan's attention. Unconsciously looking down at his own hands, his thoughts gradually sank deep into the remnants of old memories lingering in his mind. That day was when he discovered he was entangled in something dark. Seong Jihan's arm was enveloped by a dark aura, and he couldn't comprehend it. Next to him, Yoon Se-ah was even more panicked, continuously calling out, "Uncle, your hand is turning black." Suddenly, a strange red panel appeared before Seong Jihan. It read, "Curse level ended, absorbing the mana and experience of the player until dispelled." He stepped back in fear, panicking, thinking, "A curse?" Yoon Se-ah beside him couldn't help but ask, "Is this bad?" Seong Jihan gradually calmed down, his expression serious as he pondered. The format of this system message is exactly like the description of an item. So, after thinking, he decisively shouted, "Rapid recovery." Suddenly, a blinding light appeared out of nowhere, recovering from the shadow of the Sunday. "The curse, although you are the one who called for it, you're even more confused than the AI." Out of curiosity, a strange red board suddenly displayed a line of text. "The condition of the sun shadow is too severe. It can only be partially restored." Seong Jihan read it and was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. His brow furrowed, filled with doubt. A few seconds later, Seong Jihan reacted, gripping his tainted arm in panic. He shouted, "Rapid recovery." The red text appeared again. "The condition of the sun shadow is too severe. It can only be partially restored." He stubbornly shouted, "Rapid recovery." The atmosphere was heavy, and he did not receive an immediate response. A few seconds later, a green board popped up, displaying the message, "The curse has been lifted." Then, another board appeared. The true nature of the curse has been unlocked, and then his tainted arm began to dissolve. Returning to normal, intact, Seong Jihan stared blankly at his arm, and that board kept flashing up. The SS-level sun shadow from the Dark Queen constellation at the end can transform into the Dark Sword Eclipse. You can upgrade it thanks to the Dark Queen constellation. Seeing this, Yoon Se-ah joyfully ran over, asking, "What's wrong?" Seong Jihan awkwardly smiled and replied, "I'm fine now." Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from nowhere. What a show-off. Both of them froze, wide-eyed, and dared not move. Along their reflected figures on the floor was an endless shadow, within which flickered evil eyes. Seeing this, he immediately raised his hand to shield his niece, panicking and shouted, "Yoon Se-ah, back away!" Black energy slithered across the floor before rising into the air, gathering above them, Seong Jihan, and she dared not take their eyes off it. Always vigilant, suddenly from that black mass, a small chibi demon appeared. That was Ariel. Both he and she were shocked, mouths agape, staring blankly at the strange creature before them. Suddenly, Ariel proudly spoke, "I am the clone of the Dark Queen constellation." After saying that, she lightly landed on the table. Standing there, calling his name, she said, "Seong Jihan, my original spirit is very interested in your power, and has commanded me to assist you in your endeavors." Seong Jihan looked at the small yet imposing figure before him with indifference. She pointed at him. "From now on, I will serve you as my master." The words carried a sense of obedience. But there was nothing subservient about it, only pure arrogance. Seong Jihan helplessly looked at the pitch-black figure before him. What the hell is this? Suddenly, a display board appeared before him. Ariel belongs to the line. "The Dark Queen clone has gifted you a dark spirit skill." After reading it, he looked down at his hands with suspicion, unconsciously asking, "Dark spirit?" Returning to reality, Seong Jihan was still immersed in the past, still gazing at his own hands. A power that allows the user to wield shadows as weapons. I haven't used it to fight in the BattleNet yet, but it would definitely be useful. As memories flowed, Ariel beside her began to ramble on. "Are you even listening? If so, boost the stats of the Dark Spirit," he thought disdainfully. "Even though there's a buzzing mosquito in my ear now, time quickly passes, and in front of me is a safe map. Delicious dishes are laid out," she sighed, finding it hard to keep her composure. Seong Jihan across from her praised her without holding back. "You did great! For your first time, that's impressive." Hearing this, she happily savored the delicious food in front of her, her face satisfied as she chewed. but then she unexpectedly asked, "By the way, sir, are you going to respond to the invitation from the number one in the USA?" Jihan, upon hearing this, had to pause his eating for a moment and replied to her without hesitation, "I'll probably decline, really? But they are willing to spend so much money, you could do the same later." As he spoke, he put down his spoon, closed his eyes to relax. He didn't want to join the association, he wanted to establish his own, and he knew the person who could back him up in this venture was over here. A pair of long legs, Minman Ye Yukio stepped out of the car. In front of her was a tall building. It turned out that woman was none other than Ha Jeon. Looking at her expression, she didn't seem very happy. Ha Jeon looked flustered, took off her glasses in disbelief, and asked, "What?" Sitting opposite her was Jihan, calmly holding a cup of tea in the midst of Ha Yeon and Jia's confusion. "Let me repeat, become the president of the guild I created." Jihan said this as if it were a light matter. There was nothing to worry about, but Ha Yeon was the opposite. She was not so calm. After hearing him confirm it again, she jolted up and shouted, "What the hell? Where did that idea come from?" Jihan seemed to have anticipated this reaction, so he wasn't surprised, even though he mentioned being the president. "But I can manage the work, just lend me the title." After hearing this, she responded helplessly, "I'm part of the sub-guild." He continuously brought up convincing arguments, telling her she was the sales manager of the sub-guild. But she wasn't a player dependent on them. Ha Yeon was genuinely getting a headache, closing her eyes in frustration. Feeling bored, he remarked that he needed a president after all, and the president should be a strong player, someone who can represent the guild. "A person like me is more suited for management. Why would you suggest that?" Jihan didn't respond immediately. He listened in silence, as if he already knew she would ask that, gently putting the teacup down. "Are you asking if she has a supportive gift?" "All actions add 10% to FB. I'm sure you think it's useless, because it can't be combined with FB enhancement items." After hearing this, Ha Yeon's face darkened. Jia next to her was sweating, startled and wanting to remind him but couldn't. That was the thing she hated to hear the most. Jihan held his head high, facing her with a determined gaze, "But I believe that once she becomes the president, the true value of that gift will shine." Ha Yeon felt a bit panicked inside, secretly afraid, does he know something I don't? She worried, silently lost in her own thoughts. How can he be so sure it could be said to be A grade? But the experts all say it's useless. Nurturing. Gifts. Support gifts. Helping other players grow rapidly. Ha Yeon kept her eyes tightly shut, tense and deeply immersed in her own thoughts, and forgot about reality. She wanted to believe in him because he recognized the value of her gift. But becoming the president of another club was surprising. Jihan said, "I will reward you too. I will tell you all the results of the 8-lake match." At this point, Ha Yeon hesitated. Perhaps she had hit a weak spot. Seeing her stay silent like that, Jia couldn't help but worry, glancing down to subtly remind the lady. As expected, just a moment later she stood up abruptly, flying straight to his side, leaving Jia beside her unable to prevent Miss Jihan. How could she miss this rare opportunity? Immediately took action. "All right, sign here." Ha Yeon now stood before the choices on the board, and Jia could no longer stop her. All she could do was shout late. She really agreed. Then, Ha Yeon decisively pressed the button on the screen. Not forgetting to think if she was right from the board, a stream of light, blazing out across the vast space. Ha Yeon was surprised by the sight before her, a bit stunned, instinctively raising her hand to cover her body. The board displayed the content of the gift. The enhancement support effect will apply to all members of the club. Growth rate up to 200%. All members of the club will receive an additional 30 FB software. Ha Yeon couldn't believe it, shouting, "What?" The scene shifted to among the bustling buildings. Countless people were moving around in the city. Suddenly, in a cafe, a couple on a date was surprised when the electronic board displayed the words, "Stream has started." Both of them were stunned, bewildered. Even the comments were confused. "What? CEO Jihan is streaming?" Quickly spreading the news that he opened the club. Spreading everywhere, CEO Jihan opened a club. Notifications kept popping up on the electronic devices. "The club has been opened!" Seeing this, the comments couldn't stay quiet anymore. He really does what he says. But that woman was the AI on the broadcast screen, the beautiful face of Ha Yeon, appearing with a sweet, clear voice. "Hello everyone. You've all seen the stream title, right? Nice to meet you. This is the first stream of the Great Tree Guild. I am the guild leader Lee Ha-yeon." She cheerfully stood in front of the screen, introducing herself, a smile always bright on her radiant lips. As soon as she appeared, the comment section exploded. "Great Tree Guild? What's that? She's so pretty. Where have I heard her name before? She's famous as the financial goddess of the guild. The division? What is she doing here?" Suddenly, from behind, Jihan stepped up to remind Miss Lee Ha-yeon. "She plays an important role in my guild. She's the leader. As I said, you should quickly get into the frame. Let's join Ha-yeon. Now it's about the guild's topic. I'll show everyone the information board once again." It displayed the content. Great Tree Guild, members over 10, CEO Jihan, guild leader Lee Hazel. Welfare level, guild member level 1, over 10. Level 1 growth index, +1 index. Level 11 growth rate. Effect, Blessing Guild. All member indices increase by 1 each. All member growth indices rise to 200%. All experience gained by members increases by 30%. Growth index 200%. Experience 30%. The comments skyrocketed. 200% means double, right? FB 30%. I thought the max was 10%. They poured all their points into this. But those numbers are unreal. Then 2 more people joined the frame. Ha-yun quickly gestured to introduce briefly. The theme of our guild is cultivation. We pride ourselves on having a higher growth rate than other guilds. However, our maximum number of members is only 10. Right now, we are still a small guild. Current members include the founder, Mr. Jihan. As she spoke, the screen shifted to the main character, Jihan. Then, she also introduced herself and the other 2 in turn. I am the guild leader. Leah, Zion, Diego, and Masid Jun, the CEO who just received a gift. A chatty comment popped up from somewhere. Since when did he become friends with Diego? But not stopping there, Yoon Se-ah, Ha-yun continued, and finally through the contract signing. The screen shifted to the last person, revealing Jia. She looked like she was annoyed by AI, sulking in a corner. Finally, she mentioned Lim Jia's name. That resigned expression couldn't be mistaken. Her bored gaze had only one thought. Why is it me? Ha-yun concluded the introduction with one sentence. A total of 5 people. After seeing Jia, the comments became humorous. What is she doing here? El Mao, I get the contract. It's just like a Pokemon nurturing system, right? She made a face as if she didn't know why she was here. Then came Jihan's part. Everyone can follow through the stream. For those AIs wanting to join the guild or sign a contract, please contact guild leader Lee Ha-yun. She stood to the side. Seeing herself mentioned, she smiled and waved her hand. It looked like he had forgotten about her. Yoon Se-ah outside reminded, you need to explain the name too. Hearing that, Jihan seemed to remember. That's right, the reason our group's name is Great Tree, he said. Yoon Se-ah blushed in embarrassment. Perhaps this name has a strong connection with Yoon Se-ah. We took it from the phrase, great tree blooms, to refer to late blooming flowers. The first 2 words are great tree, that's the meaning of our name. The scene shifts to the arena. Right now, the sky is incredibly clear, perfect for a fight. A fierce battle is happening in the stands. Explosions are echoing one after another. Baron stands amidst the blazing explosions. It's easy to see he's the one responsible for all this. He fake smiled triumphantly, shouting, oh man, this is so boring. In front of him stands Jihan amidst the raging fire. It seems he is injured, his body battered, holding himself, but his gaze remains steadfast. Looking across, Baron calls out to him, CEO Jihan. After calling, he smirks cunningly, getting into an attacking stance. Fight! I will finish this in 1 blow! After saying that, he unleashed his move powerfully, aiming straight at him. Not giving Jihan a moment to defend, a massive explosion occurred with incredible force. After the attack, he stood straight up. It seemed he had completely defeated him, but he didn't notice the figure behind him. A familiar shadow had appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, a deep voice mocked, is that all you've got? Then, Jihan immediately channeled all his strength into his hand, striking a fatal blow from behind. But he didn't expect that his opponent emitted a blinding blue light, unable to react in time. Jihan was then restrained by Baron with just 2 fingers. He was convulsing violently from the electric shock earlier, lying on the ground trembling. Suddenly, a distant voice echoed, the training was over. The surrounding space began to dissolve. It turned out it was all just practice. Baron stood there, smirking wickedly. Then he spoke sadly, pitifully. Really, I know you won that time just because of luck. Clearly pitying, but it was also very sarcastic. The person behind also sighed, well done, Baron. Could easily defeat CEO Jihan with 50% strength. Next time I'll win with 75%. It sounded like consolation but dripped with mockery. Hearing that, he couldn't help but get angry. His face filled with rage as he shouted, shut up! Suddenly from the door, another person entered respectfully, saying, Mr. Baron, the guild leader wants to see you in that room. It's unclear what Baron heard that made him look so furious, gritting his teeth, nearly word for word. What? A delivery? Then, he cursed without holding back. Joining CEO Jihan's guild, creating what? Are you out of your mind? He showed no anger or change in expression. Perhaps too used to this person's temperament, he just replied softly, no, Baron, you'll understand if you watch his stream. After finishing his words, he snapped his fingers, and the electronic screen lit up immediately. He was none other than the president of the First United States Association, Robert Gates. The screen displayed the silhouette of Jihan. Baron couldn't help but frown the moment he saw it. Then he lost control, his eyes bulging in rage. Everything around seemed to shift as if moved by some invisible force. Robert didn't react much, just glanced once and moved on, since this was none other than Baron. He provoked him, using a threatening tone. Old man, what's up? Then he truly lost his mind. He waved his hands wildly. With each movement, the objects around him shifted as well. He shouted angrily, this is clearly a scam. Do I look like someone who needs this junk? I am the strongest in the world. Don't ever mention that bastard's name in front of me again. Robert Gates remained calmly seated. He clasped his hands together, waiting for him to quiet down, but soon after, unable to bear it, he raised his hand to his forehead. He thought he understood that the kid had a complex with the ride-hailing player, but it was to the point of losing control of his emotions. After thinking it over, he said, "If Baron isn't leaving, it's best to send her." Her referred to a sporty girl with distinctive blonde hair. She probably just finished training. Sweat still clung to her cheek as she looked at the information screen in front of her, smiling and saying, "Player Seong Jihan, so cool. She is the player from the first United States, known as the Saintess Sophia." The scene shifted to Seong Jihan. Amidst the conversation between Ha Yan and Seong Jihan, Jia stood beside them as if enduring something. Her eyes were tightly shut, with beads of sweat still on her cheek. "Ha!" Xion's high-pitched voice rang out loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone had to glance at Seong Jihan, the first in the United States, who had offered us a lot of money. In exchange for the secret of how to obtain the guild's corn in all of China, Seong Jihan sat across from them. As if anticipating her reaction, he leisurely picked up a glass of water, sipping slowly while responding. "I'm just telling you to be cautious, but never let them know." Hearing Seong Jihan say that, she immediately replied clearly, "Of course, what do you think I am?" Talking with him felt a bit awkward. But in reality, Ha-yun was overjoyed. In her head, she thought there was no way. She had never imagined her gift could be this amazing. Suddenly, an unpleasant memory flashed through her mind, a hoarse voice along with half a face, just revealing the sinister smile of the man. It appeared he needed her gift. Why was that man standing opposite her in the room? Working through every word, that person spoke as if cutting into Ha-yun's heart. She couldn't believe what she was hearing was real. I'm sure that could be a lie to cover the truth that he was interested in her. Just take this chance and seduce him. She looks so small, lonely, and lost right now, having to choose the completely wrong path in every way. But there's no turning back. How ironic, the last words of the man in her memory. Once again, a denial, overshadowing her efforts. After all, she hasn't done much for the guild yet. As we return to reality, after a series of scenes in her mind, Ha-yun speaks up first. Being suddenly called out makes Seong Jihan flinch a little. "Seong Jihan, I will truly do my best for this guild." What she just said surprised him quite a bit, making him think, why is she saying that all of a sudden? His mind was filled with questions. But on the outside, Seong Jihan simply explained to her, thinking she didn't really understand the issue. She just needs to be the nominal leader of the guild. It was as if Ha-yun was just waiting for him to say this. She quickly rebutted with unwavering determination. Her firmness made Seong Jihan a little anxious, and sweat began to form. He muttered to himself, "I was going to leave the guild once I achieved a certain success. The other members are good enough." At this moment, the atmosphere around them was both suffocating and awkward. Suddenly, she stood up. Ha-yun's hand slammed down on the table, creating a loud noise with her fierce demeanor and intense energy. She shouted loudly, as if using all her strength to prove her point. On top of that, she even dragged Jia into the mix. "My dream is to truly become the guild leader. I've started betting on 8 net pools to save money to establish the guild." "Right, Jia?" Just minding her own business, she got pulled in. Jia could only mumble to brush it off. "Probably. I don't remember either." It seemed like her half-hearted answer would discourage Ha-yun. But no, it actually fueled Ha-yun's willpower. "Then I will establish my own guild and do my best to contribute to the Great Tree Guild." She seemed to be immersed in her intentions. "First, we need to set up an office for the guild. We can use the common room. Right, Jia? You can post a recruitment notice for editors for the channel. Is that okay? But I'm a bodyguard, not a secretary." Seong Jihan was sitting across from her now. He could only choose silence on the outside, but he was unsure whether he should tell her the truth or not. A few days later, the scene shifted to, in front of a room labeled Interview Room. Inside, Ha-yun's cheerful and welcoming voice greeted the guests. She wore a professional smile on her face. "Thank you all for coming here." A small interview was taking place, hosted by her, with 3 members sitting in front to apply. She didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Can you all introduce yourselves?" The first to introduce was Ito Shizuru, but the difference now is that she had a more simple style. Additionally, she used a fake name instead. "Yes, hello, I'm Juji, the first candidate." Juji continues the interview. "I've been creating ads and other promotional videos since high school and college. I majored in this field." Ads since high school and college. I majored in this field. Hae-yun sits in front, holding an iPad. While reviewing the profiles, she thinks that she's in a hurry to find someone, but she's even better than expected. Her introduction comes to an end. Ha-yun politely responds, her gaze shifting to the next man. "Thank you. The next person's name is quite unique." She just managed to read the name before cutting herself off. The boy eagerly responded with bright eyes, displaying a military-like demeanor. "Hello? I look forward to working for CEO Seong Jihan. I am Lee Gamebiz." "Nice to meet you, Chairman Lee." Ha-yun, the second candidate, AK streamer Hu Yen Kwang, his voice booming. So loud, it was as if his throat had a loudspeaker attached, causing both her and Jia to look pale. Jia even had her hand poised on her sword, ready to strike at any moment. I can edit and also run ads. I can do everything you need. I am the gem of the era, Lee Gamebit. Oh no, I've respected you, Seong Jihan, since the early days you mentioned it. Mid-sentence, Hu Yen Kwang's emotions intensified. He posed like an artist, winking, one hand raised in a greeting, the other hand pointing forward, so my mind was filled with perfect ideas for Seong Jihan's channel. If you hire me, I will dedicate everything to the Great Guild. Nice to meet you. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's focus was entirely on his lengthy speech. Not knowing how long it took, Ha-yeon finally regained her composure to speak, although her complexion wasn't any better. Thank you, please take a seat. Hu-yen Kwang replied loudly, yes ma'am. At this moment, in her heart, she felt a late regret for having called him in for an interview, simply because he was a streamer, the creator of Bato Tube. But what kind of craziness is this? The last one is a handsome man. Looking mature and gentle, he slowly introduced himself. Hello, I'm Kim Jong-woo. The third candidate, Kim Jong-woo. I have 4 years of video editing experience at the old guild, and I can proudly say that I've been a veteran at Bato Tube. If hired, I will leverage all my experience to ensure that I become the most contributing member of the team. The most contributing member of the team. He seemed to have the perfect job already. But they ran here to apply for Ha-yeon, surprisingly asking about that well-known guild in the country. Why did you apply to our place? He stood in front of this question, still maintaining a calm and gentle expression. Although the Great Tree Guild is a new guild, with CEO Seong Jihan as the president, it has already gained a lot of fame. And his answer continued, I believe this position will help me improve my skills. Such talent in communication and speech made Cho Huin Kwang and Ito Shizuru worry, fearing they would be overshadowed. Huin Kwang was frustrated. His opponent had a lot of experience, so why was Kim Jong-woo not only making Cho wary, but he also made the judge Ha Jeong secretly praise him for having a lot of experience and being very successful in this interview. On the outside, she couldn't hide her admiration. Stepping out, she cheerfully asked more questions. Thank you. Do you have any questions for us? But the surprise was yet to come. He asked about the gentleman. Mr. Seong Jihan isn't participating in this interview? Hearing such a question, she was momentarily taken aback and looked up. Thinking it was just a random question from a fan, Ha-yeon regained her composure, chuckled a few times, and replied, I'm the one in charge of management. You must be a fan of him. Kim Jong-woo also smiled in return. But that smile had a somewhat gloomy undertone. I understand. Not stopping there, he continued to ask more uncomfortable questions. So what floor does he live on in this building? At this point, she and Jia could no longer maintain their calm. Everyone's face changed, shifting from astonishment to doubt, then to anxiety. Ha-yeon stuttered, you shouldn't ask that. Just when they thought the situation would remain awkwardly silent, Huin Kwang's voice rang out. As he spoke, he slowly pushed himself up. Wait, I've been a bit put off by you for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Kim Jong-woo by the collar. Huin Kwang acted too quickly, causing Cho to not have time to react. He could only widen his eyes and stare at him in shock the next moment. He couldn't hold back the anger he had been suppressing and said in a rush, but I'm the one here. I've been waiting the longest to meet Mr. Seong Jihan. I know you like him, but don't pry into his private life. As he was speaking, suddenly a loud noise of something hitting the ground interrupted him, causing his words to falter. All attention turned to the object lying awkwardly on the floor, even though they hadn't grasped the situation yet. But Huin Kwang, for his part, asked what he had just dropped, only he hadn't realized what it was. But it seemed Ito Shizuru had guessed it. Her face showed clear fear as she bent down to pick up the item for Kim Jong-gu. As she got closer, he panically exclaimed, a knife. Knowing the situation had been exposed, he gritted his teeth in anger. The veins on his face were clearly visible, and the next moment, he picked up the knife from the floor. Pulling it out decisively, Jong-gu lost all rationality, frantically swinging the knife in all directions, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he shouted, You disgusting lackeys of CEO Seong Jihan, do you really think you can run the guild smoothly? After ruining Jun Se-jin's image and realizing the dangerous situation, Jia immediately stepped forward to protect Ha-yeon standing behind. His curses still echoed, Where the hell is that bastard? Jun Se-jin hasn't returned just because of that bastard. From one surprise to another, making Ha-yeon wonder about the Jun Se-jin family, Kim Jong-gu did not hesitate any longer. Jong-gu wielded the knife in his hand, charging fiercely to take her life. I'm going to kill this bitch to teach her a lesson! But things couldn't go smoothly as he wanted. Before he could reach her desk, Jong-gu was grabbed by the neck from behind and pulled back. That hand belonged to Huin Kwang. He slammed him down onto the floor without mercy. Jong-gu lay sprawled on the ground. In excruciating pain all over but still forcing himself to sit up, he opened his mouth to curse, looking up at Huin Kwang. At that moment, he looked incredibly large, his face fierce, and his cold, sharp eyes glared down from above. Looking down under the added pressure, Kim Jong-woo couldn't bear the humiliation of losing, using all his strength to stand up. He rushed in to throw a punch at him, but Huin Kwang quickly dodged the blow. You want to die first, right? Just as he dodged his punch, Huin Kwang retaliated with a thunderous strike. Right on his cheek, the force of his punch was too strong, causing Kim Jong-woo to stagger. The knife in his hand was also knocked away. The sound of bones clashing echoed painfully. With just one punch from him, he knocked out 2 of his front teeth. His eyes went white, lacking life. Kim Jong-gu lost consciousness and fell back. His face hit the floor hard, and Huin Kwang's series of actions left everyone stunned. Ha Yan and Jia, standing behind, were even more surprised. In Ha Yan's mind, a thought suddenly jumped up. Wait, this guy. At this moment, the image of Huin Kwang in her eyes radiated power. The golden color was as bright as his very being. Every single detail about him was recounted by her. Initially, he was a gold medalist athlete, but he intentionally downgraded himself. His strategy was to downgrade to surpass others, to attract attention only from high-level players participating in the match. With players of lower skill levels, Ha Yan's thoughts continued to unfold. But before she could finish her sentence, she had to swallow it back with Huin Kwang's mocking laughter. His personality was a bit strange, but his skills were truly amazing, to die for. The front was aggressively ferocious. The back seemed to have transformed into someone else. He posed in front of the phone in various styles, from cool to excited, shaking his whole body. Kim Ji-hoon was lying motionless down there. I need to take a shot. The title will be, I protected Jihan from the terror of the Junsei-jin family. Here, I'm going to stream right now. Don't bother me anymore, got it? Ha Yan had lost all her emotions by now. Her face turned serious, coldly ordering, Jia, call the police. Jia beside her, though still dazed, maintained her composure and responded, yes, miss. The scene shifts to the outside of a tall building. Voices were coming from the rooms up there. Is that so? The 2 characters in that conversation were Seong Jihan and Ha Yan. At this moment, he was seething with anger. His hands clenched into fists, grinding his teeth as he gazed into the distance, cursing. He was chasing after me, not Yoon Se-ah. How did that bastard know you were angry? So she had to comfort Seong Jihan to cool down. It's all good now. The situation was resolved right then and there. That couldn't ease the unease within him. Not thinking much, Seong Jihan quickly picked up the phone to call security. Sorry, I should increase security. Maybe we should continue looking for an editor. Hearing that, she quickly dismissed it. That's no longer necessary, she continued presenting. We have another strong candidate. I'll send him a notification right away. The candidate Ha Yan mentioned is Huin Kwang. Right now, he's sitting anxiously, biting his nails in the room. The other hand holds the phone as if waiting for something. Sitting there for too long, he lost all patience, stood up abruptly, pulled his hair, and started shouting, when will there be results? It hasn't even been a day since the interview, and a stream of negative thoughts flooded Huin Kwang's mind. I won't be rejected, right? Or am I being too anxious? How could I have defeated that Jun Seijin guy myself? The more negative he felt, the more tears flowed. Suddenly, a notification sound ding rang out in the chaos of his mind. Hearing the sound, Huin Kwang hurriedly bent down to grab his phone. His trembling finger pressed on the notification he just saw. Upon seeing it, he gaped at it for a long time. His eyebrows furrowed tighter. A simple notification appeared on his phone screen, but it carried a huge impact. Interview results notification. Congratulations, you have passed the interview for the position. Editor of the Great Oak Guild. We will send you further details via email in the coming days. Please prepare your gratitude elsewhere. As Ito Shizuru also received an identical notification, but she was much calmer than Huin Kwang. I got accepted. Suddenly from behind, Takeda appeared. He rubbed his hands together, praising, truly the goddess. Compliments aside, he was still anxiously worried inside, hesitantly addressing Ito Shizuru. Is it really okay to infiltrate as an editor? I don't want to overstep. However, being a video editor is a bit difficult. Knowing that Takeda was overly worried, she reassured him. Don't worry, Ito Shizuru continued, speaking while removing her glasses to adjust them. As she took off her glasses, she transformed into someone else. No longer the simple look, but replaced with a sharp, cunning demeanor. This is my specialty, in the fully equipped live broadcast room with numerous devices. Long sigh echoed. Huin Kwang was sitting at the live broadcast desk, but his mood wasn't good. Losing all vitality, a viewer of the broadcast was very suspicious, wondering what was wrong with him again. Another viewer explained, saying he applied to be an editor for the Digi Guild, but was rejected. Seeing everyone discussing him, Huin Kwang finally vented. He slammed the table, extremely angry. Why wasn't I accepted? I swore loyalty to Seong Jihan. I even uncovered the Jun Se-jin family's plot, and I've already defeated them. Everything was perfect. At this moment, the viewers mocked. Streamer Huin Kwang is such an idiot. Isn't it because you pushed someone to the ground during the interview? Huin Kwang's privilege. A good editor's virtue is to push others to the ground. Another viewer donated, catching attention. Huin Kwang's fan gifted 10,000 GP. Why don't you apply to be a bodyguard? Your storytelling skills are impressive. That comment, while somewhat mocking, seemed like a decent idea to Huin Kwang. It made him handle the situation in an instant. Then, Huin Kwang clenched his fist, anxiously affirming, it must be. Now, Seong Jihan was very worried about being attacked. Seeing his strange actions and words, he was astonished and grew suspicious. What the hell is he talking about? Does Huin Kwang have no brain? Are we talking about the same person? Mr. Seong Jihan couldn't think this far. For a moment, Huin Kwang was filled with anticipation, imagining Seong Jihan in his arms and making the decision. I've decided, from now on, I will take a different path and become Seong Jihan's bodyguard. The viewers listening to the stream were suddenly amused and kept teasing. Is Huin Kwang laughing? I'm sorry, but I can only laugh. Hearing him talk about protecting puppies made me very happy. Suddenly, another person donated. And it also shattered Huin Kwang's beautiful imagination. Seong Jihan, Huin Kwang has gifted 10,000 GP. But Huin Kwang, right now Seong Jihan is playing very safely, and soon the viewers had the same thought. They intended to check Seong Jihan's channel, wondering when he started streaming. Well then, bye-bye, I'm going to watch Seong Jihan's stream. I'm off to check out Seong Jihan too. Goodbye, Huin Kwang, bye-bye. Along with that, a series of farewell messages as people kept leaving. Huin Kwang shouted to stop them. Wait, everyone, don't leave me! In the game world, at a blazing red ruin, Seong Jihan also appeared in the game, making the chat channel very excited. This is the first time I've seen this map on CEO Seong Jihan's stream. Silver rank is tough, what should I comment? I was hit with a comment, so this is the place, Seong Jihan. Look at me, comment, this is the silver rank quest, after you fully enter the game. The system announced, Silver Cup, welcome to the Gangnam area, along with the system's announcement. The game mode is invasion, and the surrounding scenery gradually reveals itself as an altar, with protective pillars around. Ahead is a dense forest. Seeing the familiar scenery, Seong Jihan fell into a moment of contemplation. It's been a while, hasn't it? At the same time, Jia just appeared and asked him suspiciously, what's up? This is his first invasion mission that requires two people, staring at each other in silence. The space fell into a moment of silence, as Ra Lim Jia and CEO Seong Jihan teamed up to carry out the mission together. Smoothly, specifically. Jia was struggling to remember when Ha Yun had directly asked her to join the game with him and promote the project. Our group should go, and if there's a chance, let's level up with that esteemed guild leader and return to reality. He took the initiative to break the awkward atmosphere. I've only seen this map on a live stream. Standing in this map with his team felt a bit strange. Jia heard that, lost in thought without replying. Seeing her appear, the chat channel suddenly became lively. This morning, the energy in the comments was Lim Jia. Look, someone commented. Are they competing for personal points? Seong Jihan had a sincere expression while reaching out, expressing a desire to cooperate. I'm looking forward to playing this game with you, Miss Lim. This is the second time, right? Seeing that, Jia wondered what she was thinking. After a moment, she also reached out for a handshake. I'm also looking forward to playing the game with you. Deep down, she thought she couldn't believe she was being pulled back to his team by the person she wanted to recruit. Seeing the teleportation light appear, Seong Jihan was also surprised. It seems the others have already formed their teams. On the other hand, Jia sighed quietly, accepting that things had turned out this way. In this case, I should just focus on training. Suddenly, a voice called out, pulling her out of her thoughts. Miss Jia, the group that just arrived is the guild's promotion team. A girl from the team asked her suspiciously, is it Jia? The chat channel couldn't help but be speechless at the current situation. I want to leave here. Why are they forming teams like this? I won't bite. Elmo announced the name of the background music. Seong Jihan, surprised, smiled and welcomed. So it turned out to be the team from the original guild, contrary to him. Jia's face showed slight instability, sweat streaming down the faces of the group. Quickly gathering, they continuously greeted each other. Miss Jia heard she was borrowed by the Daiji Guild to meet her here. This is really... Seong Jihan! Oh wow! Hello to the two of you. Hello everyone. Seeing this harmony, others were quite surprised. They were friendlier with each other than I thought, someone commented. Well, she hasn't completely switched to another guild. This is just for a short time. Meanwhile, the girl from the guild kept asking about her. Meanwhile, the bespectacled youth wizard fell silent. How has she been lately? How's the DJ guild? When will Jia come back? She hasn't left for good, right? He looked at her beautiful face, speechless. Jia suddenly saw him kneeling on the ground, her mood turning gloomy. She still looked as beautiful as ever. It's only been a few days, but since she left the promotion guild, I feel really lonely. Even now, he was thinking about what would happen when Jia John reached silver rank. I want to be the first to join her team and guide her as much as possible. Sensing this, Jia trembled. Suddenly, I felt a chill down my spine. I don't know why Victor turned towards me. Seong Jihan, filled with rage, said, It's all your fault that my Jia left the guild. The girl in the guild was still very friendly and asked, This is your first invasion mission, right? Do you need me to explain? Jia didn't refuse. Of course, thank you. She received a nod of approval. The girl in the guild then began explaining the rules of the invasion mission. 10 players will split into 2 teams. the angel base and the demon base. This is a 5-on-5 team match. The side that breaks through all 3 lanes and destroys the opponent's nexus first will win. The base that crosses all 3 directions and destroys the opponent's base first, it will be the winning team. She also emphasized that both teams should remember there are jungle areas. In the remaining areas outside the 3 lanes, whenever a player kills a monster in the jungle, they will receive various types of corn. Different types can give them an advantage. Jihan thought to himself, in this match, we are the demons. Then he raised his hand to ask, does our team have anyone going into the jungle? Everyone took their time to explain. This is his first time playing, so he probably doesn't know that the monsters in the jungle are at least level 65. So we won't be able to fight them. 2 people in the guild are in the late 40 seconds, while Jia is level 25 plus 5. The 5 main points are the additional rewards for winning the top 100. Jihan replied, really? I knew we could do it. They are all at the top of the silver cup. Hearing that, Victor seemed to come up with some plan. He cleared his throat, facing Jihan. Then, he casually said he wanted to push him aside. You're new, so you still don't know anything. Jihan, you don't need to worry about this mission. Just listen to us. He was addressing someone in the guild for input. I will guide Jia and Jihan, so you two just go down first. The girl in the guild happily agreed. Then we'll be on our way. He felt pleased that the plan was successful, so let's go. Inside, he felt secretly delighted. CEO Jihan, no matter how excellent you are in this silver cup, you are still just a newbie. In this kind of team match, playing individually will just ruin the game. I will use this opportunity to. Jia saw her experience, witnessing a fierce battle erupting ahead. Victor. He asked the two if they saw those little things over there. He explained enthusiastically. Jia, they are called troops. Their attacks are very simple. Silver-ranked players will have a hard time dealing with them, so we will have to defeat them together with our teammates. Even if we die, we will revive after a minute, but don't ever charge at the enemy recklessly, because we could be pushed back. He wanted to say more, but Jihan spoke up. Then it's simple. You just need to start using your skills while activating your limbs to put it all together. In short, we just need to not die while fighting, right? To his surprise, Jihan stepped forward, He extended his hand, covered with dark engravings, towards the green soldiers. Jihan just used his skill and thought to himself that this is the first time he's used *** darkness blade *** in Bato.net. I wonder what the effects will be. The soldiers also noticed someone approaching at this moment. At the same time, Jihan recalled the terrifying power when this skill was unleashed. His power might not compare to the Dark Queen he witnessed that day. Seeing the soldiers rushing towards him, he made a decisive thought. But if I use it to fight an opponent like this, his hand, darkness, seems to bind the soldiers tightly. Above it, countless dark swords condensed with a calm face. Jihan's hand gently lowered. Instantly, countless dark swords also plunged down, piercing through the soldiers. They were immediately annihilated, no longer alive. An AI witnessing that power, Victor and Jia were left speechless. Jia had also witnessed it a few times to quickly come to her senses and say, looks like we can go now. He was not like that and was still stunned. The system then announced, you have killed 50 soldiers. The demon god has acknowledged you and blessed you. All your stats will increase by 20%. Hearing this, Jihan was also surprised. 20% increase? At this rate I can go into the forest alone, he thought, and immediately called Jia. Hey Jia, she responded. What is it? Jihan started to leave, leaving behind a bold statement. I will temporarily separate from everyone. Give me 10 minutes, okay? Hearing this, Jia was momentarily confused. Huh? Where are you planning to go? Jihan pointed towards the forest, still wearing that smile and calm expression, then said, I will go level up by myself. Despite Jia's helpless attempts to stop him, he quickly ran into the forest. I mean no, Jihan. While she was still astonished by his departure, what should be done here if he leaves? Victor was still waiting, rushing towards Jia from behind. His face was extremely serious and grim just as Jia managed to react and turn around. A dark hand attacked her. Jia immediately flinched, turning around with her teeth clenched. Her eyebrows furrowed, revealing tension on her face. Her hand instinctively grabbed the hilt of her sword to defend herself. To her astonishment, a figure silently yet firmly formed a circle. That figure surrounded her like a protective shield, while behind, 2 men attempted to break through it. She thought to herself, Victor. The loud noise of magic pierced Jia's ears. She turned to look at the source of the commotion, her mouth agape in shock. Flashback to 5 minutes earlier, Victor with an angry expression, his skin seemingly painted red. His eyes bulged, silently thinking through clenched teeth. CEO Jihan, that bastard. He began to walk with heavy strides across the flat surface. His hands clenched in rage, silently cursing him for ruining his plans, then wanting to show Jihan something really cool. Cursing internally so no one could hear him, not long after, Victor suddenly froze. His eyes widened, brow furrowing as he realized something. Wait, with the minimap appearing before his eyes, he returned to his expertise. Focusing on every movement while meticulously calculating with countless questions racing through his mind. Do I need to move to mid? Can I stay top with Jia and let Jihan take mid? Victor's expression suddenly changed drastically. He broke into a smile, casually darting off with a mix of joy and excitement. That's right, I'm such a genius. Letting a guy who does whatever he wants like him out there, it's still the right decision. Jia, wait a sec. I'm coming right now! After just a few short steps, Victor suddenly stopped, watching the scene of two enemies charging at Jia while she was completely unaware of the danger approaching her. Oh no! He felt his heart racing, his eyes wide, brows furrowed, his face showing clear tension mixed with panic. He frantically thought that his Jia was in danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Victor rushed in like the wind, creating a shield to protect her. The scene at this moment is also the present. Jia turned around, looking at the sharp surface of the sword, determined to break through the protective shield around. In the excitement, I didn't think they would ambush me like this. Did the mid-lane wizard realize this and come to save me? On the other side, Victor struggled to maintain the shield around her. The pressure was clearly overwhelming through his trembling body. He tried to speak, his tone almost interrupted. Jia, don't worry about me. I will definitely protect you. The moment those words left his mouth, he suddenly spat out red liquid. Painful cries came from his mouth. The wizard immediately unleashed a bolt of golden lightning that bound him. The once sturdy protective shield now shattered into fragments after being pierced by it. A heart-wrenching scream quickly followed in Jia's shock. Finally, Victor collapsed to the ground. His round eyes had completely turned white, his body trembling in waves as the lightning pricked at him. Victor hurried over, kneeling beside him, her face clearly showing anxiety as she looked at the beams of blue light surrounding him. Are you okay? I'm sorry. I wanted to protect you at all costs. A hand, almost pale, slowly lifted up, bringing it close to her face until it hovered in the air. A faint whisper echoed. Now it's a bit late to say this, but Victor smiled contentedly. His face softened, eyes glistening with tears that still lingered. He gently said, I've always liked you from the bottom of my heart. She stared at him anxiously. As his hand quietly fell, Victor seemed to split into two zones. One side stood still, looking at the scene before her in confusion, while the other side was like a tragic play. He would revive in a minute in this game. Come on, what's up with this guy? Knocking out two enemies in a row, one small guy holding a staff. The other one, with a muscular build, casually carrying a sword on his shoulder, walked over calmly. The arrogant tone made her act. Once the show is over, it's time for the action, right? Don't slack off just because it's 2 against 1, that's Linda. That's John. You're one of the most promising players in the guild. It's Song Tin. Jia turned her head, her brows gradually furrowing, revealing a look of displeasure. She thought to herself in frustration, Jihan, where has he gone? Isn't he supposed to cooperate with his teammates? She suddenly stiffened, her eyes widening in bewilderment, seemingly sensing something unusual. To her astonishment, the atmosphere had changed dramatically. The sky became darker. Then gradually, a circle appeared in the air surrounded by dark purple smoke, as if a vortex was gathering dark energies. In a different scene, the sky is dark with blue light illuminating the gloomy space. Each tree rustles as leaves silently fall. The blue light illuminates the gloomy space, and each tree rustles as leaves silently fall, creating a chilling, eerie atmosphere. Jihan stares at the scene before him, the corners of his eyes drooping in a look of despair. Despite the roaring sound echoing throughout the forest, the giant beast stands before him, its 2 heads resembling wolves. Its demonic tail seems to be thrashing in the back, also known as a 2-headed wolf, its mouth dripping with saliva. Upon seeing him, the delicious, fresh prey, in an instant it lunges towards Jihan without hesitation. Letting out a roar, its jaws open to reveal gleaming teeth. Sharp, 2-headed wolf, he shows no fear, aiming for its gaping mouth. Then, he grabs its 2 sharp fangs with both hands, clenching his jaw, his expression showing determination. But not without tension, one of the most numerous species in the forest, towering over Jihan by twice. He is quickly pushed back by the beast, creating a long trail beneath him, over 3 meters high. Biting force enough to crush a human head, Jihan's furrowed brow tightens in determination, clearly not threatened by that pressure. Not at a disadvantage, he suddenly swings his hand so fast it looks like a flash of light through Jihan's punch. Yet easily knocking it far away, its body falls, creating a tremor like an earthquake. Although the 2-headed wolf appears in the forest more than any other species. While that punch makes the beast tumble, it stubbornly stands up in a defensive stance, then lets out a chilling growl. Clearly, it is not easy to be defeated with just one punch. It is a monster that requires 3 silver-level players to hunt. Jihan calmly observes it, the beast uncontrollably drooling again. Finally, he voices his curiosity. While it continues to growl as if responding in its own language, "You caught me off guard. Why are you attacking me suddenly?" The 2-headed wolf suddenly leaps, its feet leaving the ground as it rushes towards him. Jihan's body, showing no fear, jumps up agilely in an instant. Having dodged the beast's attack, his eyes suddenly widen, his gaze becoming dangerous as he stares intently at it. Jihan's hand seems to be compressing dark energy with precision, a swift slash. It sweeps across where the two heads of the beast connect, letting out a resounding howl. Capable of making others' hair stand on end, its body begins to crack into pieces, every corner of its body fracturing. Each crack flashing with dark energy as Seong Jihan lands calmly. Finally, he turns his head back. Exhaling a long, weary breath, he watches as parts of the beast's body fall and scatter across the sky. Seong Jihan reached out to grab the sword, with dark energy mixed with purple surrounding it. The image of the sword gradually appeared, a pitch-black figure from head to toe holding it. Only a white light flashed from the eyes, highlighting the entire body of the Eclipse. It was an SS-level weapon. The relic used in the upgrade battle, only those with a sword stats can use it. Seong Jihan looked down at the sword in his hand. Studying it closely, his face displayed clear excitement at obtaining the loot. Evaluating it with a tone of delight, it would immediately lose its form if the user lacked the ability. Therefore, it's very difficult to use, but the damage output is incredible. He couldn't take his eyes off it. A system panel appeared right in front of him, catching Seong Jihan's attention. He smiled slightly, feeling joyful. You have achieved the Silver Jungle Explorer achievement. You earn 1,000 achievement points. In the quiet forest, Seong Jihan stood there calmly. Sunlight illuminated the area where he stood, while Seong Jihan focused on the system panel in front of him, excitedly thinking about earning more achievement points. If I clear out all the monsters in the forest, I might complete another achievement. Seong Jihan suddenly paused, his expression became hesitant as he observed the system closely. He thought to himself contemplatively, but I still need to kill monsters to gain more experience. While Seong Jihan was still staring at the system in front of him with uncertainty, another notification appeared. This left him confused. Asterisk, you have achieved the first kill of the demon team. Achievement points increased by 100. Asterisk. To Jia's situation, her enemy lay motionless on the ground. He groaned in pain. His mouth was agape, while his eyes rolled back. That dark sword pierced straight through his heart, and the remaining enemy beside him panicked. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with fear. Gripping the staff tightly in his hand, a dark spirit hovered in the air. His pitch-black eyes turned cold. Asterisk. She, Ariel, is summoning. Asterisk. Countless swords with dark power flew around. Asterisk. Damn, what is this? Where did this little creature come from? Asterisk. Ariel turned to look at Ga John over her shoulder. Her expression was calm, and her questioning voice made her pause unexpectedly. Startled by her distraction. Asterisk, Swordmaster, what are you doing? Kill the last one already. Asterisk, asterisk, yes, asterisk. That enemy quickly used his staff to create a magical barrier around him, his face beaded with sweat, clearly showing his fear. He threw the magical barrier away, causing a massive explosion, a blinding light. However, despite that explosion, he still seemed unable to escape. His eyes instinctively widened in panic. Something cast a shadow over him, catching his eye. It was Jia, soaring into the air, her sword raised high. Her gaze lit up with dangerous light. Determined, she dove down, her sword slicing through the enemy's body. Like a shining shooting star in the sky, it was now the glint of a sharp slash. Jia calmly looked up, her brows furrowed. Her expression became hard to read. Ariel stood silently, arms crossed over her chest. Her face showed indifference. Then, a voice rang out that made her brows involuntarily raise slightly. Asterisk, thank you for the help. Asterisk, Jia's gratitude made Ariel frown, her grip tightening. As she turned away without hesitation, she arrogantly said, Asterisk, I don't need thanks from a lowly creature. Asterisk. Asterisk, but you are an AI. Asterisk, with the question posed. Ariel frowned. She spoke curtly before leaving. Asterisk, Seong Jihan summoned me and told me to stay here. He probably wants me to fight for that rude one. Is she Seong Jihan's spirit? Asterisk. Jia closed her eyes for a moment and then spoke sincerely, expressing her gratitude for him not running away hastily. She felt that her blind confidence in her abilities had slightly hurt her feelings. Not knowing when Seong Jihan would return, she seemed quiet for a moment, then declined thoughtfully. As for Ariel, with a hard-to-read expression, the summoning time was about to run out, but there was no sign of him returning. I guess we shouldn't worry too much about him. Let's leave this place. In a different scene, a familiar figure quietly kneels on the dark ground. Kneeling amidst the corpses of several other monsters that he might have defeated earlier. Surrounded by a gentle blue light, Seong Jihan looks up, his face darkening to a brooding expression. His furrowed brows reveal his discomfort, accompanied by clenched teeth. Seong Jihan's eyes suddenly widened. It's unclear if he's realizing a massive, dangerous creature is silently approaching him from behind. Why do I suddenly feel dizzy? At this moment, his system panel pops up again, but it's completely tinted red. It's a warning about the abnormal effect he has received after being detected by the monster. Continuing the story, the monster still looms behind Seong Jihan as he stares blankly at the warning system. His eyes widen in confusion as it appears when Seong Jihan calmly turns around. He mutters in wonder. It appears before he can finish his sentence. A long pink tongue shoots straight towards Seong Jihan. Luckily, due to his agility, he swiftly dodges that unexpected attack. Jihan looks up at it, his brows slightly furrowed. His hand instinctively goes to rub his wound as he accidentally let its tongue touch his shoulder. Its venom causes one side of his shirt to smoke for a moment, while his inner skin has darkened from long neglect. In front of him is a gigantic toad, its eyes covered in bright yellow glowing in the dim space. On its head are two protrusions resembling horns. It is also known as the poison toad. Rewinding to earlier times, in the silent forest, scattered corpses lie on the ground, slowly burned by poison. It wraps its prey with its tongue, the poison from the tongue seeping into his body. Poison toad. A forest monster, using poison as its primary weapon. Being a high-level monster, it rarely appears in silver cups. In the lower-level dungeons of Invest, only low-danger monsters appear. Jihan raises his hand, squinting his eyes as he focuses on the warning system panel in front of him. Not suitable for a silver cup at all. In front of him is a warning panel indicating the current status. That an abnormal poison state has been detected. All stats are reduced by 50%. It even uses these annoying pop-ups too. The skin of that poison toad reveals rough patches, while comments have started to buzz. The viewers are chatting. Check this out, I just got here, what's going on? Break it. Mr. Jihan is out in the jungle. Check this out. In the silver cup, why did that monster suddenly stand up? Its cheeks seem to puff up as if preparing for another attack. Jihan's eyes immediately narrow. The tension gradually showed on his face. It has come. But as predicted earlier, the poisonous toad opened its mouth wide. Right after that, countless venomous darts were shot out, flying straight toward him at lightning speed. Jihan was agile, skillfully dodging each attack. Jihan leaned forward, his face a determined frown. When he glanced behind, where the toxins hit the pillar, it gradually turned black. Without waiting for Jihan to catch his breath, the poisonous toad shot out its pink tongue again. Its long tongue stretched towards him. Jihan clenched his fist, gradually turning black with the dark power of the sword he had just obtained, now in his hand. The dark power of the sword he had just obtained was now in his hand. Just as the toad's tongue lunged at him, Jihan quickly used his sword to slice across, blocking its attack. With the surface of the sword, he was doing well, feeling like he was in a martial arts movie. Jihan's eyes narrowed into a focused gaze mixed with determination. Its venomous darts shot out around him, pondering and analyzing. Although it could only attack to a certain distance, it was very fast, and its saliva was poisonous. It could attack to a certain distance, but it was very fast, and its saliva was poisonous. I have to be careful not to touch it. Without waiting for Jihan to act, his body suddenly froze. He glanced at his arm, where an object was wrapping around it. The distance between the poisonous toad and Jihan was quite far, but its tongue easily wrapped around him, tightening. It. It didn't even give Jihan a chance to dodge as the monster's gaze began to glow with a glaring yellow light. The tip of its tongue started to release pale green toxins trying to reach him. Jihan's face contorted, his teeth grinding together before he let out a soft cry of pain. In pain, Jihan reached out his hand to summon the sword from before, without hesitation. He swung the sword straight at the tongue of that poisonous toad, and the monster let out a cry of excruciating pain. Its tongue was split into two parts, as Jihan raised his hand, staring intently at his throbbing hand. It was still slimy with the toxins from that poisonous toad. The skin around his joint turned color as if burned. Smoke was rising from Jihan's hand. The monster stood firm on the ground, its mouth nearly puffed up. Once again, as if it wanted to take revenge on him, Jihan gritted his teeth, his eyes glancing up, staring at the poisonous toad. It opened its mouth wide again, shooting out a floating ball in its mouth. The venom began to gather, causing the ball to gradually grow larger by the moment. Suddenly, it threw its head back, mouth wide open as the ball shot out, accompanied by the toxins that had just accumulated. Jihan stood frozen, his gaze instantly locked onto the giant ball rushing towards him. The ball hit the ground, releasing the poison inside it. The poisonous beast, the toad, stared intently. Staring at the explosion he had just created, suddenly a sound echoed within that blast. The corner of its mouth instinctively curled up as it glanced over, observing carefully. That was a close one. The wisps of smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing a steadfast figure standing amidst the surrounding toxins. Jihan held his hands firmly in the air, tightly maintaining the protective shield around him. Comments in the stream appeared. Did he dodge it? Top things survivors always say, I almost died within my own protective shield. Jihan slowly raised his head, a satisfied smile unconsciously forming as he stared intently, fixated on each notification from the system appearing before his eyes. If only he could use more muscle. At that moment, he had landed himself in big trouble. You have eliminated the two-headed wolf. All your stats have increased by 30%. Refusing to back down, Jihan used his magic to conjure a dark energy. It enveloped the poisonous toad that was staring at him, unaware of the impending danger. That power changed even the atmosphere. A warning. Countless dark swords formed in the air, charging straight at it. Each sharp point pierced through its body without yielding. After a brief moment, the dark energy around faded, leaving the poisonous toad. That thing lay sprawled on the ground, unclear if it was alive or dead. Jihan watched it closely, observing every movement. Was that not enough to kill it? It really knows how to defend itself? Jihan carefully noted each movement of the poisonous toad as it slowly stood up to face him, despite just being heavily attacked. Jihan thought to himself he should quickly kill it before his thoughts drifted away. He suddenly froze, staring in shock as the body of the beast began to swell. The comments became lively once again. Here the chatter erupted. Jihan Moonlight Boy commented, "What's wrong with him?" Comment, "The poisonous toad is trying to attract a mate. It's okay." Comment, "1T is here." Comment, "What a bizarre sight in front of me." Jihan suddenly froze, his eyes wide open as he realized the scene before him. He thought uncertainly, "Wait, this is its gaze." Shining fiercely, as if deep within that light, there was something truly not easy to handle, even though he had realized. But clearly, Jihan didn't have the chance to escape. Then, right in that area, in the desolate forest, a loud noise erupted as it exploded, the comments buzzing with unanswered questions. "Director, what is that, Rara? Quickly cast the immortality spell. Free water tissue, is it dead yet?" Jihan crouched down, trying to support his body by driving the sword into the ground. Jihan's face darkened, muttering under his breath, "Damn, I didn't expect it to self-destruct." At this moment, the system appeared once again, warning that Jihan had detected an abnormal status. "Poisoned. All your stats decreased by 90%. Time left to endure. 5 minutes. I should have killed it right away." Jihan quietly stood up, his steps unsteady, releasing labored breaths. Thankfully, the poison didn't last long. "I'll wait until it's gone." Jihan calmly stared into the silent void, his expression revealing contemplation, wondering why the achievement window hadn't opened. "I should have received a reward for killing all the monsters." It was a green forest, while he was still lost in his thoughts. A gigantic foot, covered in green, suddenly stomped down forcefully on the dark ground, causing Jihan to freeze. His gaze drifted backward, where something massive seemed to cast a shadow over his body. Before Jihan stood a gigantic monster radiating power, emitting beams of light around it, with horns protruding from its head, its eyes glowing with a blinding light. "Before me, is that a female truly commenting?" Clean state, a comment. "Why are those 2 frogs in the silver cup?" "My love." The atmosphere suddenly changed, and his body involuntarily trembled for no apparent reason. "Killing another one while poisoned is truly dangerous. If I make one mistake and die, then all my gains will disappear." He crouched down, gripping the sword tightly to support his body. His mind raced with thoughts, both anxious and regretful. Even so, giving up like this feels too regrettable. Is there anywhere else I can get extra buffs? He suddenly raised his head. Is that the sound of fighting? Amid Jihan, ignoring the pain in his body. With an inexplicable determination, he opened the system panel regarding his location. "Wait, exactly where am I?" Jihan focused on the system as it began to establish his location. His eyebrows raised in surprise. Jihan's lips curled into a smirk, looking at where he was standing, then affirmatively said, "Yes." On the system map, a blue dot indicated he was alone in the forest, while red dots were scattered around. Jihan mumbled, "It's time to go back." Meanwhile, a fierce battle was raging elsewhere. The 4th girl, an archer of the Angel team, confidently shot arrows towards the enemy. The arrows accurately targeted the enemy, delivering a lethal blow that sent one foe tumbling. The archer standing next to her widened her eyes in surprise, exclaiming, "Be careful, it's about to. Are you okay?" She gradually faded into the air, leaving behind the last source of blue light. On the battlefield right now, only 3 people remain, 2 from our side and 1 from the enemy. On the Angel team, the girl with the bow managed to get a kill and is now overjoyed, putting on a victorious front, while the girl with the staff next to her appears cautious. "Incredible! All right, we've taken down a warrior. The Divergence Guild can't be that skilled, can they? Our Angel team must continue, despite our appearance." In her mind, a whole map system of everyone's positions had appeared. Her mind raced with carefully calculated plans. The 2 of them said the enemy is almost wiped out. The ones going mid are still fighting. So here, we need to gain the upper hand. The joy didn't last long, as the 2 of them widened their eyes in astonishment. A sound shattered the atmosphere. Before they could realize what was happening, Jihan suddenly jumped out from the forest. Dust kicked up behind him as a giant monster chased after him. The noise left them stunned. Jihan landed decisively right in front of them, the monster still in close pursuit. Not giving him a chance to divert its attention, the 2 girls opened their eyes wide, mouths slightly agape in shock. Jihan showed no signs of fatigue, turning to glance over his shoulder and focusing on the situation at hand. Jihan, with a determined expression, spoke up for help, while the 2 girls behind him were still shocked by the scene before them. "Everyone, support me for about 5 minutes. Seong Jihan gripped his dark sword tightly, facing the giant toad monster alone. Now, Seong Jihan looked up at the beast seriously, quietly thinking he needed to lure it into a disadvantageous position. If given the chance, he'd kill it right away. But then he frowned slightly, a sense of doubt rising within him. The monster wasn't moving at all, but why was it so still? Below in the chat, a comment replied. Woolsortismang commented, "Remember, it thinks he's a South American toad, right?" Taster Doctor commented, "Those toads have terrible eyesight." Sure enough, it was not wrong. The forest monster now displayed an expression filled with affection. The world around it was also pink. Seeing this, Seong Jihan felt helpless, his whole body slumping. A comment nearby quickly chimed in humorously. "Ariel, there's a comment about why it's blushing. You guessed it right." In a moment of silence, he suddenly swung his sword. The black blade ripped through the night, striking straight into the mouth of the giant toad. Hit by the one it was waiting for, the beast immediately became enraged, opening its wide mouth and recklessly chasing after Seong Jihan. He ran while mumbling, "I didn't think it would attack so suddenly." Back to the present, the angel team in the distance gasped when they saw Seong Jihan leading a forest monster. One person questioned, "Why is there a forest monster here?" Just then, the eyes of the giant toad lit up. The body trembled, releasing layers of dark, toxic gas that enveloped the surroundings, a deadly mist like an invisible net of doom, surrounding the entire angel faction, causing each person to writhe in pain, coughing up dark red blood. The system also immediately notified. Abnormal condition detected. Members of the demon team are now paralyzed, nearly all of them collapsing. Some are crawling, their voices somewhat exhausted, poisoned. "Damn it, I can't breathe." At that moment, a member of the angel team, a brown-haired girl, was painfully holding her mouth, her eyes rolling back. In a whisper, somewhat dissatisfied, "Is he crazy? Why would he bring that thing here?" As soon as she finished speaking, her panicked gaze fixed on the dark sword, a chilling aura surrounding it. With a hint of coldness and sharpness, it turned out this sword belonged to Seong Jihan. He calmly smiled arrogantly. His hand lifted the sword, which glimmered with dark light. His voice was cold. "Sorry, but I have to take care of you all." While the poisonous toad was still dazed, Seong Jihan continuously swung the sword, slashing back and forth. After a while of fighting, his body had stabilized. The system also immediately notified of the abnormal status. "The poison has been removed." Seong Jihan smiled slightly and remarked, "I finally feel more comfortable." He did not turn back to the two corpses behind him, his expression serious. "You should be grateful, thanks. Thanks to you guys, I have more experience now." The system also coldly announced, "Double King, your stats have increased." Suddenly, the beast that had been neglected for so long, its eyes darkened, its body swelling, preparing to unleash a fierce counterattack. Indeed, it roared, gathering all its strength, spewing out a stream of green toxic slime. Spattering like rain, the poisonous wind, F. Jihan had to leap to dodge. The agile expert twisted in midair. Evading the deadly attack, a fierce expression briefly appeared on his face. At the same time, he gathered energy, preparing to strike. He shouted, "Three martial arts, extreme Earthman." While the monster was still recovering, Jihan sprang from above like thunder. The sword in his hand became a mountain weighing 1,000 pounds. The *** Mount Tai Crush *** technique, directly descending onto the frog's body, an awe-inspiring might. The archer player from the demon team stood aside, astonished with his mouth agape. He had just taken down the frog and was confusedly opening the system panel. A flood of notifications filled the screen, his heart trembling. What on earth just happened? At that moment, a series of notifications popped up. "You have just defeated the poisonous toad. Your stats have increased significantly. The hidden quest Conquer the Green Forest has been completed. You have earned 10,000 achievement points." Seong Jihan skimmed through the rewards in the system panel. A sense of pride welled up. Good, working hard in the forest is worth it. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at a strange detail. His expression flashed with some doubt. Before him, a new quest panel appeared. Multitasking, player trails have been unlocked. Seong Jihan felt a hint of suspicion rise in his heart. A new quest. After a moment of doubt, Seong Jihan directed his gaze towards the demon team's archer nearby. With a cautious demeanor, he called out, "Hey, archer!" Seong Jihan maintained a relaxed posture, letting his sword hang as he casually asked, "I'm in the forest, so what's the situation out here right now?" The demon team's archer hesitated for a moment before replying, "Jia is mainly pushing top, while the mid lane is stable and balanced. We've already lost the bot lane, but luckily you came to the rescue." The archer glanced at the approaching minions, explaining softly, "We just need to take out those minions. After that, we can push down to help them face off against the aggressive minions." Daihan's voice rose steadily. "All right, you raise the dark sword high, your face resolute, and speak decisively. And let's finish this." Transitioning to the mid lane, the wizard player looked gaunt. With wide eyes, he cried out desperately. Now, he can only struggle to dodge one attack after another. Completely helpless, unable to do anything, the evil demon wizard. At this moment, fighting one-on-one with the opposing archer, seeing that guy hiding under the tower, he shouted in anger, Hey, stop clinging to the tower like a coward. This is mid lane, in front of the angel team's tower. The opposing wizard felt a bit annoyed. Talking big, you psycho. If you're jealous, just retreat to your own tower. Victor gritted his teeth. With a determined gaze fixed on the enemy tower, now covered in cracks, he thought to himself, I just need to take that tower down. There's no AI to take him down while he's under the tower. Suddenly, as if noticing something, he acted immediately. Call out the name of the one before you. CEO Seong Jihan. The wizard on the other tower was startled, turning his head in surprise. What did you just say? He looked on in confusion for a long moment. Not paying attention to what was behind him, Victor slowly charged forward, his eyes filled with desire, but after a moment, he still saw nothing. He murmured doubtfully again, No AI? Victor is such an idiot. Only now does he realize the opponent is still hiding in the tower. In an instant, before he could strike, he was hit by a shot from the tower, immediately falling down in a painful crash. The angel team wizard smirked disdainfully at the pitiful state of his opponent. Planning to play dirty, huh? But with a tower here, good luck. Victor, in pain, lifted his head, his heart filled with helplessness. I can't do this alone. Regaining some courage, the angel team wizard raised his staff high. A fierce look crossed his face, his voice cold. But you've lived long enough. It's time for you to die, and if you're foolish, you have to accept it. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from his tower. Victor was now in a pitiful state. Hearing the movement, he looked up, his eyes wide in shock at the sight before him. In front of his eyes was Jia rushing towards the tower quickly. The demon team's wizard exclaimed in shock, Jia! You think I'm gonna fall for it again? The one named Ja, gathered all his strength, his gaze sharp. The figure dashed forward, carrying a terrifying wave of energy as she put all her strength into a fierce swing of her sword. Just a single cold slash made the opponent's pillar crack and then collapse in an instant. The sniper from the angel team lost their shield, panic-stricken as they turned around, and without hesitation, the slash shattered the pillar. Jia rushed over to the other side, landing lightly on the ground, while a booming explosion sounded behind her. At this moment, her gaze was icy. Turning her head slightly, Jia ordered, Move forward! She shouted a command at the mage beside her. Victor struggled to comprehend the order, quickly raising his hand to conjure a fire spell that enveloped the area before the enemy sniper could react. He maintained a calm expression, the magic in his hand exploding with powerful bursts, and then the inevitable happened. The place they stood erupted violently, sending a shockwave after taking down the sniper from the angel side. Jia approached closely, gently asking her teammate, Are you okay? She held a resolute expression, standing next to Ariel. Boldly, Jia then spoke, I think if we can handle the mid lane, everything will be easier for our side. Victor clasped his hands together, his eyes looking up at Jia with admiration, overwhelmed with emotion because Jia had saved him. Suddenly, Seong Jihan and the sniper from the demon side rushed in. He was slightly surprised and remarked, Did you get here first? Jia was slightly taken aback, turning to call out to Seong Jihan. Victor felt dissatisfied when Seong Jihan interrupted, pouting silently in judgment. How dare he interrupt while I'm alone with her? Seong Jihan didn't care. Surrounding them, he softly apologized. Sorry for taking so long. I owe you one this time. Jia's expression remained calm as she replied, The spirit you summoned helped me a lot. Ariel immediately shouted angrily beside her. I'm not just any ordinary spirit. The demon side felt a bit dissatisfied, seeing the angel side simply standing in the healing altar. People were murmuring, and it seemed like the angel team was giving up. They hadn't even moved. We just need to eliminate the last candle, Seong Jihan softly remarked, his tone full of meaning. I understand now. Not in a rush, he dropped a line that left Jia slightly puzzled, then you handle it. Jia, with a hint of skepticism, called out to Seong Jihan, What's ahead? What are you planning to do? As she watched him step straight into the enemy, she exclaimed, That's where they heal! Suddenly, the sniper from the angel team resurrected, his face dark, gritting his teeth and shouting, Damn it! These bastards are too strong. Another player from the angel team, having sat for a while, sighed at the sight. Is that you? Our team is too weak. She looked at Seong Jihan, taking a step closer, thinking, We're going to lose anyway. What? Why is he coming this way? The guy next to him, feeling helpless, shouted, Hey, there's nothing left here! Without responding, Seong Jihan was now surrounded by dark energy, exuding a menacing aura. He raised his sword and stepped closer to the group from the angel side. Seeing this, both bewildered and disdainful, he decided to attack. How ridiculous, just like those noobs. One of the angels confidently said, The barrier will protect us no matter what. Just as he finished speaking, Seong Jihan moved neither fast nor slow. Swinging his sword, he struck the barrier of the angels, and the tremendous force caused the solid barrier to crack step by step. The angels were stunned, and one player in their ranks exclaimed, That crazy guy, you can't attack here. Seong Jihan smiled condescendingly at the barrier that was gradually breaking. Oh, really? He replied calmly, with a nonchalant expression. I don't really understand the rules, then left a cryptic remark. I'm just a newbie. Suddenly, Seong Jihan recalled the mission when the system board appeared before him, the relic mission of the demon realm. The relic mission of the demon realm. First, destroy the sword of the Archangel at the Angel's base. Second, destroy the Scythe of Death at the Demon's base to collect 10 fragments of both holy artifacts. The reward is 20,000 achievement points. Warning, the fragments can only be collected when they are at the enemy's base. Current status of the Archangel's sword fragment and 1 fragment of the Scythe of Death. He then remembered the golem with an arm rising from the ground, its huge mouth looking extremely grotesque. When I saw the title of the mission chain and the rewards, even more than the jungle achievement, I knew it had to be. It must be related to the previous dead body golem mission. Of course, the difficulty is the biggest issue. Jihan pondered, sketching the 2 swords, the Angel's Sword and the Scythe of Death. Both items are symbols of their respective factions. They are located where players respawn, protected by a shield that players cannot destroy. The thoughts continued, but they only said that. Then, he felt a bit of fear, and a swing of his hand struck the barrier of the Angels. Once again, 2 players from the Angels stood within the barrier that was slowly cracking. Eyes wide open, their mouths uttered in disbelief. No way. The group was stunned. The central pillar and the binding stone clashed in panic. The voices of each person echoed continuously. At this rate, it's going to be destroyed. What should we do? How can the shield be broken? They were still in a state of panic. Suddenly, a binding light shone, causing the Angel's archer to turn around in suspicion, their expression revealing confusion and doubt. At that moment, before Jihan, a gigantic silhouette suddenly appeared, causing him to halt and observe attentively. The majestic figure, hands clasped, looked down at the crowd below, radiating a dazzling aura. Surrounding them was the embodiment of the Archangel. Her eyes gently opened. In her pale white heart, a strange light emerged, and her eyes seemed to widen as if stimulated. The pupils gradually narrowed. The system coincidentally displayed a notification: the Archangel is angry. In response to your actions at her sanctuary, the aura around the Archangel spread wider and wider, leaving everyone below in shock. The evil wizard standing behind Jia at this moment was terrified, gripping his staff tightly and letting out a gasp. What is that? Jia remained relatively calm, though a bit startled. He still turned his head to signal. The mission for everyone in the team is to destroy their base first. Deep down, she quietly questioned Jihan's actions. What exactly are you doing? The taxi driver did not hesitate. The Archangel seemed to have gathered all the strength in his body, raising one hand high. A tremendous force surged forth, immediately enveloping the shield. In front of the Angel Archer, a glow suddenly lit up slowly, resurrecting and causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. The system announced that the Archangel had enhanced the shield of the sanctuary. The Angel Archer, seeing this, had a smug expression. Pointing at Jihan, with a tone that was both provocative and confident, he said, "It's restored, and the shield seems strong." Next to him, another player hurriedly chimed in, sounding anxious. "Don't make yourself a laughingstock. Get out of the way." The crowd around them was buzzing with chatter, commenting loudly. It turned out the shield could be destroyed, and CEO Jihan was the one who could do it. He tightened his grip. He broke it. What a shame. He felt humiliated, his face dark. Ariel, standing to the side, was also cautious, glancing at him. Without hesitation, she spoke up, her tone slightly mocking. Under Jihan's increasingly cold gaze, "Is that all you can do? That's actually quite impressive. For a low-level player like you, don't think too much in front of Ariel's bewildered expression." Jihan's voice rose, both gentle and firm. "You're right, it's quite sturdy." He felt energized. His expression immediately brightened, one hand gripping the sword, his face determined as he said, "I should give it my all." Somewhere, there are 3 martial arts schools named after the gods of the nameless divine arts. The images of the gods are truly majestic. Each radiates its own power. One wields destructive force, another the power of thunder, and the third the power of darkness, the dark god. Among these 3 gods, the power of the dark god envelops the entire world. Suddenly, Dui Han coldly declared, "Black spiral." With that, a fierce surge of power erupted. Around the sword, the energy gathered to an astonishing level, creating a violent shockwave that shattered countless rocks and earth around. At this moment, he had a resolute gaze. All the power had been enhanced to its limit, preparing to charge straight ahead, as fast as lightning. In just a few seconds, from a distance of hundreds of meters, Jihan rushed towards the barrier, his sword striking directly at the newly formed wall, creating shockwaves that spread throughout the area. The Angel Archer was hurled away by the tremendous force, to the point where he could only cling to a pillar. Helpless, he shouted to his teammates. "He's too fast! Hold on tight, grab onto anything!" Ariel watched as waves of power surged forth. Witnessing the tremendous power before her, she couldn't help but doubt. She paused. No way, this power. The flow of power now intertwines between darkness and light, one side defending, the other side attacks. You with determination, pouring all your strength into the barrier, gritting your teeth to motivate yourself. Just a little more, just a bit. Suddenly, everything in front of Jihan seemed to slow down. He found it hard to believe. Immediately, the system notification appeared quickly. The losses of the sanctuary have enraged the Archangel. The barrier just reconstructed shattered. Perhaps the Archangel is truly angry. She extends her hand. A swirling power prepares to attack Jihan, who is rampaging through the barrier. The Archangel will personally don't punish the arrogant challenger with a gaze sharp enough to pierce him. The Archangel slowly charges forward. A cold aura surrounds his body like a storm. Seeing this, Jihan remains calm, his determination to risk everything clear in his eyes. With a resolute expression, he continues to focus on breaking the barrier, even though he has run out of energy. Finally, Jihan successfully shatters the barrier into pieces, scattering everywhere. The enemy's main stronghold, after losing its barrier, becomes weak. The explosions around the altar gradually die down. As the smoke clears, his figure appears somewhat battered but still proud. Strangely, the system suddenly announces that the player, Jihan, has achieved a pentakill. Jihan wearily wipes the dust off his face, feeling a hint of joy. He was scared to death. The system immediately displays the game content has ended with the victory of the demon faction. The demon faction is now in chaos, some shocked, others excited. Comments are filled with astonishment, all about the unbelievable content. They won, in front of the shattered altar of the angels. A wave of praise comments appears. That pentakill was insane. Did he really destroy it? Seriously, he made history in the jungle, and today he breaks records every time he plays. So I'm not surprised anymore. CEO Jihan, I love you. CEO Jihan, I love you. Scene transition. Ito Shizuru attentively reads each comment that appears. The #1 in the USA wants to offer him $500 million, right? Good thing he didn't take the white paper. Don't say that! Her gaze hints at something, thinking, CEO Jihan. Ito Shizuru slowly looks back at the scene of the destroyed altar. Calculating step by step in her mind, he really managed to destroy the defenses of the enemy base. It's hard to believe that a silver-ranked player like him could jungle. He always has unpredictable moves. Then she thinks of Jihan's figure again, along with the one called Junsei Jin. This time, he may even surpass Junsei Jin. Ito Shizuru then helplessly leans back in her chair, thinking, but I have to do my best to recruit him as a regular employee, making it even harder to approach him. Her expression is contemplative, wondering if there's a way to approach him naturally. Just then, an employee appears and greets. Good morning, guild leader Ha Yan. She politely responds, hello, let's work productively. She then confidently took a step forward. However, over here, Ito Shizuru. Witnessing everything, he cast a gloomy glance at Ha Yan, plotting something wicked. I have an idea. On the other side, in a skyscraper, with the spacious scenery around, in a room, the system suddenly displayed a notification. In the hidden mission, you have achieved a pentakill. You have earned hidden mission achievement points. You have completed the mission to destroy the sanctuary. You have earned achievement points. You ranked first in the invasion game. The reward income GP increases by 50%. Jihan sighed and pondered. There are more rewards than I thought. Staring intently at the system panel, he thought to himself that the mission items are automatically distributed with a reward of 20,000 achievement points. Note: you can only obtain the holy artifact fragments after they are in the hands of the opponent. The fragment of the Archangel's sword, a piece of the dry Grim Reaper's scythe. I just need to get the artifact from the opposing side. Suddenly, a voice appeared out of nowhere, surprising Jihan. When he saw that the speaker was Ariel, he turned to praise her. You have talent. You did well today. This time I owe you. Ariel paused for a moment and then quietly asked, are you an AI? Jihan looked a bit confused. Ariel calmly explained the power she used to break the shield. Jihan rubbed the back of his neck. With a somewhat evasive tone, he thought to himself, I can't tell her. It's a martial art I learned before the regression, he said. Then, seeing Ariel's face darkening, he seemed to reconsider. Jihan then said, it's hard to explain, it relates to my talent. Jihan, seeing that Ariel did not respond, asked suspiciously, but why are you asking? Before he finished speaking, a surge suddenly appeared before him. Countless swords infused with dark magic were controlled by Ariel, surrounding Jihan. He looked at the scene before him, a bit shocked. What are you suddenly doing? Ariel had a serious expression. Raising her hand to control the power, her voice urged, command, quickly tell me. How do you have that power, you lowly human? Jihan, seeing that he was about to lose his life, he frowned and spoke up to stop her. I don't know why you suddenly did this, but he was still wary of Ariel's dangerous expression. He then voiced his suspicion. You crave this power so much that you're willing to go this far just to threaten me? After a moment of silence, Ariel clarified. That power belongs to my own body. She spoke each word forcefully. In Jihan's changing gaze, the skill you just activated is the power of the Dark Queen. Jihan was taken aback, his inner thoughts in disbelief. The power of the Dark Queen? Seeing his suspicion, Ariel calmly illustrated her image alone. Controlling dark magic, that magic is extracted from dark energy. Purest, that wavelength is very similar to my power, she continued to explain with indifference. As far as I know, there is only one way to mimic the power of a constellation. Having said that, Ariel quickly returned to the topic, asking forcefully, "Tell me, how did you acquire that power?" Jihan did not rush to respond, his expression cautious as he looked at her, then contemplated the dark vortex. Spirit is the name of the unnamed divine skill I learned in my past life. He imagined the similarities with Ariel. Along with God of War travel, he silently wondered, the technique of God of War travel and the Dark Queen, they seem exactly the same. What is the relationship between those two constellations? Then Jihan, after a moment of contemplation, felt helpless. Bowing his head, he replied softly, "I want to explain, but I don't know what to say right now." Ariel frowned, her tone slightly reproachful. "You should have seen Jihan, the one who interrupted my talent has vanished." He, with a calm expression, raised his hand to explain, "I don't know why, but the constellation I made a pact with took it away. I must be the only player who is incredibly frustrated." Sensing Ariel's skeptical expression, Jihan then spoke up. "If you don't believe me, do you want to see my status window?" Ariel didn't answer his question, but was just curious. "What is that talent called?" He calculated in his mind, knowing he could only reveal that much. Quickly, Jihan answered, "Traveler's Eye." Ariel was astonished, her expression darkening. With a serious expression, Ariel furrowed her brows tightly, speaking with a hint of disbelief, still very suspicious. Suddenly, Ariel calmed down, gathering all the magic around her, her voice steady. "But fine, I will spare you for now." Jihan sat on the bed, feeling anxious. When everything seemed to settle down, he breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "I thought she was going to blow up her own house." Suddenly, he shifted his gaze to the phone lighting up on the table. It was a call. At that moment, Jihan picked up the phone. "Hello, hi there." The voice on the other end echoed back, "Is this the taxi driver?" He was filled with doubt. On this end, Lee Ha-yeon pressed the phone close to her ear. With a hint of worry, she asked, "I just saw the news. What happened?" She looked at the computer screen showing Jihan's image and voiced her dissatisfaction. "All the sites are posting about you. Wait a minute. If you had told me earlier, I would have filmed it and posted it right away." Jihan responded ambiguously. "Is that so?" Ha-yeon on the other end sounded a bit excited, her voice eager as she revealed, "Thanks to you, our guild's channel has more content to work with. I'm worried." "Thanks to you? Our guild's channel has more content to work with. I'm worried. Recently, we've posted too much content about capturing the EarthNet." Jihan humbly replied, "It's fine. After all, it's your guild's channel." Ha-yeon replied in surprise, "Oh my, what do you mean? More diverse content is better. Why do you even have a coffee shop just for fans?" Hearing that, Jihan was taken aback. "A coffee shop for fans?" Ha-yeon, unfazed, continued calmly, "And there's this too." Ha-yeon initiated, "I want to ask you for a favor." As soon as she finished speaking, the scene shifted to a dark, silent workshop. Inside, a girl was tied to a chair. Suddenly, a footstep approached, a middle-aged bald man wearing sunglasses. Smiling as he stepped forward, he said, "Finally caught you. Haven't you noticed her not answering?" He teased with a grin. "You sure know how to hide." The bald man looked at Ha-yeon from top to bottom, mocking her. "Isn't this the leader of the faction?" A subordinate next to him spoke up, "Yes, the major guilds are currently cooperating with the faction. They all pay her a lot of money." The bald man, hands still in his pockets, spoke arrogantly. "Good, good. If we use her well, we'll be rich in no time." Ha-yeon, angered, shouted, "Do you think you can get away with this?" Although she was in a weak position, her voice still resonated. "If you think I will cooperate, you are sorely mistaken. I didn't become a guild leader to serve you." The bald man remained unfazed, simply laughed and provoked. "If you still have the strength to yell, then keep going." Ha-yeon, seeing how thick-skinned he was, angrily cursed, "Shameless bastard, so annoying. Looking at the trash, you act so superior. Why are you wearing sunglasses at night, you garbage? Bald like a filthy scoundrel." The subordinate next to him saw his boss's expression unchanged and his face changed, truly unable to believe it. A beautiful girl like that can make a bald guy cry just from a few words, to the point where one of his juniors had to come over and comfort him. Comforting him, another junior shouted, "Can you shut up? He's not bald. He just shaves his head," he said in a threatening tone amidst the dilapidated workshop. "If you were hoping for AI to save you, sorry." The smug junior bragged, "This abandoned building doesn't even show up on the map. Even GPS is useless, so if you don't want to die." Before finishing his sentence, suddenly, Jihan appeared behind him. He spoke up just as the junior froze. "Found you." The group, hearing the commotion, turned in shock to look at Jihan. Ha-yeon was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "Mr. Seong." Jihan didn't respond but calmly loosened his tie, preparing to fight. They saw him getting ready to strike. Meanwhile, the bald guy and his juniors frantically drew their guns. One junior asked, "How did Jihan do that?" The bald guy, realizing the urgency, yelled, "Damn it, shoot!" The three, relying on their guns, were caught off guard. They started shooting wildly at him. Suddenly, a bullet flew dangerously close to Jihan's eye. but before he could react, his eyes turned red. The bullet stopped mid-air. At that moment, all the bullets fired at Seong Jihan were blocked by his power. With one hand, he held them all in place. The guns seemed useless against Seong Jihan, causing the group to drop their weapons in fear. One of them cursed, "Monster!" And then the bald guy, feeling desperate, pulled out a trump card. The trump card was a huge cannon full of bravado. He shouted, while the two groups of juniors looked on in admiration. "Everything or nothing." The bald guy pulled the trigger at the same time as the cannon fired, alongside his voice. "I'll blow you and this building away." Jihan, on high alert, watched the cannonball fly toward him. But then, in an instant, he waved his hand, and the magic redirected the cannonball back. The bald guy's crew looked up in confusion. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion where the three were standing. The flames looked intense. On this side, Seong Jihan finished the matter and went to untie Ha-yeon. He didn't forget to ask her, "Are you okay, Miss Lee?" Ha-yeon, looking bewildered, asked curiously, "How did you find me? They said GPS wouldn't work here." Seong Jihan honestly fumbled around in his jacket pocket for a while, then immediately pulled out a brand new flip phone. Seong Jihan, with an excited expression and a hint of pride, introduced the Space 23 with its super-accurate GPS capabilities. "That's how I found this hazard back here," leaving everyone amazed and covering their mouths in admiration. "Isn't that the new Space 23 model with a foldable screen and shockproof casing?" She didn't stop and continued, speaking as if she'd researched it for a long time. "It's more durable and smoother than other foldable phones on the market." Book Space 23 today. Seong Jihan shows a commercial expression with a full hand gesture. Advertising, that's how an ad is born. Your image is frozen on the screen, transitioning after the ad video ends. Ha-yeon couldn't contain her excitement and stood up clapping in praise, while Yoon Se-ah lay laughing, and Seong Jihan's expression was dark as he cheered for him. "Delivery guy, you're truly a genius at acting!" Yoon Se-ah suddenly jumped up, unable to control her trembling thumbs up. Enthusiastically, "Uncle, you really act excellently. You should switch to being an actor." He was so helpless that he seriously wiped away his tears before saying, "Let's go, Yoon Se-ah." Then, Seong Jihan sat upright in his chair, coldly opening his mouth. "I've done as you requested. But isn't this ad a bit lackluster?" Ha-yeon immediately turned to point and retort, "No, not at all." Meanwhile, Yoon Se-ah didn't care and continued rewinding with the remote. "We need to watch it again." Without waiting, Ha-yeon suddenly pulled out a sparkling flip phone from somewhere. With a commercial-like expression, she introduced, "Do you know how amazing this phone is? They used the Akashic Roll to create it. And of course, the Akashic Roll is an SS-grade item that can be obtained through platinum cups. It's so amazing that the system screen has to shine. The SS-grade Akashic Roll, an item that contains all multi-dimensional information from the early period of Bato. So no one knows how to use it, and due to that strange description, its price skyrocketed. After a company found a way to use it to reinforce their electronics, Ariel, listening from the side, voiced her dissatisfaction. They used the Akashic Roll on that junk. Ha-yeon, hearing this from afar, got angry. Junk. Seong Jihan also turned around to call Ariel in doubt. Ariel was indifferent, hovering in midair while looking down with contempt. Just as expected from those lowly humans, what a waste of that precious item. Hearing Ariel, he felt curious. "Is there any other way to use it?" Ariel replied calmly, "Of course." Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Ha-yeon paid no more attention to Ariel and turned towards the sound. She announced, "The film crew has arrived." Yoon Se-ah stood up and said, "I'll go open the door." Seong Jihan also stood up, sounding bored. "What are we shooting today?" Ha-yeon eagerly replied, "A practice scene. I want to film a scene of you practicing archery." She continued, "Oh, right. I forgot to mention." Ha-yeon smiled. "The editing team from the guild's branch is also here to help us shoot." As soon as she finished speaking, 3 others walked in. At the forefront was Ito Shizuru. Without waiting, she greeted Seong Jihan. He paused, sensing the strange atmosphere. Ito Shizuru's eyes were now enchanting, surrounded by a mesmerizing aura. She spoke softly, "I am Ju Eunji from the guild's editing team. I hope to collaborate with you." While Seong Jihan was still daydreaming about the figure of Ito Shizuru, Ha-yeon suddenly called out, "Seong Jihan." He jolted at the sound, responding, "Ah, yes." He finally regained his composure. Seong Jihan asked, "Ha-yeon, do we need a post-production team for filming?" She awkwardly replied, "Actually." Suddenly Ito Shizuru interrupted. At that moment, she was in a submissive posture, and a bit shy. "I volunteered, you see. I'm a fan of yours, and I really wanted to meet you in person. So I asked Guildmaster Lee Ha-zeon." After her very sincere introduction, Ito Shizuru cheerfully extended her hand to Seong Jihan. "Can I shake your hand?" The situation was a bit awkward, making him initially unable to respond. But very quickly, he happily responded, "Of course." Suddenly, Ito Shizuru felt a fresh energy radiating around her. This made her laugh, but only for a moment. It was as if an electric current ran between Ito Shizuru and Seong Jihan, causing her to shiver. And the system notification appeared with the message, "You are not allowed to approach this target." Ito Shizuru was stunned. She froze, taking a few seconds with a bewildered look, not understanding why this was happening at that moment. To break the awkward atmosphere between them, Ha-yeon spoke up, causing both of them to jump and quickly retract their hands. "Shall we head to the practice room?" she quickly asked Jihan. "Please lead the way." He didn't hesitate to agree. "Sure, this way." Jihan and Ha-yeon walked ahead. Ito Shizuru was left behind with a fleeting thought in her mind. What was that just now? I've never seen a notification like that. When using this ability, it should work on Jun Seijin too. Ito Shizuru felt a ripple in her heart, constantly pondering what had just happened with Jihan. What exactly is he? The scene shifted to Yoon Se-ah, her face looking really worn out amidst the screams. Jihan immediately encouraged her from the side. "That's right, keep it up, just a little more, a bit more." Yoon Se-ah was struggling. "Wait, I can't take it anymore." Ha-yeon was astonished by Yoon Se-ah's abilities, and she began broadcasting on television. Did everyone see her muscles? People started buzzing about her stats back in the studio. How does she train? A normal high school student is actually anything but normal. Her abilities were already extraordinary. At that moment, Ha-yeon turned to Jihan and asked, "What kind of exercise is Yoon Se-ah doing?" He shared with the audience that the CEO was trying to boost her endurance. She was drenched in sweat. And finally, all of the CEO's efforts paid off. Now, she had achieved the toned, muscular physique she always wanted. This is the rare stat that can be achieved when reaching a 10 on the HP max before hitting level 10. It will double that HP efficiency. The television audience had to marvel at her robust figure. Incredible, it's hard to achieve something like this. The filming continued, and Ha-yeon kept asking about this stat for all viewers watching. This helps understand better. The effect is simple but amazing. However, I've never heard of an endurance stat before. Then, Jihan recounted in detail about Yoon Se-ah's journey during the 100 days of awakening. There was a condition that needed to be met, so very few people achieved this stat no matter how tough it island. But he still had a strong hope for her. "I'm sure Yoon Se-ah can do it. She's got the muscles of our guild." Moreover, he felt a bit smug about my passionate guidance too. Jihan's absurdity made the CEO uncomfortable. "Come on, just kill me." The discussion heated up again after hearing him. "He makes her train and then treats her? I feel deja vu, but it feels like PT training in a room. More like gym training than baton training." "Right. I thought they had to fight in an arena or something?" Yoon Se-ah snapped. "This is torture," Jihan retorted. "You won't die, Yoon Se-ah." At that moment, Ha-yeon hesitated while looking at the list of questions in front of her. She hesitated while looking at the list of questions in front of her, stammering to Jihan. "Can you show us your daily training schedule?" You quickly agreed to this suggestion. "Then I'll show you my private training room." Awesome, the audience gets a fan. "You're so curious, are you sure it's safe to earn electricity?" Suddenly, Ha-yeon seemed puzzled. She looked around the empty room with wide eyes, very surprised. "There's nothing here." Jihan then spoke up loudly. "Yes, I don't need any equipment." Suddenly Ariel appeared, her sharp gaze fixed on him. She asked, "Why do you want me to do that? Are you thinking of having her attack me with all her strength?" Ariel didn't care about the reason, but complied. She moved closer to Jihan, the arrogant mortal. She rushed to where he stood, shouting loudly, "This time, you should be prepared." Jihan got into a stance to dodge Ariel's attack. He stood on his toes as if about to jump. Sure enough, wherever she struck, he carefully dodged to avoid her blows. Jihan and Ariel were getting closer to each other. The distance between the two of them was no longer far. Just then, she smirked, as if plotting something in her mind. The scene at that moment looked really ambiguous. Jihan jumped high, spreading his arms to catch Ariel. Suddenly, her face turned pale, her eyes deep in thought. Jihan had a cold expression. He emanated an aura, blending with Ariel's magical power. He placed a heart sticker on his thumb, leaving her stunned. Confused by his action, it turned out that Jihan wanted to stick that on Ariel's forehead, but hadn't done so yet. Her acceptance made her furious. Ariel shouted at him, "You arrogant jerk." Jihan chuckled, almost slipping up. Ha-yeon, after witnessing his performance with Ariel, felt a bit disappointed. "So, is that it?" he replied nonchalantly. "Yeah, that's all." The TV audience was equally curious. Everyone wondered, did something just happen? I didn't see anything. Ha-yeon wasn't fully satisfied with the recent performance. She suggested to Jihan, "Are you practicing anything else?" "That was too quick, we couldn't catch it." Ariel, frustrated, mocked the group. Truly a lowly breed, with such poor vision. Terrible, huh? At the same time, Ito Shizuru had been watching from start to finish. She was astonished, unable to believe it. She remembered what had just occurred between Jihan and Ariel. That attack was aimed straight at the blind spot, but he had used force on the last string to block it. Is that even possible? Suddenly, Ito Shizuru recalled something important she had in her handbag. Remembering the important item she had brought in her handbag, she had brought the Akashic roll just in case. She sighed in relief, glad she had brought it. That Akashic roll would likely be very useful for Ito Shizuru, so she held her bag tightly. Gathering all her courage, she stepped into the room where he was sitting. Ito Shizuru called out to him, "Jihan." She shyly approached him, softly offering to help. Seong Jihan, I think we need to adjust the mic a bit. Can I help you? Hearing that, Seong Jihan immediately stood up, leaning in for Ito Shizuru to handle it. Sure, he said calmly. Just wait a moment. While fixing the mic for Seong Jihan, that energy reappeared once more. Ito Shizuru seemed to be hypnotized. Her expression was completely astonished as the system notification was re-established regarding Ito Shizuru's ability. Beauty that could topple nations, her skill helped charm others and control their minds. This was a supportive ability, similar to Lee Hae-yeon's nurturing skill at that time in Ito Shizuru's handbag. Suddenly, it began to shine strangely, while this Akashic roll made the space shrink instantly. Only the two of them remained, and the aura began to spread throughout the room, an item enhancing the effect of the supportive ability. The atmosphere became truly romantic, and Ito Shizuru unexpectedly raised her sparkling eyes to look at Seong Jihan's beaming face. Thoughts began to surface in her mind. I used the Akashic roll and still lost? Why? Her expression showed a bit of worry. Even Junsei Jin isn't this tough. What's going on? Suddenly, Seong Jihan's voice broke the silence. It startled Ito Shizuru. After that, she managed to gather her thoughts and smiled at him. Seong Jihan looked at her affectionately and gently asked, "What's your name?" Their conversation hadn't lasted long when Yunsei and Chen peeked through the door, observing the two of them. She witnessed the intimate scene between Seong Jihan and Ito Shizuru and felt a bit shocked. Seeing them laugh and chat happily made Yunsei feel extremely frustrated. Is that uncle trying to get a girl's number? Moreover, Yunsei noticed the affectionate look Seong Jihan gave to Ito Shizuru, making her think, what's with that face? It's the first time I've seen him like this. The affectionate look made her think, what's with that face? It's the first time I've seen him like this. He didn't even pay attention to someone like me, huh? As she pondered, she thought, Xion also saw everything. It's incredible. I thought he didn't like dating, but Xion was just as shocked. She frowned. Oh my god, so he knows how to ask for a girl's number? He said he didn't even know his own number. Returning to the conversation between Seong Jihan and Ito Shizuru, she quickly gave him her number. Here's my number. His cheek suddenly flushed. Thank you. You must be really flustered, but please let me know anytime. She excitedly giggled. Oh my god, I'm a fan of yours, so I'm very willing. Ito Shizuru thought to herself, CEO Seong Jihan, he really isn't a petty person. At that moment, she started to assess him. She pretended to smile on the outside, but inside she had many tricks up her sleeve, noticing how he didn't kneel before her. So surely he wasn't hypnotized. It was frustrating that obedience didn't work on Junsei Jin. And he was the same. Ito Shizuru silently began to plan to charm Seong Jihan by any means. I need to gain his trust. The sky was gradually darkening. Before her appeared the scene of a tall building. With the lights still filtering through the windows, a man with a polished demeanor appeared. He wore a black suit. With his charismatic presence, it turned out to be Seong Jihan, Yunsei. Seeing him dressed neatly for the first time, she wondered, Uncle, what's going on? She was so curious that she greeted him in a rush. It doesn't seem like you're going out to work, but this is the first time I've seen you in a suit. Are you going to meet AI, the editor's sister from yesterday? Seong Jihan suddenly stopped, as if he had heard all her questions. He then announced, See ya, today, Seong Jihan, speaking in a hesitant manner. He didn't want to reveal this to Yunsei. It's nothing, just eat. Don't wait for me to say anything. Then he abruptly turned and walked away, leaving her behind. She stood there, feeling lost, her eyes filled with a hint of doubt about the situation. These unusual actions of Seong Jihan. What the hell? Yunsei murmured sadly to herself. It's like he's acting as if he won't come back. Below, the road was still bustling with traffic, the lights shining down creating a dazzling, mystical scene. At that moment, Ito Shizuru was focused. Looking at the messages between her and Seong Jihan, oh my, she was gazing at her phone, lost in happiness. Despite Takeda standing beside her, observing, he finally spoke up. Oh my, he said cheerfully. Do we really have to reveal our identities this early? Ito Shizuru explained to Takeda that if a player of CEO Seong Jihan's level, we don't know when the spell will wear off. Don't you think even Junsei Jin might get lost if we don't check on him regularly? He stammered, that's true. Takeda appeared somewhat hesitant, voicing his opinion. You even used the Akashic roll, so it definitely won't be easy. Ito Shizuru bluntly replied, forget it. She advised him that. Don't worry unnecessarily and just stick to the plan, she added. Even if things get complicated, our shadows will appear. After discussing everything, Takeda reluctantly agreed to follow Ito Shizuru's lead. Just then, Seong Jihan arrived at the meeting. He politely asked, Hello, Miss Uzi, sorry for being late. He stood still. With a somewhat confused expression, she had been waiting for a long time. Seong Jihan found it strange seeing Takeda there and asked him. Seong Jihan began to suspect. What brings you here? He awkwardly replied. Your driver. It's to keep our identities hidden. Ito Shizuru quickly interrupted. Don't worry about Takeda, Mr. Seong Jihan. She leaned on the table. With a tender gaze, she said, he's here to help me. As things became increasingly confusing, Seong Jihan was stunned. Help? You mean Miss Unji? Ito Shizuru stood up, firmly stating to him with an extremely sly expression, "That's right, bringing you to Japan is my job." She ordered Takeda. Takeda, he must follow the orders quickly. Yes. Immediately he pulled out the Akashic roll from his jacket pocket. Your driver. Takeda tightly held onto this item and recited the incantation. Change emotions with me. This overwhelming magical power was about to envelop Seong Jihan's body. He still stood there, clueless about what was about to happen. At this moment, Ito Shizuru revealed her sinister expression. She had been planning this for a long time. Takeda's talent was extremely useless in actual combat, but when he acted along with her, would create a super strong resonance. She made very reasonable and convincing deductions, a talent that allows him to share his emotions with the target for exchange. If we combine the exchange with the Akashic roll, he won't be able to refuse me anymore. Johan remained motionless, waiting in anticipation. Takeda's trick has been cut short. Johan suddenly rolled up the Akashic and snatched it from Takeda's hands. This left him stunned, mouth agape. Why did the Akashic roll up all of a sudden? Only then did Johan counterattack. Johan flicked his fingers lightly, making Takeda look utterly ridiculous. He was bewildered, still pretending not to understand anything. Seong Jihan could no longer watch this farce. He mocked. I'm just wondering, why are so many players hired by this ordinary man? Indeed, all along he had seen through Ito Shizuru's schemes and was just waiting for the right moment to bring it all to light. You're hiding some interesting things, aren't you? Ito Shizuru was astonished as she realized the whole plan. She was shocked, unable to believe that the hypnosis was ineffective. Ito Shizuru decided to stop hiding. She began to reveal her true colors. Had he been pretending from the start? Not only that, but he also knew her identity. This isn't good. Seong Jihan immediately retorted, "Who knows, I need to answer your question." With that, he stepped closer to her. "The important thing is that your abilities have no effect on me," he threatened Ito Shizuru, his gaze sharp. "I don't want to cause chaos in the restaurant, so it's best if you stay quiet. In my view, Seong Jihan has cornered you." Ito Shizuru had to unleash a new strategy. She changed her tone dramatically. "This is my mistake. I should have pretended after gathering information about you." She pressed him. "But Mr. Seong Jihan, do you know?" Suddenly, a shadow of some stranger flickered behind Seong Jihan, indicating that I still had one more move. There was a loud noise in that room, and the electric lights brightened the entire space. Both of them jumped out of the glass door. Kato Akari wielded a sword, rushing towards Seong Jihan. He seemed to have anticipated this would happen, so he had a sword ready for defense against her attack. The atmosphere became extremely tense. It was like a sword fight between warriors. Seong Jihan was immediately pinned to the ground by Kato Akari. An explosion erupted right before their eyes. That disaster shook the heavens and the earth. Now Seong Jihan was left with only a thin shirt. He emerged from the thick dust. Seong Jihan's body was scratched, with wounds on the outside. He struggled to open his eyes and see everything around him. Seong Jihan was unconsciously unaware of where he was. He wondered, "What is this?" Kato Akari, with her cloak covering her face. She stood boldly in front of him. She was already prepared with a weapon to attack Seong Jihan. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A killer? On the rooftop of that building, Takeda and Ito Shizuru were closely watching the battle. Ito Shizuru felt smug as she thought to herself, "Take her away! This is truly the right decision." She seemed to have thought this move through very carefully. Kato Akari's specialty is raiding and assassination. When a situation needs to be resolved discreetly, she is the best choice. Back to the fierce match between Seong Jihan and Kato Akari, his expression shows a bit of worry. This is getting tougher. He starts analyzing every movement of hers from just now, the way she moves. At the very least, she's gold rank. No, she must be diamond rank. Seong Jihan feels like he's falling into a passive position. He seems a bit complacent about the opponent's plan. I didn't expect them to prepare this thoroughly. Truly a formidable enemy, Ito Shizuru. Thanks to Seong Jihan's timely calculation, he quickly came up with a clever strategy. But remember, I have prepared too. Just as he finished speaking, Takeda received some bad news. He urgently reported to Ito Shizuru. "Oh my god." He raised the screen showing the scene with the gato. Kato Akari appeared, showing a face of panic, from CEO San's perspective. Being broadcasted on Bato Tube, Ito Shizuru was also surprised. She frowned, showing her astonishment. Memories from the past flooded his mind. That day was Seong Jihan and Ito Shizuru's first meeting. Today, the editing team from the guild is on the scene. Will help us. It turns out, back then, Ariel sensed something was off. So she quickly informed Seong Jihan that something was wrong. He pressed her. "What is it?" she replied. "That woman." Ariel had seen the enchanting item in Ito Shizuru's bag. She's hiding the Akashic scroll in her bag. Seong Jihan was astonished. The Akashic scroll? It seems Ariel really understands it well. She briefly introduced the information about this item to him. The true purpose of the Akashic scroll is to amplify the effects of supportive talents, not to generate electricity. I don't know what she wants to do with it, but the fact that she possesses a rare item is indeed suspicious. Ariel carefully reminded Seong Jihan about the girl standing in front of him. Be careful, during the time we went back. In that room, a voice said, let's take a break before continuing. At that moment, Seong Jihan was sitting alone in a corner. He was still troubled by Ariel's earlier words. Isn't it very unusual for a regular employee to own such a valuable item? Why did she bring it along? Just then, Ito Shizuru appeared right in front of her, smiling and greeting Seong Jihan. She approached Seong Jihan. I think we need to adjust the mic, okay? He agreed. Sure. At that moment, Seong Jihan also noticed a strange divine artifact radiating around here. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe this. The system then displayed a series of notifications that Ito Shizuru was trying to enchant him, bewildered as he looked at the words appearing before his eyes. I have some doubts about Ito Shizuru. Seong Jihan then remembered a fleeting thought in his memory. There was a shadow of this name associated with an event in the past. This name, it's the name of the woman who seduced Jun Sejin. Shortly after, Ito Shizuru used her charm to get closer. To approach Seong Jihan, he was sweating profusely, his expression becoming extremely tense. He clenched his fists, trying to break free from this magical trick. I have to focus. Otherwise, I'll be enchanted. I need to stay calm. Within him, Seong Jihan began to establish an anonymous protective mechanism. His mind struggled to maintain self-control. The mind triumphs over the body. Seong Jihan thought to himself about Ito Shizuru. The more he thought, the stranger it felt. How could she come here without Jun Sejin? I want to expose her identity, but considering how much she hides herself, I don't think it'll be easy to unmask her, Ito Shizuru. At that moment, he called out to Seong Jihan, so in the end, he made a split-second decision. I'll pretend to be enchanted. So what was her name again? Seong Jihan's eyes glinted with intent. He was planning in his head for the moment she revealed her true nature. Sharing a first-person view, this skill allows you to live broadcast what you're seeing on Bado Tube. I must ensure she won't escape. These events were entirely part of Seong Jihan's plan. He had recorded all of Ito Shizuru's dirty deeds and posted them online. Honestly, I'm worried she might find out. At that point, he started to feel pleased with himself. I think my acting skills are quite good. After everyone watches this footage, they were all buzzing. They were utterly stunned. What's happening here? Is this for real? I just entered AI. Could that explain it? I think the Japanese are trying to hypnotize the car, hugging Seong Jihan to take him away but failed. Was that the skill Takeda just used? This topic is trending. How did Seong Jihan speak? Ito Shizuru, you and Ariel, gradually revealing Ito Shizuru's face to give her a fitting lesson. Just Jun Sejin isn't enough, right? You think that little hypnosis trick would work on me? Without me, you'd be trapped. Jun Sejin is hypnotized? What the hell is going on? Takeda over here is also confused, trembling. Oh my god, Kato Akari! Ito Shizuru still wouldn't give up. She quickly ordered Gato. Kato Akari, follow the plan! She immediately complied. Yes, ma'am. Kato Akari is ready with her weapon in hand, just waiting for the order to strike Seong Jihan. Seong Jihan, she glared, preparing to charge an attack as per her mistress's desire. Even if I have to cut off your limbs, I will catch you. Seong Jihan showed no fear and retorted, is she complimenting me? Ariel crossed her arms and replied, are you really asking that? Seong Jihan didn't understand the meaning behind Gato's words. Kato Akari should resort to translation software. The translation tool, a beam of light suddenly flashed by. Fast as the wind, before you stands the magic of Kato Akari. She struck while you were hesitating. Before he could react, Seong Jihan regained his courage. He grabbed the sword and charged forward. He rushed into battle, but unfortunately, she dodged his attack just in time. Seong Jihan then realized something was off. Shadow, Kato Akari's presence disappeared for a moment. She immediately created an illusionary scene, trapping Seong Jihan. Is this another barrier? She appeared extremely confident. Clearly they said you were as strong as the rumors claimed. But I am an assassin. You can't defeat me in the dark. The darkness is on my side. Saying that, Kato Akari struck towards Seong Jihan. Contrary to her arrogance, he still had the strength to bring it down. This battle would end swiftly in the darkness, Kato Akari thought. He can block all my attacks. I have to finish this quickly. The darkness enveloped the surrounding space. Suddenly, her expression changed in surprise. What is this? She was stunned. Her darkness was being drained away. Seong Jihan was the one responsible for this. He smirked. The darkness is on your side? Kato Akari stood there in shock. Suddenly, the barrier was completely shattered. The battle was still raging. The two decided to face off against each other. Seong Jihan aimed his sword at her. Coincidentally, I received this notification once more. Sun and Moon's Shadow Intelligence SS Grade Talent. Expand the darkness barrier and absorb the enemy's darkness. Kato Akari could no longer hesitate. She kicked straight into Seong Jihan's stomach. This force sent him flying away. She took the opportunity to charge at him. Surprised, huh? He teased. I told you to prepare well before coming. Time now rewound 2 hours. Seong Jihan stroked his chin, his eyes deep in thought. This is strange. My achievement stash has been upgraded to level 6. The gift slot has been added. This month's random duong has been added. He focused on the screen and contemplated. I thought I could organize these things before meeting Ito Shizuru, but I still haven't got anything useful. Random duong? What is this? Suddenly, Seong Jihan's eyes lit up. He seemed captivated by something. Ariel, standing beside him, felt confused. What are you doing? Seong Jihan smiled. I love gacha, once a professional gambler. At this moment, the screen displayed, you have purchased a random duong. This month's special, the chance to obtain a talent has been activated. He was extremely excited. I can also get a talent from the random duong? Awesome! The screen then displayed a notification that, congratulations, you have acquired the talent, dexterity. Seeing that, he felt a bit disappointed. I don't need the system to keep notifying me. The Dark Queen has spent a lot of money to replace the item in the bed. Seong Jihan stared at the screen, his expression somewhat confused. The gift dexterity has been replaced by the lunar shadow. Ariel, standing beside him, was also indignant on his behalf. She angrily shouted, what is this? Are you out of your mind? She straightforwardly lectured Seong Jihan. How could you give that lowly creature to the lunar shadow? If you keep giving items like this, you will destroy the balance of power. Just then, the information panel appeared. This is also an SS-level talent. It seems the Dark Queen wants me at all costs. The SS-level Lunar Shadow talent, the power of the constellation and the Dark Queen. Expand the dominion of darkness and absorb the darkness of the enemy. Absorbing darkness will enhance the eclipse effect of the Dark Sword. If you get the Dark Queen as your support, then the level of your talent will increase by 1 level. It seems the Dark Queen wants me at all costs. Ariel was still yelling at Seong Jihan, even though he was trying to cover his ears, not wanting to hear any more. This skill will allow you to become a constellation. Seong Jihan suddenly turned around. He asked her insistently, what did you say? He was curious. I thought a constellation, once born, is already a constellation, so that means I can also become a constellation if I'm strong enough? Ariel arrogantly replied, telling you this now is pointless. She thought to herself, what is she thinking? And to give you that power, the door to the room opened slightly, and the AI voice prepared to step inside. Sure enough, Yoon-sea rushed into the room right after, asking, Uncle, what are these things? Yoon-sea found this situation very strange and continuously greeted Seong Jihan. Uncle has never worn a suit unless going to work. Today, it's weird to see him meeting AI like this. Is she the girl from the editing team last time? At that moment, he began to struggle with the thought, should I tell her the truth now? It's said that the person who separated the girl from her father is currently in South Korea, Seong Jihan. Immediately, he thought of an unfortunate outcome that could happen. He worried that if things went wrong, he might also be brainwashed by them and leave Yoon-sea all alone. That's why he decided to keep it a secret from Yoon-sea before everything ends well. Yoon-sea! Seong Jihan hesitated. He looked into her bewildered face, then turned and left while gently advising her. Just don't worry, don't wait for me. Yoon-sea felt a bit sad at that moment. Her gaze was blank as she watched Seong Jihan's figure gradually fade away behind the door. At that moment, Seong Jihan's heart was heavy. He tried to move forward. He thought Ito Shizuru also wanted to take him away, even though she knew he was Yoon-sea's only family. Seong Jihan was determined to take revenge. He couldn't let this go easily. Ito Shizuru, I won't let that happen, no matter what. Closing off those thoughts, let's return to the intense battle between him and Kato Akari. The audience began to speculate. Is the diamond-ranked player really losing to a silver-ranked one? Where's the special forces? I don't think we need them. I don't think he needs saving, Seong Jihan confidently stated. He didn't expect he would have to use this skill. He swung his sword fiercely at her. The power was truly terrifying. Indeed, this force had cut off her hair along with a horrifying explosion. Behind, Kato Akari wouldn't back down either. She summoned her weapon, getting ready to retaliate against Seong Jihan. Kato Akari, he charged forward, throwing that weapon far away. Why don't you try absorbing this? Those blades were flying straight at him. They had the power to crush anyone. Seong Jihan gripped his sword tightly. Then he was ready to counterattack. In an instant, he quickly destroyed the entire blade and launched toward Kato Akari. She managed to react in time. She jumped high to dodge Seong Jihan's sharp sword. Kato Akari was beginning to tire. She was quite surprised by his strength, unable to believe it. She started to change her mind about this formidable opponent. How can I lose to a silver-ranked player? I should be stronger than him. Up on the building, Ito Shizuru and Takeda were also watching the match intently. Ito Shizuru seemed frozen, her body unmoving. All her predictions were wrong. She contemplated that he had the ability to resist brainwashing even though she had used the Akashic Scroll. Even Kato Akari lost, despite being a diamond player. She bit her lip, her expression filled with anger. How dare he ruin her plans like this? Ito Shizuru was determined not to give up. She was filled with the desire to capture Seong Jihan. I must have him at all costs, she ordered Kato Akari. Ito Shizuru extended her hand forward. Her gaze looks truly terrifying. I've broken your bonds! Kato Akari feels a bit panicked. The divine energy begins to seep into her body. Her power increases, enveloping this space like a force of darkness. It leaves Jihan in shock. He covers his mouth with his hand, unable to believe his eyes. What? The system appears. It announces that the binding is a system that will adjust the player's stats, lowering it down during the tutorial. Information is provided that this system has appeared to prevent players from abusing their powers in real life. Ito Shizuru has just used a skill, allowing the target to bypass these bindings for a certain period. Kato Akari has been significantly upgraded. Now she is far superior to before. Now, let's get started. Jihan clenches his fists. He notices the change in her appearance. Her looks have completely transformed. Ariel suddenly appears to remind Jihan, "Be careful, that person. She has no more bindings." He adds, "I didn't know it was possible to do that." Ito Shizuru is scheming on her own. The skill of Ito Shizuru, she wears a sinister smile. Something bad is surely about to happen to Jihan. Ito Shizuru laughs. Her heart is truly malicious. She can do more than just brainwash people in SAO. Jihan wonders if he can keep the SAO restrictions off. A large audience is also watching the match closely. Her restrictions have been lifted. The restrictions were created by the system, so no one can unlock them. What is happening? What will happen if the diamond rank has no restrictions? Getting angry in real life? Isn't SAO too clear about that? Everyone could die on the busy road. A voice comes from inside the white car. What's that? The restrictions have been lifted? This side observes through the small screen. But Ha-Yan can't control her anger. Is Jia being reasonable? Step on the gas, Jia gently replies. I'm not the driver, I'm just the bodyguard, Ha-Yan snaps. It's so annoying. I'm the one who wants to pick up Juji. SAO, how dare she trick me? It feels so ironic, even with the strength of that unusual CEO. But his stats are lower than a diamond rank. Ha-Yan predicts the situation if her restrictions are lifted. Something is definitely wrong. Returning to the match, Kato Akari reaches her hand forward as if preparing to grab Jihan. You'll struggle to withstand this. She exudes divine energy. Countless arrows rush toward him. Jihan glares. How will he deal with this? This time he can't resist. Jihan is struggling alone in this dark sea of flames. Indeed, Kato Akari's power has grown stronger. Seeing this, his body is now covered in serious wounds. Jihan is gradually running out of strength. You're holding your injured arm, and even if you exert all your strength, you can't block it all. I can reduce the speed of the throwing daggers, so I get hurt less, but if it keeps going like this, I'll be in danger. Kato Akari glanced over at you. A thought flashed through my mind. I didn't think he could hold out this long. Do I really only have 3 minutes left? I need to defeat him before the recovery seal activates. She reanalyzed the situation. It seems he's summoning something. She retrieved the black sword with her left hand. After deep thought, she exclaimed loudly, "That arm!" Kato Akari swung her sword, determined to take Jihan's life. I'm sorry, but I have to take it. She swung the sword down forcefully. Shouting loudly, it was shocking when Jihan's arm was severed from his body. Blood splattered everywhere. Kato Akari gleefully remarked, "For a gold-ranked fighter, you're pretty strong, but it's not surprising." The scene was like a terrifying explosion. This disaster was incredibly destructive. At that moment, Jihan clutched his shoulder. His arm was no longer intact after that incident. A notification appeared. The recovery seal has been activated. Jihan looked truly miserable. He was in so much pain he fell to the ground. I chopped off his hand. I don't think he'll resist anymore. How lucky. Kato Akari directly called out his name, CEO Jihan. Before she could finish her sentence, her expression suddenly changed. She stood frozen, as if her body couldn't move anymore. Kato Akari panicked. I can't move. That was Jihan's voice. How many more times will my hand be chopped off? Turns out you were just pretending for her. You should aim for my body or my legs. Those I can't regenerate with darkness. If you do that, I'll do my best to dodge. Jihan summoned his weapon. Now it was his turn to counterattack. Anyway, since you've gotten serious, he grabbed the armor-piercing sword. He got into a ready stance to attack Kato Akari. It would be rude not to respond, right? He said. Jihan quickly thrust the throwing dagger straight at her. She was stunned, standing like a statue, unable to react. The scene erupted into 100 pieces, with debris flying everywhere in a terrifying manner. Jihan looked up, staring intently at Kato Akari. It was unbelievable that she remained standing there unharmed. The viewers were in awe, completely surprised. Did she actually block that? Truly a diamond rank. The recent counter against Kato Akari could only leave a scratch. She laughed loudly while everyone continued discussing. Scratch injury only. She laughed loudly while everyone was still discussing, buzzing about the fierce battle. I thought the assassin would stream it live. Jihan has a seal but still causes such strong damage? A silver rank with a seal, and a diamond rank without a seal? How could it make sense for silver rank to win like that? Jihan stood frozen, his eyes staring at something. At that moment, countless helicopters appeared in the sky surrounding us. Player Akari Gato has been arrested for kidnapping and terrorism. Put down your weapons and surrender. I repeat, put down your weapons. It seems you've figured out the purpose of this helicopter that has been dispatched. Looks like I'm out of work here. Ito Shizuru and Takeda are equally panicked, quickly trying to find a way to escape. And one more thing. Oh my god. We have to flee suddenly. A blinding light radiated in front of Ito Shizuru, forcing her to shield her eyes. At that moment, Jihan slowly walked over. Standing before the two, he glared at their pitiful state. Then, he adjusted his tie neatly, seriously said, "We have a lot to discuss, don't we?" Takeda was terrified. He was so bewildered that he could barely stand. "You punk Yunsei." Mr. Jihan looked sternly at Takeda and Ito Shizuru. He wondered what tricks these two could still pull. As expected, they were still the same. Ito Shizuru still hadn't removed her mask. "I tried so hard, yet you still discovered my identity and I had to use more Akashic rolls. I've suffered a lot already, but I have no other choice. In fact, she's just trying to buy a little time." "Akari Gato, stand down. Akari Gato has received the signal." She obeyed. "Yes, master." Immediately, the figure of Akari Gato appeared. Akari Gato gradually faded away, turning into a shadowy darkness. The spirit form of the helicopter was activated. Inside, someone signaled. She was escaping. Fire! Gunshots rang out incessantly. But Akari Gato had managed to escape without a trace. Now Jihan turned around sharply, looking down, wanting to witness this outcome firsthand. Then he suggested, "I want to discuss more." But suddenly, Ito Shizuru's face contorted completely. She flickered and gradually disappeared. "We will have more opportunities in the future." Finally, Ito Shizuru vanished into thin air. She had successfully escaped. Yunsei hugged Jihan. "See you next time." Jihan was a bit stunned. "We've lost her, let's find her." "Everything is not over yet." He then glanced at Takeda. Jihan could no longer hold back his anger. He was boiling with rage. "I want to hear your explanation for what happened back then." He trembled, his whole body stiff, and said, "Yes." The scene now shifted to a new spacious place with very cool weather, Ito Shizuru's apartment. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Yoon Se-jin flung the door open. His expression was truly unpleasant. He called out, "Ito Shizuru!" At this moment, Ito Shizuru had returned to her original form. She smiled at him, welcoming Yoon Se-jin. Yoon Se-jin's face darkened. He frowned. "It seems you owe me an explanation." At this moment, Yoon Se-jin directly questioned Ito Shizuru. "Answer me, Ito Shizuru. Is everything in Jihan's broadcast the whole truth?" He boldly criticized her despicable actions, not just for seducing another man behind my back. Yoon Se-jin shouted loudly. His anger was uncontrollable, that she had used her enchanting skills on me. Yoon Se-jin responded to his rage. Ito Shizuru showed a gentler side, even questioning Yoon Se-jin. "Do you doubt my love for you now?" She stood up and approached him. Ito Shizuru continuously made excuses for the bad things she had done. "I just want to recruit some outstanding talents for my country. Jihan is just one of the candidates. A potential slave is the seed of light." Ito Shizuru used her affectionate gaze to try to win Yunsei-a's heart. "My true love is only for you." She began to use her enchanting tricks to quickly soothe him. His anger was indeed easily subdued by this technique. He had succumbed to that gaze once again. Even though I knew something was off, I couldn't resist when looking at this face. Suddenly, memories flooded back, causing Yoon Se-jin to recall images from the past. Just like when I first met Ito Shizuru, this story began in a small bar, where he sat drinking alone. In the empty bar, only Yoon Se-jin was left to drown his sorrows in alcohol. He seemed to have gone through a life-changing event, making him incredibly gloomy. Perhaps it was because the anniversary of his family's death was approaching. "And my mood today is so terrible. I need to stop drinking." Yoon Se-jin reminisced about what his family had once told him. "I assure you, you can't drink with the family, right? Yunsei-a hates the smell of alcohol." Suddenly, he smiled at these memories. Out of nowhere, a strange voice spoke up. "You seem quite anxious." It turned out to be Ito Shizuru, who came over to sit right next to Yoon Se-jin. She inadvertently smiled warmly at him. He was startled by this rather unusual appearance. When did this girl stand so close to him? Ito Shizuru truly lived up to her reputation as a master of enchanting. She didn't hesitate to touch Yoon Se-jin's hand. "So, you drank all of this alone on your first meeting?" She even pretended to care about others. Anyway, nothing soothes the soul better than alcohol, but overindulging isn't good. Soon after, that divine aura began to spread. Enveloping his body, Ito Shizuru pressed on. Why not try getting drunk on something else? And unsurprisingly, Yunsei was completely captivated by this gaze. He looked at her infatuated. Suddenly, Ito Shizuru unexpectedly withdrew her hand from his body. At that moment, Yunsei-jin pointed his sword directly at her throat. It was then that he pressed her to reveal who she was. Yoon Se-jin glared at Ito Shizuru, his voice sharp. "What were you about to do to me?" The screen continuously reported that the resistance properties of the Ganjong and Mo's swords had been activated. The berserk state was broken. She seemed a bit confused, a unique trait flashing in her mind. The twin swords used by the Sword King are Ganjong and Mo's. No one expected these weapons to have such properties. The non-compliant user of this weapon is unaffected by unusual complications. After that state, his expression became sinister again. This man is really tough to deal with. Ito Shizuru activated her lying mode without blinking. What is she planning? Is she using the same old tricks on Yoon Se-jin? I'm just a longtime fan of yours. Then, she gently held his hand. I just want to help you a little. Ito Shizuru tried to induce an abnormal state. She attempted to create an obsessive abnormal state. It seems Yoon Se-jin can't resist anymore. He has completely fallen under Ito Shizuru's spell. He placed the sword down on the table and began to speak to her. He asked, "What is your name?" Ito Shizuru is truly formidable. She did not respond to the question and dived straight into Yoon Se-jin's arms. How annoying. Unable to use submission and fanaticism, you sometimes dare to rebel. Ito Shizuru had a thought. The body is still here, so the Sword King's brainwashing hasn't been broken. But my clone, Ito Shizuru, is not fully realized. Unable to seduce Jihan, only revealing my identity in vain. Shortly after, the scene shifted to Akarigato's prison. I will have to exert more effort to create in another space. Batonnet Management Headquarters, in a closed room, Jihan asked Takeda urgently, "Is Ito Shizuru just a clone?" Saying that, he slammed his hand on the table in frustration, startling the man. If what she said is true, it means there are dozens of versions of Ito Shizuru spreading across the world. Takeda slowly explained to him, "This is the first time I tried to recruit using a clone. The goddess appears in person. Instead of letting the Sword King do the most important work, he said it was very dangerous. The more Jihan listened to him, the more unbelievable it felt. I don't know how to create clones or how many clones I can create. Holy image, please believe me." But upon reconsideration, he found these words somewhat convincing. After all, if it's the real Ito Shizuru, then she can't just disappear like that. He immediately recalled the previous clues. That night, after the video exposed Ito Shizuru's identity, Ito Shizuru was broadcast live globally. The Japanese government was gradually linking everything together. Regarding the player, what is his name? They were in the process of grasping the situation speculatively. That being related to the Sword King is an exaggeration. Jihan quietly walked out of that room, but he couldn't stop worrying. It seems she is a big player, connected to most of the powerful people in Japanese politics and finance. Cornering her with conventional methods is impossible. Japanese politics and finance, cornering her with conventional methods is impossible. Jihan looked up, and Yoon Se-ah immediately complained about him. "Why did it take so long? I've been waiting outside for quite a while. I almost died waiting." Jihan rushed to ask, "Yoon Se-ah, you already reported everything that night." "Really? I personally want to verify some things." She seemed very sulky, her bloodshot eyes full of irritation directed at him. Shortly after, as her anger surged, she yelled at Jihan, "You really almost caused a huge problem, and you didn't say a word to me? Am I supposed to hear from someone else that your arm got chopped off? Do you have any idea how panicked I was watching the broadcast?" Yoon Se-ah still wouldn't stop blaming him, she snapped. "Is it really that hard to give me a heads up? I'm almost an adult. Stop babying me so much." After being scolded, Jihan's face turned pale. "All right, I'm sorry." Then Yoon Se-ah raised her voice. "Listen carefully." At this point, her tone became a bit choked. She expressed, "If you disappeared too, what would I do?" He was surprised by Yoon Se-ah's words. Yoon Se-ah thought it would be quite touching, but no. She immediately rewarded Jihan with a punch right in the stomach. "Are you crying?" Her mood still wasn't really comfortable. "I know that saying it won't help you." Yoon Se-ah clenched her fist, mustering all her courage to speak to Jihan. "But I'll become stronger soon so I can help you, so don't try to do everything alone, got it?" He gazed fondly at her grown-up appearance. At that moment, Jihan dared to joke with Yoon Se-ah. "Right, seeing you beat me up like this, you'll be strong in no time." She replied confidently, "That's right, I'll soon be strong, even though I'm far from knowing how to be humble." Then, she playfully teased Jihan. "Oh my, I've raised a little tiger." Finally, Yoon Se-ah decided to tell him something. Her uncle sadly shared his feelings. "You want to talk about Dad? He must have been brainwashed by that girl in the broadcast." Yoon Se-ah looked a bit frightened. Is there any way to unbrainwash him? An idea flickered in her mind, still lingering. Absolutely impossible to give up, even though everyone criticized Yoon Se-jin. No matter what, to Yoon Se-ah, her uncle was still the most important person. Jihan was about to refuse when Ariel interrupted. "Yoon Se-ah, I can solve that too." They were all stunned by Ariel's appearance. "Ariel, what did you just say?" She calmly explained to them how to unbrainwash. It could be solved by the most cunning race in the universe. If it's the Supreme Being, then maybe, after hearing Ariel say that, both of them were curious. The CEO asked if that cunning race was AI. Ariel stated as if it were obvious. Of course, it was the elf race, not AI. She's a bit hard to understand. A cunning elf? Really? Jihan is also lost in thought. An elf? I guess I have to ask again, but Ariel, are you also an elf? She just mentioned, wrong. I'm a shadow elf, completely different from a regular elf. Jihan has also finished thinking about the Elf Alliance. In the previous life, the Tree World Alliance, they were also ruthless for the survival of their race. In the end, they occupied positions 1 through 5 in space lag. It's surprising, CA truly opens one's eyes. In movies or novels, Elves often have a benevolent image, but Ariel has revealed a truth. Among their kind, they are indeed a very loyal group, but towards other races or heretics. They never show any mercy. Instead, they are quite ruthless and despicable. She continues to wonder, so who is the supreme being of the elves? Ariel thinks for a moment and replies, the thing is, on the elf planet, there is a tree that forms the core of the world. It is called the World Tree. This World Tree is the only deity of the elves, and it is their world. And the World Tree has the ability to eliminate all abnormal states, so just taking a leaf or even just touching a branch of the World Tree will free your father from his brainwashing state. Upon hearing this, Jihan looks startled. The CEO is also surprised, wanting to confirm, so that tree alone is enough, my father will come back, right? She doesn't avoid the question, that's right, but obtaining it will be very difficult. Now, Jihan is also thinking about something. Could the strange behavior of fate before I reverse time be because of that? The more he understands the truth, the more uneasy he feels. The CEO feels less worried than before, thankfully. At least there is some hope. Then she notices Jihan's expression beside her is even more contemplative than her own. Scene transition to a high-rise building. It seems like she is live streaming. Lee Ha-yeon smiles and greets the viewers. Hello everyone, I'm Lee Ha-yeon, the head of the reserve team. How is everyone doing? The comment section immediately becomes lively. Someone says, do even better. Another praises. The team leader Gil looks so beautiful today. Someone else asks, where's the Holy Land? Is Jihan still okay? Lee Ha-yeon smiles reassuringly. Oh my, everyone must have been worried while watching the stream. Right? The owner is still safe, so don't worry. The management has promised to pay attention to the players' safety. In the comments section, it seems a bit excited. This should have been done a long time ago. Our government really needs to wake up. If we lose Jihan, this country will be doomed. After that, Lee Ha-yeon quickly changes the topic to update the situation of the owner. I will carry out the broadcast, fulfilling the promise. Everyone is curious and guessing. What promise is that? Could it be? She stands up. With a backdrop of congratulatory banners and confetti prepared by Lim Ga-yeon, she shouts loudly, that's right. It's the promise to reveal the status board celebrating reaching 1 million followers. Right now, the owner is waiting for the match. In today's match, the status board will be revealed. So let's take a look together, Lia Zeon. No matter what, Lim Ga-yeon has to clean everything up. Some viewers are still in disbelief. When will it reach 1 million? Someone in the back commented, it already hit right after the last stream. Many people are indeed surprised. Reaching 1 million so quickly is impressive. Lee Ha-yeon looked at the monitor, and just as she finished speaking, it seems that owner Jihan's match has been matched up, and the team is standing in a small circle. She cheerfully leads the map. This time, it's Invasion Dungeon, and the owner is assigned to the Angel faction. What will the owner do? Let's look forward to it. A few viewers quickly commented, isn't Jihan about to reveal the status board? Wow, starting with the public status board right away. Hazeon was so shocked she turned to stone. She wants to take it out on the owner. No way, owner. You should wait until there are enough viewers before revealing the status board, right? Everyone in the comments burst out laughing. I knew it. Jihan never hesitates. Only Lee Ha-yeon is completely flabbergasted. If it were revealed from the start, everyone would have seen it all. It disappeared instantly. In the game, Jihan's stats are now displayed. The other players looked over and couldn't believe it, pointing at him. What's this? This BA-level swordsman has the warrior class? Why does Jihan also have actor? A mage and support existing in the status board like this. Why are there 2 titles? The viewers are also going crazy. What is this stat for power? Someone commented, you guys can only ask 1 question at a time. I have about 12 questions I want to ask. What on earth is going on? Players are confused, and viewers are even more intrigued. Watching broadcasts, it's rare to see something like this happen. After the live stream of Ito Shizuru's action match ended, Jihan achieved an enormous amount of achievement points. The system board continuously announced, achieved 5 million views within 24 hours, receiving a reward of 20,000 achievement points. Achieved 10 million views within 24 hours, receiving a reward of 30,000 achievement points. The number of channel subscribers exceeded 1 million, receiving a reward of 50,000 achievement points. And then, Jihan was pondering what to do with those abundant points when a curiosity suddenly arose. Currently, CEO Jihan possesses both the support and mage character classes. If he adds an archer and warrior, he will have all character classes. Who knows what will happen? First, he answered a random question from the earlier people. Warrior is the character class of a BA-level swordsman who has recently met the conditions to change jobs. The players are getting more frantic. Weren't you originally a supporter? That's amazing. Can you show me how to do it? And the viewer was truly hopeful. I predicted your status wouldn't be normal, but I really don't understand it. I don't understand what you're saying, Lee Ha-yeon. Can you please explain this? Even Lee Ha-yeon doesn't understand what's going on. She just knows to stay silent and listen. Suddenly, someone sponsored 100,000 GP with the question, owner, my stats and character class are D rank, right? Hazeon also shouted to ask on behalf of the kind person, owner, Are your stats and character class correct? Others noticed her enthusiasm and commented, Master is also our ally. Jihan in the game didn't forget to say, that's right, thank you Lee Ha-yeon for the sponsorship. Right now, I'm in the game, so I can't answer all your questions. Please bear with me. The viewers will obviously applaud. Would you announce this information while playing a game? So smart, Jihan. You hurriedly changed the subject and ran away. The game is about to start and I'll be handling a live matchmaking session, yet you just ran off like that. The player barely managed to call Jihan's name, while the viewers were surprised, not knowing where he had run off to, making them feel like they had experienced this before. It felt like a quick deja vu. And then in another game hall, a player had to regret, yelling when they saw him take down someone from their team. Why is Jihan on the opposing team like this? It's really chaotic. The ecosystem is not really a huge frog at all. You politely responded, thanking for the compliment. In just the first 5 minutes of the game, you scored 10 kills. Not suppressing the remaining team member, she spoke up. No, it's still too early to accept 7 defeats. Jihan, I've heard a lot about your reputation. Your swordsmanship is beautiful and powerful. Every time I see it, I remember the black dragon sleeping in my sword. She then kicked him into position and shouted ambitiously, come on, prove that AI is the best swordsman of Silver Knight from right here. Silver Knight from right here, shut up. Jihan immediately swung his weapon, slicing through someone's neck. Before he showed himself, he reminded you one last time, please have some culture. The announcement board was also on high alert, watching for any signs that threatened the resting place of the evil god. When the evil god appeared, Jihan was visibly excited. That's right, it's time to complete this quest. But Ariel saw the monster ahead and was a bit cautious. Yoon Se-ah, Mr. Jihan, be careful. She said that the monster with dark attributes is not weakened by eclipse, making it somewhat difficult to overpower. With just sword techniques, you felt it was more interesting. Oh, really? Then the counter method is quite clear. Ariel didn't expect there to be a counter method. Wow, immediately a light radiated from you, so bright that Ariel had to cover her eyes with her hand. Jihan was very excited. Darkness is not weakened by light. Wow, let's see. Hellfire can burn even books. Without waiting for it to raise its hand, you struck first. Let's give it a shot. Everything that happened was the end of the monster. An explosion occurred immediately, scattering it everywhere. Gohan just needed one hit like that. The system immediately reported success, destroying the artifact, and received a fragment of the evil god's scythe. The west connection to the holy relic has been completed. You smiled. It's time to enter phase 2. The system also approved. The kid's connection will continue with the holy relic's trace. The person who just watched your match couldn't help but exclaim, that was amazing. Finally met player Yoon Se-ah hugging Jihan. This girl just got off the plane. Her name is Sophia from American First, entering South Korea. She was really excited to meet and felt so happy, not sure if she could greet properly. After all, I represent American First, so I have to make a strong impression. I'm so nervous, but then something surprising happened. Another plane. A red aura of magic was gradually descending here. It fell abruptly right next to her, where a guy seemed to have taken control. This plane took off with fierce determination. Jihan, just wait! Soon, it will be known that the AI is the strongest. He is Sophia, from American First, the immigration officer entering South Korea. Not knowing how long it has been, they have now gathered in the real world. Lee Ha-yeon's voice echoed, seeing it directly. Can you believe it, Jihan? Of course, it's hard to believe. It's really not a fake SAO. What magic do I have to manipulate the status window? She just asked you, a B-ranked swordsman in SAO. You chose this profession. Jihan quickly replied, it does not have bonus stats but provides growth, speed, and experience rewards. If combined with the guild effect, you will be able to grow faster. From here, the notification board she opened earlier also appeared. B-ranked swordsman, although still a warrior full of flaws, but since it's rank B, can progress, enhancing the growth rate of stats and skills related to the warrior class. Increases experience reward by 30%, increases by 10%. Jihan was sipping tea, looking confident. Moreover, if combined with a special effect just for me when I have all the support character classes, mage, archer, warrior, I have 2 options, train all classes normally, or focus on training a single class. Initially, support and mage. Just the foundation to gain combat power, so your choice is naturally all for one, disabling all character classes except one, and enhance the chosen class. The stats and skills gained will remain, but later, will not be able to acquire additional abilities or skills from the disabled classes. The enhanced class will receive profession rewards and a growth rate of stats 4 times compared to before. Jihan read the information board while calculating and couldn't help but smirk thanks to all for one. The effect of the B-ranked swordsman also increased 4-fold. At this rate, he could reach gold rank in a flash. He swiped to another board. But before that, I have to complete the series of continuous quests. What are the conditions? Seeing Jihan deep in thought for a long time, she turned to ask, SAO, so are you going to ask in the guild? We only have the CEO and Mazid at bronze rank, right? She quickly replied, that's right. The foreign players hired are all at silver rank. Jihan chuckled. I want the CEO and Masit to have a taste of this. I think this time I will need Li Hayan's abilities. Hearing that, she let out a reluctant sigh. Okay, then let's do this now. We should prepare to welcome the guests from afar. The scene shifts, and a full coffee cup was slammed down on the table. That guy yelled as if he had been cheated. Damn, what kind of terrible coffee is this? No AI other than Baron Williams, and Sophia sitting next to him had to cover her ears when she heard him shout. The two of them were getting ready to join the Hanging Guild. This is terrible hospitality. Do all the members of the Hanging Guild drink coffee like this? Sophia felt embarrassed. He usually doesn't drink, so why is she reminding him like this and then complaining? Suddenly wanting to join just because you want to join the guild, he immediately turned red and made excuses to refute. What? When did I ever say that? I only reluctantly faced you because I hate begging so much. Then someone else spoke up. The coffee is good. Why are you complaining? The mercenary baron raised his voice again. That phrase made me feel abandoned. He was juggling the ball with his foot while saying, it's really rude to be picky about food when you're at someone else's house. This is Diego Maradona, from the Hanging Guild. The other person sitting next to him is Junsia, from the Hanging Guild. Baron has no charm at all, he argued back, trying to cover for himself just because it's his guild, huh? Sophia quickly reiterated, Baron, please stop. He directed his attention to Yoon-se. This girl is Jihan's relative anyway, so she might be lucky enough to join after Baron. That raised a question about Diego. But I don't understand why you were brought here too. Rumor has it you've been demoted to level 1 and are starting over as a mage. Is that true? He gently snatched the ball that he was juggling with telekinesis. Bragging with that counter skill will only cause trouble. I assure you, as the strongest silver mage. Looking at Diego in front of him, who was just staring and not speaking, he thought he was too scared to argue, huh? Little did he know, Diego had only been focused on the ball he was holding. Then he stated the truth. I dropped that in the toilet this morning. Baron immediately threw the ball back. Damn it, give that back. Diego grabbed it and replied, I was just joking. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. Hazion, thank you for traveling such a long way to be here. Jihan followed closely behind her, opening this room's door with her. Welcome to our Hanging Guild, Baron. Sophia saw Jihan arrive and happily stood up from her chair. Showing excitement, player Jihan, while Baron just sighed in frustration. She enthusiastically greeted, Nice to meet you, CEO. I'm a fan of yours. Baron was being rude and introduced Chen right after. Let's proceed with the guild joining quickly. Jihan entered, saying that everything would be carried out according to procedure. No need to rush. After that, he looked down at the blonde girl in front of him and felt a secret joy in his heart. Sophia, long time no see. Jihan remembered their last encounter, the first time they met again since his return. Right? I didn't expect us to meet like this. Then, he spoke to everyone present in the room. But first, I have a proposal for everyone. Baron was eager, naturally the one who was curious about the proposal. Immediately, a monster appeared on the screen. Johann turned on the projector in the room and asked if anyone wanted to help him take down Count Nasset. Both Sophia and Baron were startled. The CEO and Diego were also stunned, filled with amazement. Count Nasset, the giant snake monster, appeared from the Platinum Tournament. Count Nasset is the strongest boss monster in the jungle, and it is the next target in CEO Jihan's series of quests, a mission tracking the Nasset gang that does not belong to light or shadow. Lying at the bottom of the deep lake, you must throw 2 fragments of the divine artifact into the lake to lure Count Ra and eliminate him. A familiar scream rang out again. Let's be reasonable, Baron complained, no different from telling a chick to catch a dinosaur. Moreover, Count Nasset did not appear in the silver rank tournament. Jihan immediately said, Don't worry, recently, I've found a way to summon him by force. He directly stated his plan for a quick development. I will bring Yoon-se and Masif along. If we have a few top silver rank players to support us, I believe we can do it. Sophia surprisingly expressed regret. If that could really happen, I would agree, but she pointed out the reason we can't form a party with different nationalities in tournaments. We are only temporarily hired by the Trio Guild, not naturalized in Korea. Hazion simultaneously spoke up to reassure. Also, don't worry about that. The virtual screen popped up again, she confidently said. I have a way. Hazion smiled and continued. That's the exclusive ability of the Trio Guild. Trio Guild members can form parties even if they have different nationalities in tournaments. She stood there looking at everyone, adding, Of course, there are still certain limits, but with this number of people, it's completely feasible. Hazard was also secretly thinking about the Akashic gear that Master Gil had given him a few days ago. At first I was skeptical, but after using it, the level from the gift increased, and there was an additional special effect. Baron crossed his arms over his chest, continuing to grumble. Alright then, let's say that's feasible, but there are 2 bronze rank players here, is that okay? Even gathering all top players might not be enough, Jihan bluntly said in front of his darkened face. If you don't like it, back out, he added. The other members are not present. I have also made proposals to Kwang Lin from China, Mi Kai from Russia, and Scarlet from Israel. Jihan appeared very confident. They all said if there was still space, they would definitely call them again. The others were pleased to hear this. So hurry up and propose to them again. Baron, not satisfied, shouted back, "Who said I didn't like him, acting all superior?" With 2 bronze-ranked players, of course I have to be here to balance the team. No need to thank me. Jihan has never been petty, he agreed. All right then, let's proceed with this group. Baron was dissatisfied and silently insulted the arrogant guy. Last time he ranked up, he only won thanks to his equipment, yet he dares to act all high and mighty. This time, I'm definitely going to smash that arrogant nose. Transitioning scenes. A massive explosion occurred in the game world. Smoke and fire filled the sky. Time played in Jihan's group, 15 minutes. The opposing team, seeing how strong Jihan's group was, cursed. "Damn it," Anna shouted. "All defensive spells have been destroyed." Zero panicked. "Damn, have we really been pushed back this fast?" They looked at Baron, who was floating, and wondered, how did he manage to form such a team? Meanwhile, the group below, under Jihan's leadership, was showing remarkable cohesion. Baron floated high in the sky, publicly taunting the opposing team. Oh my, is the level of skill this high? Now, those silver-ranked players didn't even manage to warm up. The 2 below gritted their teeth listening to Tram's jabs, but still had to admit they were impressive. Because those pests were still able to withstand him, with a fierce look in his eyes, he smiled, enjoying their struggles. Now it's my turn to strike. Surrender! Suddenly, Jihan's voice rang out. I will surrender. All the members of the opposing team were preparing for battle. They froze for a moment. At that moment, his arm shot up without warning, and so did the others. The CEO and Diego both displayed confusion. Baron floating up there also lost his mood. Jihan raised both hands. He had to repeat himself. I surrender. About 5 minutes ago, the ball. A fiery ball was being moved by professional feet, and had already destroyed the second pillar. The opponents were terrified. Diego. This bastard sank down to a 1-star rank, and he could still reach silver? Diego felt the distance was enough, and kicked the ball. Vero immediately raised his shield, preparing to block, while also notifying the entire team about the ball coming from the front. But the path the ball took had a life of its own. Wherever it went, it would fly towards people's faces. No one had time to react. The ball flew in a curve, right at Jiro's face. Boom! A massive explosion occurred when the 2 solid surfaces made contact. Masood and Sophia's team, he kicked like that. Sophia couldn't help but exclaim, and viewers commented praising this UFO shot. Incredible! They discussed together, is the fire from Sophia or what? Not at all. I have tamed Isro and improved my skills. Never underestimate football again. She couldn't believe her eyes from behind. Oh my, how is this control possible? Even though I'm buff, this isn't the skill of a bronze-ranked player. There was also an explosion happening on that side. Sophia was very curious. What about over there? The last incident was caused by Jihan with the Moscow technique. The dark hand on his arm radiated powerful energy. Jihan smiled as he watched the opposing team get wrecked. Much easier than last time. This is CEO Jihan's team, and the CEO truly has nothing but favorable circumstances. Just point down at the pile of corpses in front of you, Yoon Se-ah. Now you just need to hit once and they'll all die. She could only smile awkwardly and reply, yeah. The comments section immediately became lively. What's going on here? The auto farm last hit is so sweet. Just carry Yoon Se-ah on the bus. Yoon Se-ah must be so happy. Nearby, some voices were just as loud. Eugene Kim Yu just died in the mid-lane near Baron. The explosion was just as spectacular. Jihan knew that their side was also progressing well, but C still hesitated about something, so she called him. Hey, Jihan was focused on checking the remaining time. She wondered, we need to take down Count Nasit, but if we win right away, the game will end. Jihan quickly reassured her, don't worry about that, I have it all planned out. Back to the present, while he was raising his hands in surrender like this, Sophia was shocked and yelled, surrender! Diego couldn't understand Yoon Se-ah either. I know, saying this is rude, but are you crazy? Baron was even angrier. They had won, and what was he saying? The most surprised person was Yoon Se-ah. Is this your plan? Jihan turned back and said to his team, all right everyone, calm down. It's not really surrendering, it's conditional. The opposing team was a bit taken aback. Suddenly Jihan turned back and asked them, don't you want to join us to take down the Count? Nay 6? The comments section was equally surprised. That's something only found at the platinum rank. What the hell are you talking about? What the hell? Baron immediately grabbed his collar in the comments. They laughed mockingly, sticking closely to the script. He stood there complaining, when you told us to do it ourselves, that was enough. Now you want to get help from these trash players? The opposing team felt inferior, heartbroken, and viewers also commented bitterly. The trash players were crying. But Jihan pushed his hand away and said, taking Nasir is not the end. He started to explain, even if we wipe out the opposing team, they will respawn after a minute. What if while we're taking down the Count, the lanes are pushed? Then Sophia spoke up first. That actually makes sense. Right, we can't take Nasir as quickly as the platinum players. C also agreed. I do too, if you say so. Baron understood the point, but he was still angry, and he heard Jihan add, But Count Nasir will be taken down by me. Everyone just needs to follow my instructions, people commented back, laughing. He interrupted because he was too lazy to explain. Jihan, I'm curious too. In the end, you said the condition anyway. If everyone helps me defeat Count Nasir, I will surrender this match to you. So, what do you think? Do you want to join in? They could only look at each other and ask, what do we need to do to help you? A month later, they all stood at the mouth of the pit where the monster Nasir would appear. They looked at the guns in awe. Sophia exclaimed, "It's huge!" Yoon Se-ah also commented on the size, which was almost as big as their shelter. AI was also suspicious. Perhaps Count Nasir will emerge from that lake. Now Jihan also announces, "All right, I'll summon it right now." Sophia quickly grabs his arm. "Wait, hold on, we need to get the corn first." Jihan also realizes, "That's right. Thank you, Sophia. You're using your magic wand to give him corn." Jihan can't help but think to himself, Sophia's corn is indeed effective. An SS Trinity gift, right? Thanks to it, we can stack the corn. You also called over your niece, right? Yoon Se-ah, Jihan reminds. This place is dangerous. You should stand back a bit. Once we're about to take them down, I'll call you back. Yoon Se-ah listens, all right. She waits for her feet to move away. He doesn't let time drag on any longer, so now I will really summon it. Jihan raises his hand, and 2 crystal blocks of red and blue immediately appear. He throws both down into the giant pit in front of him. The 2 stones are prepared to fall into the large well with its still waters. They sink down together slowly, simultaneously emitting the inherent energy of the 2 floating crystals as they go deeper. Everything becomes pitch black, only they are glowing. After a while, tremors occur. Everyone above feels this. A stone with carvings on the ground emits a red light, and Count Nasid has truly been summoned with that grotesque mouth. It screams horrifyingly. Everyone is genuinely astonished. Before its gigantic size, a strange voice appears. Light and darkness have faded. The moment of ascension has come, the monster boss of the apocalyptic canyon, Count Nasid Invert Dungeon. While everyone is incredulous and in awe, Jihan remains calm and reminds, from now on, everyone act according to the plan. He also mentions that the stones around that lake need to be broken. The Count's power will weaken. Those stones are the source of Count Nasid's strength, but after a while, they will recover. Therefore, we must keep attacking. Each pair should handle 1 stone. Sophia incredulously exclaims, what? She questions, wait, there are 9 of us, so 8 people will handle the stone breaking. What about Jihan? That's right, I will handle the rest with Count Nasid alone. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind. What a puzzlement. Baron stands there with his arms crossed, looking confused. You brought the whole group here, and now you plan to take on the responsibility alone? Isn't it a waste of manpower to have someone like me break stones? The Count's light radiates strongly. Baron still stands there grumbling. Be careful. When you need help, don't start crying. While he is still talking, Sophia notices something. Count Nasid is behind, preparing to strike down. She immediately shouts, Baron, Yunsei, get out of the way. He only notices now and is stunned. Damn it, another explosion is about to happen, but this time from the opponent. They are engulfed in smoke, gasping heavily. Fortunately, that direct attack was completely blocked by Jihan. Jihan stood above and shouted down, What are you doing? His cold gaze commanded Baron. Instead of whining, Get to work, Baron. He was stunned for a few seconds, looking up with a mix of fear and amazement. Sophia exclaimed joyfully, Thank you, Yoon Se-ah, and hugged. She continued, Baron, listen to Yoon Se-ah, hugging him as they moved away. His whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Along with that was Sophia's continuous call, Are you listening, Baron? From Baron's viewpoint, he felt angry and humiliated, thinking Jihan was ordering him around, but he couldn't fight back. Nasid, with red eyes and a fierce face, bared its fangs as if wanting to devour everything. From its mouth, a swirling stream of dark purple energy emitted a terrifying power. Jihan ran very quickly. Dodging the monster's attacks, his gaze was sharp and filled with determination, exuding an uncompromising spirit. Ariel appeared beside him, whispering a teasing challenge. Hey, weakling! The monster continued to writhe its gigantic body, raising its sharp arms. Ariel revealed a secret. That ghostly creature possesses a terrifying strength of darkness. Just facing it is enough to raise your swordsmanship stats. He nodded. Is that so? Jihan smiled confidently, the corners of his lips curling up in arrogance. His eyes calculated as he looked at the monster. He should take the opportunity to drain its strength. Nasir suddenly attacked fiercely, his sharp hands stabbing down, shattering a chunk of earth. Jihan quickly jumped up to dodge the blow. His figure became clear in the monster's eyes, swinging one arm back, his whole body leaning forward, ready to counterattack. Jihan slashed his sword across Nasir, a satisfied smile on his face, his eyes fiercely determined. He landed after a long slide, but even so, he wasn't without fear. He felt a bit worried. Jihan silently thanked fate, but fortunately, the barrier held it back, so Nasir's strength couldn't be unleashed. The end seemed easier than we thought. An explosion occurred, casting a mysterious purple light over the entire area. From above, 2 players from the opposing team were watching. Anna's eyes widened. Sweat dripped down her face, panicking as it seemed unbelievable. It ended in less than 5 minutes. She didn't forget to tease the person beside her. Baron, are you really going to give up your title as the #1 candidate? Hearing that, he frowned in annoyance. Baron said in a displeased tone. What did you say? Anna turned around, glanced, and even scoffed mockingly. Honestly, isn't that true? Every word she said struck him directly, even though he might be stronger than Jihan in firepower. But everyone knows his control ability is still lacking. But just now, I saw your firepower isn't that different either. Messages popped up. Seems he has been finely tuned, huh? If Jihan faced Baron, it would be quite a sight. Don't be too sad, Baron. You'll be the quickest candidate to drop ranks. Anna awkwardly comforted. After all, in America, you're still #1. Don't be too disappointed. But at this moment, Baron said nothing more. His large hand reached close to her head. Anna saw it and felt confused, even a bit scared. He swung a palm towards her. That blow sent Anna flying backward. Sophia and Diego, standing far away, witnessed the entire sequence unfold. Baron's face became terrifying. His eyes lit up, his forehead furrowed, teeth clenched in anger. Shut up! Sophia gasped, eyes wide open, utterly astonished. Baron, Diego was equally surprised, not understanding the reason. Why is this happening? What suddenly got into him? Jiro frowned, his gaze filled with anger. He shouted loudly, always the energy radiating from this body. Baron, what are you doing? Baron pointed his hand towards Jiro, firing a shot, his power piercing through him. Jihan turned around. Looking tense and alert, his sharp eyes displayed decisiveness, mixed with a hint of surprise. Baron laughed maniacally, his eyes bright with fury, veins bulging ominously. Not only that, he even raised his middle finger in contempt from the start. It was supposed to be like this. He soared into the air, radiating a fierce energy that surrounded him. Such despicable creatures can be taken down by me alone. The Pentakill system notification has been achieved. Your stats have increased, and comments on the forum are jumping up continuously again. Insane. Why the hell is this happening all of a sudden? This is the nature of Americans. He's Canadian, though. Jihan stared at Baron and felt unbelievable. His eyes were sharply cold, yet seemed cautious. Baron, you can't hold back your outburst. Have you lost your mind? He responded with hostility. Jihan, this annoying guy. You're deliberately making me lose face. What? Jihan found that question laughable. What nonsense are you talking about? I knew your plan from the start. Do you think I would easily accept it? Baron mockingly called that monster. Startled, it paid attention. Hey, worm. He appeared boldly before the massive figure of Nasir without showing any fear. Aren't you bored? While messing around with those worthless flies. What? Baron exuded an overwhelming aura of confidence and madness. He wore a proud smile, his eyes shining bright, a wild glint. I myself am a beam of red light like fire, burning as if to consume everything. While speaking, he unleashed a swirling stream of energy like a tornado. Baron stood arrogantly, completely unfazed, declaring he would finish you in just one move. Nasir was surrounded by streaks of red light. His eyes glowed ominously, bright like embers about to ignite. The light erupted like a pillar of fire, swirling violently like a giant vortex. The sound of screaming echoed. Jihan stood outside, gripping his weapon tightly, watching that pillar of fire. On the other side, Baron stood there with a smirk. His eyes lit up, filled with confident excitement. He felt pleasure at the blazing fire. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. His pupils froze, reflecting extreme surprise. His previously satisfied expression changed completely, as if he had just witnessed something unexpected. Baron had overlooked several important points. First, Count Nasir is a singular entity, so attacking him with spreading light is futile. Gohan seemed to have realized the issue earlier, so he stood there watching for a long moment. Second, Count Nasir cannot unleash his power, because he was attacked at the pillar. Third, when Baron killed his teammate, the pillar was restored. Fragments glowed brightly, connecting back together. And the most important thing, fourth, when the flame from the red light stopped, Nasir reappeared, standing tall before Baron. He exuded a deadly aura. Faced with this situation, Baron was both astonished and bewildered, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Damn. Nasir's eyes were bright red, like blood. Bursting forth amidst the chaos, filled with ferocity, he charged at terrifying speed, opening his mouth wide to bite down on his head. In this battle, the demolition team will not have a good ending. The system announced that player Baron had perished. Sophia was panicking, her face pale. Diego wasn't faring much better. His expression was grim. System comments continued to run incessantly. Justice has been served. Justice for what? We're about to get wiped out by JT. Count Nasir had fully restored himself. He rose high, showcasing his magnitude, with eyes glowing like embers. Dark purple streaks of energy wrapped around Nasir, looking down on the inferior beings. I will return all of you to nothingness. His eyes glowed fiercely. The paralyzing state was activated, and Sophia and Diego were surrounded by a golden light. Both of them collapsed to the ground. They braced their bodies, struggling to stand firm, showing resilience. But their trembling shoulders revealed the clear gap in power. Jihan was also enveloped by the stream of light. golden. His whole body endured heavy pressure. Ariel appeared, worried. Hey, are you okay? His face was scrunched up, teeth clenched in anger. Baron, that damn bastard ruined everything. Ariel looked at him and sensed something was off. It seems like you're not okay. Jihan looked at the giant monster and felt anger at the current situation. Damn it, because of Baron, the other team will no longer cooperate. Should we try again next time? However, he thought again. No, I'm about to rank up to silver, so the conditions don't allow it. I have to hold on with all my strength. A few arrows flew in from a distance, piercing straight into Nasit's imposing head. Jihan, despite being restrained by the light, still tried to lift his head to see who shot the arrow. Above, Yoon Se-ah was drawing her bow. He recognized the figure, calling out Yoon Se-ah's name in his mind. She was currently drawing her bow, aiming, her eyes wide open, completely focused on the target before her. Sweat rolled down her cheeks. A bit anxious, but her hands remained steady. Yoon Se-ah stood facing Nasit, looking incredibly small. Her whole body trembled slightly. This battle appeared overwhelmingly one-sided. At that moment, Nasit quickly chased after Yoon Se-ah. She hurriedly ran away, her face filled with panic as she screamed. Jihan over there stared intently at his hand, which was gradually moving on its own. He thought again. The paralysis had lessened while she was still running for her life up there. Jihan was finally able to muster strength, shouting at Yoon Se. Ah, why did you come here? I told you to stay far away. Jihan directed a plan to Yoon Se-ah. Attacking won't do any good. Don't be reckless and die for nothing. Run away quickly, let me handle this! But those words felt like cold water splashed on her. Her face darkened, lips pressed tight in anger. Yoon Se-ah let out a loud, frustrated scream, making him startle and look up with bewildered eyes. She had just fled from the monster. Screaming bitterly, each word was filled with despair, mixed with self-blame. She felt that she wasn't strong enough. Looking at the comments, it was about to be completely wiped out. If it was like this, he should have chosen someone else for the team instead of her. Yoon Se-ah poured out her heart about being looked down upon just for being a niece. It was truly humiliating, as if Baron had just disdained her. Sophia and Diego were lying flat on the ground, bound by beams of light. Sophia, with trembling hands, slammed the ground, feeling puzzled. Thinking like that, why had CA always strived to practice clearly? Just after escaping the title of the Sword King's daughter, now she was called Jihan's niece. She had also received abilities. She was trying her best. She had prepared thoroughly, training herself to be able to participate. So Jihan was speechless when he heard his niece's words. He understood how hard she had worked. At that moment, Yoon Se-ah suddenly paused after a period of fleeing. Her face was filled with determination, her gaze steady, mouth yelling loudly to show her courage. Just show me how I can help. Jihan looked at her with loving eyes but still a bit worried. Yoon Se-ah, as you stand there, an arm of the monster swung towards you. She looked up, paying attention. Yoon Se-ah shrieked and ran away, fortunately avoiding that strike as it was so powerful that it shattered the ground and sent debris flying. Facing a situation like this, Jihan racked his brain to analyze this somewhat difficult problem. Sophia and Masid were both in a state unable to fight. Fortunately, thanks to Sophia's earlier muscles, just one more minute and we could escape from the state of paralysis, sweat dripping down his face. His lips pressed tightly together, showing determination. If so, Jihan called out loudly, Yoon Se-ah, can you hear me? Then turned back to her with an urgent face. While having to escape from the attack of that Nashi, Jihan raised his arms like a megaphone and shouted, From now on, you are a fall mosquito. You strained your voice to speak, your eyes turning white from effort, but Yoon Se-ah couldn't understand anything. Her face was blank. Everyone froze, even Nashi was left gaping in disbelief. There's a saying that every autumn is even more terrifying. Compared to every summer, their numbers and strength have decreased, but just when it seemed they had vanished, they reappeared, biting one last time as if draining all their strength. 3 arrows struck Nashi, catching it off guard. It turned around, its face filled with rage, a dark aura enveloping it, making it even more terrifying. It angrily said, You, Yoon Se-ah. The grip was like a true warrior, but the face showed some worry. Its eyes were resolute yet slightly fearful, like a fly buzzing around, driving people crazy. Nashi unleashed an attack towards her. Yoon Se-ah quickly dodged to the side. Sophia praised her, saying she really was good at running away. As warned, Diego wondered, Doesn't that monster sound like Byron? Right now, Jihan had grasped the sword, a dark purple aura surrounding his hand. With one weapon, he pushed himself off the ground with one hand, holding the sword with the other to stand up. Good, thanks to Yoon Se-ah attracting attention. Just a bit more and I can get up. Suddenly, a strange surge of power appeared. On the sword grip side, Jihan unexpectedly turned to look at him with a hint of tension. Yet he felt his hand still gripping the sword tightly, lifting it up. This was Cliff's sensation. Ariel appeared with a pensive expression, informing Jihan that his power had increased. She exclaimed about how his strength had risen, and his swordsmanship had improved significantly. It was worth the struggle. Slice that guy like June. Jihan looked at the sword, his eyes so deep in thought that he didn't notice his surroundings. If the power of darkness is this strong, Maybe I can use the new skill of Shadow God's decision. Ariel beside him said helplessly, reminding him once again that to reach a higher realm, he must invest in this swordsmanship. Are you listening? A loud scream suddenly erupted, startling him. He widened his eyes as the aura radiating from Nasit erupted violently right in front of Jihan. Waves of light surged like powerful tides. It screamed, "Inferior humans!" Yoon Se-ah looked up in fear from below. Her whole body trembled as Nasit reared high, its claws raised, and its face became increasingly terrifying. The aura around it grew thicker, and comments from everyone surged. The chase game ends here. Could they escape that well? Yoon Se-ah lured the boss out of the house. Yoon Se-ah stepped back until she reached the cliff. She slipped and let out a scream. Yoon Se-ah's body fell into a deep ravine, her panicked scream echoing. Her body spasmed, her hands desperately trying to grab onto something. Jihan saw her falling to the ground. Instantly worried, Yoon Se-ah, her small frame, lay motionless in a cloud of dirt. Yoon Se-ah clenched her fists on the ground, not only from the pain but also from helplessness, yet she didn't want to give up easily. She was panting heavily, sweat streaming down her pale face. Her hand slapped the ground, trying to hold on to her last bit of strength. Just a little more. Her stamina had reached its limit. Yoon Se-ah gritted her teeth, sweat dripping down relentlessly, like the pain and tremendous pressure she was enduring right now, but Sophia and Diego's eyes went wide. Their pale faces showed astonishment. The two were stunned by what was happening. Johan stood frozen, his gaze fixed with anxiety. Yet deep inside the CEO, the sense of responsibility he bore was clear, the only way he could help his uncle now. Her legs trembled, but she still struggled to get up. Her body was exhausted, but her inner strength refused to yield. She had to stand up at all costs. The towering Nasit stood before her, baring its sharp teeth, exuding terrifying killing intent, creating an overwhelming feeling. The system announced that stamina level 10 had been achieved. Yoon Se-ah looked at it with determination, her brows furrowed, showing her indomitable spirit. She could only keep running. The system announced that a rare endurance level had been achieved. Nasit looked fearsome, its face shrouded in darkness, screaming in rage, concealing danger. So noisy. Surrounding its body were eerie, dark purple energy rays. Its contorted face radiated terrible pressure, its voice mocking someone as lowly as you. Don't cause any more trouble, just disappear. As soon as those words left its mouth, Nasit unleashed a bright purple energy blast, fierce, sweeping everything away, causing the ground to crack, debris flying everywhere. It stood tall, revealing its massive form. Covering the entire frame, the sharp horn and sturdy armor radiated a deathly aura. Finally, it was quiet again. Nasit moved closer, highlighting its inherent terror, dark purple skin and eye sockets glowing like embers, exuding ferocity. "What are you looking at, punk?" At that moment, Jihan had lifted Yoon Se-ah up. Nasit was surprised because it didn't think he could escape its control. His face was calm. A confident smile spread across his lips. A green energy surrounded his body. It was so close to danger. Yoon Se-ah looked clearly surprised with wide eyes. The abnormal status notification had been lifted. Jihan praised his niece Seha. "You're really resilient." She beamed, her eyes sparkling with rosy cheeks, radiating innocence upon receiving the compliment. Nasit stared at the two of them, not understanding what was happening. Seeing this, Jihan spread her arms as if to protect Seha, urging to step back for a moment. Her face turned anxious. "I'm a bit worried about your decision. Can you handle this? The manpower for the graveyard has been cut in half. Is it really okay?" Contrary to the worried look, Jihan is extremely confident, with a smirk on his face. The smirk shows that he is fully aware of the situation and ready to face it. His hand grips the sword tightly, radiating powerful energy. He immediately reassures, "Don't worry." Jihan laughs loudly, his determined eyes full of strength. He swings the sword back into a fighting stance. "I already have a plan." Nasit is surprised by his actions but quickly gets into a fighting stance. The sword is thrown forward by Jihan. It lands in front of Nasit. He stares blankly at the purple water before him, not understanding what's happening. Suddenly, Jihan raises both hands, flashing a friendly smile, squinting his eyes. "I surrender." Sophia and Diego stand helplessly in the distance. What the hell is happening now? Even Yoon Se-ah behind them looks gloomy, his eyes wide and panicked at what he just said. Is he joking? Nasit laughs arrogantly. Standing tall, he proudly states, "That's your final word." He continues to look down on him. For a mere mortal, that's quite something. Hearing those words, Yoon Se-ah feels a sense of despair, while Jihan shows no special reaction. He just smirks with a determined gaze. The monster charges forward, ripping through the air, mouth wide open as if waiting to devour its prey. "I will make sure to swallow you whole." But when it reaches the purple water, the purple energy envelops its body, making it struggle and unable to escape. Nasit is caught off guard by what surrounds him, not knowing what island. Jihan mocks him with a laugh. "Everything is according to his plan. The one who will be swallowed is you." He stands tall, full of confidence, with sharp, mischievous eyes, one hand still emanating waves of energy. "That shadow will not stop until you are eliminated." What's happening is the second move of Hack. The shadow technique. The dark purple light grows denser, covering Nasit's body to the point where he can't be seen. The anti-heavenly power devours the darkness, breaking all rules as Jihan eliminates Count Nasit. At that moment, over by Baron, he stands frozen in place, his mind flooded with thoughts. If I hadn't been careless, I would have won already. Why did he not die after losing that? The purple energy emits, startling Baron as he sees his face filled with shock, his brows furrowed and mouth agape. What? The system has announced that the Angel faction has defeated Count Nasit. The blessing of the Void has been bestowed upon the entire Angel faction. Baron grabs the announcement board, his face pale. His wide eyes clearly show a mix of rage and surprise. What the hell? They really defeated Count Nasit. How could they do it without my help? Jihan did this all by himself. He frowns, unable to believe the information. This is absolutely ridiculous. Zero stands at a distance, calling Baron's name. His face clearly shows anger. You dare betray me behind my back? Even Anna, standing behind, remained cold. Why did he come back to life alone? Baron stood alone, exuding a terrifying aura as he was enveloped in black smoke. Zero uttered a statement that was both provocative and arrogant, showing blind faith in victory. As promised, the victory belongs to us. Just die quietly, you coward. Only Anna sensed that something was off, but the condition of this guy looked a bit strange. He revealed extreme rage, his eyes blazing and his face twisted in fury, screaming in an explosive state. Don't mess with me! Baron was engulfed in a flow of bright red energy, repeating terrifying words. Die, die, Jihan. The system announced that the player Baron was going insane and causing chaos. Anna panicked, quickly fleeing with a pale face and wide eyes. Why is he cursing us? He had a crazed expression, his eyes glowing white, giving an eerie feeling. His smile was grotesquely wide. Laughter echoed as if drowning in ecstasy. I am the strongest. That day, Baron set a record, killing the most and inadvertently leading his team to victory. A modern building under the daylight. From a low angle, it created a sense of grandeur and majesty. Yoon Se-ah smiled brightly, her sparkling eyes reflecting excitement. Her cheeks were flushed, adding to her cuteness. She eagerly showcased her achievement. Uncle! Uncle! Look at this! I just leveled up to 20. Isn't that cool, Uncle? She was bursting with enthusiasm, sitting in front of the notification screen. Her eyes sparkled with pride. Yoon Se-ah recounted her incredible leveling process before starting the game. I was only level 5, I played one match and leveled up 15 times, and now I'm here. Fortunately, before I passed level 10, I received the persistence attribute. Suddenly, Yoon Se-ah's expression turned contemplative. With her chin resting on her hand, she thought about needing to quickly choose a first-level career. What should she pick now? Jihan heard this and showed interest. Haven't you decided yet? Then he gave her some sincere advice. How about switching to Archer? I see you use it quite well. Yoon Se-ah seemed to feel the same. It seems to suit me. She coughed a few times, her flushed face somewhat shy. But if she was going to do something, she wanted to be the best. But in our country, there are already too many skilled archers. Jihan thought to himself. This little girl is truly my niece. Pretty impressive. He placed both hands on the table as if preparing to analyze something, but he thought choosing Archer was a good choice. Yoon Se-ah asked in surprise. Why? I expected there would be a profound explanation, but he joked, that's because I will become the #1 warrior. She also got annoyed with her uncle and gave him a strong hit. You're so annoying. A sound rang out, the phone on the table vibrating repeatedly. Jihan was punched and spat blood, his whole body trembling. You only need to choose to be a warrior. Yoon Se-ah picked up the phone, looked at the screen, and was surprised. Let me take this call for a bit. Then, she went outside to answer the phone. Yes, hello, Johan is sitting there alone. Read the rewards as well as the parameters after the battle. Indeed, after defeating Count Nasit, the rewards are no joke. I've leveled up enough to challenge the promotion match right away. You focus on reading the information. Also, learn more about the new items. The mission rewards also bring quite a few achievement points. Jihan clicked on an item. But what is this? The system displayed. The Void Shield is a shield granted to the warriors of the Void. When used, it isolates you from the world, grants invisibility, and effectively avoids attacks of level 55 or below. Invisibility will be cancelled if you are detected moving. If equipped for too long, you may become buried in the void. Jihan. Seeming worried and a bit reflective while looking at the notification screen, he felt something was off when receiving the item rank. Getting S from the mission rewards is good, but how can I be isolated from the world? What are the side effects? Feeling uneasy, Jihan had a serious expression. Bored, he suspected, and called Ariel over for a bit. A mysterious dark purple smoke appeared around him. Ariel appeared with a cold expression, exuding an unpredictable aura. Jihan called her to ask about the item he received from the mission. Do you know what this item is? Ariel said nothing and lowered her head. At this moment, Jihan felt even more that something was wrong. Why does your face look like that? Suddenly, She asked a question that he probably didn't know. You don't like the skill I used to catch it? A snake or a worm? Jihan recalled that moment, the shadow soaring. Ariel reminded him it was that skill. He still didn't understand what the problem was with it. So what? She appeared in a majestic, fiery form, the darkness completely different from her previous chibi form. No matter how many times he looked, it looked just like the ultimate power of the entity. Jihan seemed troubled. After all, does the Shadow God's decree have anything to do with the Dark Queen? Ariel turned away, showing an attitude of avoidance. Jihan appeared clumsy, pressing her about the true origin. That topic again? I told you I don't know. I explained it all last time. Ariel's face was indifferent, somewhat guarded, hiding something. Hiding something. Jihan seemed very serious. Her voice echoed. To be honest, it's time to ask directly. Ariel revealed an important truth. The constellation has retrieved the gift from you. The name of that constellation is the Wandering War God, right? His eyes widened in surprise at her words. Jihan was confused, silently thinking how she knew. Meanwhile, Ariel crossed her arms, explaining, "Don't think about denying that." She revealed the main reason why he was pulled in from the start. The reason the entity targeted him is that he exudes the aura of that constellation. Jihan opened his eyes wide, stunned as if he had just received a shock upon realizing the truth. His face showed no emotion, but the words were somewhat teasing. I thought it was just a perverse interest, but Ariel was annoyed and shouted, "Shut up." Jihan exhaled, then slowly confirmed that the things just mentioned were not a big secret from the start. Yes, you are right, Ariel said with cold, sharp eyes as if probing for something. Slightly tense atmosphere highlighted both their feelings of unease and vigilance. But what if the wandering martial god is really that formidable, to the point of sending a clone to monitor an ordinary player like me? Her gaze seemed somewhat gloomy, as if conveying something profound and important. With our constellations, the wandering martial god, the two faced each other. But the atmosphere was extremely tense. Jihan was focused ahead. Ariel issued a warning, implying that it's a significant issue. It's the true eagle, she continued to explain. Normally, constellations will view the star they were born from as a mother. The image appeared like a mesmerizing galaxy painting, where cosmic entities, in human form, were immersed in a brilliantly colored space and lived to protect that star. Jihan interjected, "Wait, you raised your hand to ask the question clearly." His expression was very focused. His gaze carried a hint of confusion. "What are you saying? Aren't constellations divine beings?" Ariel redefined for him, painting a portrait of the constellations not just as mythological symbols, but as transcendent entities. More precisely, they can be seen as beings that transcend limits to become gods. Jihan received the information with a serious, somewhat astonished gaze. If you are level 777 inches, Bato, net, you can become a constellation. From that information, an important contradiction arose in the system. But the maximum level in Bato net is 500, which made him wonder. Is that even possible? She paused and didn't elaborate further. Right now, I can't explain it, but after completing the tutorial, you'll understand on your own. At this moment, Ariel brought up the unfinished topic from before, while he was still wandering through many issues. Anyway, returning to the main topic, the mystical scene was flooded with purple hues and hazy light. A hand glowed softly, cradling a deep black orb named the Martial God. It was completely different from ordinary constellations. He had created a star named the Death Star. The wandering Martial God stood tall, his whole body radiating an enchanting blue-purple light. He tightly bound 4 people on gigantic stone pillars and hunted other constellations. He captured them and froze them in his star. Under the enchanting light of the universe, he was a powerful entity. His fiery white eyes were like 2 blades tearing through the darkness. The frozen constellations neither lived nor died, but were drained of their power. Thus, the wandering martial god was considered a horror for countless constellations in the silent scene. Ariel was intently observing a magical orb with deep eyes, her fingers lightly touching the surface of the orb. As if flipping through the layers of a fateful chess game, my being sensed the aura of the war god from you, thus sending me to observe. Beneath an ethereal sky, filled with the light of the galaxy, a gigantic being appeared as if woven from countless nebulae and twinkling stars. It's nothing strange for someone to wield the power of the constellation granted by the war god. He might have passed on the skills he stole from other constellations to you, returning to the scene inside the house. Ariel displayed unmasked pride. She declared arrogantly, yet like a queen, "The darkness has never had its power stolen by the war god." She directly faced Jihan, radiating doubt. The voice rang out coldly but couldn't hide the confusion. "So why are you able to use my being's power? How should this be explained?" His gaze was sharp. The deep sideways glance showed a distinct change. "I think I understand now." Jihan analyzed the issue, explaining why his current character possesses power that doesn't originally belong to him. "In my past life, I awakened the Shadow God technique around the time I reached the Diamond League. During that time, the Wandering War God absorbed the power of the Dark Queen and created the Shadow God technique. The Wandering War God was the one who absorbed the power of the Dark Queen. This means that if things continue, the Dark Queen will someday be hunted down and defeated by the wandering war god. Ariel confirmed the information about the power. After all, the skill you just used is the strongest among what you received from the war god, right? The strongest among what you received from the war god, right? Jihan revealed information that surprised her even more. It's not just a skill stronger than Shadow Ascension by 1 level. She was curious, quickly asking, "What skill is it? Can you show me?" He waved his hand to explain the matter. "Right now, because my level is low, I can't show it, not even Shadow Ascension. I also have to try hard just to use it." After being unwrapped, Ariel rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Her gaze was intense, as if considering something. If I could reference a skill stronger than Shadow Ascension, my being might enhance its supreme power at this moment. Yunxia entered, waving her hand high with a cheerful smile. "Hey, uncle, hey!" She clasped her hands together. Looking at Jihan with sparkling, eager eyes, her bright smile radiated excitement. "Are you free tonight?" "You're free tonight, right?" He could only respond with a simple question. "What's up? You seem so excited." Yunxia smiled widely, because she spoke mysteriously. "A fan of yours wants to meet you." Jihan froze, his eyes filled with curiosity. "A fan of yours?" In the quiet ambiance of a cafe, Sophia sat silently at the table. Her hand resting on her thigh, she sighed. The somewhat stiff sitting position indicated tension. She held the menu, but her gaze was not focused on it at all. Instead, the tangled thoughts were clearly visible on her face. "I wonder if I'm being too hasty? Should I order a drink first? Did I spray too much perfume?" Sophia hurriedly searched for something important among her 6 bags. Her big round eyes showed clear signs of panic and worry. "Oh no, what should I do? I forgot to bring my lipstick." On the other side, Li Ha-yan was reapplying her lipstick. The soft light created a dreamy, shimmering effect, highlighting the softness of her skin and hair. After a moment of touching up, she sat quietly, letting out a sigh. She seemed to be quite tense, too. Li Ha-yan looked at her phone screen to check her makeup. "I hope there's no makeup smudges, right? I rushed out, so I'm a bit tense." A voice sounded, catching both girls' attention. "Have you been waiting long?" Jihan approached in simple yet polite attire, exuding a modest maturity. This also showed that he was prepared for the meeting. Sophia jumped up, her eyes full of confusion. Oh no, her face radiated pure happiness. Her sparkling blue eyes were wide open, shining with joy from nowhere. In contrast to her, Hazion looked quite bored, his cold eyes reflecting discontent, sitting opposite her. He was a flashy-looking man, slightly aloof, with a whisper of deep frustration inside. "Why do I always meet people like this?" The man laughed confidently. He raised his hand, boasting, "You look even more beautiful in person." After the food was served, Jihan began to eat. He was polite, cutting each piece of meat. Sophia spoke up to catch his attention. "You must be surprised that I suddenly invited you to dinner, right?" Jihan looked up at her. Sophia was full of admiration, expressing herself straightforwardly yet politely. "As you know, I'm a fan of yours, so I wanted to have a proper meeting." Jihan maintained a calm expression and replied gently, "It's no problem. I would be honored to eat with someone from another region." He had a slight curiosity, but when did she get in touch with the CEO? She sincerely replied, "Last time, after the report about Count Nasid, we exchanged numbers. I was very happy to be at American First. There are very few people my age." Sophia was excited to meet him, but she still felt a bit shy. Her cheeks flushed. "I couldn't contact you directly, so I asked the CEO to set up a meeting." Jihan tried to ease the awkwardness between them. "What's there to be tense about? Just relax. Right now, we are also teammates in Gil, after all." She looked a bit surprised. Why did Sophia's hands slip into her hair and play with the strands? To lessen the embarrassment, her eyes sparkled with a bright smile full of excitement. Her blushing cheeks made her face extraordinarily beautiful. In Korea, people usually call their seniors Appa, right? "Can I call you that?" Jihan seemed quite flustered, surprised by her change. "Appa." Before, Sophia wasn't like this, was she? In my memory, she seemed more lively, maybe a bit shy. "Your eyes are closed, and the expression on your face shows you're deep in thought. Your lips are pressed tightly with slight wrinkles on your forehead. It shows uncertainty. I remember before the regression, she was much more mature. Now, how should I put it? Like a young girl." "That's right. She looks more childlike, which makes sense. She's younger now than before the regression." Jihan hesitates when asking about Sophia's age. "How old are you now?" "You're asking me?" Sophia points at herself. Her eyes sparkle like sunlight, the same age as Yoon Se-ah. "I'm 20 this year." The adult chuckles and responds, then turns to her. "Just call me Jihan." Sophia is taken aback by his words. "Yes," Jihan continues eating, urging Sophia to join him. "Let me pay today. You're growing up. Eat plenty to grow fast." She is filled with surprise. "Huh? Don't you see I'm not big yet?" A moment later, both have finished their meal. They've eaten everything. Sophia continues the conversation, showing her interest. "Oh right, Jihan, what level are you at now?" He doesn't understand why she wants to know. Why is she asking that? Sophia cheerfully explains, she's about to rank up to silver. I wonder if you're in the ranking up group? I've made it into the top 100. Suddenly, she closes her eyes, her cheeks blush, her hands resting on her face deep in thought. Right, I've reached the level but haven't checked the ranking up message. Wait, if that's the case, then I'll have to compete with Jihan. How can that be? Even after overcoming hardships and becoming close, even if it's feelings, Jihan opens the system. He has something to check. Wait a moment, let me check right now. Jihan's face looking at the system is focused yet slightly hesitant. Silver League has ended with the highest win rate. You have received the title of Silver Ruler. You qualify for the promotion to the top 100. Silver League, just as I thought, definitely in the top 100. But then, one piece of information shocked him enough to widen his eyes. Your level has surpassed the Silver League, the system announces. You are qualified to participate in the promotion exam to Gold League in the Gangnam area. Which promotion exam do you want to choose? If you choose to promote from Silver League, there will be a significant penalty to balance the strength. Jihan curses silently in his head. What the hell? His face still shows surprise and a bit of discomfort. Is the system playing this game again? Sophia notices his expression and asks, "What's wrong, Jihan? Analyze a bit. The system has warned about a large penalty. Then my level must be at a different tier if I pass the Goldrich promotion exam. Then I will go straight to Platinum rank. An unprecedented promotion speed." Jihan rested his hand on his chin in a thoughtful pose. The expression clearly showed careful consideration. The air was a bit tense in this case, a modern skyscraper under the night sky. From inside came a voice, "I bet Hazion is holding his head," screaming. The situation seemed quite shocking, crazy, right? Even though it was a meeting, he proposed right from the first encounter, after the man she had just met brought out a ring with a large diamond. I felt destiny with Hazion, looking at her with a timid expression, somewhat hesitant and powerless in front of that situation. Just refusing because I'm busy with work at Zil would be enough. Hajon sighed, focusing on his phone. The face showed fatigue, mixed with annoyance. It's easy to say, but refusing to meet leads to all kinds of nagging. Well, let's just meet regularly to avoid reminders. To avoid headaches, she spoke with an idealized tone about her partner. Her partner must be someone busy, unceasing, ambitious, and only the thrill of challenge is worthy of her. Lim Gayon suggested something. Usually heartfelt words are said at the last minute, and Hazion didn't want to take it in. Come on, she was still monitoring the content on her phone and was surprised to see a notification appear on the page. Is there a notification on the betting page? Hazion was so surprised that she exclaimed, "Huh?" Lim Gayon heard it and came closer, asking, "What's up?" Based on the information in the post, Hazion saw that the ranking competition issue had changed. Lim Gayon was surprised. "What has your master chosen?" Over here, Jihan was sitting, looking at his phone. Following the post and voting, he clearly wasn't worried about being penalized for the change. His attitude was extremely calm. A confident smile anyway. "I'll be penalized. Winning is what matters, right, Jihan? I chose to continue competing in the Silver League ranking. If I choose the Goldrick ranking and go straight to Platinum, I might miss the achievement mission in Goldrick. Goldrick and going straight to Platinum might miss the achievement mission in Goldrick, and on top of that, Jihan needs to adjust his current breathtaking promotion speed. He was thinking about an important timeline. It will be a major turning point. The ranking exam is at the end of September, about 3 months away. The guidance phase will end, and Earth will join the Space League." Jihan closed his eyes tightly. His eyebrows also furrowed, clearly showing careful thought to prevent a tragedy from happening on Earth. On that day, Jihan recalled a past image. That boy screaming in panic and pain. He was terrified by the flames surrounding his body. "No! I don't want to die." Jihan watched that image with worry and fear. Sweat poured down his face. "Help me! We have to hold our position in the Platinum League." He sat still, staring at the notification screen without thinking. Jihan smirked a little. Something seemed off, but he read the notifications with a sigh. Isn't this punishment a bit excessive? The map for the promotion contest will change to a special map. The Tomb Raider's defense style is under attack. The number of players in the team will change from 55 to 10, 90 players. Jihan will be paired with a team of 10 along with 9 players ranked 91,100 inches Jihan's team. Stronger opponents will be scheduled, and the rules of the promotion contest have changed. Tony was shocked, holding his head, mouth wide open as if screaming, "The enemies in SAO have such a punishment?" Kwang Lin seemed contemplative. He murmured a few sounds but remained quite calm. The announcement was sent to all participating players. "The worldwide promotion exam." Lee Ha-yan forced a smile, sweating profusely, showing her embarrassment. "This time I'm definitely betting on the 7 losses of the CEO." "Jihan, I'm sorry. An unprecedented event just because of one player." And the system had to readjust fairly on a large scale. Comments kept popping up continuously. "I've never seen such a bizarre update. With a patriotic spirit, I'll bet everything on Jihan." Just kidding. Even diamond levels would struggle to surpass Jihan's 7 losses. Choosing between Baron and Wang Lin is the real issue. Even Diamond has already won. This silver promotion means nothing. The betting experts all predict 7 losses for Jihan. This promotion exam has recorded a high level of betting interest. Round 6. Time keeps passing. The promotion exam day has arrived. An ancient Eastern-style fortress appears. Now Jihan stood alone on the ramparts, looking outside the fortress. He had just been teleported to the map. Immediately, he saw the notification pop up. The top 100 Silver League promotion exam has begun. Feet slowly appeared in this space. The system announced, the enemies that players need to stop are, overthrow the king. The terrifying teeth appear. Jihan felt bewildered. In SAO, these guys show up here so early. The system announced, the Undead Alliance, those who pursue absolute equality. King Tai, King, King Tai, King, in a crowd. There was a mysterious figure, a hooded leader hiding his face, standing in the middle. His eyes glowed red, a long smile looking frightening, staring at him. In this tense top 100 match, the special map with a defense mode was applied contrary to the usual rules. When players take on the role of tomb raiders attacking the tomb, this time players must defend the tomb under special rules. However, with the punishment, the north gate where Jihan is located only has 10 people, including 9 ranked lower, while the south gate has 90 people remaining at the top. The south gate has 90 people, and Baron looks at the announcement board. His expression shows some displeasure. Is it really necessary to cause trouble like this? He seriously contemplates the content displayed. The rankings will be determined. Based on defensive contributions, any team that allows the enemy to infiltrate will be completely eliminated. In short, the AI that lasts until the end will win. Right? Baron crosses his arms, looking confident and decisive, with only 10 people left for Jihan to defend. It seems certain that victory will belong to us. While he was deep in thought, a voice from behind startled him. Do you really think so? Quang Lin wears a confident smile mixed with arrogance. His demeanor exudes calmness but isn't lacking in challenge. It seems I am the top candidate according to Batonet's betting sites. He is a temporary member of ZIL, a reserve for the Beijing tournament. Quang Lin, Baron's face cannot hide his frustration mixed with sarcasm. These fools really have no vision. Wang Lin places his hands behind his back casually, his expression calm and deliberately provocative. Just think about it. You still climb to rank 2 despite breaking the game in team mode. Baron clenches his fists, anger rising. What? Hold on! Quang Lin shouts, arm raised with a friendly smile. Do you understand what I'm saying? It seems Batonet's translation system has an issue. His face darkens, and the atmosphere suddenly becomes tense. Smirking slightly, he says something dangerous. But Baron, I advise you to listen carefully. Quang Lin's gaze is cold and full of confidence, even somewhat challenging. If the most promising talent in America like you is only at that level, Baron frowns, angered. His face hardens, jaw clenched, filled with fury at the words he hears from him. Soon, the #1 position in the world will belong to Beijing, not New York. He loses his composure and grabs his collar, clearly showing extreme anger. What the hell are you talking about? While Baron is still holding on to Quang Lin's collar, the announcement for the game begins. The Undead King Taiking Alliance is targeting the soul of the Conqueror. Prevent King Taiking's attack. Until the Conqueror awakens, the sky is burning red, with dense fog. A series of armored skeletons, carrying spears, advance toward a solid fortress. The skeletons in armor and helmets are charging forward, full of fury, bringing destruction and a terrifying aura. King Taiking, both Baron and Wang Lin, are both surprised by the sight before them. They have never seen a monster like this before, one of the reasons. Leading to the Earth's doom before a regression teleportation portal appears. Surrounded by a glowing purple aura, this is the dungeon portal from ancient times. Dungeon portals only appear in 10% of the lowest-ranked countries, but then the range gradually expands, leading to the entire world, except for the last 10 countries, being ravaged by dungeons, and when that happens, the monster appearing at the dungeon gate of South Korea is an undead army from outer space, King Undead. The army of zombies with eyes blazing like fierce flames exudes a cold and terrifying aura. The furious roar echoed, blending with the rhythm of the Conqueror's downfall, currently at the north gate where Jihan stands watching. There are a total of 10 people, and his eyes reveal clear surprise and worry, so tense that sweat rolls down his face. These guys shouldn't just appear in the dungeon. Why are they here in this promotion match? This seems a bit troublesome. Jihan glanced toward the sound, slightly surprised to hear something. The players are holding their heads in frustration. I'm on Jihan's team, so I'm ranked below 90. Damn it, this promotion match is ruined. With only 10 people, how can we possibly stop them? Jihan stands observing with a serious, somewhat frustrated expression. It's like getting slapped in the face. If everyone is like this, we can't expect any help. At this moment, his eyes reflect worry. Thinking of a solution, he might have to act alone this time. Sophia runs over from the other side. With bright eyes and a cheerful smile, she grabs his hand. Jihan is surprised and calls her name, Sophia. Meanwhile, she has an excited expression. Her eyes sparkle with joy. We're teammates now, so we don't have to face Jihan anymore, right? How lucky. Jihan looks at her and thinks, Sophia is here. Her rank is lower than I thought. Her gaze is clear and sparkling. A massive log rushes toward them at a speed that cuts through the air, with two people on top. Startled by the vibrations beneath him, the zombies are using the log to break the solid gate. They shout loudly, "Break the gate!" Jihan turns around, his expression serious as he makes a request. "Whatever you say, just please get me out first." Sophia also seems startled and replies, "Yes." He looks down. In their actions, he thinks differently than the mindless monsters. They are an army with a proper formation. It seems the arrows in this group possess strength equivalent to an average player. One foot of Jihan steps up to the high wall, but he kicks off, launching himself high to prepare for landing below. Jihan's hands transform into a shiny blade, gripping it tightly as he raises his arm high. He raises the staff behind him, preparing for an attack, his face filled with confident excitement. After all, it's just a game. Jihan unleashes a powerful strike, causing a dazzling explosion. After the hit, the undead are incinerated. Everything becomes hazy. He lands firmly, one hand touching the ground to stabilize himself. System notification. Attack power increased by 20%. Jihan maintains his stance while silently marveling. Sophia's skills are still top-notch. Plus, the power of the Phoenix Fire counters the undead. This is easier than I thought. The undead are stunned, looking at you in surprise. Jihan is also curious and turns to look with a suspicious gaze. Suddenly, they all stand at attention. Looking towards you, they all speak in unison. "You are the king. The king will become the king." Jihan stands up, gripping his weapon tightly. "Ready for battle?" The Andes command echoes. A giant hand appears. In the hand is a large mouth emerging from the ground. Everyone looks on in shock. Where did this come from? Jihan sweats, staring intently at the new arrival. That's what he concludes after thinking it over. The destroyer he saw in the map of the Doom Envoy's defense. The black hand approaches. Its enormous hand growls ominously. It gets closer to Jihan's face. Though a bit scared, he stands firm. He dodges to the side. Surrounding his body is a powerful energy. Sweat beads on Jihan's face. The tension is palpable. He is acutely aware of the threat before him. Last time his sister summoned the flash golem. This time it is coming personally. He is in a fighting stance, one hand clenched into a fist, the other firmly holding the shining golden staff. Jihan focuses on the giant stone wall that is cracking, the black hand and the undead with glowing red eyes. Skeletal or deformed faces, holding spears, ready for battle. The system announces, "The north wall has been destroyed by 20%. Sophia gasps in surprise, her eyes wide. "The wall." Jihan looks at the announcement and is also astonished. If the tomb is attacked through the north gate, all players at the north gate will be eliminated. He quickly moves somewhere. Damn it. The sound of a savage laugh grabs Jihan's attention. He looks up with a somewhat fearful expression. The black hand sticks out its long, wet tongue and says, "Indeed, you have the potential to surpass a king." It opens its mouth wide right before his small body. The black hand rises high. Coming closer to Jihan, "I will devour you, make you mine." The screen displays an image of the black hand, along with the undead gathering together. Hazel is sitting in front of the screen observing the situation unfolding. Her face is tense, her eyes wide with concern. What kind of situation is this? She has a thoughtful expression, destroying the entire wall with just one blow. "What is that?" "Lim Gayon, have you ever seen a monster like this?" Lim Gayon answers seriously. It looks like the monster that appeared when Jihan was still in bronze rank." Hazel feels a bit exhausted thinking about how dangerous this monster is at this level. This time the chances of winning will be tough. Lim Gayon tries to reassure and keep calm, responding with words full of confidence. "Don't worry, I'm sure he'll manage." She feels a bit surprised mixed with confusion when she hears a faint laugh from nearby. Haeyun's face suddenly changes. Her sharp eyes show a look full of implications. Finally, it's time to wait. Her eyes sparkled with a calm yet confident gaze, as if everything was going according to her plan. Lee Hae-yeon put everything on Wang Lin's victory. Everyone in the team fought with all their might. "These guys just keep coming, there are too many of them." Sophia saw the chaotic scene. She had to exclaim, "This is not good." Her gaze showed some worry, sweat dripping down her face. Her lips were pressed tightly. At this rate, the walls would soon be breached. Sophia shouted to cheer on her teammates who were fighting. "Everyone, just hold on a little longer. Jihan will be here to support us soon." She glanced to the side. Her face displayed clear fear. The black hand laughed menacingly, raising its hands high, covered in dirt. Jihan, it opened its wide mouth to threaten. This time, evasion had become prominent. Below, Jihan raised his hand forward, signaling something. His eyes were burning red. His face was full of will. The black hand was excited to see this. It opened its mouth wide to yell. "This king has many interesting tricks, huh? This will be great." Jihan's expression was cold and sharp. What exactly is this monster? He analyzed the situation in disbelief. Unlike last time when he just tore apart zombies, this time it clearly had intelligence and was aiming directly at him. Could it have evolved beyond? It must be the game's basic setup. Why is the black hand exposing its palm backward? The speed was so fast that it whistled through the air. It slammed its massive hand down towards where Jihan was standing. Waves of energy surrounded him, making a creaking sound. Jihan looked up, his mouth slightly curved, finding it amusing. This guy is really stubborn. He looked in the direction. Walls were being fiercely attacked, a wave of anxiety rising as he was pinned down here. The walls were gradually being destroyed. If this keeps dragging on, it won't be good. Jihan tightened his grip on his weapon until his veins popped. Golden lightning surrounded him, gathering strength. He had to deal with this guy first. He stood in front of the black hand, raising his spear that was full of energy. It also seemed surprised. A great bolt of lightning struck down from the sky with a resounding sound. Jihan's eyes shone brightly as he absorbed energy, transforming his body into lightning. Small bolts of lightning kept concentrating on his body. The skill of light transformation startled the black hand, making it cry out a few times. Strangely, his face became cold, his hair covering half of it. No need for much time, the nameless divine skill, Thunder God's decree. Jihan exploded with power, his sharp gaze reflecting determination. A powerful source of energy radiated around his body. Surrounded by brilliant golden electricity, he had to give it his all. The black hand's expression showed some surprise. It also realized that the battle was entering a more intense phase. Things were becoming tougher. It reached out in one direction, where the undead stood, giving a decisive command. "Not good, you guys." They all charged in. As soon as the command was given, the subordinates all flew quickly towards it. They touched the golden lightning bolts and immediately cried out in pain. Each of the subordinates was gradually obliterated by the lightning, causing the dark leader to shout loudly. Lightning bolts striking its body made it unable to endure. "It hurts! It hurts so much!" The dark leader shouted in frustration and carelessness, which surprised Jihan and brought a hint of worry. It bared its teeth and threatened. "What a nuisance! With this mood, I can't swallow you." It gradually faded away into the mist. "Wait, I'll be back soon." Jihan stood there in shock as it disappeared. Jihan's face tightened, revealing his combative nature. "Where are you going, you worm?" He launched a powerful attack, raising. The spear surrounded by lightning shot straight up into the sky, creating an explosion. The light blazed like a sun exploding. Jihan suddenly froze with a surprised expression, his gaze focused ahead. He couldn't believe his eyes when he looked at the empty space in front of him, which left a gigantic hole in the ground. Earlier, because the Dark Leader had emerged, the large bodies and its gigantic presence disappeared in an instant. No way. His eyes were filled with suspicion, and he gradually shifted to panic as he thought of a problem, as if it had moved to another dimension. The expression on Jihan's face showed some confusion as he realized something, explaining why it felt so familiar. He looked at the information of an item, the Void Cloak, a cloak specifically for the emissaries of the Void. When used, you will be isolated from the world and can conceal yourself, avoiding attacks below SS level. If user movement is detected, the effect will be negated if the item is equipped for an extended period. You could be swallowed into the void. The system clearly lists the item details, and the effect of this item seems similar to a power. Is this the name? Jihan used the item, and the cloak appeared, flying towards him. "I don't have time to waste anymore. At most I won't lose anything. Let's give it a try." He draped the cloak over himself. With determined eyes, filled with thoughts of revenge, Jihan opened his eyes. What lay before him surprised him so much he widened his eyes. Currently, Jihan was standing behind a hooded boss. He sneered, as if he had just escaped a dangerous situation. That really hurt, almost turned into roasted meat. He looked at them, thinking to himself, "Humans." Jihan suspected one of the two was him. Could this be the true form of the Dark Leader? He was still turned away from Jihan. Sighing, praising the king this time is really something else, right? I've never seen one like that. Meanwhile, his head was still filled with thoughts, and beside him, Jihan was curious about the identity of the glowing figure. "Looks much stronger than you, right? What do you think about the conqueror I saw at the Imperial Tomb?" His mind was flooded with thoughts. Isn't the goal of this level-up battle to protect the soul of the conqueror? Why is it in that guy's hands so soon? You guys not responding made him uncomfortable. "Hey, ignoring me?" He turned half his face, a sinister smile. "Although I don't know what that cloak is, it's definitely not an ordinary NPC. If I get swallowed by that guy, it'll be truly dangerous." Jihan's face was extremely focused, his sharp eyes tightly gripping the weapon in his hand. Just one last use of the Phoenix technique. "I have to put everything into a single strike." A dark shadow flew closer to him, its red eyes whispering, "What is this?" Jihan was grabbed by the neck with one hand. Suddenly his face showed fear, gritting his teeth. "You." The guy, with a face full of killing intent, stared at him. "How did you get in here?" Jihan was extremely tense, his eyes wide with shock. "What kind of power is this?" Suddenly he vanished, leaving only the cloak behind. The other guy was taken by surprise, his eyes wide. His arm was now just empty air, not Jihan anymore. He was bewildered, not knowing what just happened. Jihan fell hard to the ground, head hitting the surface with a thud. System notification. Detecting user movement. The stealth status was cancelled. He was still rubbing his neck. Jihan realized the problem. If he moved, his stealth status would be revealed, which allowed him to escape death. several Andes rushed towards him. The king, its eyes blazing red, shouting terrifyingly, "Kill the king!" Jihan used his speed and strength to zip past, easily taking them down. On the other side, an AI called his name, catching his attention. "Jihan," Sophia shouted from above. "Han, are you okay? You vanished suddenly, so I thought you were dead." He confirmed his status to her. "I'm fine." Right now, Jihan felt uneasy for them, but on that side, Sophia was crying sadly. "Sorry, we're getting beaten up here. Just by looking, you can tell." "Yeah, I see." Jihan's eyes were icy, gripping his weapon tightly. Energy burst out around him. "Come here now." A huge explosion occurred with two sources of green and red energy colliding. He launched himself into the air, weapon in hand, delivering a powerful blow. Beams of light emitted from the spear. Creating a mighty effect, the Andes fighting Jin suddenly turned to the other side. Letting out a scream, they were caught off guard by the actions of the Andes. "What the hell is this?" They ran to the other side. Jeongu stared blankly, shocked and unsure of what was happening, exclaiming, "Could it be that Jihan has come back?" Over here, he was taking out each one, sending them flying. Jihan's eyes shone bright, full of valor, creating a long slash that blew rocks into the air. Everyone in the AI team had to brace against the wind from that explosion. The Andes fell to the ground one by one. Body parts also fell off. Jihan stood before the pile of undead, raising his weapon high with great dignity. His face still expressionless, Jihan pondered. They would come again, but he bought some time. The issue was, he turned around, his eyes shining with a coldness. At that moment, Black Hand returned. This guy cheerfully greeted him. "Hello, so this is where you are?" Black Hand immediately challenged him upon reunion. "This time, you're not going to fight back, huh?" Jihan responded with disdain, making it a bit awkward for him. "You can only land a few hits before you have to run away." But he tried to calm himself and replied, "Yes, that's right." "So what? Shouldn't you just obediently let me absorb you?" The energy line surged from his weapon. "If not, those lightning bolts will surround the Black Hand one by one." Jihan raised his weapon high, preparing to fight with a determined face. "This time I won't let you escape. You will die with one blow. The number of times I can use the Phoenix Arrow is down to just one, meaning this is my chance to kill this guy. In reality, there's only one use left. So with this one blow," Jihan screamed in rage. His eyes glowed like they were on fire as he thrust the spear forward. "I will combine the flames of the Phoenix, along with Sophia's strength, the power of the Thunder God, and the ultimate skill of the Heavenly Thunder God, the Heavenly Punishment Strike." The spear flew towards the Black Hand. It leaned to dodge and yelled, barely missing by a hair. Moaning a few times, the Black Hand challenged, almost getting roasted. "You said you would finish me with one blow, but you missed. What now?" It grinned mockingly, somewhat frightening. Either way, it was close, and suddenly a bright streak of light appeared from the sky. "This is the judgment of the Heavenly Master." The Black Hand didn't understand what was happening, only seeing that light attack it. The light pierced like a spear straight at the Black Hand. The Heavenly Master's judgment caught it off guard, leaving it gaping. Not knowing how to deal with it, the energy of that light was so strong that Sophia had to cover her face and scream. Jihan stood firm, with both hands clenched in determination. Golden lightning twisted around his body, indicating an explosion of energy. His face was calm but determined, with a hint of fatigue. The system announced, "The number of uses for the Phoenix Arrow has run out." At that moment, Jihan crouched down. The announcement continued, "The Phoenix Arrow will disappear." He felt it had been used well. "All right, that was quite useful." Jihan clutched his injured arm. He gritted his teeth in pain. Perhaps it was still too much to use the Heavenly Master's judgment. Then the atmosphere was filled with dust and smoke. "After the fierce battle, it's fine. There are only a few punks left. One arm is enough to play. We need to regroup quickly." The loud laughter caught him off guard and made him tense. Even Sophia noticed that laughter and was frightened. A massive tornado swept everything as it soared high. Jihan struggled to keep his balance, standing firm against the terrifying force from within the tornado. The screams of the undead echoed. The Black Hand felt excited. It had been a long time since it felt this good. Jihan heard it and was terrified. It emerged from the veil of smoke, confirming it to him once more. "That's right, you are not someone who stops at being a king." The massive black vortex resembled a gate. The void is opening, bringing with it a surge of chaotic and threatening energy. "You have enough qualification to become my brain." Jihan looked towards the source of the overwhelming power. His face showed clear shock. The system notification caught him off guard. A bug was detected in the Batonet system, and the constellation of the Purple Star had infiltrated the game in a certain way. Amidst the fierce storm of thunder and lightning, the Black Hand emerged with solid muscles, exuding absolute majesty. Jihan's eyes widened, feeling that what he just witnessed was far beyond his imagination. The map for the leveling up battle was a special defense map, attacking the Tomb of the Conqueror Team 5 with a maximum of 55. Only one player would face a heavy penalty. This was an unprecedented leveling up battle in Jihan's team. It was arranged for the enemy to be much stronger. But when a series of predictions about failure were overturned, Seong Jihan crushed Blackpink into dust. The spirits of countless viewers also evaporated into thin air. They were so angry that they slammed their hands down on the table. Everyone's head felt like it was going to explode. What the hell is going on? This skill is so cheating my money. A girl shouted, "Who told you to watch Botonet during work?" A group of viewers cheered, "Oh my god, I've always believed in you." Then another group cried out, "No way! I bet everything on Baron's victory." Hazon buried his head on the table, tears almost flowing like a river. Lim Ga-yun stood beside him gently calling, "Miss." The two sat analyzing the situation. The girl spoke up, "I can't believe it. Is Jihan really going to win this time?" The boy clicked his tongue. "I thought for sure he would lose this time. Kwang Lin and Baron have also performed very well, but they couldn't compare to Jihan. What a shame, if it weren't for Jihan." One of the two had already become the main character. The girl looked at the screen, curious how this leveling up battle would end. The screen displayed a message. "This clip cannot be viewed in tutorial mode." They were also surprised. "Can't watch." The Black Hand smirked, rising amidst the raging storm. He stood in the tense atmosphere. His gaze was resolute and contemplative. He looked small in the midst of the large, swirling black vortex. It was hard to believe, but Jihan realized its terrifying power and the helplessness of having to fight alone. If that's really a constellation, then I can't face it alone. No, not just can't face it. I can't even hold out for a few more seconds. A sound surprised him, and looking over, the Black Hand was also silently paying attention to something. The screen began to change. He looked around in surprise. Traditional architecture started to disappear, and the space was changing. Jihan looked back with worry, tinged with doubt, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, showing confusion. The system was preparing to do something. That's right, the intervention of the constellation itself was a kind of error, and it would definitely be corrected. His eyes narrowed, with a sharp gaze. The Black Hand felt annoyed. This system is really troublesome. Its hand reached out, exuding a sense of power and mystery. "There wasn't much time left," Hakthu shouted. "Don't you dare run away!" Jihan's eyes widened, sweat dripping down his forehead, showing that he was tense about the current situation. Before him was a gigantic shadow, hazily appearing through the mist and darkness, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure and danger. The scene was tense and dramatic. An invitation to merge came from a mysterious and somewhat threatening entity. "Become one with me!" Jihan's expression was one of shock and panic. "Oh my god, you're standing right there!" Amid the powerful energy radiating, completely unavoidable, a red spark struck Hakthu from somewhere. Startled, it showed clear signs of surprise and extreme confusion as it looked down. The arm hit by the energy beam struck something. Amidst the gloomy scene, radiant, glowing circles, as if incinerating everything around Hakthu. Jihan calmly watched from within each red circle, shooting a beam of light towards it. Each impact created an explosion. System notification. The Black Star constellation does not have access to the upgrade battle. The notification appeared again. The expulsion process is underway. Hakthu clutched its face, screaming, "It hurts so much, it hurts so much." It cried out desperately, grasping for a glimmer of hope amidst the storm. "My friend, please stop them." However, what it received in return was an unemotional response, even carrying its wager. "Who is your friend?" The explosion erupted fiercely. Jihan watched in awe. This system works efficiently. Thankfully, this can be handled right away, amidst the thick black smoke. Hakthu extended its huge hand forward, trembling. Wait, hold on a second." Its expression was extremely panicked. Sweat poured down its twisted face. "I will return it." Hakthu made a heartfelt offer. "In exchange, can I just talk to that guy for a bit? I have something important to say." A soul was enveloped in golden light. Brilliant, demonstrating either dignity or latent power. Jihan thought to himself, could that be the soul of the conqueror? His expression became serious, focusing on the problem. The system displayed a notification. "Do you accept the constellation's proposal? If accepted, you will receive the soul of the conqueror, and a great reward from the system. Through the system's protection, mental attacks will be completely blocked." Standing before the system screen, Jihan's face showed seriousness mixed with a bit of hesitation and worry. It looked like it was advising me to accept the release of the conqueror's soul. It must be something very important. His eyes radiated a cold decisiveness but contained depth. Hakthu was still holding a soul in its hand. It waited for confirmation from Jihan. Upon hearing his response, it perked up. "All right." Jihan looked up with determination. His face radiated a resolute expression as he declared loudly, "I accept the proposal." The gloomy, hazy atmosphere lingered in the thick smoke. The dark figure sneered mockingly. "Awesome, you didn't hesitate at all." In contrast, he stated firmly, "I'm busy, let's get to the point." "Not very friendly, are we?" Jihan maintained his calm demeanor, ignoring its attitude. As I mentioned before, the dark figure smiled brightly and excitedly asked, "You don't want to be my head, do you, when you marime?" He grimaced, grinding his teeth in furious anger at its teasing. The dark figure held on to its thoughts and shouted, "Why does Jihan feel angry but have to explain? Great, why should I become the head for something? Disgusting as you are, it still tried to persuade and tempt him. Think about it, you could become a constellation." Don't you know how awesome that is? A bunch of creatures or bizarre shapes with distorted faces, appearing in a dark and hazy space. On closer inspection, the entire body was made of souls. Has he absorbed souls this way? Jihan's thoughts continued to get tangled in victory, which didn't benefit him at all. He clearly showed his contempt for it. Following a monster like you, I already know what will happen. Get lost, dark figure. Are you confused? It got angry and waved its hands continuously, screaming like a child demanding a toy. Can you really talk like that? Do you know I'm an AI? I may look like this, but I'm one of the strongest constellations in the universe. Jihan scoffed. An AI? I've never heard of a constellation like you. Meanwhile, the dark figure continued to scream. Am I an AI? Right. He shrugged it off, digging at his ear with his finger, not paying attention. Suddenly, it used examples of great figures to represent itself. Here on Earth, there are people like Marx and Lenin who have ideas like mine. So, should I take the name Marx-Lenin then? The dark figure kept rambling with statements that made him doubt. Call me Kalen, let's keep it short, it's a nickname. We seem close enough already. Jihan didn't want to waste time. On this nonsense again, he immediately called out, System, how much longer do I have to listen to this nonsense? Red beams of light continuously shot towards it, causing it to scream. Ending the conversation so quickly? Jihan disregarded its final words, his face emotionless. Just wanted to get away quickly. Hey, are you serious? This is a great proposal, how about it? You know I won't give up until I'm destroyed. Dark figure also didn't forget to leave a promise. I will find a way to meet you again. Wait for it. A loud explosion occurred. It was so bright that he had to cover his eyes. Everything ended. The dust was thick. Jihan stood there for a moment, slowly opening his eyes, looking with eyes still filled with contemplation. After a while, the image of the ancient castle returned to normal. He looked around and then turned back. After a big battle, Jihan can finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's really all over now. The entire army was wiped out because of that constellation, leaving nothing to protect anymore. He leans against a person, slightly bending his knees. He seems a bit tired. Jihan looks up, his mind still filled with the spirit of the conqueror. So tired. Suddenly, he looks up and sees something. It really is exhausting. He turns a bit backward. With an incredibly calm expression, despite something sharp attacking him, Jihan quickly dodges to the side. That thing plunges straight into the ground, causing the earth to explode, a flag silhouette fluttering in the air. The figure of a person full of ups and downs appears. Thank you, Savior. His voice is very solemn. In exchange for freeing me, I will grant you the Imperial Phoenix Banner. Jihan looks up with curiosity, thinking it's not the Phoenix Market but the Phoenix Banner. System notification. Phoenix flag, rank SSS, relic of the Phoenix King, previously used by the founding Emperor of the Empire. Grants a special effect when planted on the battlefield, boosting all stats of teammates and allies within range. Increases additional effects by 25% if the user is the guild leader or a guild master of all levels. The guild's effect will increase by 4, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at the item information. Rank SSS, Jihan smirked, his eyes returning to their sharpness as usual. This was indeed the reward from the conqueror, and as the system said, he never expected to receive such a valuable item. He turned to thank the soul Lin. Thank you for granting me such a precious item. This time I will use it well. He felt puzzled. Have I ever given you a similar reward? Jihan recalled the weapon he received. Did you not give it to me? The Phoenix Market at the Royal Mausoleum? But the Conqueror had no impression of the Phoenix Market at the Royal Mausoleum. He began to explain the matter. It must be a replica created by recreating me. When I was imprisoned in the Death Star, it seems it guarded the Royal Mausoleum in my place. After all, it was just a fantasy world. Recreating the Royal Mausoleum of the past, that place was indeed suitable for it. But no matter what, a being like me, on the verge of vanishing, doesn't need to worry about anything. He took the reins, preparing to leave. The soul fragments began to fade away. Oh, Savior, without your help, I would have lived a life of slavery forever, under the hand of that terrifying giant star. Before completely vanishing, the Conqueror left a warning for Jihan. Never get involved with it, no matter how sweetly it tempts you. Absolutely. He vanished completely, leaving behind golden dust floating in the air. He lifted his head with a determined look, even as it pleaded desperately. I won't get involved either, you can rest assured. At that moment, Jihan began to pay attention to the Phoenix flag. Being planted beside him, he quickly lifted the flag off the ground. System notification, player. Jihan has defeated the special boss Blackhand. He held the Phoenix flag with a confident gaze, exuding a fierce demeanor. System notification, the winner of the top 100 promotion tournament of the Silver League has been determined. On the other side, Kwang Lin and Baron were surprised by Jihan's victory. The sun rose brightly. The scene returned to the brightly lit skyscraper in the dark night. Jihan lay down on the bed, exhaling deeply. Closing his eyes to rest. Oh man, it's finally over. The system continuously notified him. You have become the champion of the top 100 promotion tournament, receiving 5 million GP as a reward, leveling up 5 times, and earning the title King of Kings of Silver. You were just lying around while searching for information. All right, even AI knows this stuff. The reward has popped up for completing a special achievement. Face the star, earn 100,000 achievement points as a reward. Special achievement completed. Inflict damage on the star, earn 200,000 achievement points as a reward. Gohan was surprised by that reward. So that counts as an achievement too. At this moment, you felt a bit worried about what just happened. Speaking of which, is that thing what they call Kalen or something? I wonder if it was broadcasted fully, but everything has been settled. The system has acted directly. It probably prevented it. Now Jihan steps outside to find his niece. Yunsei, have you watched your uncle's channel? However, there's no AI at home, and you were surprised by this emptiness. Then Jihan suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Yunsei is participating in the promotion match, isn't she? At the promotion tournament of the league, the grand stadium under the sunlight, the system announces that there are 3 people left. Yunsei's gaze is filled with determination. The young man is competing. He adjusts his attack skills towards her, but she dodged. Yunsei dashed off to one side. Grabbing her bow and arrow before the other could react, she raised her bow and aimed at him. Her gaze was extremely focused. An arrow shot out right at him. He barely had time to let out a pained scream. Yunsei landed firmly on the ground. She unconsciously smiled brightly, full of confidence. Just one more person left. While Yunsei was standing there, a guy came flying from behind, intending to ambush him with a long slash. His eyes shone with murderous intent. However, she easily dodged, causing him to miss that slash. A fist came close to her nose, brazenly. Yunsei threw a punch, sending him flying up. He spat blood from his mouth, letting out a pained shout. As his body flew through the air, an arrow was also on its way to him. Yunsei, she shot the arrow through his body effortlessly, then left a parting word. Goodbye. She was panting after that attack. The system announced that the winner of the promotion tournament of the league has been determined. She turned back to see the match end with the victory of the player. Jun Yunsei. Her face brightened significantly. She achieved her aspiration. Yunsei jumped up like a child. I won. Now I'm going to Silver League. The system announced that she met the conditions to level up. Rewards increased. She beamed a bright smile, her eyes shining with joy. Finally, her late-blooming skill was about to level up. So she leveled up, always to a star. Suddenly, Yunsei's eyes widened at something. The system notification surprised her. What's this? What is it? Become the only player to possess the late-blooming skill on the planet, or the first to reach gold level. If the conditions are not met, the skill will be automatically deleted. I must become the first to reach gold rank in the modern city. At night, the bright lights from the skyscrapers illuminate everywhere, creating a vibrant and enchanting scene. Jinju Hua sees a performance by Yunsei on the screen, with 2 subordinates tied up kneeling in front of her. They are crying fearfully, both admitting their faults and bowing their heads to plead for mercy. We were wrong, miss. Please spare my life, Jinju Hua smirks, not believing the words of the 2. The traitors are so talkative. She commands, what are you waiting for? Make them quiet. A sharp, gleaming knife is raised by one person. Before they can finish their sentence, blood splatters everywhere. Yes. Zoe asks her subordinate about the Korean with special skills on the screen. The skill is called Late Shining from a Korean named Jun Seok, right? They confirm, yes, that's correct. She reads the information, hums a bit, her eyes shining frighteningly, a cold and calculating expression on her face. Maybe soon she will have to deal with this person in Korea. She is a player in the China and Hong Kong League. Jin Zoe. Hajon and Jiha look at the notice board of Yunsei and study it. Both feel that something is off. You're standing there with your arms crossed, wondering if this is a newly updated upgrade condition, right? Hajon confirms. That's right. After leveling up to rank E, the conditions have changed. She feels that the conditions are not too easy, and it doesn't sound pleasant at all. If losing 7 times means losing the gift, that's fine, but the condition is to become the owner of the gift. The only great chi completion on the planet, or the first owner to level up to gold rank. If the conditions are not met, the player's gift will be automatically deleted, GA considers. Isn't this openly requesting competition? Yunsei naively doesn't understand the situation. In fact, she doesn't even know if there is anyone else besides her who possesses great chi completion. Lee Hayan brushes her hair back, her eyes slightly worried. That's true. She reanalyzes the issue for Yunsei. If there are other owners, they must have become famous like me by now. Yunsei exclaims, oh no, I hope that person is weaker than me. Jihan's eyes become sharp as he recalls someone he once knew. If we talk about someone he knows who also possesses great chi completion, then the second place on the leaderboard before I regressed was Jinju Hua. If Jinju Hua also receives the same upgrade conditions, then caution is necessary. She is a player whose everything, apart from strength, remains a mystery. There are many rumors about her being from the underground world, and so on. Even so, it shouldn't be easy to touch a famous person like Yunsei, but it's better to be safe, better to be cautious. Yunsei still maintains a focused expression, her eyes fixed on the screen. Jihan speaks seriously, showing a decisive and somewhat imposing demeanor towards Yunsei in front of him. You should aim to rank up to gold in the October promotion exam and limit your outings during this time. Yoon Se-ah seems a bit hesitant, reluctantly going along with it. No other choice. She's feeling a bit playful. Remembering an appointment? After all, I have a date with Sophia this week. Hyazan claps to get Yoon Se-ah's attention. Come on, don't be too sad. She squints and smiles, spreading a cheerful atmosphere. After all, both he and the CEO have won this time. It's a great joy that Lee Ha-yeon cheerfully congratulates both of them. When will Jihan have their turn? We have won this. Jihan shows no emotion. She jokes, me? I'm in the top 100, you know. Suddenly, he says something that surprises Lee Ha-yeon. There's something a bit strange, she asks in surprise, showing confusion. What's so strange? He questions Lee Ha-yeon. This time, aren't you betting on the promotion exam? Jihan seems to read Lee Ha-yeon's mind, causing her to tear up. If she bets, she must have put all her money on that AI. Did she lose everything? Why does she look so happy? That's really strange. She keeps denying it. What am I doing right now? Still daring to get involved with such things? Lim Ga-yeon immediately calls her out. She lost money but has been refunded now. Haejeon shouts, "Hey Lim Ga-yeon," explaining that the reason was due to a system error. An apology was sent for the system error, and all bets were refunded. Jihan chuckles lightly. I see, that makes sense. She chimed in at just the right moment while they were having a good chat. What exactly happened that the system had to admit fault? During that promotion exam, the connection was interrupted halfway. This time, it only displayed the message, "You win." And it ended right there, causing everyone to create a commotion at that moment. Hyazan screamed wildly, even jumping on the table. Could it be that his gift disrupted the live stream? Jihan crossed his arms. With eyes closed, he shook his head in denial. It's not serious, just speaking in the middle. He recalled the loving calls of the Black Hand and shivered. Gohan decided to brush it off. It's just a system error, and a too strong enemy showed up. I've handled it and received the reward as well, so there's no need to worry. Hyazan took the opportunity to ask, "Oh, is the ZU level increase also because of?" He confirmed, yes, that's also part of the reward. Jihan thought to himself, the legendary phoenix is a reward from the conqueror. But of course, he looked at his hands and smiled. The reward wasn't just that. Several sources of special energy emerged in Jihan's hands. He stood up and nodded goodbye. So, we'll take our leave now. Yoon Se-ah, let's go! Yoon Se-ah quickly followed. Jihan asked again, is something wrong? She talked about him receiving an award. This time, our Gil received an award. The reason is that he brought honor to Korea, and they want him to represent and receive the prize. Jihan felt it wasn't necessary. Does it really have to be me? Hyazan praised him endlessly. Oh my. He is the symbol of our Gil. How many achievements has he accomplished alone? She clasped her hands together, her face beaming with admiration. Right now, his popularity is at its peak. Of course, he will create a bigger buzz. After all, this helps promote the actual image, so I hope he agrees to help. Jihan reluctantly agreed. All right, let me arrange to set aside a day. Lee Ha-yeon was also thrilled. And I'll send a message to notify you of the specific time. Suddenly, he seemed a bit hesitant. His face showed confusion, unsure of what to say. But who is handing out the award? At Bâtonnet's headquarters? Kyu-seong cheerfully greeted Jihan. Hello, Jihan. He is the new director of Bâtonnet. Oh, Kyu-seong. He extended his hand for a handshake and praised his looks. He looks even more handsome in person. Thank you for coming here despite the trouble. I truly appreciate you taking your precious time. Although very busy, Jihan felt a bit too formal and also felt awkward. You really don't need to come all the way here to welcome me? Kyung gestured for him to go. Why would you say that? When we're welcoming a distinguished guest. Jihan's expression was serious but clearly showed his nervousness, his eyes betraying a sense of tension. This is really stressful. Lee Ha-yeon whispered. That's the newly appointed person. After the previous director was dismissed, she elaborated. After the scandal at Taigon newspaper, Bâtonnet's image has plummeted. Now they're striving to restore it. If you ask, they might even erect a statue at Kwanghwa Gate. That's really not helpful. The CEO's eyes sparkled with admiration. Showing delight and surprise, even the director of Bâtonnet came to welcome you? That's so cool, Diego. Standing behind with a somewhat soft gaze and a subtle smile, a bit proud, now that Jihan is famous, don't forget about me. Hearing that, Jihan couldn't help but feel like a star. What is the entertainment world doing? Diego, push Yoon Se-ah. Stop talking, let's hurry up. She cheerfully replied, yes, someone's feet just appeared right behind everyone. Min Hoang appeared wearing a hat that covered his face. His cold gaze looked towards the group. The ceremony began in a luxurious setting. So now, the scene of the award ceremony appeared formal and professional in a spacious hall. Bright lights shone down on the center stage. We will start the award presentation. Jihan smiled confidently. His expression not only showed pride, but also a hint of calmness. Both Lee Ha-yeon and Yoon Se-ah expressed recognition and admiration for him. Yoon Se-ah was very excited and proud of her uncle. Today, he really looks cool. Lee Ha-yeon only felt that today's event was a rare moment, if only it could always be like this. Yoon Se-ah recalled a memorable memory. Her tone, which was a bit mischievous, has changed a lot now. Didn't you see the time Uncle wore a sleeveless BA shirt during his first gaming session? The legendary newbie outfit. Hajon rolled her eyes, thinking that if he wore that now, she would burn his entire wardrobe. Don't worry, even at home he's dressed quite nicely now. What are you talking about? Did an AI coffee spill on Yoon-se-ah? She jumped and shouted, immediately sitting up in surprise. Hazel turned to her, looking worried. Oh my gosh, are you okay? Yoon-se-ah complained. My clothes, Lin stammered. I'm sorry. The situation on the couch caught Jihan's attention. He looked over, puzzled. What's going on? Yoon-se-ah stood up, her face a bit flustered. I'm going to wash my hands in the restroom. Lee Ha-yeon asked. Do you need me to go with you? But Yoon-se-ah felt it wasn't necessary. The restroom was right in front. Before she left, Lee Ha-yeon didn't forget to remind her, be careful. Yoon-se-ah walked away with Lin. Min Hoang was also standing by the corner. When Diego turned back, he noticed the guy was with them. He had a gut feeling that something was off because that man looked too unfamiliar. Inside the restroom, water was continuously running from the faucet. Yoon-se-ah rubbed her dress, feeling a bit sad. She had just bought this outfit. What a shame. Lin curled up, showing her guilt. What should I do? I'm really sorry. Seeing her like that, Yoon-se-ah couldn't bear to scold her. It's okay, Lin. Here, take a tissue, just wipe it off for now. Yoon-se-ah politely replied, thank you. Lin noticed something and looked extremely surprised. She walked over to Yoon-se-ah. In a friendly tone, she reminded, oh, it seems like your collar has a bit of coffee on it too. Yoon-se-ah was really surprised, right? She looked back and forth to see how it got there. Lin told her, bend down, I'll help you wipe it off. While Yoon-se-ah was looking in the mirror, oh my, it was really stained a lot. I wonder if Lin has something in her bag. Yes, just a little. From the mirror appeared her scary face, holding a sharp syringe. Jiezon walked down the empty hallway. Suddenly, she felt something was off, her eyes showing a bit of worry and restlessness. Earlier, Diego had talked to her. What did Kia tell her? There was a suspicious guy who had been following Yoon-se-ah. His face was extremely serious when recounting. It could just be a coincidence, but he followed her as if he had been waiting for this, making me feel uneasy. Giezon slightly bowed her head, her eyes closed, and her face clearly showed worry. Could something happen in such a short time? Her gaze was extremely sharp and full of surprise, revealing her astonishment. Giezon saw Lin on the other side, supporting Yoon-se-ah, who was collapsing in her arms. She called out Lin's name, catching Lin's attention. Her expression was now extremely cold. She frowned, showing her annoyance, then turned abruptly in the other direction. Lim Ga-yeon stood there, shouting, "Hey, you!" She intended to run after her, but as she stood there, a hand appeared from behind. Min Hoang pressed her head down to the ground to control her. A muscular hand pressed her head hard. Lim Ga-yeon's eyes were filled with both anger and fear. He spat out a sentence in Chinese. "I thought I had cleared everyone around, didn't I?" Lim Ga-yeon thought to herself. "Are you with her?" Min Hoang looked at her with a cold but bright gaze. "Quiet down. I don't want to make a scene." The light from his eyes radiated a source of energy. "From now until I leave, that energy will transfer to Lim Ga-yeon's eyes. She won't be able to move from this spot." Her hands clenched in despair, trembling weakly, her body unable to move. Min Hoang walked away. Lim Ga-yeon collapsed to the floor, bracing herself with her weak arms, her whole body shaking as if she were struggling. No way. If they get away like this, Yoon-se-ah will. At that moment, Jihan had received the award, and he stepped down from the stage. Lee Ha-yeon waved him over to that spot, right? Jihan quickly noticed the empty seat next to him. "Where's Yoon-se-ah?" His expression was one of shock, mixed with a bit of tension, his eyes wide and eyebrows furrowed. Lim Ga-yeon forcefully pushed the door open. Entering a room in a hurry, she was panting, her face extremely tense. "Jihan, you stood frozen with a stunned expression." Hearing every word Jiezon said, "I'm sorry, Yoon-se. The old building has cracked under the dark night sky." Yoon-se-ah slowly awakened from her stupor. She was tied up, lying on the floor, her face showing confusion and disorientation as she came to. "When did I fall asleep?" Yoon-se-ah was extremely shocked and confused, her eyes wide open. In her eyes, her pupils trembled, nearly constricted from shock. "Huh?" Jin Ju-hwa sat cross-legged on the chair nearby. The girl Yoon-se-ah had just met. Was she awake? She looked at Yoon-se-ah with a cold gaze, holding a knife tightly as a powerful warning. "Nice to meet you," Jun-suk said, the confusion and worry evident on his face as he bowed his head and spoke in a shaky voice. "You are an AI." She looked ahead with a somewhat tense attitude, trying to process the information. "That's right. You probably don't know who I am, right?" The person sitting in the chair exuded an air of authority. "My name is Jin Ju-hwa." Yoon-se-ah's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Ju-hwa's words. She was also a gift user like her. She looked a bit surprised, her eyes wide, sweat dripping down her face. Yoon-se-ah realized the issue she had to face with this woman. "This is the person I have to compete with to protect my gift." "What?" Jin Ju-hwa pointed the knife downward. "Let's get straight to the point." She aimed the knife directly at Yoon-se-ah, her gaze threatening. Trembling, Yoon-se-ah dropped her gift, her eyes suddenly wide open. A drop of sweat trickled down her cheek along with a tense expression showing her confusion and fear. You received the same instructions as I did, right? The instructions said that whoever levels up slower will lose their gift. Jinju Hua showed a strong determination. I'm sorry, but I can't afford to lose my gift. So please stop participating in Batonnet until I reach gold level. Her eyes had a hint of contemplation, of course. Jinju Hua held the sharp knife, aiming it directly at Yoon Se-ah to threaten her if she refused. The outcome won't be good at all. Yoon Se-ah revealed her shock, her eyes filled with fear. She knew she was in a dangerous situation. I don't know if these people are AI, but kidnapping someone in broad daylight like this is definitely familiar behavior. Should I just pretend to agree to give up the gift? No, what if it's too easy to convince me? They wouldn't have made such a big deal otherwise. Yoon Se-ah lowered her head, her eyes filled with thoughts and calculations. At this moment, if it were my uncle, what would he do? She kept talking to buy time while Tae tried to loosen the rope behind her. Even though she said that, it seems they still can't do anything to me right now, can they? Yoon Se-ah continuously talked to draw attention to her words. If they just wanted to kill me, they wouldn't have needed to kidnap me. Clearly, the toads doing this didn't want to kill someone unless necessary. Jinju Hua suddenly became serious, her expression frozen. For a moment, she praised Yoon Se-ah. Pretty smart, huh? Jinju Hua laughed. Right, if this were my country, it would be different. But you're a famous person. Dealing with the aftermath would be very troublesome. Yoon Se-ah glanced at something, her face extremely tense. Jinju Hua seemed to have lost her patience, seriously saying, "It seems you're not planning to give up the gift, huh?" An AI appeared behind Yoon Se-ah, so there was no other choice. The large Min Hoang stood behind her, saying, "Just die already." He grabbed her hair, pulling it back, causing her to cry out in pain. Min Hoang forced her to look up at him. The gift of my subordinate refers to his gaze, emitting a stream of energy. The conditions to activate it are quite complex, so it's difficult to use in the game, but enough to make her write a will and take her own life. Yoon Se-ah's eyes began to absorb that energy. Annoying, but fine, let's try to deal with the consequences a bit. Her eyes shone brightly. Goodbye, Yoon Se-ah. She knelt on the floor with her hands bound. Her face bowed low revealed her helplessness and pain. Jinju Hua coldly remarked, "How dull." She stood up, calculating carefully. Just showing a cold-blooded demeanor, dealing with it here seems off, doesn't it? Min Hoang agreed with that opinion. Exactly. If the corpse is discovered here, it would be suspicious, so it would be more reasonable to do it near her place. They decided on a plan together. All right, let's move immediately. Suddenly, Min Hoang noticed something. From behind, Yoon Se-ah punched him in the face, igniting flames. Min Hoang fell flat on the ground, letting out a cry. Yoon Se-ah's firm words left the other two staring in disbelief. Just for a moment, why did I ever think about giving up the gift? This is an opportunity I've fought for at all costs. Her face was filled with confidence and arrogance. Forget about that. A person's foot stepped forward. Lim Ga-yeon and Jihan had arrived at the place where Yoon Se-ah was kidnapped. Oh, did you ask? Is it here? Ariel next to her confirmed. That's right, it seems to be here. She sensed Yoon Se-ah's presence. Clearly, I sensed Yoon Se-ah's energy coming from the building. It was still moving until just now. Your gaze is cold, but you still feel a bit relieved. Thankfully, the girl is safe. Jihan quickly walks away. There's no time left. Lead the way, Lim Ga-yeon calls out from behind, confused. Wait, Jihan. She needs to analyze the situation for you. I understand you're in a hurry, but shouldn't we call the police first? However, Jihan thinks it's unnecessary, right? He glances at the buildings, his expression worried, hesitating about what might happen to Yoon Se-ah. A group of armed individuals stands right in front of them. Lim Ga-yeon also grabs a weapon, his face twisted in anger. Could they be the abductor's accomplices? Suddenly, Jihan calls her full name, catching her attention. Lim Ga-yeon, the energy sources surrounding your body, your sharp eyes filled with killing intent. I'm sorry. You two handle these guys. Inside, Min Hoang is seen beaten and lying flat on the ground. Jinju Hua suddenly asks, "What was that just now? What kind of ability is that?" Lin isn't sure. I don't know either. Yoon Se-ah looks determined and resolute. Her brows furrowed, eyes alert thanks to the seal the uncle gave her in front of her. I've escaped danger. She recalls that moment, her stamped arm asking, "So what is this?" Jihan explains in detail that it's a leveling reward the uncle received, a new stat called Thunder Seal. The higher the stat, the more he can bestow the Thunder Seal on others. For her, the Thunder Seal still feels strange. She wonders about the actual effect, not feeling anything special. What does it do? He replies in a calm tone. Before her, Jihan smiles, raising a finger to control the electricity. Because of the seal, you can also control the power of thunder. Yoon Se-ah's eyes widen in amazement. Just like your uncle, she is even more surprised to learn about the second effect, which grants immunity to mental attacks. Yoon Se-ah asks, "Mental attack?" He slowly explains, "Yeah, this is a good ability." At that moment, Jihan spoke. But these kinds of effects are best never to be needed. Min Hoang gradually regains his senses, slowly standing up. All three of them look at her with sharp gazes. Yoon Se-ah realizes the current difficult situation. Her subordinates are not ordinary bodyguards. Both of them are players. It would be tough to deal with them alone. She dashes away quickly. If that's the case, Lin pulls out a weapon from her sleeve, her gaze cold as she throws a knife toward the direction Yoon Se-ah is running. Yoon Se-ah falls face first, her face contorted in pain. Damn my leg! Min Hoang approaches, placing a hand on her head. Her face is filled with fear. He throws her hard, and her body crashes against the wall. The impact makes her spit blood. Then, she falls again to the ground, weakened by the previous attack. Her consciousness. Min Hoang stepped forward, looking somewhat confused. I didn't expect the suggestion to be ineffective while there was still some consciousness left. Yoon Se-ah heard them discussing how to deal with her like this. Should they just kill her, or just bury her on the nearby mountain and... Faking a disappearance, huh? The energy source from below flooded up through the building. Jihan had reached the location where they were holding Yoon Se-ah captive. He was surrounded by an extraordinary power. Either way, we have to kill her right away. Jin Juhua and Lin stared at Jihan, who was approaching them, filled with rage. She gaped in shock, unable to speak. Yoon Se-ah saw Jihan's face darken, cold to the point of being terrifying. Jihan shot them a furious glance. On the other side was Yoon Se-ah, unconscious on the ground alongside Min Hoang. His expression was extremely grim and frightening. His eyes erupted with extreme emotions, stepping forward, extending his hand in protection. "Back off, miss!" She threw a smoke grenade towards him. Jihan remained still as the smoke began to spread. Lin rushed in, knife in hand, charging at him. A wave of energy radiated from him, countering her. Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. She was thrown back, crashing into a nearby wall. The impact caused her to spit blood, and she fell, hitting her face on the floor. A hand reached closer to Jihan, as he was pinned against a pillar by Min Hoang. He was attacking aggressively. His eyes glowed, sweat dripping down, showing his surprise. Jihan gripped Min Hoang's wrist, pulling his hand aside, catching him off guard. Jihan headbutted Min Hoang, causing blood to burst out. His face was filled with pain as he gritted his teeth. Jin Juhua stood frozen, her face filled with fear. Min Hoang's hand trembled, reaching out toward him. He knelt before Jihan, who stood tall. Min Hoang slammed his face into the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Jihan glanced over at Jin Juhua, startling her. Her eyes widened, sweat dripping in fear. Jihan, his face fierce, looked at her. What now? Yoon Se-ah lay collapsed on the floor, pale, looking up in panic. Uncle Jihan didn't notice someone attacking from behind, slashing towards him, but he quickly managed to dodge. Then, she counterattacked. She lay on the floor, having been hit back by him. Jihan grabbed her collar. Clenching his fist once more, he hesitated only when he heard a command to stop from the other side. Jin Juhua was holding Yoon Se-ah captive. She held a knife to Yoon Se-ah's throat, threatening, "Don't move!" Jihan remained cold in the face of her threats. "If your finger moves even a little, I will tear Yoon Se-ah apart piece by piece." Jin Juhua's hands holding the knife trembled violently. She had to escape at all costs, her face filled with rage. "Kill Yoon Se-ah last year." Chairman Jin's villa in Hong Kong, Red Tiger Association. The sound of screaming echoed from inside. The maid's son was crying. "It hurts so much, Mom, help me!" Duke's son rushed over to intervene. "Miss, please stop," but she continued to hit hard. A sound called out, making her stop. Jin Juhua looked up and saw her father standing there with a serious expression. He looked strict. "What's all this noise about?" Jin Juhua hesitated for a moment before speaking in full sentences. "Yes, it's because I wanted this doll, but he wouldn't give it to me," Duck's son explained gently. "I'm sorry, Chairman, my child really cherishes this doll," so he smiled with satisfaction. Praising his child for doing well, he crouched down and looked at his daughter, his face becoming intimidating. He patted her head and encouraged her. "If you want something, you have to take it. Only then can you be the daughter of your father." Jin Juhua felt invigorated. Her eyes became confident, and she wore a sly smile. "Yes, I'm Jin Juhua, the youngest daughter of the Jin family, a force that dominates the Hong Kong underworld. From the moment she was born, she had lived a life of enjoying everything. Thanks to the power of the Jin family, Juhua sat in a chair, crossing her legs, coldly questioning. Batonet, an employee explained. "Yes, soon, every country in the world will be professionally training players." She pondered and seriously asked, "I heard that the highest gifts are received when becoming an S-level player. Is that right?" Jin Juhua turned around, smiling with bright eyes. "Then of course, I will receive S-level." But she widened her eyes at the system screen. She felt it was unbelievable. S-level? The gifts possessed legendary power that grew stronger over time. S-level gifts. While her friends were going crazy over S-level gifts, this person received an S-level gift, really? What kind of ability is that? Jin Juhua looked at them with eyes full of resentment and jealousy. "It must be the first time someone from our school has received an S-level, right?" The girl blushed, her eyes smiling warmly. She hid her hand. "Now she's on a completely different level than us." In the heavy rain, the girl left unexpectedly. The next news, the TV broadcasted news about a high school student from a certain school. who was just discovered dead by the nearby river. The victim was a player who had drawn attention for receiving an S-level gift, S-level last month, which left many people regretting. Jinju Hua sat in a corner of the room, wearing a creepy smile. See, who told you to show off, you little bitch? The appearance of Badonet completely disrupted her world, and the information that CEO Jihan revealed to her was the image of him appearing on the forum. She leaned in close to the screen, observing intently. Legendary power turned out to be an S-level development gift. Jinju Hua laughed, trembling with excitement. This is the most high-end gift. And what's this? If this is true, her eyes gleamed with a savage light. One day, won't I be the strongest? That is the only ray of hope, helping her regain the self-esteem she had lost. Jinju Hua held the knife in her hand, biting her lip to hold back. Now, with the hostage, I have the upper hand. Killing this girl won't take more than 5 seconds. Suddenly, Jihan moved slowly. As he got closer to her, Jinju Hua lost control, tightening her grip on Yunsei, pointing the knife at him as a warning. Hey, you bastard! I told you not to move, right? Or do you want to watch this niece get killed? If you take one more step. His bright eyes suddenly froze. Jihan was filled with killing intent and his gaze was icy. Stepping closer, in her eyes he filled her vision with his presence and aura. The pressure he exuded completely overwhelmed her own confidence. Jinju Hua dropped the knife at her feet. Then she automatically knelt down, hesitating, her eyes on Yunsei as she looked at Jihan with a hint of fear. She approached, leaning on him as if to calm her uncle, trying to persuade him, I'm fine. So please calm down, can we go home? Yunsei said something that left Joe speechless. Hoa suddenly felt uncomfortable. It wasn't worth getting her hands dirty with someone like this. Her eyes became terrifying. Even while kneeling, Jinju Hua regained her own awareness. It was no one else but her who pulled out a gun, daring to point it at me. Jihan was somewhat surprised to see her aiming the gun at him. Very quickly, he created a shield to block those bullets. Jinju Hua stared wide-eyed, her face filled with confusion. There's no way I'm losing. No way I'm going to lose, she shouted in a daze, her face tense. The victor is always me. She raised the gun and continued shooting, the bullets being blocked by the shield. Suddenly, bullets flew towards Yunsei. Die! Jihan startled as he looked towards the bullet, quickly sliding his feet to change stance. Jihan slashed across several of the bullets. Jinju Hua stood boldly there shooting, a slash cutting across her body. Yunsei looked up with wide eyes. Blood splattered from the other side. A few days later, in the skyscraper, the sky was blue again. Jihan stood inside the kitchen, looking at his hands. His hands appeared covered in disgusting blood, but in reality, there was nothing. His hands were still clean as usual. Jihan bit his lip tightly. It was an unavoidable situation. Don't think about it any further. Since that day, Jinju Hua's group had disappeared without a trace. Of course, there was no news coverage because the crime occurred in a closed building. And Jinju Hua's organization didn't want to be exposed in the media, even though the forces behind Jinju Hua might have. Furious about this incident, but if they witnessed the scene, they wouldn't dare to touch Yunsei carelessly. However, since that day, Yunsei always sits quietly with a sad expression. Jihan approaches and smiles at her, startling her. What are you thinking about? She speaks quite distantly to him, unlike before. Nothing, he says, gently, somewhat pensive. It's definitely a big shock for Yunsei. After the guidance ends, things like this will happen almost every day. I wonder if Yunsei can handle it? The door chimes, catching both of their attention. Yunsei is still wondering who it is, her face still sad. The person who arrives is Sophia. As soon as she enters, she smiles brightly like sunshine. Yunsei, long time no see. Yunsei calls out her friend's name, Sophia, and Sophia is very surprised to see her friend. Oh my, we haven't seen each other for a bit, but why do you look so thin? Yunsei, are you on a diet? Her face shows great surprise, her eyebrows raised. What are you doing here? Jihan immediately replies, Uncle called her here. He smiles gently. It's been a while since I went out. You two haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's go out and breathe some fresh air. Yunsei is a bit surprised while Sophia eagerly adds, Jihan, come with us. He feels a bit awkward. I'm fine. No need. She quickly rebuts. Don't be like that. I've planned it perfectly. Sophia's face is full of excitement, her eyes bright and her smile radiant. Today I will make